Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fear us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem. I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink?
I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of them.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Teller's on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said?
I said, no? I said border, big room, Teller's.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. That's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into the bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
Do you think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, it's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky. It's a helicopter. Easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You kidding me?
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sonar here, I think it's like, could be chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... He's not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe. Spawn cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm taking its consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door. For sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 out of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think, you have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
It's time to make history. Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care. One kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Order and chaos are often two sides of the same spectrum, and day one of the Switch stage yesterday was a microcosm of that spectrum. The Order, G2, BDS, and Sonics all picked up big wins, and a Dark Zero game went to overtime, as most of the world assumed it would probably happen that way. The Chaos, 2 top 10 teams finished in the world in dead last in the league, losing huge games. 2 minor regions rose up to defeat them, and somewhere along the way, a fish was crowned king. It's a lot to explain, and that is exactly what this pre-show is for. Hello, I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, here with former world champion Gabriel Laxing Miralez and the Canadian stats wizard Jesse J. Chick. Gentlemen, some things went as expected yesterday, but as was determined, basically as every other major goes, Chaos ended up reigning supreme.
Yeah, Jacob, yesterday was absolutely wild. We had so many predictions get thrown out the window. We saw a lot of teams that maybe had poor showings in the play-ins come back and absolutely smash their opponents. We saw minor regions really step up with both Bleed and D+ getting big upset wins. And yeah, some teams that we really had high expectations for, teams like Virtus Pro, teams like M80 completely falling apart when the pressure was the highest.
Yeah, a lot of my bracket that I thought maybe I had predicted was entirely wrong in a lot of those cases, a lot of those matches. Realistically, looking at stats-wise, looking at performance, you would think that some of those teams would have came out on top. Completely changed.
To be fair, find somebody who has an actual 100% bracket after everything that happened yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
it'd be really difficult to find someone.
I would like to think as a player, like, you know, I can, a former player, that I can, you know, predict a little better, but I was wrong. Entirely wrong.
Everyone was.
Looking at said bracket, just because of how crazy everything went yesterday, we should just do a deep dive again. It was 8 best of 1s yesterday. We're doing another 8 best of 1s later today, but we are now into 1-0 and 0-1 categories. What that means is everybody who won a game yesterday now plays one another, and everybody who lost a game plays one another. Still in best of 1 territory, so we're not getting into eliminations, and nobody is actually going home as a result of today, but still there's a lot we have to digest here.
Yeah, pressure's a lot higher, especially for those 0-1 teams. If you lose again today after losing yesterday, you are in 0-2 territory. At that point, you were playing best of 3s back to back to back. You lose even a single one of those, you're going home. Not a good place to be. Only one team last major was able to be in that position and still make it out of the Swiss stage. That was M&M. They're not here anymore. See if anyone can replicate that.
2 of those teams that really stick out to me the most there in that 0-1 situation is by far W7M and M80.
Yep. Yeah.
That is not a spot that I thought that I would see these guys. They aren't out by any means. They obviously still have a lot of chances to bring it back, but still, I would not think, and even with how they lost, that they would be in the situation that they are right now.
Everyone's predictions went out the window, basically. As soon as we got to like game 2 or 3, suddenly everything's like, okay, it seems relatively normal. Some teams that we thought were going to lose ended up losing, and then everything went to hell in a handbasket. Look at these predictions. The only one who's still correct at this point with everything is Jack, but D+ won right out the gate, and there's a lot of red on this prediction sheet.
It's a good day for the APAC believers. The only person who didn't pick an APAC team to go out and 0-3 is feeling pretty good. Jack the NA hater, and then okay, Pengu as well. Bit of an EU hater, also still not wrong yet.
Carter was 100% wrong. Sam was 100% wrong. Manny was 100% wrong. Tim couldn't get anything right.
At least we weren't 100% wrong.
At least we got one, yeah.
Yeah, we
so I'll take my win where I can.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess there's something about desk smarts actually worming its way through. Yeah, Nick, I guess him and Jack now can for today, they're on a pedestal, but past whatever happens today, I think one of them probably at some point has to get knocked off it.
Yeah, former G2 boys winning in the predictions. They're also winning in the server so far, so it feels good to be them.
True.
Yeah, everything about that so far has been really good, and just specifically for the schedule for today, just as a reminder, just how everything is shaking out, I think everything is the winner's game and then a loser's game as the day progresses. So we'll start off with the winner's game. That's G2 and D+ kicking off, and then we'll do winner, loser. So we'll get the 2-0 team sorted immediately. Then we'll get the potential for 0-2 teams sorted right after that. So it's going to be a really back and forth roller coaster day.
Yeah, and I think the pressure is certainly highest with the 0-1 teams, but also for the 1-0 teams. I mean, for them coming in, if they can manage to find back-to-back wins, they are looking really, really likely to make it into that upper bracket, to make it top 8. So yeah, so much to play for here in day number 2.
And sometimes in those ones that you do lose, it does put your back against the wall, and it does allow you to focus up, really make those corrections. And then also those teams that are up in the stage, you get a little bit of breathing room, but you still want to finish strong. You want to get those 3 wins, so you push yourself all the way to main stage. So pressure is applied really to everyone. You don't want to let up in any of these situations.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But before we dive dive headfirst into day 2, we do need to do a little bit of a recap on how day 1 went yesterday. For those of you who missed it, there was a lot of bull crap that went down at certain moments that we didn't expect, and a lot of teams won, and a lot of teams really bit the bullet when they weren't supposed to. We're going to do a good, a bad, and an ugly, gentlemen. If you had to pick one team above everybody else, who was the good?
For me, Jacob, the good has to be Geeky. Coming through with a MENA team to be able to take out the reigning major champions. Nobody expected GK to be able to win that match over on Clubhouse. Jack even said it. This was a great game for W7M, but guess what? It was a great map for GK as well. And I gotta shout out Hasham. He had multiple insane clutches coming through. A 1v2 when they're attacking the basement, a 1v1 defending up on Gym Bedroom as well. He played so well when the pressure was the highest, and that never got to GK.
I was honestly just really impressed with the teamwork from them and going against a team like W7, whereas a lot of teams struggle with W7's aggression and not giving map control up, and they were taking it, and they were letting W7M peek into them and grabbing picks and just securing those rounds, and I think they did get a little overzealous, but they still closed out the map nonetheless.
The mountain for DK only continues to get taller because they do have BDS coming up later on in the day, but hopefully we'll see what they're able to do even as the eternal underdogs, as MENA always seems to be. The bad, gentleman, is a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, so I have to go with Scarz as the bad. And going into that G2 Scarz match, G2 was actually the one that had no idea what they did on Nighthaven, where Scarz had all that prep going into that match. They understood what G2 did, they understood where they played, how they played around the map, but when you watch that map, whether you rewatch it, you saw it happen, you wouldn't even be able to tell that Scarz had any prep going into that game, whereas you would have hoped to see a lot of counterplay, a general understanding of how G2 played it. And, you know, that could just be credit to G2. They just know what they're doing. It's just very solid, so it didn't matter what Scarz maybe tried to do. G2 was just obviously the better team, closing it out 7-1. So for me, I got to say the bad just because they did have all that prep and it didn't look like it showed in the game.
Yeah, I think the G2 Scarz game, like many of the games that we saw on day 1 that resulted in upsets, was a game about pressure, right? I mean, Scarz, whilst in some sense were the underdog in that matchup, they also got top 8 at the last major. They're the only team remaining from their region. They had a lot of weight on their shoulders to perform, especially since it was their first game of the major. G2, this whole tournament, have been laughing. They've been having a good time. You've seen them behind us. They're really just here to play. They're coming in with low expectations.
They got Slim Shady.
They got Eminem playing in the warm-up.
In the background. Like, that's got to be vibe.
Exactly. The pressure doesn't seem to be on for G2, and I think that's doing really well for them.
Yeah, and I think for Scarz, you have a really big hole to dig yourself out of at this point. Even though you are facing other teams that lost yesterday, you still don't want to be even remotely in a position where you could be down 0-2 after just the first 2 days. We did the good and the bad. Let's do the ugly now. And gentlemen, in this case, it wasn't just ugly, it was downright disappointing.
Yeah, I think the ugly for me has to be M80. They really looked sloppy in their game that they played against Bleed. So many little mistakes coming through. I think Kino got a lot of flack on Twitter, rightfully so for some moments. You know, the Monty plays weren't really working out. A lot of early deaths on smoke, but the rest of the teams as well, failing to deny plants, not really able to get in and make space on the map. It felt like everything that they tried to do on the side of M80 just didn't work out for them. Even the rounds where they won, oftentimes it would be like, well, great, they spend 2 minutes failing to secure one objective, and then Sploit runs into the bomb site and clutches out a round, and I think you saw it on their faces after that game. They really didn't play to their standards, and we need to see them bounce back because yesterday was ugly.
Yeah, and for us as NA boys, seeing our team M80 just perform that way, and especially what we saw with them through the stage, they looked absolutely dominant. They were like clear decided team that this was going to be the top of our region, and then coming in and putting on the display that they did and talking about the Montang plays. We saw Kino struggle in the regular season on his Montang versus Wildcard versus LG, and we talked about like, okay, well maybe he's going to fix it for the next game. Maybe he's going to fix it for the next game, and you know, you can only hope that you do take from those losses or those wins, whatever, that you are adapting to those, and to see the same almost identical performance in this LAN environment, something's got to change in those roles, or at least maybe just flex around a little bit.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of teams all get invited to come to America, and somehow only one NAL team actually ended up picking up a win today. So thank you, Sonics, for at least managing to get the one dub that North America had on
for
the
the
day.
3-0, so.
Yeah, well, okay, all right. Keep preaching it, dude. Hopefully we're going to get more dubs as the day goes on. Last thing that we need to do a check-in on, again, because this is the last time we're going to see any teams have the possibility of qualifying for the 6th Invitational. These are the teams that are in contention. Again, Sandbox and M&M are still in top 20 for right now, but based on other results that are going to be happening probably just over the course of today, that is very likely to change.
Yeah, and so right now for the situation, because we had Bleed win their first game yesterday, they're in a very good spot, right? Because we saw BDS win their first game quite dominantly yesterday, they're in a great spot. 3 of these 5 teams will go to the 6th Invitational. I think right now, Sandbox looked the most comfortable, probably Bleed looked the second most comfortable, and then the 3rd place spot, you know, there's still potential for BDS to choke out and maybe give that spot up to Los or to M&M, but it looks to me like I think it's going to be BDS.
Yeah, and M&M is looking the least in terms of I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I had to laugh. But M&M is looking in the roughest spot, in my opinion, at that 20%. Yep. It's going to be a long road. And BDS, you know, things can happen. We've seen it happen many a times, but you would like to believe a team like BDS is going to secure that last spot with some of these teams that are a little bit above them.
It's pretty insane to consider how much can change over the course of literally just one BO1, not just in terms of SI qualification, but now we have to talk about our first game of the day, because if you win this game, suddenly you are up 2-0 with only one best of series. I mean, at that point, separating you between still remaining in the bracket and actually going all the way to playoffs in the main stage. So let's talk about G2 and D+, because both of these teams had incredibly effective opening salvos yesterday. They now collide in a cosmic duel that has not been seen since, like, both of them were before the height of their powers. The last time these guys played was Mexico, and it was drastically different teams.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the pressure again, right? Because I think both of these teams were beneficiaries of that pressure factor coming in. D+ came through with everybody doubting them. They didn't expect, a lot of people didn't expect this team to do very well. We see Coded constantly on Twitter being like, I'm going home, boys, the show is over, constantly hyping this up. And yet they come out, they secure a dominant win over Los. G2, same thing. You know, they're having fun. They don't have high expectations because they did have a relatively weak kind of off season and throughout the stage 1. So for them to come through here now and to be up so early in the first game, I think they're feeling very, very good. They're feeling confident. They are screaming behind us. So I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, and you know, I'll say no surprise about
where the glasses come from.
What are you talking about?
Where the glasses come from?
What glasses?
You've upgraded a little bit here, Gabe.
What's going on?
Oh wait,
I think some influence.
It's a G2 game going on. This is why this is here. These are here. I gotta blend in a little bit. Gotta fit the criteria that's around me. Okay. But I do want to talk about DP specifically. I mean, I played against these guys. It's no surprise to me that they got that 7-2 over Los. I mean, the way that they play the map, you have an idea of what they do, but they work around the map. They'll send 2 or 1 person just kind of doing off on their own thing, but they always find those picks and they come back together, work through it, and the round in sync. It's a no-brainer to me that they got that 7-2. And then you were talking about vibes. Their vibes are good going into G2. I mean, that Scarz game, they didn't have the knowledge that Scarz had, and they still just stopped Scarz in every single moment of the rounds and just closed it out in a beautiful fashion of a 7-1. So I have no doubt in my mind that if G2 can keep up that strong wall that they had against Scarz, they can look good. But at that same time, Scarz wasn't throwing any, you know, back flanks or side flanks like D+ possibly can.
Right, and I think D+, you know, they come in with really strong plans on attack. They always know what they want to do. I think we saw this in the Korean League, and we saw it again yesterday against Los. That game against Los, they wanted to focus on drones, isolate whatever soloist or player was out on the roam, find that guy, and then push into sight without letting them get their trades back. And they executed that perfectly. I thought Coded was really good with his drones, finding out players who maybe weren't paying too close attention to where those drones might be at, maybe setting up some flank drones later for the team when you know, most of the players were dead, to go for that execute. And then it was Yas constantly on the entry, rocking that Finka, making so much space for his team. And again, never getting traded. They did really good job at pushing in, finding those picks. Yeah, sometimes the aggression got the better of them. Sometimes they got jumped out on, and that didn't go great for them.
It happens.
Yeah, all in all, though, when it came down to the basics, the fundamentals, they were really, really impressive on Consulate. And so I'm hoping they can replicate that on wherever we go today.
Coded on D+, obviously, they seems like the standout player, and we can't not talk about Slim Shady. Obviously, on G2 side, Alamau put up great numbers and had the character to boot, so it was great watching them play. But we got to get into this thing because everyone in the lobby is already ready. It's map veto time. Jesse, where do you think we went?
I don't know, Jacob. I thought there's a lot of good options for G2. A lot of places that they could have ended up on. I thought maybe a Night Haven because both these teams do tend to play it quite a bit. But it's a tough map ban to predict.
I like that. I think it's maybe one of the newer maps. I think both teams are maybe a little comfortable on that. So I am curious to see where this does end up.
All right, I'm ready. Production, are you ready? Is it time?
What is it?
Is it map veto time? 3, 2. Never mind. We're not doing the snap thing this time. We're getting cons instead.
All right, so right, one of the newer maps. I love that.
Yeah.
D+ played this yesterday, and it was a really dominant map over Los. They're going to be feeling good at it. For D+, they're undefeated since the map came out. They combined yesterday's win with 2 wins in Korea, 3-0 record overall. Not bad for G2. They've got 2 wins, but it was a 15-round win over Heroic in Europe and a 10-round win over Fury here in Atlanta. I got to imagine G2 were watching that game. They saw the playstyle that D+ want to go for. They saw how sometimes those aggressive jump-out plays did work well against D+ Kia, and maybe they're trying to exploit that, but just based on a recency bias, I got to imagine D+ are feeling very good coming into this map.
I got to say it's a 50-50 because yes, G2 does have the most recent VOD, and from personal player experience, you can't really change a whole lot in a day.
Of course.
You can maybe just move someone around, maybe change a few things, but you aren't going to change the entire strat. So that alone, G2 does have that advantage, but that going into against DP and how they play, sure, they might have the structure, they need to do what's done, but it's those couple players that they maneuver around the map is what can really throw off if you have an idea and what they do and catch you off guard. So G2 really has to be on top of that and paying attention to where those players are rotating and how they're moving around the map.
All right, it's time to see which team is actually able to keep an undefeated streak going in the Swiss bracket. It's G2 and D+ in our first game of round 2, and it's Derry Desert Shoe Holt and Tim Ace of Pyrite Lever.
You forgot the Timothy part again, Tim.
I don't think he's listening, Des.
You're just doomed to be Tim. No, screw you, Jacob. You don't need to know his full name anyway. Welcome to the desk, guys. It's going to be a fun one this first game. I think there's a lot of questions about this one. G2 look on fire so far this competition. D+, arguably causing a bit of an upset yesterday against a pretty flat lost side. Was it a one-off? Is it a flash-in-the-pan moment? Or is this actually going to be a banger where they could cause a second upset in just as many days? Unsurprisingly, Tim, everyone at home behind G2.
If you were asking me that 12 months ago, I'd have said, yeah, D+ are going to come through and just going to run through this tournament. They're going to be great. They're going to be, you know, they've given me reason to distrust them with their performances over the last 6 months or so. They've shaken my unwavering confidence in them. So now I'm not convinced. But today, I said this before we came on air, I absolutely love day 2 of Swiss because this is where we start really finding out. This is where we start separating those teams that are going to go unbeaten, that are going to head through, you know, to those final stages, and the teams that actually looked great yesterday, but maybe it was a little bit of a blip and they're not going to look as great today. And I absolutely love that. So we'll see as the day progresses who falls into which brackets. But G2 going to open things up. I think it was G2 with the Thermite ban yesterday. They're going to take the Lion ban today. Not too much of a surprise. It sort of falls into that Dokkaebi bracket. We've seen a lot of Dokkaebi bans, but we saw G2 leave Dokkaebi so that Doki could play her yesterday. So we'll see whether that comes back in again or not today. Ying is going to be our other attacker.
Yes, we've seen Ying used an awful lot, not just for site executes, but also for clearing large parts of the map. In fact, G2 are the ones who, at the very hands of another team, had to deal with Candelas being dropped inside of construction on Oregon, which blinded Uno on the Fenrir. He also banned away, just sat inside of the double doors. And after the round, we heard him saying, well, that's actually great. It's such a good counter. It's a great way to deal with a Fenrir. It being offline, I think you're going to see in a lot of games throughout this competition, alongside things like the Dokkaebi. The one thing that has slipped the ban net an awful lot, Tim, has been the Solus. And unsurprisingly, it does mean a lot of defensive teams are bringing it along, and it is restricting the amount of information that teams are then able to pick up. And it's leading to a lot of flanks, a lot of players being caught out unawares, which equally is very exciting to watch if you're a fan of the defensive team, but it can be frustrating to watch as the attacking team.
Yeah, I feel like Solus falls into that. Occasionally we get this kind of weird area where they're difficult to play against, but they're equally powerful to use. So teams sort of don't ban the operator out so that they can take advantage of it themselves. And they're not necessarily sort of frustrating and oppressive enough in that way that you think, oh, just get rid of them, just ban them. But they are still very, very useful. And I feel like Solus falls into that area. Whilst I don't question her power, her abilities, you know, fantastic. Does she feel oppressive to play against? And I don't feel like it does. It's not one of those operators where it's really frustrating to play
I would argue it's not directly
no, you
oppressive.
just sort of quietly lose your drones and stuff.
And then you get flanked later in the round, but you don't realise it at the time that that's because of what Solus did earlier in the round.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think that's maybe why she just sort of slips through those bans sometimes.
Well, for me, there's Mute, Mozzie and Solus on side here. I would be shocked if D+ even get a sniff of the site with the drone in one of these rounds.
Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side. No,
Sorry, mate, you can just say blind on the left-hand side, it's fine. The one thing I'm looking forward to is seeing exactly how G2 capitalise on the lack of drones that no doubt will come through in the later parts of these rounds. Because that, again, is their ability to punish by hitting them on the flank. We always hear, oh, Console, it's such an amazing map, oh, it's so hard. Like, it's not, but teams will be able to capitalise on that and punish D+. At least you assume they can. Not forgetting the D+ have played this map 3 times across Stage 2 in the Major so far. Clearly very comfortable coming to this map.
Defensive side then is Piano and Exhibition. Exhibition?
Exo, yeah.
Exposition.
I've heard like, it's called Exposition, but I've heard Expo.
That was what threw me. I said Exhibition, I thought that's not the right word.
I've heard museum, I've heard trophy, I've heard books, I've heard so many
Exposition was the word that I couldn't locate. So yes, that is going to be Piano. So G2 going to be trying to hold on to the top floor. Alamo pretty hands-on to holding admin. He's getting right up there, getting aggressive, having a little look. Courted may well come to sort of blows, come head-to-head pretty soon. Alamo's actually taken that opportunity to dip back. The Sharks are circling at the minute, certainly needs to be careful. But 1 minute 40 wasted. This is not bad from G2.
D+ have been really conservative with their drones. I was really keen to watch it in this round, but up until just a second ago, they only had 2 out on the field. They had 4 sat in back pocket. They've really wanted to keep them away from the Solus, only using them when absolutely necessary to push on forwards. And as you've seen from Alamo, he's very happy to step up and contest inside of admin itself. Now, Coated has no idea that he's walking in blind and towards Benja, and this is what I mean. When you can't drone anything out, they'll catch you with these kind of plays that otherwise would be dead easy to figure out with a little bit of drone work. So great strategy coming into this round by G2.
D+ could be in trouble if Benja's going to find his form and start firing like he did yesterday.
Oh boy.
Absolutely on fire. Soldier does manage to catch the back end of somebody. No, doesn't land any shots actually. I think it was Alamo that was just running away from him but didn't manage to find any. Does find a kill for himself though onto Harper. Doki finds one as well. Soldier with a little bit of an island in the middle of a storm there as Benja manages to get the trade as well. 4 versus 1, and it's going to be all up to Woogieman. D+ just not really present in this round, to be honest with you, Des. They've not taken any control. They've not really troubled G2. They've not had any vertical threat whatsoever. They've not really managed to establish them inside of themselves inside of Consulate.
Nice little trade coming in. What I do love is every kill that wasn't them getting to shoot someone who wasn't aware that that player was there was a trade. Think about Soldier Swing, for example, and I forget it was. I think it was Alamo that was dug inside a console office there, tucked in the cubby, and got swung on once a flash came through. Immediately, there was a response from Meeting Room, and they got the trade coming in. You saw it there in the very final kill of the round. G2 doing what G2 best, playing aggressive, but playing together quite crucially.
Certainly are. We'll head into round 2 with G2 taking an early lead then. And these are, as I said, coming in before round 1. These are the questions that are going to get answered. D+ yesterday, their performance was excellent. I don't want to take that away from them. But, I mean, you know, maybe not what we've come to expect every single game.
I didn't even see that, but again, they weren't aware Alamo was there. No. Like, it's a similar story here. Like, okay, that one you haven't really given a chance of. The trade that came through I was looking for onto the cubby player was the one. But again here, great bit of trade play coming out. Just ready. G2 just looks so composed.
This is what I mean. And D+, you know, had a performance that surprised us a little bit yesterday. G2, however, are looking sort of peak performance, and I feel like that's the difference. G2 are looking consistently good at the minute. D+, the questions will be answered throughout the rest of this, but that first round just makes me wonder a little bit how much they are going to be able to sort of deliver on that. They're going to be attacking console this time up onto the top floor, so much the same. G2, I would expect to see the hold that we've seen them, I won't say pioneer, but they've done it very, very well. That outside of meeting door vending machine, top of Visa stairs. G2, you know, they love to put Doki in there, and they're just very, very difficult to dislodge. So we'll see whether D+ A are prepared for it, and B, how they deal with it.
No shield to set up, though, at the top of that hallway. But I think, to be honest with you, so many teams are running that now that there has to be different strats you're bringing along. And a few teams this tournament so far have made use of his army to make certain areas more defendable. In fact, D+ used it in their game yesterday when we had Yas zipping back and forth on the defensive side, causing absolute havoc along that hallway. And I love here how for G2, we aren't seeing a repeat of the previous round, trying to abuse the Solus to mute the Mozzie. It is a total change-up in style and strategy.
Yash just making sure that things are clear before heading on into admin. Uno is on the opposite side of there, and he was waiting, I think, for exactly that noise. He was using the audio cue of the rappel coming through, and that's an absolutely beautiful pre-placed nitro. Yes, never stood a chance.
He did not. Just again, not really getting information below.
Another one.
C4. It's like going fishing for these guys. I mean, Benja, I mentioned it before, but back at SI, he was top for explosive kills with about 34. In second place with Foxay with 17. He doubled second place for the number of C4 and frag grenade kills that he got at that tournament. You are going to see Benja doing this all tournament long, and it is so hard to stop him.
We've got Woogieman working up Spiral whilst Harper is still inside of admin, just trying to take these battles, open the wall, just trying to dislodge G2 in any way possible. Sends out the flash to provide a little bit of cover, but Uno, he's well aware of Woogieman coming up to the top of Spiral here, and Woogieman, whether by luck or measurement, is going to drop himself back a little bit.
We're 2 minutes in, and they're only just getting break opened up as well. These C4s have been so disruptive, and it's forced D+ to rethink everything, double, triple check every single step they're making. They haven't even started challenging into this main hallway yet, really. Woogie working his way up. He's definitely going to work in towards that. A great nade onto Benja, who was sat behind the vending machine. So they are starting to break it open more from the north side here than from the east, but they've still got to work their way in, Tim. These two players out towards the east, Soldier and Harper, are all that's left.
Virtue does manage to pick up Woogieman eventually. I feel like a little bit of a mistake from G2 there. I mean, you know, let's not discount the fact that it was good play on the side of Woogieman, but I feel like G2 knew that he was in that position. Uno was watching it, but he was still able to pick two up. Doki, he closes the round out, but G2 just need to be careful of that. They've got Woogieman moving up Spiral. Uno's watching it. You feel like they've kind of got half an idea, but he still comes away with 2 kills in the mid-round. They can't really allow that to happen. That's going to be something they need to be careful of. That's the sort of moment that can turn around, but G2 did react well, and they got the round done 2-0.
That's where they need to adapt well in that midpoint round as well. It's all good having a plan, and the thing is, a lot of teams will plan out strats and say, right, assuming we have 5 players, this player's sitting there, they're holding that angle, this guy's watching over there, they simply can't kill us, like, this defense is great. That's all well and good until you lose a player or two, then it becomes a big issue. So with the way that they've played that out, I think, sure, Woogie's done great to capitalize. He's got the opening kill. He stepped forward with the frag grenade and secured a second. Really good play by him, and a great bounce here onto Benja towards your left. Was also ready to get swung on, which was the right idea, but G2, I thought, adapted really well by having that player behind long desk to cover that hole in their defense, and Doki then was really all that was required to hold on to the main hallway. So again, G2 just adapting their shape mid-round really, really well, even if D+, Woogie especially, did well to capitalize on the space while it was temporarily open.
Yeah, I know I'm being very, very critical by picking up on that double for Woogie. At the end of the day, he's a great player and he's going to find kills if given opportunity. But yeah, you know, it was a good defense from G2, and it's literally one of those. If there was anything I could say about it, it's, you know, be careful not to give them those opportunities. But they're going to head down to the bottom floor this time. It's going to be Garage. G2 at the minute, first 2 rounds don't really look close to losing one. They've been on top of this so far. Again, another really widespread defense here. They're sort of all over the map.
All within 2 or 3 seconds of each other.
Yeah, that's it. It's those links between each other. It's, yeah, you can play somebody bottom floor and top floor, as long as you got somebody mid floor in between to be that link who can support either. And G2 are doing a great job of that, not allowing anybody to be singled out, which is something that, you know, I think it was Doki said in his interview yesterday that they did. You know, was can we find anybody? Can we isolate anybody? Where can we get those gaps?
It off. Managed to keep the wall closed, at least for now. And is that the... No, still got one in back pocket. Gonna say, this round again, Solus, Mute, Mozzie. All about that oppression on the info game, and that's why Woogie can't even get inside the building right now. He did take the approach of taking a breaching round, though, and blowing the desk open, which forced Benja away, but there was no one there alongside Woogie to capitalize once he got opened up. At least here they're having some entry success, though, Tim. It's Coated finding Doki, and Coated had a hell of a game yesterday, hasn't got a kill for himself outside of the one he collected just now. I really hope to see him warm into this game and deliver like he did yesterday.
Alamar is going to level things up with one against Yas. Yas and Coated, of course, being the 2 big players yesterday, so taking either of them is always going to be a big positive. G2 getting caught out up on that top floor. It was Doki who was playing up there, coming out with the nitros again. I don't know whether that's going to find a kill. The explosion doesn't seem to. Alamar manages to find Coated, though, and those are the 2 big players on the side of D+ Kia over the last couple of days that you'd be hoping to take down. But Woogieman, I was going to say Woogieman is still a thing, but he's not, as he gets gets removed by Benja, who picks up a cheeky double, and all of a sudden, in a matter of 15 seconds, we go to a 4 versus 1 in favour of G2.
Half a sudden the entryway to the building here. Like, they've barely managed to set a foot inside Consulate because G2 have just been ready and really coated, getting inside of the west hallway. That feels like the furthest they got inside the building, and even then it's just in through a very short walk from the window out towards yellow. So G2 again just making this look extremely easy right now. And I remember actually seeing a tweet yesterday from Coated to Doki, basically just saying, please go easy on us, because they really expected to get slammed about in this game, and so far that is exactly what is happening. I think maybe we'll see a timeout after this round as well.
You're taking a risk taking G2 to Consulate.
Taking them anywhere, Tim.
At the minute, yes.
The thing is, Consulate's not even a top map for them. It's like a mid-tier map.
It's not, but
they're using it to play against weaker
performances.
teams.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
We've seen some great performances, and if G2 can find the space on Consulate, they will hurt you with it, and that's exactly what they're showing us. D+ just, I think, maybe leaning into that tactical timeout, just taking the opportunity to grab a few seconds of chatter before they may choose to do that tactical timeout. So it just extends it a bit. They sort of sacrifice the end of the round. They 1v4. They know they're not going to win it, so they just sacrifice the end, and it sort of just prolongs that tac timeout for them.
Talking about playing Pulse. Won't hear too much from the Korean side, I imagine. But I was actually looking at the stats here just to check actually on the maps, because I know coming into yesterday, or even into the actual tournament, in terms of like map preference, and this is a system that a few of us use where we assign weighting to a map based on when a team bans it in each of their map bans, how often they play it, if they win it, all that kind of good stuff. Consulate was 5th, 6th rated for them, and I looked at it as, okay, it's a really good map for them to play against weaker teams, you know, Fury, D+ here, to not show their best maps, and they'll save that for the big games when they come up against big teams, likely in the elimination stage, assuming that they don't find themselves down 0-2 or, you know, 1-1 with the risk of potentially being, 1-2 with the risk of being knocked out. So I think here what they're doing is, again, bringing it out against D+. It is pushing Consulate up in their rankings. Right now it sits as a top 3. Win rate rise, it's actually their 4th highest win rate map. Or round win rate, so to say. So I think it's still a good map for them. It's just one they're very happy to bring out when other teams are willing to go to it and say, look, we ain't got to show much on this map and we're very comfortable playing it. I think it's very quickly going to grow into a G2 favourite that teams are going to start fearing, though, because the way they play it is looking extremely comfortable.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And flexible.
I mean, don't forget, in the interview yesterday after D+1, they played on Consulate against Loss, and they looked very, very good. And Heimberg, the coach, said, you know, we feel that Consulate is one of our really good maps. That's why we were happy to go there. So this is a map that D+ feel confident on, feel comfortable, feel like it's one of their good ones, and G2 are just at the minute dismantling them, and that's, as you say, going to start creating a little bit of fear, I think, for teams who maybe think, yeah, Consulate could be a choice for us. All of a sudden, if you're up against G2, maybe it's not.
Yeah. Boogeyman always hovers Fuse and plays it into the start of a round and then tends to attack a repick away. Thought then for a second when we got into the last 7 seconds, I was like, is he actually going to stick it? Because they're attacking onto the ground floor site, not the end of the world, but has changed away last minute onto the Nomad. Would love to just see something a bit crazy brought out like that, because clearly playing standard Siege here, G2 are just rolling over them, up 3-0, barely a kill to their name on the other side at this point. I mean, look, 5 kills across 3 rounds. It's not started out well for D+ at all.
No, it hasn't. You know, they're struggling to get into this. They're struggling in a lot of cases, Des, just to get inside of the map. You know, they're getting sort of into the first room, and they're not able to build beyond that. They certainly haven't gone as far as taking any real control of anything. In terms of this round, they're not inside of admin yet. Alamau's going to be right up in the faces if they try to go in there. Again, he's going to be feeding that information back into his team. You've got Courted on the window, repelled and ready, but
they're down 5 drones already inside 60 seconds.
Down 5 drones, 60 seconds, nobody inside of the map yet.
Oh,
and it's difficult, but Wookie,
that's a bit of a goal shot. Jesus. They've basically found Uno cross map there. That's the ball's taken offline. Great utility agent to remove as the attackers as well. Removes the C4 offside. Good start for D+.
They need now to get themselves inside the map, start finding some of that control. Courted has been able to push in. He's supported by Soldier out in copy as well. So D+ are starting that push across the top floor. It's going to be up to Doki on the other side to be trying to hold on. Benja supporting as well. Yas is moving up. So D+ are now getting the numbers upstairs. They're starting to, you know, pressure G2 a little bit, make them think about their location. How long do they hold on for? How much time do they try to burn?
They found Benja, who they know is trying to play for a C4 from below. Not sure where he slipped away to, though. They'll be chasing him down here, trying to find. There we go, found once again. He's got to be careful because he will get pushed here. There's someone pushing in, I think, above him as well. In fact, he's got support as well. That's the ideal part here. G2 looking to back him up. They know how deadly he is with those C4s. Why not give him some cover at the same time?
Yeah, D+ now pretty much got that top floor, so they're going to start working to soften things up on site. But Virtue, he knows somebody's going to come in through yellow door. And this is the thing, there's two players stood watching the same angle, except one of them can wait forever and the other cannot. D+ having to push in here. It's going to be Woogie. Virtue hears him, goes down and gets himself an easy kill. That's going to level things up as Doki finds Jas as well. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds. The clock is going to become the 6th man if D+ aren't careful, Des.
They're a lot on the west side of the building, I want to say, here as well. Yeah, all scattered out that way. You've got the Dokebi moving in on the ground floor, but outside of that, sorry, up on the 2nd floor, but outside of that, yeah, the focus is entirely out towards yellow, so Virtue's going to be the main man here. He's already found Coated lower down, looking for a second. Doki gets another, and Virtue completes the 3K.
Again, D+ just never really getting into a position. They sort of did, I want to be positive about them. I'd, said they'd not really got much map control previously. They went a step further. They got step 1 done.
You're making too easy!
I think Alamo might think it's easy.
Well, the whole team were contributing earlier on when they were, while all chat was off screen, they were saying easier than Scarz. 3 of them all contributed towards that little line. So.
Yeah, so D+, they went a step further this time. They got top floor control. Great. What did they do with it? Not very much. No. G2 weren't playing heavily inside of sight. They were keeping themselves out of those lines of sight. Even with 25 seconds left to go, when you saw Harper die on yellow stairs at the end there, he had diffuser in hand. He was just scrambling to try and get down into sight. But they didn't have any control. They didn't have any option to try and put the diffuser down on the ground. Like, that wasn't going to happen. This is Harper then rushing downstairs, gets caught out with that shotgun from Virtue.
3 of them
not
in yellow,
in a position. Yeah, 3 of them on yellow. There's just not in a position or even anywhere close to being able to execute and put that diffuser down. So, D+, you've done the first step that I asked. You've gone in, you've got yourself that map control, at least of top floor. Next up, we need to see you get control of sight. Create a space to be able to put that diffuser down. Alternatively, you need to go out and clear the roamers, clear the roam game. Anybody from G2 playing even on a semi-roam, anywhere outside of sight, you need to go in, win those gunfights, create space and force G2 to play completely turtled up inside of sight, in a 2vx or 3vx. Again, something D+ haven't been able to do yet. I say it like, just go and do it. G2 are making it very, very difficult for them.
I keep on counting the kills as well. 7 kills in 4 rounds. They're keeping below that 2 kill per round average at the minute, which again just shows that dominance that we've already seen coming out of G2. For me, it's the things like when Virtue sat on yellow, again, unable to be drone because they're being choked out by the mute, by the Solus, things like that. And he's able to just maneuver himself as he wants around yellow stairs, pick up a freebie by shooting the Nomad in the back, and then spinning around and taking down 2 more. Those are the kind of situations that will end rounds quite single-handedly. I love this, by the way. Back on the 2nd floor, I spoke about them not playing the shield in the last round. This time around, they aren't just playing a shield, Tim. They're playing 2 of them. They've got the deployable down from the Clash and the Clash herself obviously running around, which means this is a new problem for D+ to have to figure out. So G2 still showing them respect and bringing along different setups to keep them having to figure out new problems.
This is horrendous from Uno.
It is gross, isn't it?
It is absolutely horrendous. He's got the ADS above the drone hole to stop it all getting naded out. He's got the drone blocker. It's horrible. Doki's going to keep putting that keeper barricade. Bag needs to be careful. Yas still has a little angle through there. Can't find his man, though. So, yeah, G2 at the minute completely in control of the top of Visa stairs. D+, they've only got Yas over there, to be fair. So maybe they don't play into it. Maybe they're going to look for, a push directly into sight on the opposite side, which might not be a bad idea.
I think they're trying to go through Cubby a little bit. You've got 1 angling on that way. You've got 2 out towards the west side as well. They really are trying to change things up here. Harper's the one that I'm trying to look out for. This is the problem. They're still trying to figure things out. Harper really I've been looking at because he's the one with the hard breach in back pocket. He's the one to open a critical wall for them. But at the minute, hasn't used a single exothermic. They've got 45 seconds still to play with. They're getting swung on for free. It's absolutely crumbling once again.
It is 4 versus 3 as Benja steps out of that breach, manages to get one. Alamo finds another. Virtue's challenging onto the window here. He's actually going to give himself away as Woogieman was ready for that one. Plant is going down. Soldier might be able to stick this. He's just going to be given a bit of extra juice from the thinker, and he's, there you go, going to give it another go now. I think there's nobody in a position to challenge. All of G2 are over on this far side, and they're going to have to move back in a retake. This is actually very difficult for G2. You've got Soldier out of the window as well. Woogieman was already on Repel. It's going to be very, very difficult to get onto this diffuser.
And two different angles. Really, they need to make a play down yellow stairs here and make a run out happen. But the Claymores, as we've already seen, has claimed one victim this round. Benja needs to respect that there may well be another one ready and waiting.
I wonder if Uno could block the window off with the shield.
On
I don't know
outside
if he's going to give it a go. He's right up there. Benja does get taken down, and with Uno being the last alive now, it's not going to be an option. I don't think the clash is tall enough is the problem. They've had the upside down repel, so D+ did that very well, took their opportunity. As we said, they've struggled with the top of FaZe stairs. You know, I said coming into that round, D+, please create a bit of space, give yourself an opportunity to put the diffuser down, and that's exactly what they did. They spotted the gap, which from G2, I feel like G2 were maybe a little bit too confident with the fact that, yep, we've got top of FaZe stairs locked down, and D+ were like, that's fine. Lock it down, because we're going nowhere near there. You know, they sent Yas in there as a token force, just have a few pot shots, make them think that that's where the push is coming from, that there's a bit of attention from the admin side, and they get in and get a very simple plant down inside of that window, and I like it from D+, not overcomplicating matters. And like I say, G2, once you've got two players outside of that window, it's almost impossible. Like I say, I think Uno on the clash is just not tall enough. The shield isn't tall enough to be able to protect somebody on disabling that diffuser.
The thing is as well, like, D+ come from a region where this kind of aggressive play style isn't exactly uncommon. Jumping out windows, two players throwing themselves out of windows. Not really much more you can do when you've got an execute coming on that side of the map. But I think it was good to come prepared with those claymores, with someone watching the windows while the plant was down as well, rather than both staring at the diffuser. Just did all the right things in that round. They get at least 1 point on the board, which I'm sure is going to rile Alam out right up. Let's see how the half ends, if it can be a 5-1, or if D+ can steal. And I say steal because it will feel like one if they can steal a 2-4 half.
Yeah, I agree. I think if G2 go in at 2-4, they'll probably kick themselves a little bit, because the opportunity has definitely been there for the 5-1 or even the 6-0 at times. But maybe that round will wake D+ up. We've got Woogieman just working his way across the mid-floor at the minute before heading up towards top. We've got G2 in the same position. They're on the top floor site again, deciding obviously that they're not going to let a window plant go by that easily this time around. Uno all the way down in the basement. This is an old consulate trick that we used to see. Pulse all the way down there, just feeding that information in for anybody trying to push from the east side.
Alrighty. Straight away trying to challenge the stairs. Great angle being held by Woogie, but doesn't find the head of Benja. At the very least, it gives that pressure to G2, knowing that there is someone potentially playing at the bottom of these stairs, and it will pincer them in slightly. The beauty here being, with Uno downstairs in the basement, he can tell them he's either still there or he's not, so it's no longer phantom pressure. It's no pressure at all now that it's pulled away.
Uno just picking one heartbeat up on his scanner there. Likely Woogieman will feed that information back into his team. Not sure he's going to get drawn out here. Woogie's just trying to find out what's going on. Doki will be picked up, but straight back up those FaZe stairs. Woogie, however, does find Benja. That is a great opener for D+. Halfway into the round, 1 minute 30 left as Virtue levels things up with one onto Yas, 4 versus 4. And just looking at the minute, D+ are getting themselves inside of admin as well. So as much as they've had a good start here, there's a little bit of a concern for me that they're just going to find themselves again pushing headlong into that G2 defense at the top of these stairs and struggling to clear it.
Still unifying Doki sat in here, just burning down the clock with those keeper barriers, as he has done every single time they've played this top floor. I tell you what, I didn't expect to see a ghost coming up the bottom of those stairs as well. 3 players from D+ slowly starting to work their way through. Uno coming in behind for the backstab. Is going to get rid of Woogie. That stairs cleared yet again. And Uno has just been stalking him the entire round, Tim.
Yeah, it's been difficult for D+ because they know they can't get away with the plant that they did last time. Harper manages to not only to open the wall, but find the kill onto Doki as well. Uno, however, finds Quartered elsewhere, and Harper on about 5 HP is left with 30 seconds to find 3 kills. Can't find one as Uno shuts him down. Good game so far from Uno, and that's going to be G2 taking a 5-1 half and looking so comfortable on Consulate.
And I just love again the variety of strats they've brought out there. The very heavy intel denial game, the very heavy shield reinforcement coming up on the main corridor on that top floor. And really it was only one round where D+ still sent Yas out towards admin side to run distraction really and drag them over. In fact, Tim, we could pull in Titan for a quick chat about this one. Titan, my friend, how's it going?
Hello. Thank you again for having me.
No problem at all, mate. Well, give us a talk through that half. I really really want to ask you first and foremost, though, about the very heavy mute Mozzie Solis setup you guys have got. Just complete and utter intel shutout. Was that part of the game plan, or just so happened to be that case where D+ were then getting shot in the back half the round?
No, it's definitely part of a basic game plan that we have. We know that they need lots of information for what they want to do, so it's just a simple sort of basic game that we want to play to just prevent that entirely. So that's general gist of the idea of it.
Thinking about the map Titan coming in, obviously we heard D+ yesterday say how Consulate, you know, quite openly Consulate's one of our better maps. We like playing there. Is that something that you've lent into, confident that you could beat it, or were you more focused on your own game coming to Consulate?
I mean, we know how strong we are on Consulate. They might have an imagination in their heads that they think they're good at it. I think we're proving the point that they're really not, to be honest. So simple as that. Very.
Ooh, I think I'll talk to you about some quotes you gave me the other night after this game, Titan. I can't wait to talk to you about it, mate.
Sure thing. No problem.
No worries, mate. Catch you later and good luck for the second half.
Thank you.
I love that. I love how even Titan's got a bit of smack talk in him. Let's go, Titan!
5-1-1/2. Can you say it's wrong?
I tell you what, I think Alamal's rubbing off on him a little bit.
I think maybe he is, but one way or another, D+ are struggling here on Consulate. They said yesterday they felt it was one of their better maps, but G2 have certainly had the run of things so far. Let's see though if that carries on in the second half. G2 now find themselves on the attack. They're going to be attacking onto Garage. They've got that wall opened up at least to begin with inside of 30 seconds, so quick progress from G2 here. Definitely got a good idea of what they want to do, where the focus is. Pretty much all of them stacked up towards the west side at the minute, towards bottom yellow, towards Garage, looking for that sort of old school Consulate push onto this side.
It really screams the difference in the two teams, right? We're a minute in, and G2 have still got 9 drones alive, even with the Solis and the Mute on the other side. It's that composure that I spoke about yesterday for G2. It just feels well drilled, and they're not making any silly mistakes like burning drones for no reason. The problem here being that Doki might get swung on at any second, as there is one off towards his right that I don't think he's fully aware of. Managed to get away with it. Who cares?
He has now.
Oh, here comes Coated. I mean, again, trade play from G2. Beautiful once more.
I'm going to bring up yesterday's point, though. I'm sorry to do it, Doki. But Doki was bringing that Dokkaebi yesterday, and again, not making much use of that universal gadget. Not making much use of those phone calls because he was losing his life before he got to that point, before they were really utilised. And again, inside of 1 minute 20, that Dokkaebi's off the board. If it's going to be available, we've seen a high ban rate for that operator. Where it's available and you can utilise it, you want to make sure you're getting every drop out of the abilities, out of the utility, everything else. So again, Doki, we need to see on the attack that operator getting into those later stages as well.
Absolutely. Well, really the other thing I'm looking at is the fact there's a Thermite and 2 sets of Heartbreach gadgets, both in the back pockets of Alamal and Uno. They really wanted to guarantee that they had some Heartbreach coming into this round, even though it's devolved into a little bit, I don't want to say team deathmatch, but it has been this bit of a frag-heavy game, chasing each other around. I know we've only had the 1-for-1 so far, but you can just see with how everything's angling up here that this more likely than not come down to a lot of kills.
Uno's just going to be holding that angle on the breach, hoping for anybody to move themselves past pillars into yellow stairs. Virtue moves up there, so that should free Uno up to take an alternative angle, which indeed he does. He's just going to look a little bit deeper instead, looking to support Virtue's push in towards side. Gets taken down. Alamo found one along the way. 3 versus 3, but G2 will lose this by attrition if this carries on. Harper manages to pick up Benja. Soldier onto Virtue. 3 versus 1. Alamo, unlikely to be able to do anything, and a better round for D+ as they get themselves onto the defense, and boy oh boy did they need that one. 2-5.
They absolutely did, Tim. You're spot on, and I think there's a moment of siege time in there for G2 on 2 instances, but I'll give it to Harper entirely. As soon as he hears the flash coming out, that to him isn't a God took away hide. That is the, okay, now I need to swing. Because off the back of that flash, he knew that an execute would happen or more utility would follow. A player would make a move, whatever it might be. And he just goes straight for the breach player, finds Uno, ready to drop a smoke. His gun's not even at the ready. It's the freest kill of his life, and it leaves the diffuser down outside the garage door. So great response by D+ here in the moment, especially Harper there. But a good hold, and G2 might not quite be the walk in the park they were hoping.
Maybe not. We will see as it progresses. I think the basement can be a tough one to attack onto, but to be honest, this isn't going to be any easier up on the top floor, depending on how D+ deal with that right-hand side, that eastern side of the map. But we will see as they go whether G2 can create space where D+ were unable to. But the last round is anything to go by. It doesn't suggest that it will be as easy as they thought. G2, I felt lacking a little bit of verticality verticality, Des. They didn't get in there. Garage is one where you can really get in above, get control of piano, exposition, that sort of area, rip up the floor, much like you used to on console, and create those vertical angles, make it difficult. You know, you had 2D plus Kia players that were just stood in the same position for the entire round pretty much and picked up those final kills. Get the roof open above them, guess what? They're not standing there anymore. So, you know, maybe a little bit more sort of verticality would have been useful.
What in the heavenly hell is this comp? Amaru, Sens, Grim? Like, you're lucky to see one of those normally, but 3 on the same lineup? Admittedly here, not needing too much in the way of hard breach. Like, you can just get yourself opened up on side of break, for example. With one of those, slowly chew your way through. You haven't really got get any big reinforcements open up. So I think this is not really a bad idea. And clearly G2 is looking to make full use of the flexibility they've got that. Or this is going to be a super well executed, execute with the Sense and the Grim locking out the defenders entirely. And Alamau then being the one to spring somewhere and get a plant down. And I wouldn't be shocked if we look towards a hatch that you might find him coming up through there.
Is just going to be holding that tight angle inside a meeting for the time being onto this. Uno just sending plenty of track stingers directly on into sight, suggesting that they were going to look to get themselves established in there. He's ready to go. I love this use of Amaru later in the round sometimes. You know, people think about that initial speed, that rush, that push at the beginning of the round. But no, I think, you know, get those defenders busy, get their heads turning, get them looking somewhere else, and then spring the track, get into an unexpected position. And that's exactly what Alamau is hoping to do.
They wanted the Bees to go deeper onto the Azami, I think, who's not been hit by them, and that was going to be the trigger for Alamau to go, but here he goes anyway. He's going to give it a good whirl. He's straight inside as well. Woogie off onto one. Alamau's going to find one posted off towards the other side as the Sense rolls on through. It is full blind for both teams here, but it's a 3v2 for G2.
There's a good possibility this works out for G2 as another kill comes in. Benja onto Woogie Man. The diffuser is not going down. It's not even in hand, so they're going to have to find kills here. They're looking for the last man, Harper. He's just wriggling, trying to stay alive at the minute. Manages to find one after they found him, but there's still 2 hunters on his tail at the minute, and he is low health, just hovering inside a bathroom, hoping to catch one and make this a 1v1. But G2 very smartly have taken the foot off the gas. They've gone and found that diffuser, and Alamau is getting the plant down. I love that from G2.
Very nice.
Doesn't need it in the end, but that was definitely the right decision.
It was, and this is one thing that the Desko spoke about a bit for G2, and from speaking to some of the people around G2, objective focus has kind of become a large part of their game now, is looking towards, okay, how can we get the plant down? How can we make this work as a round without having to go and hunt down all 5 players? Obviously, if the situation presents itself and you can kill all 5, you're 100% going to do that. But that there, I think, for me, like you say, was real respect being shown. Don't go hunting for the kills, even though it's 1 HP. Let's take our time with this a little bit, and that's exactly how they've got themselves up to 6-2 match point in this first game of day 2 of phase 2.
Yeah, I think it was just recognizing that situation, and it's a situation we've probably all been in. You know, you get towards the end of a really explosive round, which is what that was. You're 3 versus 1, and all of a sudden everybody's just kind of, you know, running around aimlessly looking for that final kill, whilst the one defender can hold one line of sight, pick up 1, pick up 2, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1 and you've got a difficult situation. So I like that G2 were just able to hit the brake there, say, let's slow down, we're running around here, we're going to end up running into Harper, we don't need to, let's just get that diffuser down. So really, really good from them. That sends us into round 9, then it's going to be match point for G2 here. They could send themselves on to 2-0 in Swiss if they win this round.
I thought I like when I think about our predictions, very few of us actually put G2 down to go 3-0 in this phase.
You just can't trust them lately, it feels.
You can't sometimes, it's always the battle.
As much as you'd love to, it's like you're just through stage 2. You know, once bitten, twice shy.
That is very true, very true.
I'm going to get a t-shirt that says I was bitten by G2.
And now I'm shy.
And now
twice.
I'm shy.
I love how the Maestro's been brought along here as well. Rarely see that operator being brought along anymore, but clearly for D+, the intel game that brings along in place of something like a bulletproof cam, of which there are none in their back pockets for that reason, does really help things out. And particularly when a lot of operators these days are quite slow, like you're seeing mutes off on the roam, for example. It's a little bit mental, but with the slower roamers being out and around the map, you can kind of see things like the Maestro actually being a bit more acceptable to bring along into team comps, even if most teams aren't doing it at the moment.
attacking this time onto Piano. Then we'll see whether G2 apply a similar level of focus onto the top floor to begin with. We did see D plus Kia take control of that when attacking this site, but they were unable to really use that vertical superiority to their advantage. So G2 maybe not doing the same. Doki's just going to look to walk on into site. He knows this one there. He thought there was an opportunity for a quick cheap kill, but he has to turn back to take down that default Karma. He finds himself at major disadvantage. Harper is going to cut him down with the Alder.
And Benja's gone down to a Capcan trap. Wonderful. I think even with Oak coated at the long angle after opening up that wall and Doki knowing there was a player there, it's still the Maestro that walks away with that initial kill. Uno's got the right idea here, steps in, easy shot onto the head, and there's no one really around to stop Uno here, being inside of sight and getting a plant down. If he drops the smokes, at least he's safe on that cover. Otherwise, Yas could be a little bit of a party stealer.
Yeah, I think maybe just moving around a little bit too much inside of sight at the minute. Uno is going to walk himself into trouble if he's not careful. Takes the shots, sees the man up above. Alamau manages to level things up. Uno thinking about a plant, but can't do it while Yas is above.
He's also being watched by one of these cameras as well, so it's a bit difficult at the moment. Even with smoke down, they're going to be able to see what's going on, even if it is tucked in behind that table. And by the looks of it, D+ might have done this unless Uno can clutch up big here. He's got to find both Yas and Soldier.
Yeah, it was a 1 versus 3 to begin with. He's got the first, but 2 more to find. And with that verticality above him, it's not going to be easy. And this is where G2 might actually rue not going in and taking that top floor. They've decided to go straight to site, but this is the gamble. This is the risk that you take in doing so. And right now, all that Uno can do is sort of just reposition himself, see if he can get away from that long angle, but he cannot. Yas is going to find his shots, take Uno down, and that's going to be D+ keeping themselves alive for another round.
Absolutely, and Titan smack talk at the half is slowly weakening here as D+ pick up the odd round here and there. 2-1 so far in this half, not been a bad outcome for them at all. It is the defensive side of Consulate given, but they're playing it very well. And I'm with you, I think actually that round is a great example of why vertical play is such a powerful thing in Siege. You don't have that vertical control. They were just constantly scared of the gap that had been opened up and where Yas was sat watching from. They knew it was never safe to get the diffuser down.
So what I'd say there is, vertical control is not essential, but what you can't do is give it up to the other team. So, you know, for example, if D+ weren't playing above, if D+ Kia would just play inside, maybe one, you know, roaming down in the basement or something, what G2 did would have been absolutely fine. But G2 have failed to recognise they've got 1, 2 players upstairs, and they've got holes already created, ready to go. It was part of the D+ Kia plan to be able to hold on to site from up there. And in that case, it becomes, you know, a nice to have, becomes an absolute essential. You have to go in and take that top floor, because otherwise you're just going to get cut down like that. There's no space inside of that site when the top floor is still in the hands of the defenders.
This time round, they are clearly very, very focused on trying to get themselves control of the upstairs. They've got the Ram on side coming along for Uno. Assuming he doesn't go down early, this could be very easy for them. They've also got the Sledge and the Buck on side. Tons here to make this happen. The only thing I'm at least a touch nervous about is the real lack of hard breach. The only thing they've got is 2 in the back pocket of the Buck. If Buck goes down early, if they can't get the wall opened up, for example, what then? They have to go around a different angle to make this work, and Benja has gone straight into a Frostmat. Unfortunate.
Honestly, I cannot tell you how happy I am, Des, that you can get yourself out of Frostmats now.
Tim, for those who don't know, is a Frostmat magnet. You just
the amount of times I will now be able to hide the fact that I've gone into a Frostmat by just not saying anything.
Well, you won't, because now you have a blood trail that follows you around the entire map.
I know that, but I mean from my teammates that hopefully don't see it.
I see.
There's a good chance I just get myself back up, keep my mouth shut, and get on with the round.
I see. Oh, Tim, why are you on 20 HP? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it.
I think I should put you down to 15, but numbers, who cares? Onwards we march for D+ in this round. I think when you're seeing G2 working their way across the entirety of the top floor and down onto the ground floor, just show they want to make sure that this is a very, very secure part of the map for them to get to work on the verticals. So it will still probably be another 20 seconds or so. I say that. Actually, they've already got to work inside of Expo, just those ram gadgets. She's ramming a hole through the floor the whole way through to open everything up. It's going to feel like the sky is falling for members of D+, in fact. and it will force him to get out of garage and have to play a bit deeper. But let's not forget, Tim, that's where they played last time, and already G2 have gone fishing and found one on the vertical.
Vertical superiority paying dividends. Woogieman was actually a little bit closer to an engagement than maybe he realised there. I think he's still considering getting himself up those stairs and getting a little bit aggressive, but for the time being he's just sort of holding the line and waiting. But the drone is going to go down, and we'll surely, there you go, pick them up. They're playing at the bottom of the stairs, so Soldier has to drop away. But look at this, you know, they're like ants over a picnic at the minute. G2 just absolutely swarming over that top floor, looking through every vertical, trying to pick up another kill. And I think if they get another one, that'll be the signal then to get themselves down into sight.
Really want the shield out the way here. Should get taken away this time, and it gets a player. Harper not quite respecting the fact that when nades coming in from above and pays the price. He knew that one went off just a few seconds prior, but with those kills, it means they could try and look in for a plan. Doki taken down does open up a little bit of a hole. Woogie finding two. Woogie making it a second. This is dangerous, real dangerous for G2.
Yeah, Woogie's gone huge for his team there, desperately needed. Has a little game ring around the rosy to play here. Cannot find his man, but eventually does. Kick down Virtue. It's all up to Benja. 1v3 after being in a frost mat. Surely not, Des. He's got diffuser in hand. He's just trying to bait out the attack. He wants the gunfight, but I don't think that Soldier's going to give it to him.
And he knows that he's going to be planting at this point as well, so Soldier can just play a little bit more. Benja had the right idea, to be fair to him. Soldier was round in the corner in that last second or so and almost managed to nail it. Just Soldier clearly had the read that he was coming and managed to get that shut down. Benja almost dragging that round over the line for G2 though. Tim, it starts to look a little bit dicey now. It's 6-4. Suddenly, that lead from that first half has evaporated. Forgot my own lesson here, Tim, is that there are two halves to a game of Siege.
Certainly are. I mean, what better advert could we have had for the frost change there than if Benja had won that?
Well, that was actually a bingo thing for Fresh.
Oh, yeah, it was.
His reworked frost mat wins the round, yeah.
And I tell you what, it was Fresh has been holding his breath on that one because it was very, very close. Benja just one gunfight away from winning that 1v3 after picking himself up after going into that frost mat on entry. So here we go then, D plus Kia, they get themselves another round on the board, 4-6. The fight back is on. They're going to have to win two more back-to-back, though, if they want to keep themselves in this.
Oh, Woogie. What a rat.
Beautiful, beautiful. We love a good rat play.
We do. And what I love is the chaos that they had dancing around Pillar, not just for this one, but he wins his fight and he's like, oh, I can breathe. And then suddenly someone drops next to him and he's like, oh my God, there's another one. What do I do? Managed to win out the gunfight regardless. Still, very exciting. D+ could well be dragging us through to a much closer game than we anticipated.
We're going to be getting ourselves into every time what could be our last round. It's 6-4. G2 only need one, of course. It's going to be round 11. But D plus Kia, to be fair, at the half, you would not have thought that they would be pushing for every round of regulation. But once they've got themselves onto the defense, they've had a couple of close rounds, but they've got it done. And they keep themselves fighting here. It's going to be up to the top floor this time around. Console that they try to hold on to.
I'm semi-sure in the last round I called them down 1+. Which actually maybe is how they're looking like now. They're looking like an upgraded version of what we've seen before. A great performance yesterday, at least here in the second half, are putting on a hell of a show. But no doubt their attacking prowess is going to have to improve if they're going to make a deep run here at the Major. Benja starting off here looking in towards window with a nade flying in from above, but nothing to be found, at least deep inside the site for now. A couple of players stacked up. Doki also with a nade on side. One thing G2 have done well in this half, I'll give it to them, is really good use of the nades.
Uno's going to pick up Yas. That's a great start for G2, of course, looking for that one round that's going to get them this. Virtue's getting absolutely hassled from every which way. Soldier picks one, caught at the other, and Benja levels things out with a trade at 3 versus 3 now. G2 getting aggressive again. We've seen this from them already, but on low health, he can't win the gunfight. Soldier cuts him down with a headshot. Benja gone. 3 versus 2, D plus Kia. They could be taking us all the way to 12 here, Des.
The reaction time of some of these pros just terrifies me. Like, Benja's rounded that corner first, and Soldier has still hit left mouse button, found his head first. Really good stuff, and they're holding up firm here, Tim. I'm absolutely with you. I'm not going to say that it's out of reason that Alamau and Uno can't clutch this in a 2 versus 3. They've still got half a round to play with, for example, but you can see they're a little bit short on options, and Woogie just shows a little bit too much of himself, quite literally, to Alamau, who brings it to a 2v2.
Yeah, it's difficult. You look at that and think, is there any reason for him to be taking a look around that door realistically? But they need the information at the same time. Soldier is low health. Uno just trying to bait them out a little bit at the minute, and it works. works. He picks up 1, he picks up 2, he picks up Consulate as G2 send themselves onto 2-0 in the Swiss here in Atlanta.
Like I say, you just can't count any of these G2 players out when they're in a man-down situation. This will have the chance to bring it back a little bit nervy in that second half, admittedly, but they'll take a 7-4, Tim. Pretty comfortable win, and G2's run through this major, plain sailing, I'd argue. Yes, it looks like it so far.
Yeah, G2 looking pretty good today. D plus Kia, props to them. They made a good go of it in the second half. You know, they really did. After G2 were well on top in the first half, they showed good resilience to fight back into it, but ultimately G2 just had the legs. They just had that little bit more.
You would beg that question if maybe a round back in that first half had gone the way of Dan when we were talking about it in the D plus Kia. If you've seen them go around in, say, round 6 where we were talking about this a little bit, a 4-2, suddenly you start thinking overtime actually becomes probably a guarantee at that stage, given what we've just seen from that second half. But hindsight, 2020, all that good stuff. G2 will play someone tomorrow. If they win that game, Tim, in a best of 1, they make it to the main stage.
Yeah, it's as simple as that now for G2. One more win will get the job done. But if I know Siege, things are rarely ever quite that simple. And let's not forget, given that we're in a Swiss, they will be playing another team that are 2-0. So G2 will have their hardest challenge yet, you would expect, to come tomorrow.
Yeah, for D plus 1-on-1, you still get another chance to lose. You can go 1-2. It then becomes about not getting knocked out in the losers best of 3 if they go down to that lower end of the bracket. So that's a reminder, only 8 teams make it out of this 16-team bracket. It can be pretty terrifying prospects if you start losing a couple of games. But Tim, I hear that Uno is ready for an interview over on the desk, so let's throw over to Jacob and the gang now.
Yeah, somehow we managed to grab Uno for the interview after G2 knock off D+ on Consulate. Laxing, you wanted to talk to this man, and for very good reason, because that was a phenomenal performance.
Well, he's an OG like me. It's been a long time. Welcome. I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad you're finding success. Big question to you. Obviously, congratulations on the win, nonetheless.
Thank you.
What's the big difference between this G2 roster versus the last G2 roster you were on?
Well, obviously, last G2 roster I was on was more of the OG guys. Yep. I think we played more of the old game style. Now we have this new leader, Carl. He brings this new game style that I honestly didn't even know about before I joined. So I think it's more about bringing a new type of way of playing.
And play.
Yeah.
Nope, for sure. Anything for you? Because I got a lot of questions.
No,
so.
for fair. Rumor I hear behind the scenes is that you guys are a very vibe-oriented squad. It's like the strats are already there. The compositions that you have are already there. You came in and added some defaults to the team back when you joined from Heroic. So how pivotal is it for when the vibes or the attitudes on this team? Is that very contingent on G2's success?
Yeah, I think it is. But also we have played great when the vibes haven't been that great. But I think the vibes are one of the biggest reasons why we're playing good right now.
Sure. For sure. Another question for you is, what do you feel you bring personally to this team?
I think, obviously, I can't speak on their behalf. I wasn't in the team when they had previous players, but I think I bring more the end round calling and helping call, focusing on plans. That's basically what I do the best. I can call the plans, what we do, where I need people and stuff. So I think that's just been a good addition.
Perfect. You saw it was Consulate because D+ had already played this bad boy yesterday. What was going through your head when you saw that was the map you were going to?
I think we knew that they put up a strong showing, 7-1 or something.
Yeah. Yep.
So they probably thought that we would be scared or something, but no, our Consulate is way better. So.
Fair play.
Well, you guys look like you were closing out a lot sooner. What happened in those last 2 rounds?
Small mistakes positioning mistakes on those attacks, I would say, more like that.
Because me and Jacob were hearing you, we heard the executes going, and then just immediately you heard someone go, ah, or ooh, and then it just kind of then just went into the next round. Then we heard DP getting hype. But you guys, what I've noticed, every single round, even if you guys lose, everyone is still cheering, everyone is still happy. Like you were just talking, the vibes. So that obviously plays into what you were talking about, just overall the vibes of the team. No one's down on those lost rounds, and that's such an important mental to have for this roster.
Yeah, I agree. Nice classes.
Oh, I had to dress for the occasion for you guys. You guys brought it out in me.
All right, you obviously had first game of the day, which is a bit of a curse and a blessing because now you have to wait a little bit to figure out who your 3-0 opponent is going to end up being. Anything you guys know what you're going to do just in the meantime while you wait for who your opponent is? Is it all relaxed time? Is it right back to scrims?
We're going to relax and probably watch some games and enjoy.
All right, sounds good. Anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go, dude?
Thanks.
What about your skin? What about anything?
Oh
like
yeah,
that?
buy skins.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sweet, there you go. Awesome, Uno. Thanks a lot again. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys.
They are now moving into the undefeated section of this Swiss bracket because, I mean, at this point, all they have to do is wait to figure out who their opponent is going to end up being in round number 3. And this entire game, Lax, for the most part, was won based on how that defensive round went for G2 in the first place. Yeah. And once you switch sides, it was, I don't want to say it was a foregone conclusion, but it was really, really close in the first half.
It was exactly what I thought. More what I was saying in the beginning is if they can put up that wall that they were putting up against Scarz, but they did it on a defense side at first, and it was just right there. They couldn't find anything. They couldn't find a way to get into the site, into the round. They just couldn't get a foothold in where they needed to. G2 was just shutting that down, and then they swapped sides. And that's where I think what I was saying is with, how DP can, maneuver around the map, get around is what secured them some of those rounds, but still ultimately G2 was the best.
Well, G2 was not able to let them, D+ did no maneuvering in that matchup. And to dive into the specificities and how that went, we're going to Jesse with the breakdown.
Thank you, Jacob. Yes, I had a specific moment I wanted to bring you back to from this matchup, specifically on round number 2, where G2 did something a little bit interesting. They're defending the top floor, and we see D+ Kia trying to push in from admin side. Now, what they've done is they've gone ahead and they've fully reinforced the admin triple wall. This can sometimes be a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because that means you can't really help out any roamers who are trying to play inside of admin. You don't have extra angles to maybe fight players who are pushing on in. But the thing about this admin triple wall is it actually has this opening at the very, very top of the wall, which is perfect for explosives to fly through. And G2 know this. The only real way to deal with this wall, other than getting in or trying to take that space away from them, is with ranged hard breach coming in from the window. But as you can see, there's no ranged hard breach to be seen at all coming through from D+ Kia. So they're not in a particularly good spot to deal with this setup. Now, I mentioned the explosives. Let's go ahead and see exactly how this plays out. Currently, it's Uno playing inside of the room, and look at Yas out on the window on the Twitch in a perfect position. And keep in mind as well, sound on LAN is very, very good. So Uno can hear when this rappel in comes on through. He's listening for the prompts. There it is. Nitrocell out. Boom. Perfect. Now, at that exact moment, they know they're not done. We see a little switch up going on. We see Uno go on out. We see the Warden come on in. That's, of course, being played by Benjamaster. And so with these two players, what you've done is you've reintroduced a C4 back into that same room. Look at the bottom part of your screen now. We've got the Flores also ready to jump on in. He flashes the room, but it's a Flores. That's not going to do anything. Jumps on in, exact same result. A perfect Nitrocell utilized with those brilliant plays. Now, there is some comeback in this round. We see Woogieman a little bit later on the spiral stairs. The rest of his team still over in admin side. It's a 3v5 favoring G2, but with Woogieman making some good plays, he comes in from Spiral. He's going to take down Uno with a great pick. Then he's going to be able to nade out a 4th player as well. That'll go towards the vending position, and that'll take down the Warden, who's already low HP. This looks a little bit better, right? D+, they've traded things out to the 3v3, but G2 are so proactive. First things first, they're going to have Virtue immediately grab this trade onto Woogieman. Then, if we play forward a little bit, they're going to grab immediate positions. There's the trade to counter the rest of these two players. Take a look at what they can do on the side of D+ now. Everybody is on the admin side of the map. They've got 2 places they can walk in. They can go through the door. They can go through the breach. That's it. Meanwhile, G2 have set up a nightmare of crossfires for this. You got Alamau on the door. You've got Doki on the stairs, and you've got Virtue by the vending position. All 3 of them perfectly in spots that they can deny this admin pushing. And if we clear the screen, take a look. You don't got to be a wizard to figure out how this one plays out. They stall for a little bit, but when they push on in, Doki goes for a big swing, finds both kills, and wins the round for G2. It's these really strong defensive setups that really pushed G2 over the edge and got them their win in over D+ Kia. They go up 2-0. So congratulations to G2, but there's plenty more games to play today. So let's throw it to a quick break, and we get back with game number 2 for the day.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, It wouldn't be Siege if Explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli. That's no problem. I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This butler on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Tellers on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said,
no? I said border, big room, Tellers.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. It's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
They only won a combined 3 rounds between themselves yesterday, but that's okay because somebody has to win at least 7 today. Japan's last hope does battle with Brazil's eternal upstarts as Scarz takes on Los in our second game of the day. And even if both teams have already used up their first lives in pursuit of the playoffs, they still have 2 chances remaining. But the price for failure today, falling immediately into the survival best of 3s, is quite a steep price to pay. I'm Jacob. I'm here with Fresh and Laxing. Gentlemen, this is a matchup I think a lot of people probably had on their bingo cards to be in the 0-1, but the fact that they have to face one another is really, really a problem for both squads.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams 0-1. Not a great start. Maybe we were talking about this a little bit, that maybe, you know, Los, it was maybe a little bit of a decision of, you know, they didn't take DP that serious.
Yeah.
The Scarz in the G2 game, that to me was one that stuck out the most of, again, Scarz having all that prep and not applying it in that match.
I think it's worth saying both of these teams absolutely disappointed us, the fans, and themselves yesterday.
Yeah, I think for Los, everyone keeps on saying, oh, eventually they're going to turn into something great. When Cameraman joined the team, you've got Maya, you've got some superstar potential on that roster. Sure, at some point, maybe you'll be able to do that. And Scarz has been here for their 2nd straight major, so at some point, things have to start clicking for both of these squads. But not the greatest start yesterday, so now we have to start looking for some bright spots. Are there any bright spots for either of these squads that we need to highlight to start?
I mean, there absolutely are. So if we start with Lost One, they have, they ran through play-ins. They looked very, very good and comfortable through play-ins. However, they had a big reliance on their star player, Maya, through play-ins.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't turn up at all yesterday in the same way that he did in play-ins, and I think that got exposed. So whilst that is a bright spark, Maya can always rebound from that. Los can always rebound from that. They do need to show the foundations underneath that so that if he doesn't have a spectacular day, they still have something to go off of.
And I've said this many times with teams, when you do lose right away, that does put the pressure on you to identify those mistakes, to fix what you need to fix going into those rounds. But you have to do it now, especially when you're so close to possibly being out of this tournament. You get another loss, like Jacob was saying, then you're playing a best of 3, 2 best of 3s actually. And if you lose those, you're done. That's it. And you don't want to go out. And especially being Japan, you're the fighting hope for your region. You want to continue this.
The biggest thing I think is mostly everyone already thought that I think Scarz would have some sort of game plan. They've been on an international stage before. For this Los team, it's been a long time since they had. We hadn't seen these guys all the way since back in SI in Montreal. But for Scarz to have that game against G2, Lax, you touched on it already. That game wasn't pretty, and it looked like they should have had something prepped for Nighthaven, and instead, that was the first time they ever played it, and they nothing was there.
And that's the problem, is when you have all that prep and you aren't applying it, then what are you doing? Like, what is the work that's being put in? You have to ask yourself that, and then it comes down to, okay, sure, maybe the prep didn't work, but you still can adapt in the game, and we didn't see that. It just looked like you just showed up, you let G2 run over you, and then that's what it was. So I really want to see them specifically. If the strats aren't working, fine. Throw the strat away, but adapt, work with each other, communicate with one another. That's what I want to be seeing from Scarz specifically.
And I think with regards to Nighthaven specifically, whenever you formulate strats on a map when it's a brand new map in, until you play it, you don't know how your strats are going to hold up, even in scrims, until you've got it in an official. So they got schooled by G2. And one thing that I will say for Scarz is one of their big win conditions is wreck. 0 kills yesterday.
Yeah.
So when your star player, and they put the investment into him, like BDS put the investment into Shaiko, right? So this guy is a big win condition for their team. And if he's not turned up and he's had a bad day individually, I guess it can only get better because you'd assume he's going to get a kill today. I mean, he didn't yesterday.
You want to assume that. You need to assume that, but you can't always put that hope in one person. It's a 5-man roster. Everyone has to step up. And what we saw yesterday, nobody stepped up, even their star player.
So what I'm hearing is Rec needs to find at least 1 frag, and we need to go to a map that's a known commodity and not something that you kind of have to bring stuff up from the ground up level on, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, for the most part.
All right, sounds good. I think it's also probably fairly straightforward for both these squads as well. We said it back in the NAL several times. Nobody understands the errors and the issues that a team has more than the team themselves. So at some point, they're going to be able to bring something else out of the woodwork if they haven't already tried something. And the beauty about best of ones in these first couple of rounds is you've got the ability to take a little bit more of those risks. But at some point, in order to avoid being in best of 3 territory, you got to do something special here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take risks. That's the whole point in being in situations like these. Even if you're changing a strat, just one map, one round, that one round can secure you a win.
I think the one good thing for both of these teams is that it's thick and fast. It's best of 1 territory. They played yesterday, straight back into it today. They don't have time to sit and ponder on the mistakes. It's not like, for example, a week of EUL or NAL, where you sat, you play, and then you play in a week later, and you've got to sit on that loss for a whole week. It's just straight back into it. For Scarz, I think they will have just rode it off, right? We just got this wrong. start again. We've got a best one tomorrow. Don't even think about the G2 game. For Los, probably the same, although there is an added spice of pressure that they are still wanting to try and achieve the top 8 to get SI.
Yeah.
So I would say there's more pressure on Los. But yeah, I think for both of these teams, it's kind of just a wipe the slate clean, forget about yesterday.
Yeah, for the most part, because they only won, it was 3 rounds combined between both of them.
So there's no positives whatsoever, so just forget about it.
There's nothing you can take away from both those teams and say, hey, this is what looked good. You just got to wipe it away and say, hey, move past it, focus on this next game.
All right, sounds good. So basically, we just need to be like, hey, this is their actual first matchup. So what is the first map that both of these teams are going to be playing as far as round 2 is concerned? All right, so they are going to a known commodity. That's good.
Yeah, so both of these teams is going to go to Bank. Now, Scarz have not played Bank in Stage 2. You've got to go back to Copenhagen Major to find them to play Bank. But it's
Which
a map
again,
that's
6 months ago.
Yeah, but it's very middle of the... And it's not changed all that much, in fairness. Yeah. It's a very known commodity for them. They're a typical kind of Asian Pacific team, especially on the attack. They like the fast, funky stuff. On defense, it's fairly default. And then Los have played it in terms of the LCQs for Brazil. Not the best results. They beat an August team. I can't remember the name of the August team because it's just top of my head now. And then they lost it to Netshoes Miners. So it's kind of like it's a 50-50 map for them inside of Brazil. But very middle of the road, best of one map for both of these teams.
The thing that I worry most for Los here in this situation, it is a big map. There is a lot of map coverage. And what we were seeing in that game on console versus DP, they were getting caught off guard. They were getting shot from the back or the side. And this is a big map where you have to be covering those angles and be aware of where you can be shot from. And no doubt with Scarz droning in Rack, putting him in positions, they got to be aware of it.
Yeah, they got Los got very exposed to lurks yesterday. And like you say, Bank is huge for lurking. We saw it yesterday, and I know it's a very different game, but we saw in the Bleed game where Tad's just prone in stock against M80. That type of stuff, if Scarz play into that, it could well happen.
All right, well, the bright spot for both of these teams having pretty abysmal performance yesterday is somebody has to have a really good game today in order to qualify and get to the 1-1 stage when we go into round 3 tomorrow. And on cast for this bad boy, it's Derry and Timothy.
He does listen.
He does have ears. He doesn't just talk at you.
Jacob, sorry to do this. I don't really like my full name.
No, he doesn't. Can you just call him Tim? Please?
There's a reason
you
call me whatever
There's
you
a
want,
reason I
Jacob.
call him Tim and have done for years, Jacob. That's really inconsiderate of you. Can't believe you've done this. Here we go, Tim, Bank.
Jacob's going to hate. We've got Jacob who's going to hate throw into us, and Jack Yu loves it.
Well, she kind of throws the shade before the
Yeah, that's it. The shade is returned by the desk later on.
It felt like a little bit of a shit sandwich yesterday. She's like, I'll throw into my favourite Short Kings. And I was like, which part of this will react to? The favourite part or the Short Kings part?
Well, it also suggests that we're not necessarily her favourites.
Yeah.
It's their favourite short ones.
Exactly. I could say, like, you're my favourite ball person.
Exactly.
Yeah, or my favourite glass.
Doesn't make me your favourite person.
Or my favourite person from Burnley.
That's enough nowadays. that's 3 kicks when I'm already down.
Well, we are short. We're always down, Tim. Down for a good game of Bank as well. As I said, loss coming up against Scarz. Both teams not with the brightest start yesterday. I think Loss especially. After a good couple of games that they had during the play-ins, they were completely flat yesterday. Maya, the star player for this team as well, nowhere to be seen really. And on Scarz's side, we had a couple of moments here and there against G2 on Nighthaven Labs, but outside of that, that was them also being completely run over by G2, who didn't really have to get out of second gear. Hoping for a very different result today, no doubt. Both of these teams want something out of it. Otherwise, it's 0-2, and you're on to your last legs. Your whole run through the playoff stage then needs to be through best of 3s. If you are 0-2, or if you're on 2 losses in general, you're 1 game away from going home, and that game is always a best of 3. It can be a real slog when you start grinding through that, and in case you're wondering why we aren't in game yet, we're just waiting for one more player to get in the lobby, but they should be there in just a second or 2.
I'm sure they will be.
I think it's Dash. There he is. Dash is in game. I swear every time I see him, he changes his name, by the way. Yesterday was Dash OW. Today it's just Dash.
Well, I read it yesterday as The Show.
The Show. That was his original name, right?
Yeah.
And we always call him Dash.
Yeah. Rather than
Dash
Dash
OW
OW.
for that.
The Show. Yeah, we'll be getting into this very soon. Bank, I love a bit of Bank. You know I do. It's one of those maps that just feels like you always seem to have a big game on it. It's just a good big game map, is Bank. Plenty of opportunity for different strats. You can turtle it up, you can get out on the roam, you can just get all sorts of different things going on Bank. And I really like it. I'll be interested to see, obviously G2 have been letting the Dorker be through quite frequently. I get a feeling that he'll be getting banned out again here, because obviously just helps to stay out on the roam on such a big map.
Well, we haven't seen a banned away. She's picked up basically every single attacking round, so I'm largely in agreement. It being taken offline could mean there's some more interesting picks to come through in game, but here we are into things. Operator bans first and foremost, with Lost starting on the attacking side. Tim.
We're going to get the operator bans kicked off. We'll see what happens then. Scarz.
We're not in the live stages yet. You can't do it yet.
Am I not allowed?
No.
It's Monty that's going to be our first attacker ban taken out by Scarz. Fair enough. Monty push down into server can be difficult to deal with. Good way of brute forcing on.
Or lobby stairs.
Or lobby stairs as well. Plenty of uses for Monty on bank, so that's going to go. Thatcher, okay. Leaves us quite a few options open. We've got the door could be open, so roaming might be a little bit more difficult. We'll see. That's something for us all to keep an eye on as the game progresses. How effective can people be out in the map away from site?
I wonder if this is trying to force a Kai ban out from at the end here as well, because otherwise Maverick's going to have to get brought along, or as so many teams have fluffed up with them, you're going to have to hope that you're particularly good with the Impact EMP grenade. It's going to be a Castle ban. Now, I love Castle. Every single time he gets picked, I say how much I love that he can transform how a particular site or even a whole map gets played. It can open up corridors for defenders to move through much more safely than if the Castle wasn't there, and just really add some dynamism to particular sites alongside things like the Azami. That's why they're called architects alongside things like Mirror. So with Azami and Castle taken away, this could be a pretty fluid game unless we see Mirror getting brought along a lot. I don't know, I like these bands. I think they're quite different.
So let's get it underway. It's going to be Loss and Scarz. For me, the question mark is over Scarz a little bit more than Loss. We've kind of seen a lot of Loss at this point. We had them in phase 1. We saw them yesterday. It wasn't quite as good as we might expect from them yesterday. They have shown us better performances than that. Scarz, obviously, have only had one coming straight into phase 2. And it was a difficult start for them yesterday. So I'm that's why I say for me, the question mark is there on Scarz. I'm interested to see them today and just to see exactly what they bring. It was never going to be an easy start for them yesterday against G2, of course, but you know, this is now an opportunity for them to get themselves into it, get themselves a win, and get started. So we'll see what Scarz can do.
Yeah. And just like last game, you're going to see again Solus, Mozzie coming along, anti-information game. Definitely less tight areas on this map compared to Concert like we saw in the game just a moment ago. So not going to be as effective on bank, although Solus will obviously still catch out an absolute shed load of drones. 3 already gone from the Lost Arsenal that they need to be worried about there in terms of the information gathering. Really, the big one, though, has to no doubt come down to one. The Nook that we still see banned away on this map sometimes. Fantastic for a garage lurk late in the round on the attacking side. And also, of course, the Ying being brought along by Dash. Excellent for executes, excellent for clearing different parts of the map. And Lobin has got a wonderful view as he begins that lurk down through garage.
Yeah, he knows what's waiting for him. Peon does see the drone in time, though. Rek is going to pick up Maya to kick things off. We're shy onto Dots as well, so a great start from Scarz so far. I came in saying that the question mark was on them for me. I wanted to see what they were going to be able to do, and, well, question answered. They've got themselves a triple. It's 5v2, and already Lost look like they are out on a limb for the first round.
They are being handed a loss, Tim. Oh, it's terrible. Still, for me, their rep planting his feet just inside of Stafford open and just find 2 kills is one thing. Turning it into a flawless round is a different conversation altogether. I had really high expectations, to be fair, of Lost coming into this, but to be fair, Scarz, although they started flat yesterday, we've all been saying they've been building themselves up to be one of the top Japanese teams and have shown that really back in Copenhagen. Many got behind them, many neutrals were really backing them to go far, and obviously they had their run stopped at one point or another, but still a lot of promise in this team too, and if Lost don't show them the respect needed, they will find themselves 0-2 inside of playoffs.
Yeah, Scarz only need to get a couple of wins here. Get a couple of wins and they'll have everybody back on board, you know, backing them. They've shown that they are capable of getting through to those later stages, getting themselves playing in the arena at the end of things, which, of course, is what every team here wants. So they just need an opportunity, and if Loss open the door, I'm sure that Scarz will be ready to step through it. A flawless round then to kick things off for them. Good start. It was just basically winning every gunfight as they came in the as Lost came in the building. They just Scarz were right up there in the face. They were just ready for it, and they just beat them on every one of them essentially.
10 seconds to go.
Absolutely battered them, Tim, is the only way I can really summarise it. Here we go then. Round 2 is going to be up on our second floor. Bit of a change in terms of style. Lots of information being brought along by Scarz here. So rather than playing the intel denial game, instead they want to lean into information for their own purposes. So here, looking in towards a couple of shields you can sit and play behind, and obviously scouts out ahead. You've got the yokai drones to play behind, the black eyes on side. Bunch of C4s, 3 of them, which probably means you want to see someone playing in below and looking to make use of that information that should be scattered around the top floor.
Just sending the yokai drone out to keep a watch over the main lobby, because the default cam in there will get shot out if it's not already shot out. It'll get done very, very quickly. Cameraman's going to be sending the Twitch drones in, again looking for that bit of utility, just as well as information at the same time. Sees the
headshot with the Twitch drone doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't. It just sees that somebody's playing outside of stock, though. Information that is important. They know they've got the shield set up there. You know, that's not always the case. And the ping is going out there just to feed that information in as well. The Ossa just able to play behind that Talon shield on the windows with a little bit of safety. You need to be careful on those windows. You can get hit from inside of sight.
On top of the wall then to keep that electrified off, just in case there's a hard breach pushing through, but I guess really...
That's the risk.
I was going to say,
why you'd do that.
He knew Dots was at the long angle, so I thought, okay, it's quite far from the shield there, and he's just learned that maybe it would have been better to place it a little bit closer to his own feet. But alas, it is what it is. I want to try and push through here. Pion playing robot wars with the other drones running around the top floor. Just a bit of a war for utility, a war for information rather than anything else, as Shoy taken down by Lobin, who was the only player to really have a good game yesterday, Tim.
Shield on window.
Yeah, going to have another Talon shield just applied to those windows, making it very, very difficult for Scarz to move around. They may need to consider a little jump out to take the Ossa down. The problem is that with the Ossa being able to play right up onto that window, almost certainly going to see it coming. Still in a phase of trying to get information gathered here are lost. They're certainly not in any rush to push themselves on into sight. Scarz are just holding every angle that they can here, but the thing is, every angle is being slowly eroded as Dots goes in, and it looks like he's probably going to think about getting that diffuser down.
Well, he's in. The problem is if he tries to plant here, the crouch position may expose like a leg or something, but Lobin's got him covered. Tire taken out. There's the yokai drone still to worry about here, which is going to frustrate things, at least for a short amount of time. But we've got to see them scramble here and make something happen. They're already running completely out of time. A flawless round in reverse, Tim. We have really got a game on our hands here with how it started.
Yeah, it wasn't much of an opportunity. It was 1v5, but it just goes to show a few shots missed at the end there. It should have been, you know, probably a reasonably straightforward headshot onto the window there to at least give, I won't even say a fighting chance, but a glimmer of hope, I guess. But you might just, you know, something again to keep an eye on is that, you know, the start of things to come. If they're going to be missing the shots, it's not going to bode well for Scarz. They're up against a team that have got a real good mechanical ability about them, so they're going to get slammed if that's the case. So 1-1 as Lost managed to take a much more convincing second round. Did a great job of creating that space inside of the site, getting in, opportunity to put the diffuser down. It was just, it was good all round from Lost.
It was. And now we go towards Tellers. Don't really see this site all this often, to be fair. Normally it's Staff and Open that is the... I wouldn't even say the tertiary site. It's probably the most dominant site on the map alongside the basement. CEO really being steered away from by a number of teams, you know, for the same reasons arguably the Consulate was just so exposed to those external facing windows that it feels much safer to play down in Staff and Open or down inside of the basement. But here, it is going to be Tellers and Archives with an extension in towards Staff and Open here. Pion with a single reinforcement coming through lets them challenge on towards the copy window. And Fish, well, Fish like specifically, he could go fishing here to find himself a tasty morsel outside these windows if they aren't careful.
They certainly need to be aware. Taking out the default cam from outside. There's one. Can there be a second? Absolutely not. Maya quickest to react. Cameraman does lose his life, but that's going to leave us at a 4-4. That is, however, the Thermite taken down.
And
if you could choose, if you could choose one, it certainly would have been Cameraman. A good bit of luck for Fish like that.
Certainly no complaints, yeah. And it's the... You look at that, maybe go, well, you're only 1-for-1, so what's the point? It's more the fact that you remove attackers away when they've got this ideal 5-man setup coming in with given utility, given abilities, given, you know, in the case of Cameraman and the Thermite, the ability to open up key walls that they need open very sorely. That's just simply not going to be an option for them anymore. Maya almost being tagged down here as he charged his way out towards Banana. Player down below, a player I think further across as well. Everything really threatening onto the side of Loss here on their attack, and Scarz really trying to make taking this top floor a challenge for them.
Just sending the Ram Gadget in, creating an awful lot of noise. Wreck does take the little fade away. Too late was the cry as the Movement of Lobin takes him away from the danger zone there as the Nitro is detonator, gets himself through towards Janitor instead. And I tell you what, this has been a clinical top floor clearance coming in from Loss. They've forced the majority away. They are now using those vertical angles. Washoi's taken a lot of damage as well, as has Maya though. So certainly blows being rained in on both sides. But right now, Scarz have pretty much been forced back to site.
I just love the streak across the ceiling that you get whenever Ram's been used as well. Just opens up so much and invites so many gunfights to happen through these horizontally aligned bars. Washoi's got the right idea. There is a player sat just above him in this spot, but I don't think he really 100% knows. And Dash wants to capitalize, sees the man, shots come on through. That's one more taken out from above.
Yeah, well played from Dash there. Washoi was unfortunate. He heard the drone being thrown out, I think it was. So he had a good idea that there was somebody directly ahead above him, but just got a little bit unlucky with his positioning. Obviously couldn't pinpoint it to that degree. Rek is going to be sat watching those marble stairs for anybody coming down, but I would imagine the majority of the push is going to be coming from the main lobby for Loss.
Onwards towards the march. Rek falling down as well. It's good round yet again from Loss, playing in steadily and slowly behind this Ossa. Monty taken away by Scarz. They don't care. They'll just bring along another shield-based operator. One goes down, Tayo. At least has regained control of the top floor, which just presents a little bit of a threat to the attack inside here, but not if they get themselves picked off. Lobin yet again, right place, right time. Loss taking round 3.
Going well. The first round was, it looks like, a little bit of a blip. Loss certainly looking more convincing in those couple of rounds. A flawless and then just very solid top floor control from them there. I think we've already spoken about this in that last game of G2s, just how how dominant you can be when you get above like that, get everything opened up. Certainly something that can't be ignored. So that's going to take us into our next round then. Scarz, they need to stop this getting away from them essentially at this point. We've seen it in almost every game of the Swiss so far. I think the Dark Zero and FaZe game was probably the outlier yesterday that went to overtime. Other than that, it's been one team being very dominant in the first half generally, and just sort of running away with things and creating a lead that's been too big for them to be reined back in. So Scarz need to be careful of that.
Well, I did mention without the Kai ban that we might struggle to see them get hatches opened up in the basement, and Lost have responded. They've understood that's the assignment, that they've got to deal with some hatches to get yourself downstairs into the basement in the most effective way. And so they have to switch over to bringing on the Maverick, which, although they were going to, they've actually stepped away from it entirely, Tim. No hard breach on side, but my God, they've got 6 smokes. What are they planning here? Because this is going to be something a little bit special. They're basically just saying, forget about the hatches. We don't want them opened up. Instead, we're just all about some kind of crazy execute through sewers, through garage, down main stairs. Like, what are they going for?
Fishlight once again up there on that top floor. Got a little bit of joy. Didn't really matter in the end, taking out the hard breach, but did get the kill nonetheless. I don't think he's going to be waiting to spring out of the window, but what he is waiting to do is just keep himself off the radar and have an opportunity on the flank later in the round. So we will keep an eye on Fishlight as things progress and see whether Lost pick him up or not. Don't necessarily need to. For a basement attack, it depends how much you're going to rely on those hatchers. If Scarz,
a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if Scarz aren't going to play on the hatches, you can, as Loss, as the attackers, pretty much go direct to site if you choose to. It really does depend whether the defenders are using them or not. Of course, if you can get them as the attackers, it's always a powerful option to have as well.
That's why I said I was curious. Unless they've left them open to play through them,
There's Fishlight, top
that's
floor.
a big mistake. Yes, he was up on the roam, up inside CEO at the very start of the round, and now he's going to slowly pull his way back down. But like I said, if they're looking to ignore the hatches and go direct to site here, those smokes will prove handy, assuming they can keep everyone alive. And sure enough, actually, Scarz have left a couple of hatches opened up here instead of just relying on that and looking to play through it. Washoy finds a second. This whole round is already just falling to pieces as Rek just domes Lobin down on the ground. Whatever they had in mind, Tim, it's not worked.
Place the talonate.
Certainly hasn't, and scrambling has not really been, I think, one of Loss's strong suits so far. You know, where things haven't quite gone their way and they've had to adapt, they've had to move on. The real strength that I've seen from them is when the plan has worked, essentially. So 2 versus 5, not going to be easy. Maya had a quiet day yesterday and looks, you know, could be in danger of the same thing today, and we know how important he is to this team. Manages to pick up one. Can he get himself a second? No, going to be shut down by Washoy on the tight angle at Beepers. 4 versus 1 now, as Dots has no choice but to move up the ramp and try and find something, but those shots are going to give him away.
He's screwed.
There's absolutely no chance. Moves around, gets caught in the dread mine, and then gets picked up by a wreck, and that's going to be Scarz leveling things out. 2-2. Looks like this could be one of the closest games that we've had as of yet. As I said, we had that Dark Zero game yesterday against FaZe, but otherwise it's been quite often one-sided. But this one, 2-2, and we're cruising for a split half potentially.
Really thought we had something exciting coming out from Lost there, that they were cooking. Instead, they were trolling a little bit. Tim, in with the hatches being kept open by Scarz to play through them and threaten from them, they still didn't try and push in and take them, which wouldn't be the end of the world. Like, if you do push into there, sure, you can't open the hatches that have been hard reinforced off, but the ones that have been left open, you can still make use of. But they chose entirely to ignore them, send the Ostrin through Garage entirely solo rather than trying to stack the team up, and Lobin for the longest time was alone inside a server as well. Everyone else being picked off by Wushoy, especially on the Roma thing. He got a 2K in that round. Fishlight got an early one too. Picked apart by the Romas, despite picking a team that wasn't really meant to threaten the second floor or the ground floor. Their whole thing was about lots of smokes, overwhelm the site, flood it, get the plant down, get out. But just never really looked to bring that into effect. So again, not quite sure what the game plan was there. Hopefully this round much more improved.
Going to be moving into open area this time for the final site of the map. We've seen all 4 from Scarz. We've seen Teller's Archives top floor previously as well, so this will lock it up. They're going to go for some top floor attention. They've got the barbed wire up there, and I would imagine looking to hold on particularly towards sort of stock, keep that hatch closed, all the direct verticals above site that we would expect. So loss. This time, I don't think you can ignore it. Cameraman went looking for them on the top floor last time and came off worse against Fishlike, so I think get some extra numbers up there, commit to the clearance, go in and find them, and get yourself the man advantage.
Well, I like how this is the round that Scarz has said, let's bring along the Kaid now. As we saw in last round, they aren't really interested in playing that game against us, so let's just bring it and try and employ it. Now, there are some impact nades on the side, or impact EMPs on the side of Lost in the back pocket of Cameraman. Hasn't always had the best start to round so far, has been picked off in a couple, not been super ideal. So they want to make sure these impact EMPs are being used in exactly the right position. If they don't get a drone in there and figure out where the claws are first, that quad wall is staying closed that looks out towards square.
Dash continuing with the droning. Going to find Wreck, and Maya's going to do something about it. The Oryx is going to be taken down. This is what I wanted to see from Lost. Commit to that clearance, get up there in numbers and find your kills. Dots and Maya have done exactly that with the support of Dash as well. So top floor should now be in the control of Lost. They can start getting those verticals open. There's plenty of time. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. If I have a look at the position of the Scarz players, there's at least 2 inside a site. There's actually 3 of them now bottled up inside a site, so there is a real opportunity here for Lost to find a few more kills.
Yes. But it's about finding them is the problem, right? Sure, you can start off ahead with the one that you found to date, but it's got to be more than that as well. Got to make sure playing out the rest of the round sensibly and making use of the advantage, and that isn't really the idea to do it. One of the benefits of playing Buck is that you can open things up at range. You aren't a sledge, you have to stand on what you want to open. And I know he didn't really have too many places to go, but Dots has just really laid himself out bare there, skeleton key in hand, not aware of any players below, and just gets domed for free through the floor. It's these small mistakes that will make the difference between being a top 8 team and being a bottom 8 team, I think, in playoffs. And again, the difference there is you play on the main stage or you go home in a few days' time.
As I say, 3 of them bottled up now. This is all on Loss to get themselves into sight, to crack the nut, essentially. The 4th is just off to the side, playing around elevators as well. So Scarz are committed now to this final 30 seconds and holding their angles. Fishlight could be the danger, to be fair. He is playing inside of the elevators on the Valkyrie, and I'm not sure whether Loss are aware of him, and that could be a big flank potential, but he's maybe not going to get the opportunity. It could come from the door of Beepers, though, depending where Loss make the push from. Is going to find a couple of kills. Maya, Lobin will be the ones. Cameraman as well, picking up Fishlike. It's like falling dominoes then. After that first one goes down, everybody follows.
It's a bit of more like an overwhelm and flood the site sort of style. When I saw with 15 seconds to go, we had 2 players just sprinting for what looked like an E-box drop to pushing through kitchen double door. I was a bit nervous. I was like, guys, like, you can't change tack this late in the round. But they bailed on that, and Maya was getting ready to go for a drop and a plant down through stock. However, his team had already flooded the site and got all the kills necessary. So a bit of a smash and grab there. Scarz looking a bit shell-shocked by that round. Not quite sure what happened.
You can see
Loading man, the hero.
Kills just the thing was Lost pushed them from everywhere. If you might not have noticed it, but just as we were watching the push in there, you could see the silhouette off near elevators, which was cameraman dealing with Fishlike, and they just had a really great read, did Lost, on where everybody was, pushed them all at once. It felt like a real sort of 3-2-1 go kind of push from Lost. Very well coordinated and got a good job done. So that's going to lend us now, lead us rather, into round 6. Going to be our final defensive round for Scarz. They're going to take that top floor again. If we have a look, we saw them defend it back in round 2. It was a lost win and they didn't go back there afterwards. So a little bit of a gamble here for Scarz. If they can't get this site locked down, if they can't find the difference, then Lost are going to be getting a 4-2 half. And it was a very good attack from them, if you remember. They had the Orsa up on the windows, managed to get in, create the space. Dots was able to plant. It was just very, very confident from them.
Cheeky, like that being dug on the floor on the ceiling. I think last time around as well, it was Lobin inside a lobby who got a really nice kill onto, I want to say it was Tayu, who was trying to contest from Banana onto the Ossa plant going down just inside the window. And he got rid of the man at exactly the right time. Tayu removed, and that's when the plant could go down, because otherwise the Ossa was in a spot where when she gets into the plant animation, you'd be able to see a heal or a calf or whatever it might be, and it'd be an easy pick off for Tayu. It was more of a very slow grind through Scarz, picking up one kill at a time, here, there, everywhere, before eventually they just had nothing left to resist the plant coming on through.
Cameraman just stealing lots of utility inside of the main lobby, mostly camera-based. He gets himself a Vault cam, gets himself a default cam, so he's going to leave Scarz pretty much blinded on that side of the map. Also manages to spot out Washoy playing underneath, Nitro in hand, so the Valkyrie likely to try and continue playing Intelligent and Archives for that potential vertical denial, but having been picked up, needs to think carefully about that, because I'm sure that Lost may look to head on in there and clear him out.
He will do. Again, for me, it's trying to look for that slow grind here to take out these outlier players on the side of Scarz. You've got Rek hanging around towards Stock here. You've got Washoy hanging up on Marble. You've got a couple playing on side. Pion is out towards Banana. These players are pretty isolated. Not too many of them playing very close together right now. And sure enough, they find Rek, and there is just no response from the other side. No one really able to swing and help out. Tayu's not too far away, but he was a bit too late to this party, Tim.
He was. He's just going to keep holding that angle for the time being. Might get a bit of joy, actually. It's all going to depend on the time of his swing. Absolute beauty onto Maya. Just removes his head, and that could be an important kill for Scarz. It leaves Tayu in place. Fishlike is in Janitor as well, and it just creates that line of defense that they've got against this potential rappel in.
Washoy snaking his way up. Obviously, he's going to expose himself once he breaches on through, but C4 at the ready could maybe catch someone out here if they get into the right sort of position. They hear the bleepers from behind. Sure, they're going to spin here. They see him, but Washoy, he shoots first. Lobin deleted from the server. And a second as well, as cameraman tries to work his way through. There's only 2 players left. There's again, I imagine it would be Tayu, but it's actually Pion who's hanging off and towards Banana this time. They've got an absolute clean up here. Scarz giving absolutely nothing to Loss in that round.
We did expect that this might be a bit of a closer matchup, as we said, coming into it. But Loss, you've got to say, have made big mistakes there, Des. We've got to call it as we see it and not clearing out Washoy. They saw him very early on cameraman's drone. They knew that he was playing around main lobby, Archives, Tellers, Square. They've not got him pinned down and dealt with. And guess who comes back to bite you? Washoy in the final stages manages to get a double kill. It just wasn't aggressive enough from Loss in terms of dealing with that player. Had to be taken out and wasn't, and they paid the price.
For me, it was they missed the mid-step. They started out in Stock. They got the clearance there. They got rid of Rek. Great. They know that there's a player inside a Janitor, that there's one inside a long desk, there's one on Banana, and another hanging around on site. Yet, really, their kind of like push forward was coming in from downstairs, and we saw what happened. Washoy just completely deleted 2 of them, removed any bite they had in the attack. And the last thing they really had to do was just try and swing in through windows and hope for the very best, in which they're almost guaranteed to get C4 by Washoy, if not for them already being cleaned up by Pion and by Tayu. So they missed out this middle step of trying to establish enough map control that they can make more happen. And truthfully, one player being alone by himself downstairs isn't enough to deal with a would-be roamer. So they've missed that critical step of trying to contain the roamers, make sure all players are stuck on site before they start looking at trying to make an execute happen. Onwards we go then, down to the basement, Tim, for round 7. Obviously do a little side swap here. And Scarz are wasting no time bringing out the double shield setup, the Blitz and the Ossa coming along here.
Yeah, fortunately for Lost, Cameraman has brought along the Clash, which will make it a little bit easier for them to deal with, such as a Blitz push on Tayu. As we've said, Clash just able to directly confront those shields, deal with them. The electricity does damage them through. So whether it's a Monty, whether it's a Blitz, obviously Monty is banned out here, but even if you're taking those alternatives, the Clash is going to make your life a little bit easier. Tayu looks to get straight down these blue stairs, but he's going to find out very quickly that that path might not be as clear as expected. However, Cameraman's taken a few back steps there, doesn't want to overcommit on the Clash, has now been forced back towards that server corner. Could be easy for them to isolate him here and deal with the Clash.
I was going to say, he's quite dug in here is the only battle. Nice try, I think, there with the impact coming out of Lobin to try and find him, but that's both now gone. He can put these shields down without concern because the only thing left is a C4, and really, you want to be saving that for plant denial. So great work, I think, by Scarz to bait out both impacts.
Yeah, the difficulty in dealing with Cameraman is going to be that they've not got any nades on side, so they're a little bit limited for moving that shield from in front of him, but Rek manages to remove Dash as he finds a kill, and that's 5 versus 4. Garage in the hands of Scarz as well, which is going to start turning Loss's head. There is absolutely no two ways about it.
Going for a drop elsewhere, maybe. I love how Cameraman's got so aggressive here as well, just zapping them both out and trying to at least force them away. And now at this point, with the glass being broken out, perfect. Can't really play behind that comfortably anymore. At the very least, they're going to need to strong arm their way through. Tayu being the charging force may prove to be the answer that they need here. Everything's smoked out and no one can see a thing.
Yeah, Cameraman's playing this really well. At first I thought it was maybe a little bit passive, but just that aggression that he showed there, this was what I was concerned about. You know, the hatch is open, he's in server corner, it may make him easier to deal with, but with the rotation being opened into sight, he's been able to move his way back in, and Cameraman has done a great job of wasting more than 2 minutes.
You got Rek coming up the backside as well. He might find a kill or two for free down here as well. Now they know about his presence, so these other two players are a bit restricted. You kind of got this split 2 and 2 at the minute set up for Lost coming in. Lobin and Cameraman on the Clash holding off towards the east. The other two trying to stave off anything else. They've got an Ossa coming in on the east side. Cameraman has stepped in close. Shield goes away. He's flashed out. He's taken down. It's a great response by Scarz into a 4 versus 1, Tim. This one looks done and dusted.
Yep, somehow Scarz just managing to find the ability to crack that defense open. It was looking so good up to 40 seconds remaining, but Dots, he's going to get flashed out by the Blitzer position nobody wants to find themselves in, and that is an easy clean-up at the end there for Scarz after that diffuser had gone down. And what great explosive power they've just shown there to take the lead 4-3.
I think it was that repositioning where they forced the Clash back enough, you know, constant flashes coming in. Every 10-15 seconds, he was full white screened. And they've repositioned the Ossa through the smoke to get her in towards actual server rather than playing at the bottom of blue, and have managed to get that shield down with enough cover from the team where Lobin can't easily step up. And so no one could stop the plant actually going down. Again, paying the price for making use of those impacts early. And I'm pretty sure the C4 was held off in towards the other side. So they couldn't get inside of Orange to actually get a C4 down onto the Ossa shield. So really well read by Scarz. Big work being done by, I forget who it was, pushing up through Garage to separate that team in two and deny away that C4 that could have made all the difference.
I think Cameraman maybe just needing a little bit more support on the Clash. One of those operators that is a little bit limited in what they can do sort of in face-to-face encounters. Yes, you want them to slow things down. Yes, you want them to provide information, but you can't allow them to be bullied. They need somebody else's gun working for them, essentially. So this time we're going to be heading to open area. It's going to be that Lost take us to. They are barricading up the main lobby. They're going to have Valkyrie cameras in there as well, so I'm sure Lobin is going to be sort of dipping in and out of there, just looking for those early engagements potentially. Loss, I don't know how to call this really. I look at it and I think it's been so back and forth up to this point. Scarz do take their first attacking round. If they can get another one here and go 5-3, then as a Lost fan, you know, I'm sure that those sat at home would be concerned about that, because it seems like it could get away from them on the defense. Scarz for the longest time there didn't really seem like they were going to get the job done, but then out of nowhere managed to secure it. So Lost need to be aware of that.
Absolutely. Well, I knew that the push into lobby was going to be a thing. Lobin barricaded up that double door, just so they had to break it down and give the indication that the push was beginning. Rek, at the minute, hanging off by himself pretty much entirely out towards the east side on square. He's got a little bit of support from the windows up and towards CEO itself, but I think he was looking and hoping to find someone hanging around White Corridor. Nothing to be found, and also no one playing below for now. Lost just sitting back and waiting.
Rek's been doing a great job so far. He's had some really important kills that have sort of turned the round quite often, either sort of kick-started it or just been at the right time, sort of right place. Washoy is just going to be taking that line of sight all the way down, but at this point there's nobody to be found. Scarz have got themselves that top floor control. Tayu, time to start swinging that hammer, get some verticals and start making it a little bit more uncomfortable for Loss inside of sight.
Also note how the Hibana's here as well, even with the potential to see a Kaid, the impact nades in the back pocket of Rek, looking to help them out with that, even if he's playing isolated off by himself at the moment. Obviously not attacking into the basement where there are, you know, a good few hatches, 4 hatches realistically that you need to get opened up on the top floor. There's only really the one that you have to worry about, at least in this instance. So I can't imagine it's that big a deal if they were to lose it out. It's more trying to look at what they can do with the Ying. For me, the Ying is really going to be the big orchestrator of how this is going to go. Deliberately using only 1 Candela early on to force control of Banana. Not that anyone was hanging around there, but it did force the player in elevators to drop. The rest of them, I imagine, are being saved, ready for a commitment in towards sight as we're into these last 45 seconds. And really, that commitment should come via the hatch.
Going to continue waiting for those opportunities, but Loss are pretty much locked in here. They're not going to overextend. They're not going to offer anything up for free, I don't think, and Scarz are going to have to take some action. They can't just hold on forever. Oh, here it comes. Dash moves around on the flank, manages to pick up Pion, and that is a big problem potentially now because they have to deal with Dash, but they don't have time. Rek sees his opportunity, will manage to find Lobin, but there is still Dash out there. Candelas go in, and bodies start falling, and they're all in the favour of Loss at the minute. Dots and Cameraman finding 2. Dash onto Washoy, and surely with 7 seconds left to go, this is just going to be too much to ask for Scarz. The time ticks down. 1 versus 1. Fishlak has an opportunity to put this down, but it's just going to be a case for Cameraman of coming out and mopping up.
Just hide behind the kitchen counter until the time is right, then you strike, Cameraman. That's the way to do it. Close round. The closest I think we've had so far. I was going to comment earlier on that pretty much every single round we've seen at least 3 players being left alive on the winning side, outside of just 1 or 2. So it has been a pretty close affair overall in terms of the scoreline, but rounds themselves have been extremely dominant one way or the other. This round, at least, I think, showing that Scarz had the right idea, everything was lined up for them, but Loss had a pretty good defense set up on site itself, and they, for playing that turtle style, really got rewarded for it.
This is what we love about Swiss, format in Phase 2. You look at yesterday, quite a few one-sided games. Not really any differentiation between Phase 1 and 2 teams. Some Phase 1 teams had great performances. Some Phase 2 teams had great performances. But one way or another, teams seem to be able to get on top of their opponents. However, we move into Day 2, and already we're on Match 2, and it's getting closer. G2D+ was closer, 7-4. We come into this one, and we're 4-4, we're battling all the way. You just know as each day goes by in a Swiss format tournament that the matches just get tougher and tougher, closer and closer, and all that does for us is throw the entertainment through the roof, and this one is certainly delivering now.
Absolutely. Well, here we go for Talazan Archives again. We saw it back in that first half, picked up in, I think it was round 3. Has seen, well, assuming we find ourselves going into the top floor at some point in the second half, then both teams will have played all 4 sites on the map, which is showing really where we speak about maps like, think about Nighthaven. Pretty much every site gets played on that map, and normally used to saying only 1 or 2 maps get every site played, but good to see Bank joining those ranks as well.
In goes the Bravo Clutch drone. Going to be grabbing, much the same as Cameraman did, grab that default cam so you can get a little bit of information. Actually a very valuable cam if you're attacking onto Talazan Archives. It's going to tell you a lot about this main lobby side whilst it's still in your possession. Cameraman currently positioned out in elevators. I'm not sure if they're aware of that or not. Fishlak just grabbing anything shiny and electronic as he passes one after another.
Yum, 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 yum. 3 things taken out on the lobby side of things. Certainly can't complain. Again, eyes really fall to the Ying in this round. Follow the Candelas. They seem to be the dictator of where the action is going to happen. So that's one I'm keeping an eye on. No hard breach in back pocket. It's smokes this time around as well. So very much stepping away from that and focusing, it seems for the most part, really on the vertical destruction with Tayu playing on the sledge. Understandably, for this site, you do want that top floor control around CEO meeting to then swing away, open up the downstairs, restrict the defenders, and move forward from there. Rek, once again, though, playing off by himself. He's caught on his crouch walk up through garage. Maya with a good read onto him.
Yeah, he's still got that top floor presence as well. Dots is inside of Janitor at the minute, and Tayu is looking in this position to maybe move forward and clear him out, but Dots ain't going to give you the opportunity. He's not going to come looking for you because he doesn't need to. He's going to stay in there for as long as possible and just keep that hatch. There's going to be a rotation probably underneath it to allow him back into sight as well, so he will need to be forced out of there. Cameraman has just been on the intel pretty much constantly through this round as well. It's, you know, absolutely, he's on the echo, but he's been sat in those elevators for the longest time. Lobin onto Washoy, looking easy for Loss in round 9.
And I think Lobin's got the right idea as well. His instant reactions. Am I being pinched? Have I got to watch towards stairs, towards stock, towards anything? And there's just no one really on the side of Scarz ready to try and capitalize off the back of that. So very much a lone agent there with Shoy in his push towards elevators.
Hello.
I mean, a drop into new one for sure. Fishlight makes it happen though.
Fishlight looking for a second as well, knows that there's somebody in behind the barricade getting the red ping. Will manage to do a bit of chip damage, but can't get the kill finalised. 20 seconds left to go. It's Dots to get things started again. The Bravo was taken out. Pion will force a man back down elevators, but this is what has been so key about this Lost defence. No matter where somebody has moved, there's been another player there ready to pick up that line of sight in that round. Lost positioned themselves very well. Scarz didn't really do enough to disrupt them. They didn't force them out of any of those positions, and they were able to just pick them up one at a time. Great round from Loss, and that puts them back in the lead, 5-4.
It's very understandable how that round went against them. As we step into a Scarz timeout, we can talk about it a little bit more. Is that for Lobin up on that top floor, once he was gone, they just assumed, hey, this means that White is clear. We can now push quite comfortably, you know, down past elevators, wrap round towards site. And the Ying trusted that call, but Dots had already retaken ground by that point, pushed his way down Marble, and just shot the Ying in the back. So that's an example of how small moments of communication, you know, it's clear, then 5 seconds later, it's not clear. I think we once heard the golden rule of only assume information is good for a maximum of 5 seconds. Obviously, the closer to real time you get it, the better, but it doesn't really last very long in a game as fluid as Siege.
No, it doesn't. As you say, you know, constantly things are moving, changing, and you have to adapt to that on the fly. So that's going to be the tactical timeout called in for Scarz. They're 5-4 down now. One more round for Loss will put them on map point. But honestly, round to round, you have absolutely no idea which way this one is going to go. If we look at our next round, which will be round 10, we're going to be down to lockers, I believe. We saw that back in round 7. It was the first defense for Loss, and Scarz were actually able to win it. But if you remember, it came down to that very sort of explosive finish at the end. Cameraman is not going to bring along the clash this time, so the defensive setup will be different. I would expect to see them off in the map a little bit more. You've got the Solis, got Maya on the Legion. I think they'll be the two that will be trying to make it difficult. Maybe open the hatch in square, for example, or at least leave it soft, give yourself that option, and just force Scarz really to play through that, because last time around it came down to the last 30 seconds. They didn't even really have to clear too much of the map. It was just about clearing servers. So for me, pile on more jobs for them.
You say pile on more jobs at this point. Scarz have just said, yeah, forget about that assignment over there. We're going for a different one. You got Rashoy coming along on the book this time around, changing away from the Ossa. Probably acknowledging that given the setup they've got, as you say, Denal is a really hard part of this round. With the Kaid on side, the Goyo there, you got the Legion Goo Mines coming in, you got Smoke to deal with. Only a single C4 though, and only one set of impacts. It's a pretty big gamble that you wouldn't see the Ossa coming back out again. Otherwise, they'd have exactly the same issues in this round that they had in the previous one in trying to deal with those shields.
Scarz then starting the clearance, looking to get themselves in through electrical. The question is, do they go upstairs or do they go down? At the minute, Lobin sees somebody up on the rooftop, I think just waiting for an opportunity potentially to hear that drop down near double door. Also knows that somebody could be coming in via copy. Dash manager to pick up Dots. Sorry, Dash manager to pick up Wreck, but not before Fishlight had got Dots. But Lobin taken down in a quick trade by Pion as well. And again, we've just got encounters coming all around the map at the minute, and that's because Lost were willing to play that sort of loose roam game, but with a 3 versus 3, Lost now need to focus on holding on to site, but they've got a long time to hold on with a minute 50 left.
They do, but I think again you'll be ecstatic here as the defender. Sure, you've lost the smoke in the process, but you got rid of the sledge, so 2 nades offline, and the decay tools have also been removed, at least for any that were remaining. Also things like the impact EMPs that were in back pocket, if she had any. No, she did not. If she had them, they'd be gone, Tim, but I think it was flashes that she brought along in this round instead. So that Kaid would have really been really strong regardless, outside of the Maverick being able to open up at least a couple of hatches. for them to force their way through. At least the Maverick stands alive, still in the form of Fish-like here, so hatches can get opened up.
So Scarz need to get moving. They don't want to leave it too late. Need to get on with it. Pion's been holding the angle in elevators for a while now, but the time is ticking down. That's about 15-20 seconds since we've seen any sort of realistic movement coming out of this Scarz side. Dash knew that Pion was inside of that elevator, but didn't want to take the challenge head on, as I suggested. With only 3 remaining, I think they will have been keen to just, you know, sort of keep what they've got and get themselves back to site to hold on for this final stage.
I was just about to say he's still got his bulletproof in back pocket, and I'm not quite sure what his game plan is, whether he's forgotten about it entirely or to use it more dynamically when they realise where the attacks are coming from. He's just dropped it behind him so you can see this whole area, also through in towards Vault itself. They will be able to see really the lobby hatch and also elevator as well as the long corridor. So it's a good spot to put it in, but I think he was just waiting to understand where the push was coming from first.
I was just going to say, I think we're going to start seeing those Vulcan canisters popped fairly shortly, and they will burn out a majority of the rest of the round. There's one at the bottom of the main stairs as well. Dash is going to pick up Pion, and this is not looking good as the drop comes in for Scarz, but Fishlight gets himself really hard, tight up against that reinforcement there. Might have an opportunity to stick this, but no, cameraman's aware. Gets through the rotate and picks up the kill before the diffuser can be planted. That leaves us 6-4 now, and Loss, they look like they could be cruising to level up the mistakes of yesterday and go 1-1 in the Swiss. They just need one more round.
Yeah, 3-1 in this half so far. They're making it look pretty easy, and Scarz just not troubling them anywhere near enough. Even sat in that 3 versus 3, you know, everything was very focused heavily on servers, and once we had Bashoy trying to push him for a gunfight on that buck, it really kind of told the story that they would at least guarantee a trade, and then suddenly you're left 1 versus 2 as the planter, and we tend to know how those rounds end, unfortunately, Tim. 6-4, one more round, they're done and dusted. Scarz, they would be 0-2, Tim. Pretty rough first couple of days here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think Scarz have still got something in the tank here. It wouldn't surprise me if they grab a round and take us to 12. I think the reason that I say that is up here on the top floor, Loss, for me in that last round, have really sort of benefited from unpredictability. They've, as you've said, eaten away at the utility by picking up a couple of kills. Yes, they've lost a couple of the roamers, but it wasn't the end of the world. They then 3v3, and Scarz are missing some sort of critical elements that they might need for that attack. So Loss aren't going to be able to benefit necessarily in the same way up here on the top floor. They can't play the roam game in the same way. They can stick around underneath, but Scarz can largely ignore it if they want to. There's only 1 nitro on side for Loss. It's in the hands of Dash. He's on the Kaid. He's unlikely, you know, to commit too strongly to playing downstairs, I would have thought. So Scarz, you know, might have an opportunity here.
There we go then, last chance saloon on that top floor. What's it all to come down to? The Blitz and the Ying has really been a, I won't say a staple, but we've seen it float in and out throughout the half. This time they're really going to the Knights to try and get this one done. They've got the Lion and the DKB on side as well, the Juice in from the Finker. Just everything to, quite literally, throw the kitchen sink at Loss, it feels, on the defensive side. If this can't break through their setup, then really not a lot will, and the game is probably a very deserved 7-4 win for the side of Loss.
Just going to send the nade out to clear the shield. Will do so that's going to make it a little bit more tricky for Dots to hold on to this angle, but he's going absolutely nowhere. He doesn't want to give up that stock corridor just yet, and Scarz a little bit tentative about pushing on into stock whilst he is still there. A couple of flashes going, but there's nothing really there to follow it. The E1D is going to support Tayu in getting up these main stairs, and as you say, that's where the push starts coming. Fishlight manages to get Dash, and it's just kills left, right, and centre. They're all going for Scarz. They leave Loss with a few Scarz after that one and take us to the 12th round.
Fishlight with what, 3 kills in the round as well? I know it's on the back of the classic globals that we just spoke about so much and used to get so frustrated by. Finker, Lion coming in, you had the Coles coming in from DKB. That's just, everything was there to make that push work. And I think as you can see, or as you saw, Lost were left reeling a little bit panicked by exactly what was going on. So a good round, and they have the chance to get us through to overtime here, Tim, but it's going to need one more round like that.
Certainly is, and that's the thing for me, for Scarz. If if you said to me what has been Scarz's biggest problem so far, I think consistency has been the answer. They've had the good ideas, they've had the ability to get in and win gunfights. They just haven't been able to do it consistently round to round to round. Winning 2 or 3 rounds in a row has eluded them at the minute. So having to get another one now, and like I said, I just don't feel like that site really suited. We saw a lot of the kills there at the end coming in, and Lost just weren't mobile. They were just sort of stood still in their position, and I just don't feel that it suited them. They've done better when they've been able to be out on their own, where they've been able to be unpredictable, and Scarz have had to go to them for the gunfights. Lost then have generally been able to at least pick up a trade as an absolute minimum, if not come out on top. So being in open area this time, I think will suit Lost a little bit better. They should be able to play more extended towards that top floor, and again, just give Scarz more to worry about.
I mean, you've got the Amaru on side, you've got the Lion on side, you've got the Ying on side. It's very much a rinse, repeat sim. Although really without the KB on side, that's at least one thing being taken away that is very frustrating. It's more the Amaru that I'm excited about. Now, sometimes you do see Amaru brought along just for the fun of it. It's more about the gun, but given Washoy's current position, he definitely wants to get his way up a hatch here. Tim, there's two of them in below, but they need information to make this work, and here we go. Candela's coming in over the top. They're going to try and make this work. Washoy's in, but he's been dealt with. They had a good read on this one. Myers put him in the dirt, and now with just two left. Well, sorry, down two bodies. They've got to find their way back in somehow. Helped ever so slightly by Rek getting rid of Maya.
Yeah, they're going to have to adapt quickly here, because that was obviously the spearhead of the plan, was get the Amaru up the hatch. It was a gamble. It was, you know, throw everything on this one, and it hasn't worked because Lost have killed them all one by one. 3 versus 1 now. Rek has diffuser in hand, but they know exactly where he is. The late trade comes in, and that's going to be Lost taking the game on bank.
A deserved win overall, I think, but one of those games that you look at and probably think there was a few mistakes from both teams there throughout the entire game that suggests knowing the kind of teams that might be coming up against Lost tomorrow, it's going to be a hard challenge for them to win things out. Again, need more improvement before tomorrow. And on the other side of things for Scarz, well, moments of promise is the summary that I'll give to it, but just not quite enough in the tank to get it over the finish line.
Yeah, that's it. You know, they've had, like you say, they've had the good ideas, they've had the ability to win the gunfights. They just need to show it consistently. You know, more of the best and less of the worst, essentially. Yeah. And they might just be able to get themselves that win that keeps them fighting in this thing. But for the time being, Lost, they got on to 1-1. It was a good win for them. Scarz certainly didn't make it easy, but that being said, I think there are still improvements that Lost can make.
There are. I think for both teams, that's the story, and no team is ever a complete picture, right? There's always going to be more that you need to see out of any given team for them to really give you that belief that they can go on and win the whole thing. But this was definitely a scrap in the lower bracket, I think, when you compare that to what we saw back in the previous game.
Yeah, definitely. And as I say, as Swiss goes on, that's the beauty of it. We're just going to get these teams more and more evenly matched as we go, and the games are going to get tighter and tighter, which for us means the days get longer and longer, but we don't mind because it's just the excitement of Swiss.
I mean, yesterday was a real quick day, so we'll see how today ends up concluding, but I hear the desk are ready for us, so let's throw it over there now.
Thanks, boys. That one was way better than day one. We got cameraman up to talk to us about exactly how this bad boy went down. Dude, first off, congrats. That went way better than yesterday. Talk to me about, were the vibes down and were they way better today, or was it right about the same before you started the match?
I think after the LCQ, we came too confident. I think like too much, and maybe the preparation wasn't too good. Yesterday we studied the Monkia D+, like games from September, and they changed a lot, and we weren't expecting that. So now we were expecting more real stuff, and we played better too.
So you're new to this Lost roster. What have you been brought in to do? What's your objective within the team?
Our first goal is to make to SI.
Yep.
And of course to lift the trophy. And we know that we are capable of. We were screaming back in Brazil, and we were challenging every team and like good scrims with them and winning against the best teams. And we know that it's a really strong region. Yep. And of course we are capable of doing that.
So turning your mind to today's game, Scarz on Bank. What was the thought process behind playing them on Bank, and did they surprise you a little bit?
That's a bit weird, let's say, because we screened Bank and Night Haven Labs, not yesterday, but the day before.
Yeah.
And we knew that like even we lost the scrim 7-5 to them, and we knew that they would pick it because like they won. So. Yeah. We were expecting this map, and we knew what we could improve in the defenses and the attacks as well. Even though it was hard attack, but we could manage.
obviously a close game, and you've had a lot more close games than these guys have, because when you played on FaZe before, there were tons of circumstances like that. So after you guys lost yesterday, what did you tell your team? Because you've been to so many LANs in the past. Did you give them any advice about how to deal with adversity and being down early?
Yeah, like this is the time to lose. Like after that, it's when we make it to the playoffs. If you lose, you're out. So if you want to lose, if you want to learn stuff, that this is the right time. Of course, we don't want to lose anymore.
Yeah. Last question. Obviously, you're still trying to see if you can't get to the Invitational, and you got to win today, which means hopefully you should be able to bounce up pretty quick. Are you thinking about SI at all right now, or is it just focusing on the immediate future at the major?
I like the mindset of step by step. Like, tomorrow is a new match, is a new opponent, and it's a new game.
Yeah, sounds good. Anything else you want to say to the fans before I let you go?
Where's it? Here?
Yep.
Okay. I want to thank you all. Can I speak?
Go ahead, yeah.
Queria agradecer aí todo mundo aí que tá torcendo pra gente, torcida da Lousa, da Laranja aí. A gente tá melhorando a cada dia. Ontem não foi um dia muito feliz, hoje, graças a Deus, a gente conseguiu aí o resultado que a gente queria, mesmo com um pouco mais de dificuldade do que eu esperava. Mas eu acho que a gente tá muito preparado para terminar aí 3-1 ou 3-2, enfim. O importante é passar pros playoffs. E pode ter certeza que a gente vai chegar muito forte e só evoluir daqui pra frente.
All right, we're going to pretend that you understood everything that he just said, right?
We understood that, yeah.
Awesome. Congrats on the win, dude. We'll see you tomorrow. Obviously, really, really good situation for you guys to find yourselves in. So now you just sit back, wait and figure out who your opponent is tomorrow. And for right now, you just kick back and relax. We'll see you tomorrow, okay?
See ya.
See ya.
All right. We'll get Laxing back in here a second, too, to also talk about how this thing went. Much better game. Just from a scoreline perspective, and obviously somebody had to win given how weird of a game it was that they played yesterday. But how impressed were you about the performance? Because it was still a tight matchup anyway.
Yeah, I think, what you look at, especially when you're 0-1 down into a stage, is can we get the result over can we get the performance?
Yeah.
Lost got the result today. I think there were sparks of a good performance as well. So they'll be content with themselves going into tomorrow because that was today's objective achieved.
Well, and we also talked about in the beginning that, this is just a game, those games yesterday, they just have to wipe off, come in today. And we talked, I think they pretty much nailed every point that we said that we wanted them to touch on. This was a game that was back and forth. They were really going at each other's weaknesses and their strengths. And I mean, what more can you want from a game like that and a bounce back? Regardless of even Scarz losing, you can come back from this and be like, okay, we're clearly playing how we need to be playing. And then I think this is also what we expected from both teams and what we wanted to see.
That's the challenge we set out to both teams. We said to Lost, can you perform if Maya doesn't? And Maya, he had an okay game. He went, I think it was 7 and 8 in the end, something like that. But Lost still managed to win. And for Scarz, we said we really need to see Rec on the front foot. What happened? 3K in the very first round. So for both teams, I know even for Scarz, they kind of lost the game, but there is still positive to take away, which there weren't yesterday.
Los finished out this game on their defensive half, but it was the way that their attacks went that really helped seal the deal based on the way Scarz were playing their defense. So break a couple of those down for
us. So I've got a couple of clips that we're just going to roll, and it's to do with Los playing a specific operator. Now, this is going to be Los playing on the OSA. Now, it's very easy on Bank to try and navigate these kind of, I'm going to call it cheesy, it's not, but using an operator to navigate a plan, because you cannot get this plan off, if you do not have an OSA on the board.
Well, I mean, you just saw
exactly.
wall bangs.
All of the wall bangs blocking the bullets. So we're seeing Dots play on the OSA, and Loss, I thought for their attack half was generally, it was okay. They got a 3-3 attack half, but it was won completely because they played 2 rounds on that cheese operator of the OSA. This was the first round, and then this was the second round. Unconventional plant spots. Planting, at a time that, you haven't cleared all the necessary angles. You haven't gone through the whole process. You've done 70% of the process, but you use the OSA to kind of compensate for that and then get the plant off. And when a game finishes 7-5 and you cheese 2 attack rounds, this was a very close game. And I thought that was one of the key differentials between the two teams, was Lost found a way to get 2 more attack rounds over the line.
And I gotta say, that's what I love about Siege and watching Siege is the diversity in the different regions and how they incorporate certain operators and certain play styles. Because sure, OSA might be common. When I think in NA, a lot of teams are bringing a Monty, or a lot of teams are bringing a Maru flying into that window. But you're seeing Los bringing in OSA, there's so many names. Bringing in OSA, bringing shields to all these different spots and abusing that, like you were saying, and that those little things, that one operator is securing rounds.
Yes.
And that's just the crazy thing in Siege when you really think about it, one operator can define an entire map and how it's played.
FaZe were one of those teams that were really incorporating OSA back on Bank back when she first came into the pool, so it makes a little bit of sense that we have at least some slight FaZe flares as we see this Los 1 team continue to advance through this bracket. So now they move into the 1-1 games. They still have best of ones to play, but now for Scarz, the stakes are considerably different. It is do or die every single time. They are out of round lives. They still have one map that they can lose every series, and that's it. If they lose 2 from this point out, they're donezo for this tournament, Jack.
Yeah, pressure's on now. You know, we said yesterday, Scarz were playing without pressure yesterday. They kind of were playing without pressure today, but there are no more chances. And as much as they did a deep run in Copenhagen, as much as they will be at Six Invitational, this is not how they want to start their journey, considering they're a Phase 2 team. They don't want to play 3 days worth of Siege and then go home.
No, but the thing is, some teams enjoy best of 3s.
Yeah.
Like, we saw that performance. I don't want to write off Scarz by any means. Like, this is the performance that I wanted to see from them in general and what we even saw in their regional league. They still have a very good shot. They aren't out yet. Sure, their backs are a lot closer to that wall, but best of 3 territory, you do have that chance to lose and then just rebounce back and finish those 2 maps or just close it out in Swift 2-0, do whatever. But regardless, for all these teams here, you got to win it all. It doesn't matter where you find yourself. You got to keep winning.
Yep, you're totally right. And for a couple of teams that come up in game number 3, one of them is going to keep winning, and the other finally has to take their first loss. BDS and Geek coming up after the break.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wisecade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello guys, Team Wolf there, and we are going to play Siege Snacks.
Hey,
hello.
Is anything that you're hoping for?
Chocolate bear. Bar. Chocolate bear bar.
Anyone?
A candy.
A candy?
Haribo Dragibus. Lift, cousin.
Lift. Ok, samouraï sauce, nice.
C'est de la crème solaire, frère.
It's cheddar.
Du cheddar à tartiner.
Non.
On peut grailler là?
You should. Allez, let's go.
Attendez, prenez tout.
On marche en même temps.
C'est vrai?
On est tout en entier. Dis 1, 2, 3, on dit que l'Algérie. Tout l'entier? Tout l'entier?
Ouais, tout l'entier.
3, 2, 1. He said it was a vache qui pleure. It's a crying cow now. Compared to what we know, because we're expert as French people, so that's not good. Thumbs down.
No.
Overall thumbs down, yeah. Because we like the cheese in French.
Yeah, overall sometimes. Il est trop chiant.
Overall.
Bismillah.
Ça a l'air éclaté.
Ah, ça j'ai déjà vu. Ça j'ai déjà vu. I don't like the white on it. It's,
the white thing, yeah. It's not. We are not used to have that in France on our snacks. So.
Yes.
Allez, bien joué ça.
On prend en entier, ça peut pas.
On fait en entier. Maintenant.
3, 2, 1.
Il y a un truc à l'intérieur.
Ouais. Ça va, moi.
Ok.
Un peu sec.
Good.
Pas comme le désert, mais. It's good. The taste is good. I like it. I think it's strawberry, but kinda a bit dry.
C'est middle.
Can we say middle? Ok.
Ah, c'est de la pisse, frère.
Attends, faut sentir. Ça pue sa mère.
C'est du bleu de javel. Non, ça
c'est un détergent.
Ça va être un truc au raisin ou quoi?
Non, c'est au melon.
Oh. Ah. Et il y a des bulles. C'est gâteau.
Ouais.
Oh, j'avoue. Le dry, ça pue sa grand-mère. On boit. Y'a pas de goût.
C'est l'Amérique. When you drink that, it's like in your mouth, it's America. You know? It's like sugar, a little bit of sugar.
Comment on dit chemical? C'est fort.
I think it's grape. I think it's grape.
I think there's a lot of things in it.
C'est de raisin pétillant.
Ouais, mais
raisin. Je sais pas. Did you have fun, guys, trying to this American snacks? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Thanks for having us, and see you at the major.
Bye.
Bye.
The French invasion of America was fought on two fronts yesterday. An attack by Wolves was repelled by the Sonics, but BDS launched an attack against Space Station and was extremely effective. But now they find themselves meeting an unlikely opponent in the second round, the decimators of the dynasty, the blockers of the Brazilians, GK Esports. No doubt they will be given underdog status yet again today, but it's going to make for a damn good matchup nonetheless. I'm Jacob, I'm here with Fresh and Jesse as we talk through BDS and the MENA team that could, GK Esports.
Yeah, GK, I think, surprising everybody yesterday, taking out the reigning major champions W7M. They did it in style, too. Really strong performance on a map that W7M should have been extremely favored on. Instead, GK came out. They showed us exactly what they're made of. We saw big plays from guys like Hasham, from guys like Key. Really impressive stuff, and I'm hoping to see more today.
I just think Jesse's an EU hater because he definitely did not mention Noodle or Leader there. Well, who were also two of the best players for GK. Everybody was great. They were absolutely spot on. It almost feels like an EU versus EU matchup in my mind because I know that GK are very big scrim partners with a lot of European teams and they've got a big European influence. So for me, I feel right at home.
I would say it's basically BDS versus old Koi, right?
Kind of.
For the most part.
In a way.
Yeah. You get some substitutions for a couple of the Middle Eastern players and suddenly it all forms into one Frankenstein's monster of a team. That did knock off the current major champions. So start with them. How big of a moment is that for GK?
Oh, it was absolutely huge. I think, these guys have got a lot of confidence. They're the most informed team in the world, bar none. They have not lost a game in an official Blast competition in Stage 2 at all. Every other team in the world, literally every other team in the world, has not got that accolade.
So wait, no, they're undefeated since August, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even in Stage 1, they lost one game officially in competition.
To Falcons. In OT.
Exactly.
Holy crap, is this the winningest team we've ever seen?
Yeah, I think they have to be.
Holy crap. No, that's just something I didn't consider. The one thing that they are, as a result of beating W7M, is the furthest advancing MENA team in a major competition ever, because Falcons, when they made it to Swiss, they didn't win a single series. So this is the furthest we've ever seen a group of guys like this ever go, which is super impressive just by itself.
Yeah, and, they've got another tough opponent against them, right? They played The team that was almost world champions yesterday, they played the current team that were the major champions from Stage 3 last time today. It's going to be tough for them coming through. Obviously, BDS as well, a lot to play for, right? We see this boundary SI status. BDS really hunting for that top 8. If they can make that happen, they'll be at the 6th Invitational more likely than not. So they've got a lot to play for. They're not going to come out without swinging against GK.
As a European, it's absolutely awful to watch this because if BDS get to the top 8, they get to the quarterfinals, they get 6th Invitational, but if they don't and Lost don't, then it's M&M. So for me, I'm kind of just like, at least just one of them, but I don't want to choose which.
I was say you might want to root for your countrymen or your region men at some point, but right now M&M are GK's biggest fans because whatever they can do to qualify for SI, because their fate is no longer in their hands, they really kind of have to do it at this exact moment. So let's start with BDS and what they can do. I mean, because we'll talk a big game about GK for obvious reasons, but for BDS specifically, these guys are the expected powerhouse, and they're still the favorites in this matchup. And from what they did yesterday, they're definitely back in a big way.
Yeah, they were really good. They took out Space Station yesterday with some really fantastic plays coming through. We saw them really dominated in the early round. We saw some good plays coming through from Shaiko and LickyFac. I actually thought the droning was really impressive. Some big stats coming through from BDS. Yesterday, they had an insanely good 78% entry. That's 100% on defense. 4 to 6 rounds, they found the opening pick on attack. They converted 86% of those opening picks that they got. They were extremely efficient at finding those. And obviously, you're going to credit Shaiko. Obviously, you're going to credit LickyFac. But I really want to credit Bride because his drones enabled so many of those opening picks. He really opened up and gave the information to BDS. If there was an extended roam, they knew about it. If there wasn't, they knew about it, and they took that ground so quickly. I think BDS's drone into entry play has been fantastic so far in the tournament, and I'm excited to see what they do today as well.
There's one big criticism of BDS, which is reliance on Shaiko, right? And I think BDS have been aware of that and have just made a very, very small change in terms of the way that they want to play this tournament. From what I saw yesterday, is that LickyFac's trying to play that second entry. LickyFac has been known to be one of the best lurkers. You know, when he came in, when they won the Inter-Big Major, he was doing it very often by lurking and playing off the back of Shaiko's plays. LickyFac is now, he got found out a little bit in, EUL Stage 1. So now he's trying to be that second entry alongside Shaiko to try and make themselves like a dynamic duo. And it's a very small and intricate change, but it shows if they're getting better entries and they're converting it better, that this whole team has made that change to address that weakness.
My only question is, how accurate of a sentiment is that going to be for LickyFac? Because when they played Space Station, that puppy was over before it really had a chance to get going. So do you think that's going to be over super consistent?
I think it'll be consistent, and I think he can say through the operator selection, because we saw LickyFac play a lot of Finker yesterday. Whereas, it was always Shaiko on Ayana. Now, obviously, the nade changes have come in that affects that, but Shaiko will remain on a comfortable operator, played a bit of Nomad, the gun that he likes, and then LickyFac will take up that aggressor position, especially with those grenades.
Yeah, and I think also we have BDS. They've only played one game so far. It was against Space Station. SSG is a team that likes to fight you in the early rounds. They're going to make those rounds happen quickly. And I think GK as well, they're not exactly the same style as SSG. SSG, there's no team in the world that's got the same style as SSG.
True.
But GK will fight you early. They're willing to go aggressive on defense, even when a lot of teams might go for anchor plays on basement defense, bomb sites. Really, GK do love their roams, and they're quite coordinated with it. So if BDS are doing a good job winning in the early round against Space Station, there's a good chance to come out, and again, they're going to be strong in that area against GK.
All right, well, let's talk maps real quick between these guys, because I think for GK, there's plenty of maps in their pool, because, they've been undefeated. They've been able to get a whole bunch of practice in their region, not too much internationally, but again, they've yet to drop one, so you got to find a way to knock off the unbeaten beasts, and apparently the answer is letting Nighthaven slip all the way down.
Yeah, so Nighthaven's a really curious one for me, because basically yesterday when GK played, I said, I don't know about them taking W7M to W7M's favorite map, and they knocked them off it. Now, Nighthaven is BDS's #1 map preference. They love it. They battered Heroic on it in EUL. They absolutely had the floor with them. And GK have gone, do you know what? Big show of confidence. We'll do W7M on their best map. Now we've got BDS on theirs, and we'll do them again.
And we've praised GK on their map pool in the past. They've played a ton of maps, 7 maps so far throughout Stage 2. This will be their 8th. They've never played Nighthaven Labs in official competition or in unofficial competition. BDS undefeated through 1 match so far. They took out Heroic early on in the EUL stage. Every single team in Europe banned this map against BDS after that game.
I think that's it. We don't really have much else I want to say. I just want to see whether GK can get any of that magic from yesterday going into this game against BDS. Is it going to be 2 straight ego challenges, I think, for GK to get this one done? Or is BDS finally about to give them a reality check? And we're going to get the Americans in here. Samuel Stokes-Stewart and Carter Link Sandefeld. It's good to see you boys.
Well, I'll tell you this. After the fun showing we saw from GK in Group A, and the disappointment we saw crushed, unfortunately, 2 underdog stories, one of which fell, but GK, after ego challenging W7M on Clubhouse yesterday, won, and they've decided to ego challenge BDS on a map that no other EUL team, even some of the best in Europe, wanted to challenge them on.
Yeah, very interesting prospect that we have on our hands here because, as you were saying, BDS, a team that inside their own region, they played this map a single time up against Heroic and stomped them. It was not even close. 7-2, 7-3, ridiculous scoreline for them. But now we're here. GK up against BDS on a map that GK hasn't even touched. They didn't even have to try and delve into this well at all during their own region, and they haven't even had to look towards it for play-ins or the Swiss stage just yet. I think that we have a heck of a game on our hands. I'm hoping so for GK's sake because they've been representing so hard for MENA, and I don't want it to stop now.
But for GK, if they can win this map, as Jesse mentioned, combining the MENA stats and the Atlanta stats, they're 10-0 so far inside of just maps won in Stage 2, regional and international competition. But that's with playing a lot of the maps. 7 maps played all across the board. And they haven't touched Nighthaven. If they come out after their victory against W7M today and not just beat BDS on their best map, but beat BDS on Nighthaven, we might have a MENA team where this is their first international event who have an 8 or 9 map pool. I mean, listen, you've been around a long time. You're in tune with Siege history. I would dare say that's unprecedented for a team of this level, of this newness, the international stage. If they can win this here, GK might be the #1 most feared team at the tournament afterwards.
Yeah, this for me, this eclipses even like the Mantis FPS run in 2019, where, you know, we got to see what South Korea had to offer at that time. But, you know, nowadays things have changed up. There for quite some time, it was really just a battle of the three bigs, right? North America, Brazil, as well as Europe. There's nothing really happening outside of those 3 regions, but now we have some incredible talent across the entirety of, you know, every single region. It's so very cool that we're at this point where, you know, you can go look at Japan, see a team like Crest. You go to MENA, you see teams like Falcons and GK. It's just such a cool thing, you know, in the modern day of Siege. But hey, here we go. BDS versus GK. We got the bans through. A lot of normal things, but then we have Sledge as that very starter ban. That was banned out by GK. How are you feeling about this? How does this work into the strategy of this map?
So the Sledge is surprising, at least for one facet, because that's an operator Key has been playing quite a bit of, and him and Hasham have really been the big standout performers, I would say, on GK so far this tournament, specifically when it comes to 1vx's. On attack and defense, Key, when he won 2 or 3 1vx's against NIP all the way back in plans, a couple of them were on Sledge, that comfort operator. But of course, by taking off the Sledge, you're restricting the amount of soft breach the attack has to offer. It's also sometimes an operator players like Renshiro like to play as well. So there is logic to it, and it now means that operators like Buck, like Ram, need to be played by BDS if they want to go for that soft destruction. And what do you know?
10 seconds.
Assuming he can change it, LickyFac might just pick the Ram going into this action phase. But for the defensive bans as well, Fenrir, Azami, not too uncommon, but the Dokkaebi ban from BDS is interesting because this map relies a lot on full clears, so that's hampering their attacks to start, but their drones were excellent against SSG yesterday, and this is a tool that Trixt makes great use of. They're denying it to him while still keeping strength in their droning. They don't need the Dokkaebi to win.
They're going to have to try and flex those muscles here again today because, as you said, this is a map where, you know, you really want to be able to clear things out and try and use the full breadth of things, but it also makes it to where the defense can have a very solid roam game. You know, it's not something like a Chalet where you can get cut off very easily. There's a lot of, you know, very centralized rooms to kind of mess around with. Hajam is still here, and that is going to be the second Bookie drone gone. And he's back, also not babying the window either, so he's not actually going to really get anything out of this situation. And that's a huge stop here from GK. And again, showing the muscles of this roam and what you have to try and clear.
That's a bit of a waste of utility right there. Key, oh no, does not go down. Huge pickup by Hasham. BDS damaging Key repeatedly, end up taking him down, but GK get away with that trade. And unfortunately, we've lost that C4 from Key, but you've also lost the flashbangs, the intel gathering from Alems. But honestly, on a map that takes so long to clear, that you need to have all your pieces intact, GK are denying so much map control from BDS to acquire. 4v3 now established, and one of our big concerns was, will BDS just run roughshot over these roamers with player like Shaiko and Alems? GK have come to play.
Attackers recovered.
This was the big prospect when we were looking at this game, right, Lynx? Looking at Shaiko, looking at people like Brede, Alems, seeing what they can do up against a team that has so much talent, especially mechanically. They've been playing off of each other so well, and Hasham, he's going to get away with this one too. Takes down Renshiro. EFAC a nice pickup, but he's battling back, and EFAC, you have nothing in your hands, son. A triple for Hasham, and he'll finally go down, but there's 3 more bodies for Shaiko to find. It'd be a masterclass here inside the first round already from him, but GK showing just what this map is capable of, especially with a more aggressive roam, forcing BDS to clear map control, and Shaiko's just gonna run in. There's really nothing there for him. No drone work to be had. Just has to try and get something going, but a perfect defense here from GK, all things considered. Absolutely love the pressure that we saw upstairs, especially out of Hasham. That initial interaction with EFAC was so awkward for EFAC. He did not know what was happening to that boogie drone at all. They were really not committed to their drones, and honestly, I really love that we pointed out how good their drone game has been, because it was lacking so hard in that round, Carter.
And so to start on the first round in the drone game, specifically on clearing out Hasham on the top floor, Trixt as well to a lesser extent up top, but Hasham saw the most action, 3K in round 1. Really not much done by BDS to deal with him, and maybe that's a little bit of first round nerves. Okay, we're gonna make some mistakes early on in the game, because it was incredible against SSG yesterday on Skyscraper, a map that's very difficult to attack and necessitates the attack to be clinical on their clears if they want to get a huge amount of rounds in that half. Nighthaven's very similar, not necessarily in structure, but in that you need to have that drone game on point. So big mistakes from BDS in round 1. They let GK, who, if you give them engagements, Hasham will win them. He has been the big defensive player so far inside of Phase 2, albeit only after the first map yesterday. But if you give him that space to roam, he's not just going to do nothing with it.
No, he's confident. He's confident in it. You know what I mean? Like, he's not trying to play too safe. He's playing things how he normally would go about it, and it's working extremely well for him. You know, that pressure around the window is extremely impressive indeed. So EFAC, after that initial round, not starting off too strongly. See if they... Oh! Wow. What a find there from Noodle. An insane cover. They read that back and forth.
I mean, that's just...
The communication is insane. That was such a solid read. They hear that window break, immediately make the adjustment over towards Garage, Carter. That's what you want to see out of team play right there.
That's the team play you want to see from people who actually can make a deep run, who aren't just getting fluke rounds here and there. We see Trixt realize that LeakyFact hops in the window, and he doesn't peek. He plays it patiently, letting Noodle get in position. And also, we're seeing GK out-frag BDS in key moments. Shaiko, the next one to fall. No trade from BDS. It's a 5v3 now, and the other big point we've seen from GK, they don't get too over-aggressive. They are able to recognize when they have these man advantages and they fall off. They then play the bomb site, play the setup, and what do you see when that thermite opens? Somebody immediately hops back into the bomb site and they play the angles inside of it. GK are not letting this advantage slip away right now.
No, it's like when you and I were talking to Leader about this. He's just able to provide that cadence, right? Everybody has this amazing mechanical gun skill and a really good understanding of the game of Rainbow Six Siege. But with Leader in here, he's able to just put the collar on him in a certain way to make it to where it is so difficult to get rounds back like this, especially when you're lacking a player like Shaiko. It just feels aimless. I mean, where do you go with this? Especially after losing those two, you're going to lose Renshiro here too. The drone economy is practically out the window because the Lems has to stay gun up. You're really just going to hope for maybe Shaiko to sit on like a flank drone or something like that and find something. Yeah, Leader's going to over-address this a bit, but we can kind of flirt with this back and forth. And yeah, I'm gonna sit in the same boat with you. This is exactly where we kind of want to pump the brakes.
Yeah, this is that GK definitely starting to get a bit over aggressive, letting their youth, their passion drive their play. Leader and Trixt both taking some 1v1s with the Lems with a nice angle over that reinforcement, and we'll pay for it. And another player playing close on connector. Lems and Bride, what a fearsome duo to work this 2v5 down to a 2v3. They flash off the electrical position. Bride now pushed on in. He's got a hole right next to this mirror window. This is not winnable for BDS, but so long as GK don't start swinging these angles. But Hasham is now giving opening after opening for BDS to exploit. Bride will just hold close on the mirror window as long as he needs. 19 seconds is an eternity if the defense keeps giving you damage after damage. Two different players now from GK, low HP. Flash goes on in. They've got intel on the player close on the wall. Bride cannot win the engagement. Good pickup from Hasham. Good pickup by Lems. But the second round comes forth for GK, but definitely making it harder than it needed to be.
A little overzealous at certain moments, but they were able to allow the cooler heads to prevail there near the tail end. A little risky there, but obviously that Mav torch can be very, very quiet, so more than likely had no idea that was even there in the first place and kind of got caught off guard, but you could see their immediate reaction, and that's what we really want to highlight is their ability to slow things down and force the offense into the site. You don't want to overswing things and just give bodies over for no reason. And now a lot of considerations to be had for BDS, and you know, I know we're only through 2 rounds on their offensive side so far, but you're already seeing the really big gaps in that Dokkaebi ban.
At the end of the day, if you are going to ban that Dokkaebi on Nighthaven, it's such a big map that there often will just be gaps that even teams that are excellent at droning, you might just miss. And BDS, they will keep a lot of those gaps closed. They won't necessarily give players the opportunity to go for those picks. But when you have a map that's so large, have a map that needs so much to done, or so much to be done to be clear, sometimes it's just going to happen. And in a best of one especially, when this is the only map you've got to play, those are going to punish you that much more. This being the first map of best of 3, let's say GK win it, but then we have a smaller map like Chalet afterwards. BDS could completely shore up that mistake, but when this is the one map you're playing, you need to make sure that it's on point, and that Dokkaebi ban seems to be hurting them a little bit.
Yeah, the clear is feeling awkward, but I think it's mostly feeling awkward because they're very spread across the map right now. And that's all well and good, but when you start losing bodies left and right and there's nobody, you know, there's no shoulder to cry on, there's nobody there to try and come back and hold this back across the line, things get really volatile very quickly, especially on a map like this, because it requires so much heavy lifting. You need bodies, you need guns. So, let's see if BDS can try and fix this up. They're already going to break glass in case of emergency, slapping Breed on the Monty here.
And there is one player directly next to him as well. Look at this from BDS, a lot closer together. Renshiro and Alems next to each other. Brady and, I was about to say Licky Fact next to each other, but he's able to take one down. Brady actually with Shaiko, but Brady also almost 1 foot into the grave. 4v4, Shaiko with the wraparound, but Key still somehow with the pistol kill. Shaiko might just find one, but GK on this roam have certainly damaged BDS to a scary extent. Shaiko now alone inside the building as Alems and Renshiro have been on this balcony the entire round up until this point. And it's not an advantage like GK had in the last round, but there's still one player on the roam.
Just the body language in that interaction that we saw. You can see that BDS is already kind of...
They're nervous.
Yeah, they're worried about how this is going to go, man. You can definitely tell, especially with that interaction with Bride and that Monty, just getting a little over-aggressive when Shaiko is actually just right within the same vicinity. You guys can handle that together, probably keep the shield up. But, I mean, hey, at least it got into the 3 versus 3. So we'll see what they can do from here. Potential springboard to pick up their first round, but it's going to be a tall ask. Kashom has been gunning for this team so far, but he's going to go down to Alems as they play patiently. The kitchen site, not all that great, to be honest with you. I'm not a huge fan of it, and this is really why. The clear is not all that difficult. You get these walls open, you play things out patiently, and things can most definitely go your way. Great call there from BDS to slow things down and see what the response was going to be from GK.
And how they almost won that previous round, round 2, where Alems is just sitting there picking off people as they peek him. That's way easier on a site like Kitchen, because as you said, once you open up that wall, it sees the entirety of the bomb sites. It's completely free. That's why they brought the OSA as well, because let's say it's a 5v5 or 4v4 different round, they'll move in, place the talent shield. They've got someone who can plant the bomb and an attacker or 2 attackers behind her that can just cut off anybody that tries to rotate up, C4, smoke, killer, whatever.
I mean, what do you need on that site, right?
Exactly.
You need meeting upstairs and you need lobby. That's it. That's literally it.
And ultimately what happened was, even though it was a 3v3, BDS were able to take down most of the roams, save for one Solus up top. So once that fell, it's so easy to push in.
Yeah.
Big problem with the bomb side, as you said.
Yeah, and definitely one that, in a perfect world, I wouldn't see any professional team go to.
Yes,
but,
I agree.
Hey, it is what it is. You know, people got to try things out and see what's going on. And if it works for them, then it's working for us, as I always say.
10 seconds left.
So, GK, you're going to try and shift gears and go back downstairs. This is the fantastic roam that we saw them start off with, but that also begs a BDS response. They knew what they did wrong last time. It really started off with EFAC having some issues trying to break up some flooring over inside of barrels, but it was quickly handled as GK was able to get some nice kills under their belt. BDS looking to try and right the ship here, get the wind in their sails, and try and tie things up on this offense.
Keeping the momentum low for GK, making sure they're fighting for every single round that what needs to happen when you're fighting an underdog team. Once they feel that chance and luck, fate is on their side. That's when scary, scary plays start to happen. They find Trixed on this top floor, who is left undealt with for a good majority of the round. Also spot another roamer, the Valkyrie playing on the middle floor. Noodle and Trixed both spotted by the defense, but Lems just begins to creep in. Not a lot of presence on the site. In fact, no one inside of Tank. Great read from Lems and the rest of BDS. Will they find the Legion? There's one watching the doorway. Oh, but a key victory by Leader. It was an opportunity recognized by BDS, but one now unrealized thanks to the Legion.
Why are we inactive on this side of the map, though, BDS? We're going to have Lems push all the way forward and make a deep lunge, but nobody's there. Shaiko's not even there to try and assist him.
They've recovered.
Not exactly the best situation that they put themselves in, because they've especially kind of given up the goods in a way. They know exactly where the strategy is going to be coming from. Brady is going to go down. Shaiko's able to move in. He might be able to get this kill on the stairwell. Nice angle find there as he'll take down Key, but they're still stuck inside of Animus. They have to try and get out into Tank and get this plant down, but GK more than likely have a response lined up.
One of them was the mute walking down the cargo stairs, but now Shaiko's found that they have control of Tank, at least directly inside of the bomb site, but there are players up above. That's Solus, the Valkyrie that we saw, the BDS drone at the beginning, who've moved down to the middle floor now, or at least are in close proximity to do a rotation down to it, who are forcing this vertical control to be a fight for BDS to take. Leaky Fax now hopped in. Nobody, again, directly around him, but it's that passive threat, that phantom pressure GK are applying, now taken form by a C4 from a Shome. Shaiko just barely spotting another one. No gunfight just yet. 2 players inside the site, 2 on the roam, but still no ground gain for BDS.
And Shiro, he's gotten in behind Tank, and this is where things get serious now. They've got EFAC up top. It's a pseudo-fragger. He's already done his job. Nobody needs assistance with that. The bomb will go down. It's 2 to find. Shaiko will be able to pick up at least one. EFAC with one of his own as he flanks down low.
Reset.
Shaiko knows he has one on the hatch. Good coverage here as he will be inside of Animus, but at the back end, and Trix with a hell of a shot will shut down the French powerhouse.
GK are just winning so many of these fights. I mean, right there, that was a 1v1 given to Shaiko. If they lose that 1v1, we're sitting here saying, oh, why would he peek him by himself? There's nobody to play his trade. The defense has to react in time. And hey, maybe that happens. But still, the fact that they're able to win these fights, the GK are going frag for frag, player for player, with a team like BDS, who won a major a year ago. Major champions. They might have had a bad stage last time, but they've come to play as the runner-ups of EUL this time, and GK are meeting them wherever those players want to enter the map.
Oh, Carter, they're making them sweat right now.
They are.
The fact that we saw a Lems lunge so deeply without any assistance from the rest of BDS doesn't even seem like a BDS thing to do to me. Like, the fact that Shaiko is actually downstairs and just not active in that same moment is so very awkward. And that's where you lead to these coin flip gunfights where if Leader's got the right angle, you just give up a body and there's no one there to do anything with it. And that's what leads to Shaiko standing in Tank for 2 minutes.
Yes. But a key point about Leader winning that gunfight, something that Jesse brought up on the desk, is that BDS had a ridiculous entry conversion rate, you know, getting in, I think, like 86% of the time and converting it 78% of the time. I mean, absurd stuff, especially on the defense. Want to know how GK have been countering that? They've just been killing them quicker. They've just been getting the opening pick more often. I mean, 4 rounds now. It seems like GK are constantly the ones setting the pace. Maybe he gets traded out, even on that kitchen round. GK started and immediately traded back. But this is also what I'm saying. How do we take away the conversion chance that BDS have? We set up a shield with ADSs right there, and we take the fight to them. Now, that's a very risky position, don't get me wrong. If they commit to it too hard, I could easily see a team as coordinated as BDS just nading them.
Yeah.
But still, that indicates the mindset GK are playing with.
And you can see why it's putting BDS on their heels. You know what I mean? Because this is something that BDS isn't exactly used to. They're used to everybody having that fear instilled in them before the game even starts. Like, oh, I'm playing against Shaiko. Oh, I'm playing against, you know, EFAC. I'm playing against Lems. And BDS has been such a solid team for so very long. I think this is one of those situations where GK just really have something to prove, and they really do not care who is across from them. And that's just fantastic to see. So we'll see if they can continue on this tear. These defenses have looked very solid. Even the round that BDS picked up, it was a kitchen defense.
It was, but one that also GK worked to a 3v3, and then BDS had to work with minimal resources. It was still one where GK, a very active force in this round. BDS, minute 15 in, trying to gain some activity, struggling to open the IT breach at the moment, but they're so focused on that shield. The burn comes in, they destroy it. Now they feel a lot more comfortable to open up this wall. So nobody playing it, but again, it's the phantom pressure. They don't open it. They're not playing the shield whatsoever. It's just meant to scare BDS and waste 10, 15 seconds here or there.
And it did even more than that. That's half the round there. And yeah, they've gotten some bodies in. Shaiko's in up top, but he's very low right now. I think it was a nitro cell or something of the sort. Don't exactly know what happened through there, but either way, he ended up going down due to it. No nitro cells lacking in the pockets of the defense, so genuinely don't really know what happened there. Might have done it to himself with a frag grenade. Who really knows? But either way, though, some drones rolling in now for server. Hashom will be here with leader in tow. They've got an IT breach open at a bare minimum, so pressure needs to start boiling up here, but they're going to need Shaiko's assistance. He's right on the door, but remember, he is on low HP.
One thing to consider, though, Trickst, while Hashom's getting a fight inside of the site, GK do have a player hitting the flank on the back side, but it's a 4v3 right now. Effective 4v2 on the bomb site as it's just Leader and Hashom playing inside the CC position. BDS have flooded in through Garage and have taken fervent control of half of the site. But can these three defenders, now mount some more pressure? More flashes send him on in. Breedier rotating behind the A-bomb. Big pickup from Alems. All of GK stuck on this part of the bomb site with Shiro cutting it in half. Looking the wrong way. Leader doesn't pick it up, but the bomb goes down now. Alems a huge kill to find. Leader now has to find two more. Intel on one. There's another playing on the other side. He has to win this isolated one, but the crossfire from BDS is too strong. That is the BDS round we needed to see.
That's the BDS that we're used to seeing right there. The decision-making to keep the bodies over on the garage side and exploit, the command center side of the bomb site. They have Shaiko and everybody kind of built up around IT as well as server/gen. But that's really what convinces GK of that position. You're like, oh, Shaiko's trying to enter from this side. They're going to want to try and take the IT breach, swing in towards Leader. Not the case at all. They smoke the door, they plant on the backside and force them to retake the site. Masterfully done from BDS, and a good wake-up call in the moment to keep this scoreline palatable.
I literally sacrificed Shaiko just to gain a better position. I mean, that's chess at its finest right there.
Oh, it's my queen. Take it. Oh, wait, you lost the game.
Yeah. Just a huge rotation from BDS, and if we see another round like that as GK are trying the second floor bomb site a second time, it might just get this. But another thing I was talking about with Jesse, GK have a crazy recovery rate when it comes to lost bomb sites. I don't remember the exact number, but it's in the 80% of when they lose a bomb site, they're able to recover. Now, obviously, small sample size. They've only played 3 rounds in Atlanta so far, but GK are a team that knows the mistakes they make and know how to recover. And right there, if they recognize as well that they were having Trickst flank up the lobby stairs to retake Gen, but then suddenly BDS just rotate to the other side, they've proven they won't make that mistake again.
I think we're going to have Noodle in the roam down here, too, on the Solus. I really like this. I really like this pick. You and I talk back and forth about this all the time. I think she's a little busted just because she is such a detriment to the drone economy. But I digress. She is really, really solid when it comes to the roam game, not only because she has that impact, but she also is able to, like I was saying, get rid of all those drones and really open up the field for her own rotations. And any time that you can kind of be self-serving in that way with any operator, you're more than likely going to see a lineup with something like that. It reminds you of like the old Pulse plays, that kind of thing. So fantastic stuff. We'll see if Noodle will be able to exploit this to its fullest ability.
One thing you do have to be careful, though, is Solus often is playing in those solo positions, and BDS, if they do recognize that Noodle's too far away from the rest of the defense, send Shaiko, send someone to play his trade, just to move down there, take out that solo roamer, go back to the rest of the take with a man advantage, while Breedier is opening the wall at the moment. Connector wall already opened up as BDS want to make use of this Mav. Thatcher's on the board, they don't care. Thermite's on the board, they don't care. Breedier has really focused on the Mav for these upstairs defenses, while Thermite has been reserved for the other bomb sites they've played on this map. Still a 5v5, and now that he's rotated over to the IT breach, seems like we're on a similar pace to the previous attack.
Yeah, most definitely. Actually, exactly in timing as well. 1:35 right now as he's opening this breach. They got it open at about 1:26 the last time. Gonna get some soft destruction over here to open up both of these walls respectively. But all this has done is kept things very quiet and allowed Shaiko especially to start working the map, work things forward, see if anybody wants to try and respond in a certain way. He's going to play patiently here for quite some time. This is probably going to build up like we saw on the previous round, where they'll try and pull pressure and then bring it back across the line, more than likely with like a back hit or something like that.
But Noodle's also rotated into the bomb site now. Was on the roam at the beginning, but now is in the site to spot those drones if they're going for a different side, to figure out, all right, are BDS baiting us with this push, or is it where they're actually pushing from? Trixt is now the only one playing off-site, and Shaiko's worried about it, worried about someone flanking up those lobby stairs. BDS taking a lot of time to get all their ducks in a row. Maybe just too long. Key finds one. A second player takes that fight, but Alem somehow trades it out. Secures control of Aqua Stairs while Renshiro cuts down Noodle in the site. Intel for the defense, now a little bit lacking in control for BDS in quite a large supply. They have moved into connector, moved into electrical. Alems has the Aqua side as well. Oh, but Leader shuts it down. GK can now focus all entirely on the IT and the connector push. Hashom with a messy engagement gives GK the advantage they need. They can play trade off the remaining defenders. C4 flies out, but it goes out the window. The lineup's actually a little too good, and the angle's a little too poor. Renshiro recovers, cuts down Hashom, flashes go in, but blind Renshiro, so he's got to take cover. That's a key amount of seconds now wasted. He's the only one covering, but he's got a line directly on the doorway, got a line directly on Leader, but the C4 goes out and he's not watching! Watching the IT connector instead. Leader gets GK the 4-2 half.
And BDS, so very close to pulling the exact same thing that we saw in the last round. But those minor adjustments from GK, and I'm really happy that you referenced that as well in their playbacks, because right there, it was not a whole sweeping change of how they played out that round. Extremely similar utility, put somebody downstairs to recognize what was happening with the roam game, or rather roam clear, and then address things accordingly for the map pressure. And that was the key factor there, especially for Hashom. His patience around that rotation for connector was unprecedented.
And even then, if BDS maybe win that fight with Hashom, they're able to win that one. Maybe they end up winning the round, but it's still, GK are able to win those close fights with some of the best players in the world, Shaiko being one of them, but then also EFAC having a poor game so far. Bride, 0-5 at the moment. He's obviously not the one getting the kills, but some BDS players aren't showing up at the moment, whereas GK are also a little lopsided, but Hashom in particular is playing lights out.
Yeah, Hashom is looking so very solid right now. I mean, we're only halfway through this game. 6 rounds in, the guy's already got 9 kills. Truly impressive stuff, especially up against a team that is so unbelievably talented like BDS. And honestly, man, like, this just goes to show you how insane this major has been so far. Like, we don't even have a crowd yet, and we're having games like this.
Just makes you excited for when we do get a crowd, especially...
Tell me about it.
Especially if GK can keep making this run. I mean, guys, we might have one of the best storylines, dare I say, in the past 3-4 years
of all time. If they do, yeah, if they get to like finals, like even if they don't win it, dude, for Leader and Noodle to join this team and then be playing like this up against a squad like BDS is actually just so insane.
And their path through Swiss so far, W7M, BDS. I mean, W7M were coming in cold yesterday. BDS had has as good a warm up as you could hope for in their game against SSG yesterday to restore confidence, to practice their play, and it worked out perfectly. But the attacks aren't certain just yet. GK are still, comparatively, especially the more inexperienced team, and Nighthaven being a large map, they've played default comfort maps like Clubhouse, where coordination is well known. Positions are instinctual almost, but Nighthaven, it's new and it's big. There's a lot you still need to find out, and players like EFAC, LickyFac down below with the pulse, constantly relaying intel to the defense for where GK are pushing from. It's just...
Bye-bye, Tricks. Sorry about that, my friend. And that's pulse play for you. That's exactly it. Hasn't changed in 8 years, and I highly doubt it changes in an additional 8. So, EFAC with a nice pickup. And that's what you're looking for when it comes to a map like this. You know, the Nighthaven Labs kind of reminds you a little bit of things like Consulate, with the way that things get cleared out and the way that you can have these big sweeping roams. So, BDS flexing their muscles on defense so far, giving GK a hard time. Have Hashom on this shield, trying their best to work in from the garage. Have the planter in tow as well. Noodle's going to take quite a bit of heat from the drone hull here. No more frag grenades for him to try and assist in clearing out Alems. And they really need to try and scoop out one portion of this site. That's their biggest issue right now. That's why they're at this roadblock. Nobody really giving them a look.
No, and Noodle, who wants to be that player to remove Renshiro on Aqua and add a second dimension to this attack, he's 1 HP. That's such an easy fight for Renshiro to win. The rest are stuck inside of IT, inside a garage. BDS had basically worked GK in the exact same position GK worked BDS in on the previous second floor attack. But now, it's a lot more difficult. Hashom hitting a big rotate, though. Moved over to Aqua to add that second dimension. Leader catches one in the sight, but only does a little bit of damage. Renshiro pushes up, though. That's what we were waiting for. Now Hashom's got to unshield, try to take the fight. Key falls down. It's an excellent defense for BDS so far that is only aging better and better as the seconds tick by. Leader found a bit of damage earlier, but 5 different players all trained on his position. It's about as flawless as you can get while still dropping a body.
That's a perfect round from BDS on defense. And, you know, just showcasing what Nighthaven is all about. We saw it from GK. We saw it from BDS. Really, really solid.
We do have Jesse on the line. 7 rounds in. Jesse, what are you feeling about watching this game?
You know, at first I was a little bit nervous, Carter, because this was a bit of a rocky first half, but I don't want the viewers at home to be too concerned for BDS, because when BDS played Nighthaven Labs in the EUL, they actually had a 6-0 defensive half. They were really, really strong on defense. Their rotation was basement into top floor into storage. And we've seen the top floor here. What really worked for BDS last time they played this map was they had this Shaiko Lickyfac duo roam combo to really hold down the meeting hall connector side of the map, with Shaiko playing Legion and connector, and then we saw Lickyfac down below on the Solus. Now, Lickyfac this time playing a bit of the pulse, switched it up a little bit, but the idea of that strategy was still the same. I have to imagine BDS, they're still going to feel pretty comfortable on these defensive halves, and I think they're in a good spot to pull this game back.
Well, Jesse, to your point, we've got Lickyfac on the Solus right now, so thank you very much, and let's take a look at round number 8 to see how BDS, with that in mind, start what might just be a comeback on the defensive side. The Shaiko, Lickyfac duo roam. Lickyfac certainly on their own with that Solus, but Shaiko on the Cade, alone on the bomb site. That's a switch up, ain't it?
Yeah, if you would have bet me money yesterday if Shaiko was going to play Kaid, I definitely would have taken that bet and 100% lost. So definitely see that one quite seldomly when it comes down to it. Usually see him on the more frag-centric characters, but that's perfectly okay. Doesn't mean that he can't land his shots here and play it off of the site. So see how this goes for them. Is going to torch things out here. Smokes down. Oh, y'all. If you haven't seen this one in a while, welcome to it. He's going to torch the line and use these smokes on this side and see if there's anybody peeking this at all. And, well, that's Glaz's rifle for you. A little bit of recoil to that thing, especially with the suppressor on it, but he's going to tag up Shaiko. Bad news bears, though, is they now know about Glaz.
Indeed they do, and this will likely force a rotation from BDS. Maybe somebody pushing down the Aqua stairs, moving down below just to support a potential bomb site hit. Not giving up the roam entirely, but just to make sure that Shaiko has some support. Thankfully, though, this is a bit of a slow take from GK. It takes a lot of time to open up that hole in the wall. Oh! Key stepping on the C4 the moment it hits the ground. Opening pick going the way of BDS with a little effort from Shaiko.
And you want to talk about timing. Unfortunate
Doesn't get worse than that.
Track Stingers now to try and lock things up around the site. Either Hishom's going to have to try and sit here and chill and see exactly what he can get done. Leader with a nice discovery here on the second level. So he's just trying his best to sweep out this mid-floor. He does have the breaching charges, so he can assist with some verticality work. Where is the rest of the teeth of this offense? Look like we still have quite a few people around delivery. I saw the Brava across the map. I think that's Noodle working his way in from the garage angle. They have a good read on this Legion. It's going to be Alems over inside of storage right now. He does have the rotations, though, so going to make it to where he can quickly make some adjustments around this mid-level. But Noodle, I don't think that he knows he's still very close, and he'll find him. Alems actually almost with the flick there, too, if you notice those shots coming back. Crazy from him, but even better from Noodle.
But key part, almost with the flick, almost with the win.
Horseshoes, hand grenades.
Exactly. GK now up 4-3, 4v3, but quite literally in terms of man advantage and round count. Try to make it 5-3. Shaiko and Renshiro both on 50 health, but no site control for GK at the moment. So much of BDS also consolidated around the cargo stairs. There's going to be a lot of time spent from GK. I was going to say with the soft destruction, but Hashom has been on this Glaz for so long and finally finds someone rotating inside of the bomb site. This is a great advantage for GK, but they need to make sure they don't make any mistakes. 20 seconds left. When you are just now moving into the site, you can leave a lot of gaps, but they're getting so many kills, they're making up for it in spades. Brede knows someone has pushed into Animus now. That's the only 1v1 that seems to be going his way. Noodle gives a second, but gives no quarter. 5-3 for GK.
Oh, BDS. This is going to get somewhat serious here in a moment as we are hurtling towards our potential final round here. GK with 5 rounds, a 2-round gap on BDS, and a timeout being taken by BDS here, Carter. And yeah, I totally agree with you. I am not a big fan of people taking tac timeouts when the other team has 6 rounds. 5 feels like really the last, you know, point in time where you really want to cross that bridge. But either way, though, I think this is just a testament to how talented GK are. I mean, you guys heard it there first from Jesse J. Chick. BDS with a perfect defensive set when it came to their European debut of this map up against Heroic, and GK giving them enough pressure that it's forced the timeout.
Just a position that, I mean, once you're there, when you're facing that underdog, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I mean, we were even rationalizing, like, W7M, they're coming in cold, it's just a map. But if you're BDS, you're thinking, we're not going to let that happen.
No, this was the true test for me. This was.
This was the true test, but if you're BDS, you're thinking, we're not going to let that happen. I mean, we're not going to make those same mistakes. We've seen them play now. We're not going to underestimate them. Then you always think to yourself, it's just some meta team. Like, we should be able to win, right?
That's the problem right there.
Exactly. But that's the mentality. This team can no longer be underestimated anymore. They've proven themselves with their win yesterday over W7M, with their #1 seed in play-ins, and now, even if they lose, a 5-7 loss to BDS, that's a quality win in my book if you can get that scoreline against BDS and make them shake.
That's some high-quality H2O right there, my friend.
Is.
And speaking of that, we'll continue on the references here because it looks like we're going to be moving somewhat aquatic on GK's side.
10 seconds
Got the Jackal moving in. We did have the Blitz there for just a split second, so I thought we were going to... Key, I love you so much. Oh, my... No! Go back!
Too late.
You're no
Beyond the
fun.
pale.
Dude, I was going to invite him to the after party, but not anymore. Not anymore. Dude, I thought you were one of the cool kids.
Thatcher's fine, I guess.
I guess. I mean, if you want to be a loser, no.
Stay clear.
EMP's fantastic on this map, especially when you're trying to address things downstairs. You can get things going so very quick with the EMP radius nowadays, and they got the Selmas going as well. This low-key might be a... Oh, no, I'm gonna hold my breath on that one. It looked like we might have been going quick there just for a split second, Carter, because we were putting Selmas down so very quickly, but oh my. What do we got going on here on the mid floor?
Well, they break open the hatch while Hasham is standing on it to basically just not waste any time, and also maybe cover the sound cue of him dropping in case there's some player playing close inside a kitchen. Not many players around him, but there is someone relatively close by playing over inside the cargo area. Legion on the main stairs as well, or on the exo stairs, excuse me. They know someone's over there. Another drone flying in. Hasham has that for a fact now. But how aggressive is Renshiro going to get? Nade cooked. It flies out.
Nice.
And it just lands on the landing. Excellent bank shot by Hasham. Man advantage acquired for GK, but still needs some more control.
Really wanting to stand 10 toes on that stairwell, but not exactly the best bet, especially when you really don't have any utility to back yourself up. That's what leads to moments like this, and GK have already found the pick that they so desperately want for this opener. Now they can rotate back to their earlier efforts and try and get things to move in from delivery. Still have a couple of rotations to deal with up top. Have one over inside of Gen right now. It's Noodle working on this for the time being, but I think this is more than likely going to be a GK pressures downstairs, this guy roams, and Noodle kills him kind of situation.
Yeah, if Noodle plays patiently here. Oh, but the call goes out that their EDDs on that door. And does Noodle relay his position? Leaky Fack is stalwart right now watching that door. A nuclear bomb could not distract this man from his task. But GK, a minute left. They want this. They want this 5v3. They see this roamer. One player over on connector side, the other coming in from assembly.
It's so impressive. Just their patience, their willingness to return to the drone game and see what they can get done. Especially when you're trying to address a map like this, Carter, as an IGL, you really want to make sure that you know what your head count is, especially for sight, because then you can do things like this. A huge fight from Leader, Alems. He's been able to sneak in behind the bomb chassis, but won't be able to find too much just yet. He's getting pressured from both sides. Let's see how this swing goes.
There we go. He's taking down Noodle. Trickst also 3v3. BDS clawing back as GK on this bottom floor take. Both rounds in a row have not left themselves a lot of time. Before they had a Hasham relieving pressure. Now they lack that. And GK, they're starting to struggle, but Leader's in the spot he needs to be. Hasham lethal onto Licky Fack. Alem just finds one, but it's not enough. He's got to hit the reload. And as the Finka surge goes out, GK explode on the match point. 3 rounds BDS need to stop GK from being on the precipice of greatness.
Trying to send the Frenchman back to Paris, man. That's crazy. This This is unprecedented. I could have saw a world where we were going to OT, but I think BDS have vastly underestimated what GK are capable of in like a moment-to-moment basis. Their ability to make the play and find those critical shots is paramount to their success up against BDS. We've seen this before with BDS. When teams have the ability to fight back, the games get good. But right now, GK are doing so much more than that. They are dominating BDS at every single turn. Even in that round, BDS still had a moment where they could have been able to flip the script and bring this round back across the line. But GK had so many things in place, Carter. They had the entire site encompassed. They were using their own mirror windows against them. Truly incredible stuff as they were able to break down that entire map. Fantastic patience up top as well. Didn't really have to go for that clear or anything like that. Just keeping a proper mind and not doing too much. They're doing what is necessary.
Well, buckle in, folks. For
Tell me about it, right?
Win or
God.
Win or lose, this game is going in the history books. As if GK win.
Did I wake up yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Can you pinch me?
I can.
Either way, whether GK, he did pinch me. I appreciate it. If GK win, I mean, that story speaks for itself. But even if they force the comeback from BDS and they lose 8-6, 8-7, the fact that it was that close in the first place is an immense, immense statement for GK's quality and what they are capable of in the server.
Yeah.
Back to that top floor attack, though, and thankfully for you, Noodle has stuck the blitz.
Mm-hmm.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I can be a happy man once again. Now at this point, I mean, I might as well have like Hasham sign my forehead. This guy is going insane. Like, I'm never gonna wash it either. Just for the rest of my life. I'll get it tattooed. Whole spiel.
Oh.
Looks like we might be popping off here soon. Yep, bullets in, and oh! Is anybody gonna pay attention? Razor Bloom right there.
Oh!
What a shot out of a limbs. One that was so desperately needed. If he was not paying attention, he was so unbelievably dead. GK. Now I've lost Noodle. They're going to have to try and pop off now. I mean, the jig is up. They've dealt some damage. Trix taking a little bit of damage. Key all over the place on this one. Trix has one. 3 versus 2. Efac, Brede, what do you have?
Well, Leaky Fact still got some spark in him. It took a lot of his HP, but cut down to Shaw. Leader's got it too. Leaky Fact, the game is on the line here. It is you and only you to win.
He knows.
He's got the case in the bomb site. He knows where the diffuser's being planted, but Trix has put the bomb down. We're in a post plan, folks. The attack can now retreat, hold the passive angles. They've spotted Leaky Fact. They know his position. The Solus is intel too, but the attack has man advantage, and that is always going to be a looming thought in his head. The Solus has to get both of them, has to overperform, and then still defuse the bomb. He'll start to bait it out. Trix moves on in. He looks towards Jen instead. Trix pushes too far. Gun put down. Leader, you just need just a little bit more. One more pull, and he smokes him! Major champs, no problem. Best fragger in the world, a paltry sum against GK, who are now 2-0 in the Swiss and might just be one of the best teams in Atlanta.
Yes, Carter. The Falcons may have soared pretty high for MENA and showed off what that region could do. But GK, this is a goddamn rocket ship, and we are soaring, we are flying, and this isn't too close to the sun. We're striking the moon, baby. BDS has a lot to consider after that game, because I don't think anybody thought that GK had a snowball's chance in hell to walk in here and put a score line like this, 7-3 up against BDS.
And not just 7-3 against BDS, not just on a map that BDS 7-2'd Heroic on, a team with international experience, a team with a pedigree, but a map that GK have not played up until this point. They have played 7 maps of their 10-0 scoreline so far. Number 8 is a map that just might be in their pool. This is a team with so little experience compared to BDS.
It's so crazy.
You can't just corner them in a veto strategy anymore.
Nope.
You've got to be worried about every map in the pool. This is public enemy number 1 right here.
Yeah. And the craziest thing is that they got 2 new additions, right? They got Leader and they have Noodle in from the EUL. Absolutely insane. It's just this story with this roster is so incredible.
And it's still being written. We've got Leader on the desk. You want to call Key? Let's head back to the analyst desk and hear Leader's immense thoughts after that victory.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, somehow these guys have managed to knock off 2 of the top contenders in the world as a MENA team and with a substitute. So why not get the substitute in real quick to talk about how this thing went down? Dude, we caught you up a couple days ago asking about how much time you had actually spent with this team prior to jumping in. Exactly how much time had you scrimmed with this roster before you subbed in?
I scrimmed about 3 maps.
About 3 maps, yeah. Okay. Who was it against?
BDS.
And what map was it?
Nighthaven.
So perfect storm, literally, for you guys.
Yeah. Like, it's been unreal. Like, everyone in the team, like, they play so well with my calling. It's like, it's really good, you know.
How does that work on your interaction? Are you doing a lot of calling in the team? And
yeah, like, before they didn't have an IGL, so they're just playing, like, this crazy playstyle manner, like, that we'd expect from those teams. But, like, with me coming in, I'm solely just, like, focusing on making sure everything gets done in the round and see, like, what the next step is, because that's what they couldn't identify before, like, the next step in the round to close out the rounds.
How motivated are you personally? So just a quick question about you personally, because obviously, you know, it didn't go too well at Koi and Heroic and EUL. But here you are at the major. You've beaten W7M, the major champions. You've beaten BDS, the Games 8 champions. How motivated are you personally for this?
I'm so motivated. Like, it's like the redemption of anything. Because on Na'Vi, obviously, I had a great stage, and everyone saw me as like this, like, you know, like EFAC. He came into EUL, he played very well, and here he is on like the best team in Europe. And it was kind of like that for me, like the expectation.
Yeah.
But when I went to Koi and when I went to Heroic, it kind of like fell off.
Right, okay.
So it's like just getting back into it, you know.
Was there any personal one for you to specifically beat BDS, having played them in EUL prior? Was there any like a little personal fire under your ass?
Yeah, because when we played them under Na'Vi, we got destroyed. That was like the only game we got destroyed. It was by BDS, so.
Oh, all right.
I actually heard a little rumor. I heard your team has been blacklisted by BDS in scrims because of how much you dominate them.
Oh.
Is that true?
Oh. I'm not too sure. Maybe.
I heard there was a little mental block in their mind played against you guys.
Have like this thing that these guys are a scrum team, but they're showing that they're not a scrum team now, you know, like they're doing it in the game day. You saw Hashram yesterday against W7M hiding in kitchen.
Yeah.
You know, like no one does that. So.
Anything to say about the idea that, okay, you've beaten 2 really strong teams in a best-of-1 context. You're still going to have best-of-1s left to play, but what happens when this team actually gets into a best-of series that requires more than 1 map? You think that they're still going to be playing with the same fire?
For sure, yeah. Like, we can do the same on every map. Like, the play style is the key. It doesn't matter the map.
Jack, anything else?
Sorry?
Anything else?
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk to you about Hasham, actually. So he went off yesterday. He's gone off today. What's he like to play with as a player?
He's really good. Like, I try to involve like 4 people in the push and then just let him do his own thing, you know. I let him find his own gaps because he knows best, you know.
Yeah. So there's some clips coming in of him here. So I think it's just been, you know, incredible because, like, I suppose people in terms of, you know, like EU or even an international fan base, North Americans, Brazilians, won't know about some of these guys, you know, that play in the Saudi League and play in MENA. So what makes them so good? Are they just so confident?
Yeah, confidence is key. Like, their aim is crazy and they're so confident with it.
Yeah.
They don't care who they're playing against. Like, you could be playing at Striker, you could be playing against KZ. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they still have the same confidence.
Just like getting into a ranked game.
Yeah. Last question before I let you go. You've beaten 2 world beaters at this point. You beat the current major champions. You beat the most recent Gamers 8, 2 years running Gamers 8 champions. Do you feel any pressure now at this point? Because you're top of the mountain with 1 team at the minute and for undefeated teams, and that's G2. Yeah. What does that make you feel?
I mean, there's no pressure for us. Like, we came into this event like I'm a substitute. You know, they just wanted to get out of the group and then just see where it goes from there. And we've taken out 2 of the best teams, so who knows what can happen next.
That's sweet. Anything else you want to say to the stream before we let you go, dude?
Thanks to the fans. Like, the MENA fans are crazy. Yeah, just thanks for your support.
All right, dude. Again, congratulations. That game was insane. We'll get Jesse back in here to talk about that one too, because we were trying to find. I mean, it was round after round after round of. It felt very systemic from BDS, and then every time we saw Geek pop off, it was. This team is a joy to watch, dude. I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great to watch. I think, you know, there are certainly some flaws. It wasn't easy. They can make it easier on themselves, but this is what's ingrained into them, right? It was the aggression in the early doors. They were so aggressive against BDS, getting those entry kills, but getting them in an early, you know, being explosive early on in the round when BDS were not expecting it. Now, there's a couple of times they gave it back because these guys, once they've got the kill, they kind of have this like hero play mentality where I'm going to get another one and another one and another one and don't stop. So sometimes it looks great when it works and doesn't look too great when it doesn't. But yeah, it's such a pleasure to watch them. They're so confident.
Yeah, and I think like we talked in the early game or in the in the pregame about how BDS did a great job yesterday about beating Space Station Gaming in that early game. I think the big difference between that match and this match is that one was on coming through Skyscraper, where it's very linear. They would go in through Exhibition, clear the top floor, move on to the bottom floor. This is Nighthaven Labs. That's such a more difficult map to roam clear, and we saw them abusing that on the side of Geeky. They were all over the place on the roam. They were making so many good moves. Yeah, maybe a drone would be in. Maybe the drone would even find a player, but there's a third player, a fourth player, somebody else coming in for the roam to help out that one player. So I really like that aggressive play style from GK. Eventually, BDS maybe started to adapt a bit, go for some more direct takes, but even then, they couldn't find the solid rounds to get it consistently, and that first half just seemed out of reach.
And so everything now for GK from this point forward is always for promotion, because now they're at that 2-0 phase. For BDS, you go back to the drawing board a little bit because you still have some more opportunities, but you drop one map in a best of one scenario. It's not really the end of the world, but think about what the magical run could be. It could be beating W7M, the current major champs. It could be beating BDS, the current Gamers 8 champions. And if, God forbid, somehow they draw G2 in that 2-0 game tomorrow, they could knock off the SI champs all at the same event.
And then 7 rounds away from main stage.
Yeah.
Well, not even just that, but like main stage, a MENA team. A team from a region, again playing with a sub, because both majors we've had a MENA team playing with a sub. If they make main stage, what does that say about this region?
All I'm saying is if you're seriously right now, you're fearing for your job a little bit because of how well these guys have been playing with Leader. Right now, GK Esports are the single greatest MENA team to ever exist, simply based on how far they've been able to get at an international tournament. Congratulations to them. For BDS, we'll see them both tomorrow, and we'll hop into Game 4 after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason to choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also wanna sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference. I like 4.384 for me. 4.384, and then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area, and then 94 menu display area, with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. That's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled, then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification, obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, drone deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk, toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just set to mouse buttons. And then I gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons. And then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least, that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see, so up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
A European engagement of enemies that would normally promise a guaranteed classic, Virtus.pro and Wolves enter today instead as losers from yesterday's first round, leaving most of us confused and bewildered about how they ended up in this state in the first place. The Russians dared to challenge NIP on Cafe yesterday and were swiftly handed their own heads on a silver platter, and the French tried Nighthaven against Sonics and were defeated even faster. So for this matchup, there is a lot of confusion surrounding where both of these teams end up. I'm Jacob, I'm here with Jesse and Lax, and we have the NA desk to break down an all-EU matchup, but it's not going to be a pretty one based on what we saw yesterday.
Certainly not, Jacob. This is not where we wanted these two teams to be after the first day. Virtus.pro, huge upset loss. They're going to be looking to bounce back, of course. And Wolves, definitely a kind of team that I think people had different expectations for. Obviously, they've historically been very good at international events. That said, they did come through as the #3 European team. They've had some struggles in the past. So I think both these teams looking for a bit of redemption, looking to prove some people wrong.
Yeah, and they've both been powerhouses in their region, respectively. But then coming here and see the performance that they put on yesterday, both of them, you would never even assume that those were the same teams.
Yeah.
They didn't look like it. I think Wolves definitely had some struggles that they were trying to work through in the play-ins, and then you get to that game yesterday, and suddenly it just really catches up with them. But then we really should focus a lot on VP specifically today, because that was the first time that we've seen them for quite some time, since the end of the EUL, where they won the darn thing. Because for Wolves, the formula is starting to get more known, but we got to talk about VP and how they were struggling yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was one, they chose the wrong map. Me and Jesse were talking about that. There was no reason that they should have took NIP to that map. NIP is arguably one of their best maps. They had, what was the record on it, you said?
It was 10-1 or 11-1, something like that.
So why would you challenge that? That's just an ego thing to me, that you think just because you beat them prior that you could just take them to their best map and win it, and that's really why are you setting yourself up not for success? I mean, I guess if you wanted to try something, which you can technically try stuff in this, you got 3 chances. I mean, do you want to push that? Sure. They did try it. It didn't look pretty. No. I do have a video to talk about a specific round on VP and what was, in my opinion, a lot of their issues outside of many other issues. And this was round 5. It was a 3v2. You see one player here being Joystick. One was in library, and then one's pushing down white hallway. Joystick is now taking this entry onto, I believe it was Muzi inside bathroom. Cons has this angle holding olive bar, watching over into the white hall or into freezer, covering Muzi. Muzi swings in, and this is a 1v1. Gets a kill. Now it's a 2v2. Where are the other 2 guys? One is still in bathroom. I think one is still in Whitehall here. Cons, these 2 are playing a crossfire. Cons and Muzi are playing this perfectly, working together. Muzi's covering this angle for this flash for him to try to push up on this. Boom. Pasha goes down. Now it's a 2v1. Again, they're playing the angles here, playing it perfectly. These 2 are working in sync here, making sure that this guy in white, the gridlock, always can't play this together. Now always in a 1v2 here, finds a beautiful kill right here. Beautiful shot on Muzi. 1 down, but again, now it's a 1v1. And keep in mind, this was a 3v2. It's a 1v1. Muzi plays this beautifully. This is a world championship player right here. Calm and collect. Always tries to make this play. Boom, done. And the biggest thing that was the takeaway from this round of not only VP picking the wrong map, it was more so the team play. Because again, you had that 3v2 that you could easily went for that bomb plant. You could easily went for the trade game, but all of them just took separate 1v1v1s, and you saw NIP play that together. They had those crossfires, turned it into a 1v1, and closed out the round.
Yeah, and I think for VP as well, up against NIP, we saw NIP doing a really good job of kind of trading out. They'd get a pick, back off, get a pick, back off, right? And maybe you go 1 for 1, but they're always getting those trades. We didn't see that the same from VP. I think VP kind of came in knowing they had a lot of VODs on NIP, thinking, okay, we know what they're going to do. The strat book was way deeper for NIP than I think Virtus.pro expected. So coming in now against Wolves, this is an opponent they're going to be very familiar with. I hope this time they can get that same prep in, but this time they need to be right.
I mean, it's resurfacing that age-old conversation around VP, especially back when they were Empire. It's not so much a strat book thing, it's that their map pool doesn't seem like it's nearly as deep as several other teams.
Undoubtedly, Jacob. And I think the map pool has been the biggest criticism people have had of Virtus.pro. You know, there's a lot of maps they just don't play, especially the newer ones. Nighthaven, they don't really like to run at all. Of course, permabanning Skyscraper very often. Border, they don't like to play. So for this team coming through, I think they're really going to need to stretch their map pool in against Wolves if they don't want to be very, very predictable. Yesterday against NIP, they banned Border, Skyscraper, and Nighthaven. Banned Chalet in the middle there. But still, it's very predictable what VP are going to do in these map bans. And listen, if they've got a sleeper pick, if they've got one of these maps that maybe they've been prepping, but they just have not shown off yet, now is when you got to start bringing it out. I know you're not where you want to be in the major yet. You're not at main stage, but you're in trouble. You lost your first game. I think this is the time where they need to break out something new. You're up against a familiar opponent. Bring something that they're maybe not expecting.
Yep, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think if this is a team that you are familiar with on both sides, you know what each other does. There isn't going to be a whole lot that should surprise you from what team does. So if you are going to pull out something, it should be against your own region to really throw them off, because they're going to already be reading into what you're doing.
Yeah, and this kind of familiarity is something that they need to play into, because the last 3 times that they've played in Tier 1 competitions, they're 3-0 and across all of those maps.
Yeah.
Wolves beat them in a couple of the Tier 2 online qualifiers, but that's the only time that they've ever managed to secure victories as far as this year is concerned. So Wolves, that's a little bit concerning, but for VP, lean into the fact that you know these guys, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When the matches have mattered most, VP always win. The record between these two teams, it is relatively even, but when the pressure's the highest, Wolves have yet to really find success this year.
Yeah, and we also talked with Scarz and Los. You know, you can wipe off the first round, you can wipe off that first game, and just focus then now on this next game. So I have no doubt that both these teams can put up a big performance against each other, but both these teams have their issues from those last games that they really need to fix going into this one.
All right, let's figure out maps if there's such a really big issue for this game. Where are we going in this bad boy?
All right, nothing crazy. Skyscraper, Night Haven, and actually Consulate Clubhouse getting banned out. So Border was actually the decider map between these two teams when they played in the EUL. It was a 2-0. We didn't get to see it. It's not going to be played this time. Wolves decide they don't want to go for it. Instead, we end up on Oregon. This is a map that Virtus Pro do play quite a bit of. Oregon, for them, is very comfortable. 3-0 in Tier 1 competition this season, including winning it as the map 3 of the EU Grand Finals in both stages 1 and 2.
Wow, okay.
I mean, I would say if you're VP, you're sitting pretty comfortable here. This is a map that you're clearly very comfortable on. Played it a lot throughout history, whether that's been with the Empire roster or this now VP roster. And it's a default map. We've talked about this in NAL. There's not a whole lot that you can really do to surprise a lot of the teams, especially the teams in your own region. It's played very similar across all regions. So, again, if I'm VP, I'm feeling comfortable that I got Oregon as my map.
All right, well, let's figure out which of these two European normally powerhouses are able to dig themselves out of this current winless streak, and which one of them is going to get sent to the O2 matches as we go tomorrow. It'll be Stokes and Lakes with the call.
I mean, Sam, both these teams, they might be 0-1, but for VP, they've only played one map so far. Are they warmed up yet? Maybe, who's to say? But for Wolves, I think the big thing that we still need to think about is some people don't think they should even be here. I mean, they lost to Bliss in that best of one and very nearly lost to them later on in the play-ins.
Haven't looked too good, have they?
Haven't looked too good at all. And the more these losses weigh on Wolves' mind, going into the best of threes, if they lose this game today, they have just been down and out this event.
Yeah, it has not been looking too hot, but here's the key thing about this. You have a comfortable matchup walking into this. Yes, it is a best of one, but it's on Oregon of all places. This is a bread and butter map for practically anybody in Rainbow Six Siege. It feels like home, right? It's like that in Clubhouse. Those two, it's just a staple of competitive Siege. So Wolves, you know, metaphorically speaking, but also somewhat serious, it's now or never. You really want to get a big dub under your belt, and what better team to do it up against than Virtus Pro? But that's the thing. VP have looked so solid in their own region. They didn't start off too strong, but that's okay. They had just gotten here for that very first series. Now, I think we get to see these teams stretch their legs and see the full breadth of what they are capable of.
Two-time EUL champs being Virtus Pro, Wolves, consistent third place, LCQ. Wolves are good. No one can deny that, especially in the group stage, taking big maps, big victories off of teams like G2. Wolves have that capability in them. They have that ceiling, but right now it just seems to be that for a team that's so consistently improved since Charlotte, always improving event after event, it's just not it for them.
You want to tell me what you were talking to me about before this?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. So that is a target ban from Wolves. VP, as I'm sure many of you know, they have their attacks and they play them consistently. That is why VP are so threatening. You can counter-strat them and recognize the holes, but they're just so good at executing what is instinctual to them. How do you beat something whose attack is basically in their genetic code? But Wolves have banned the Nomad, which is a key piece of what VP like to do when they're attacking meeting. They like to plant on the split doorway, the right side of it, but use Nomad to lock down Laundry, main stairs, and Z. So that facilitates the main plan VP like to go for, and taking down that Nomad will make it more difficult.
He's not just a pretty face, folks.
I know what I'm talking about.
He knows what he's talking about, let me tell you. Well, now, with Virtus Pro and Wolves loaded up and the ban phase completed, I like the rest of the bans here too, but these ones fairly straightforward. I mean, just with the quick mental math, we got the Execute utility going away for Ying. Azami is just incredibly annoying on this map because she can make it to her, especially the top floor. It's so easily defendable. And then last, but surely not least, rounding things out with Kaid, and he's just a solid choice whenever you really need to lock down some walls. So either way, though, into round one we go. Wolves will be starting us out on defense, and it's going to be a basement bomb site. First, VP, obviously by proxy, will be on offense, and this seemed like the natural line that VP was more than likely going to go with the lack of Nomad in play. We'll probably see the gridlock a lot more.
And especially with the nades, I mean, there's a good chance we might have seen her anyway.
Yeah, very true.
But especially without that Nomad, if VP have Nomad in place in any strat, gridlock is borderline a must pick to fill that niche and also to bring with that secondary utility. One thing we also see from VP on these basement attacks is they like to run a lot of Grim, but noticeably he's absent right now, and it seems to be a bit of a more standard lineup overall. I mean, you've got 6 nades to deal with explosive utility or to deal with that Clash or that Mira, whereas with the Hibana, the Flores, I mean, that's pretty standard for any attack.
I think always just forgot to set up his Hibana kit when he sat down.
You think so?
He's got a shotgun on right now.
Hey, listen, the Supernova's making a comeback.
Hey, whoa. I didn't say that. It's still a decent weapon, but you're going to get rid of the Type 89?
Yeah.
One of the best assault rifles in the game by DPS. I'm just telling you. If you didn't know, well, now you know. But, I mean, either way, he's just here to facilitate hatches. And that should be able to work out for them. Plus, I mean, the shotgun around the stairwells, always a good play.
We'll see if it ends up biting VP in the butt, but 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go until we likely get to when VP will hit that execute. A slow team on Oregon is only going to be even slower. This will likely be a game of late round executes, at least in these first 6 rounds. They have the Hibana, thankfully, even though she's maybe doesn't have the Type 89, she's always got the X-Kairos, and that'll be the operator to open up these hatches with that Cade off the board. This should be easy and speed up a lot of this early on because you don't have to play the EMP minigame of finding the Electro Claw, taking it down, putting the X-Kairos on. And, I mean, look at these track stingers as evidence first and foremost. VP have moved on to this middle floor and basically have everything initially opened up.
Most VP round you can possibly get. Good cadence, working through the motions, and motions that we will more than likely see repetitively throughout this game. I'm sure down the line, same offense, you guys will be like, are they just copying what they did in round 1? And the answer is yes, they are, Carter. They probably are. Mobley's going to get rid of a decent amount of the X-Kairos here to try and hold things up on Boiler. This is a fantastic spot if you can keep a hold of it downstairs. And I love that they have P4 here too, because he's able to just get solid info back and forth. Nobody can really shoot him unless he makes a very critical error, but he'll be able to at least let them know what's happening with VP's offensive moves here.
VP have started to rotate players down to bunker always, and Dan looking to cut off P4's rotation back through pillar. Deadshot as well, but Deadshot is with P4 for that very reason. Give a gun to the shield that can't shoot back. Flash is going on in. VP so far have failed to really pressure that player playing on the bunker doorway, always pushing up. This is what that Supernova can do, holding the close angle. Shepard's now creeped on in. Does Virtus Pro know? Well, Wolves certainly have an idea. 3v3 now, but Joystick on low HP, puts the Clash in a corner. Never want to put Baby in a corner. Joystick now down on the floor. P4 can finish him off, but always gets the big pick inside a bunker. And P4's got to keep that gun out now. Crossfire held by VP, but with one close quarter weapon and intel relayed to the Clash, there's some chances for Wolves to find their way back in this. They begin to fall back. Shepard puts the bomb down. Now the shield comes back out to probe for intel. But it's a little too slow. Now in a post plant, Shepard a bit stuck on this bomb at the moment as the Clash can keep pushing him forward, but P4 gives up the space. Now VP can basically totem pole this, but no, Shepard even rotates around to Laundry, diversifies a lot of the angles in store. You can hold out the shield all you want, but eventually that gun's got to come out, and P4's got to win 2 quick engagements as the time continues to dwindle down. Whoa! I didn't even recognize he got that kill, and a pre-fire on Always is very much in the cards. 20 seconds remaining. Always just baits it out, takes cover behind the reinforcement. Just one more shot for P4 to win this gunfight. Always pushes in and backs off right when he needs to. The time is now gone. Round 1 goes the way of VP, and as Oregon goes, getting these attacks as quick as you can, that's the #1 priority.
Yep. And it was never a mistake, man. It was for elbow. I absolutely love that. Fantastic spot to try and put a shotgun in play. Sometimes we see it with a Sledge, but I like it a lot more with Hibana because she can be a heck of a lot more active, right? Just a much faster character. She has those stuns to try and facilitate things as well. Whereas, yeah, Sledge, you have the frag grenades, but if you misplay that, then you might blow yourself up. So a little risky on that. But either way, though, I'm going to get a tech pause in here, folks, and try and get something fixed up here for, I believe, the Wolves side. I saw P4 kind of having some awkward reactions when he was trying to work his way on Clash. So I don't know if there was like an error with his keyboard or something, but we're going to get it panned out.
Yeah, I see P4 taking off his headset right now. Look at you, you perceptive fellow.
It's the ADHD, bro. Don't give it to me. My brain is just silly.
Literally, I'm listening to you in the green room. You're talking about like the minuscule impact of a mouse pad on your movement. And I'm like, dude, I just play the game. Like, I got my G Pro.
Dude, I'm just a freak, bro. That's all. That's legitimately.
Mouse pad that Larch gave me. Like, I'm just trying.
I got 10 mouses at home and 15 mouse pads. Now, here's the thing. I'm not one of those weirdos. It's like, oh, apparently P4 was having issues with his sensitivity. So user error on that one, and we'll be sure to make fun of you for that, P4. Make sure to check your settings before you play a professional match up against Virtus Pro. I'm just saying.
There might be, listen, don't.
No. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
There might be a technical issue.
Yeah.
Lord knows I've never played in this competitive
Me and P4 are actually the same person. He's like, actually, this is off by 1 millimeter, so we can't be playing with this, dude.
Please open up the command file so I can.
Dude, no, he's actually me. Look at him. He's literally just moving everything on the desk. He's like, this isn't right. No, I should have clutched that route. If my monitor was exactly 1 inch farther back, That was all me.
Listen, if you're competing at this level, you got to have an eye for the details, okay? This is why I wouldn't succeed, aside from being terrible at the game, but that's a separate point.
Dude, do you remember SI, I think it was SI 2022, when one of the M&M guys showed up with a actual tape measure?
Did they actually?
Yes, they showed up with a tape measure and used their exact same measurements from home for everything.
That's so funny.
And I was like, that's my kind of guy right there, for sure, for sure.
Seems like that's me for real, for real.
Dude, actually, listen, I'm telling you right now, you haven't lived life until you've tried a handful of mice, a handful of mouse pads, and found your perfect mix.
I'm on mouse number 2 and mouse pad number 2, so I got a long way to go when it comes to the gaming reps. But Virtus Pro at least have one under their belt, basement attack. One, now moving on to dorms, if they can just get this second, I mean, usually when you think of Oregon, that might just be enough. And after that first round where the takes seemed to work, at least in terms of trading the advantage down while still retaining it, Virtus Pro did quite a good job. Moving on to dorms, of course, what is the VP take going to be for this? Will it be laundry-sided? Will it be big window-sided? Who's to say? But we do know that with 2 roamers down below, Virtus Pro will need to dedicate some attention to the first floor before they move to the second.
Yeah, they're going to take their time. Use this drone work of Shepard that he is always so good with. Just pay attention to whenever you see that little blue drone rolling around. 9 times out of 10 with this squad, it's Shepard, and he has some of the best drone work in the world. So if you're trying to learn how to play support, learn through this guy. There's quite a few other players around that you can definitely vouch for, but Shepard being the gleaming factor of how a support player goes about things. So he'll continue to assist. He'll be playing the floors for the rest of this, and more than likely be blowing up a couple key pieces of utility too. Wolves have brought the clash yet again. Didn't work out too well the last time, but that was because it reached a terrible moment for any Shield player, a 1vx situation.
Always a terrible moment to find yourself in when you've got to put that safety away and try and take fights. Of course, P4 and Bibu are capable, but that security is sorely missed. Almost half the round gone, and VP is still tunnel visioned on this middle floor, with some players looking up above, some utility moving up as well. Dan hoping the Rotera drone before some tricky footwork out from the clash, but none finds itself just yet. Now half the round gone. What do VP have? They're starting that clear, but finding P4 down below, finding Deadshot down below hasn't worked so far, and their defense is wasting a lot of time.
A great job of keeping things consistent here, keeping people alive, but Virtus Pro have been able to peel things away. As we know, if Virtus Pro are able to work up to their execution, they're one of the scariest teams in the world. So we'll see how Virtus Pro can get things done. We'll be wrapping things around this trophy area up front. You really want some pressure in on the attic side if you can get it, but we'll just have to see what they can really get as an extra level to this. They're still worried about that clash, especially on the front side, and why wouldn't you be? She can lock things up, make your life a heck of a lot more difficult than it needs to be, and she'll slow down this entire push.
But we finally see some clear coming in from VP. 2 players pushing down below in kitchen, mainly to find this clash. 1 HP now, no HP thanks to Pasha. It might take almost half the round, but a 5v3, maybe a 5v2, but Pasha turns his back. Deadshot's able to find one and just get away with highway robbery. He can play his life at this point, maybe waste a little bit more time. He'll drop down below, but that still leaves 2 defenders on the site. The trade-off for this position, and VP might just realize P4 spotted. Deadshot now cut down. The Fenrir not long for this world. The Clutch Minister simply has too many odds facing him, as Shinka cannot stop the VP onslaught.
And if you open the book of Virtus Pro, that round's probably the very first page. That is the most VP round that you can get. Great patience, sitting right on the border of the site, Carter, and constantly able to poke and prod and get these big kills. Wolves always trying to look for that moment to pull things back across the line, but that's the thing that Virtus Pro has always exploited the most.
And as always, it's the VP paradox. You think to yourself, they're taking too long, they're taking too long.
They're gonna push, they're gonna push.
They're gonna push, but then eventually they do, and more often than not, they win. It's easy to fall into that mindset. Lord knows you and I do plenty of times casting this team, but at the same time, it's forcing their opponents into that similar decision, that consciousness. Well, P4 Deadshot, we're down below, we're fine. They haven't pushed us out yet. Maybe they've forgotten about us, but then they send a 2-man team right into kitchen. Not only do they find them, they find the clash as well. But now 2 rounds in a row for VP. Wolves will not go to the tertiary bomb site just yet. They'll give basement another go. It seems VP might be running that attack back, but more importantly, how will Wolves adjust to what was a very back-sided, but also very linear take from VP?
Please have the shotgun again, always. Please. Please. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Excitement from the Americans. We just love shotguns over here, let me tell you.
Well, and I mean, listen, it's just like, We thought it was accidental at first, then we're like, oh, was that a heads-up play in elbow, or was that intentional? Second round, it's intentional, all right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a forward-thinking man right there.
I just love it when teams get creative like that. They're like, oh, the guy in elbow is just really volatile to try and fight against. What if we took a gun that can kill him in one shot?
Hey, that guy in elbow always plays with a shotgun. What if we brought one?
Exactly. It's, I mean, you know, it might seem like a straightforward strategy, but it works. You know, sometimes you don't have to do big, sweeping, you know, big brain things. Sometimes it's the thing sitting right next door, right? So, Virtus Pro continue these drones as they spin about. A lot of drone work here. We got 3 people, Dan, Pasha, and Always, clearing things out right now while Joystick starts to work through. And once again, we're going to have the Track Stinger wielder here back in play. Has to be expected with the recent buffs and stuff like that. And honestly, a really prime pick for Joystick. Have those frag grenades. The F90 is a heck of a rifle, too. Makes a lot of sense.
Joystick also just recreating the exact same path he did last time, Always as well. It's Oregon basement and VP on Oregon basement. This is what we should expect. Wolves also not running a very forward roam, so VP, there's nothing to counter. They're just doing their due diligence, clearing the corners they need to, taking the control that's necessary. But then once we get to the execute, that's where things got hectic for VP, and it really relied on that first pick they acquired, because that execute had a lot of bodies exposed to angles from Wolves, and they were able to trade it down, but only come away with the advantage because they started it off with that pick instead of being the first one to go. With Wolves 5-man holding the bomb site and VP looking to move for another 5v5 execute, they'll need to make sure again that they're the ones making the 5v4.
Well, this could get interesting, too, because Wolves don't have delay in the same way that they did previously. The Clash isn't here to try and hold things up around Boiler, so it's going to be down to the gunfights to try and solve this problem. Frag grenades out, Carter. Signifying that we're about to light this powder keg. Stuns out, too. Always wants to clear these out and at least get some pressure towards Shinka. You can see they're quite worried about the potential of this team rolling in through here. I don't know if we have a pocket reinforcement for this. We do not. So Shinka's going to have to try and man this rotation.
Indeed he will, but Always actually sprints over towards E-Box, gets the trade on Deadshot as P4 takes down Pasha to start. So Virtus Pro recover, but Wolves are the ones taking the advantage. This is the problem with this execute. If you can't get the lead, you start facing problems. But Always is making it happen. 2 kills for now out of the 3 acquired by VP so far. He's the one making this execute work, unbreaking the gridlock.
No way.
Speaking of, Shinka just boned inside of the bomb site. Bibu now 1v3. What is he to do? So many different angles, so many different positions in the post plan as well. 3-0 now for Virtus Pro. The pressure not being let up against Wolves.
Always making it happen in there, for them as well. And that shotgun, once again, it's showing you just how good it can be in those close quarter situations. And the more and more you look at it, the more and more it just makes sense for downstairs. You got E-Box to worry about. You have the close angles right inside the door for planning. You have all of elbow. There's so many different areas that you really have to concern yourself with where that shotgun is just so solid. So fantastic stuff. Virtus Pro up 3 rounds now on their offense.
But interestingly enough, no tack timeout from Wolves. Down 0-3 on their Oregon defenses, and they've not hit the pause button.
No, they haven't. And, I mean, I don't exactly hate it.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just interesting because you'd think this would be a point where you'd hit the timeout, but maybe Liluna's hearing something saying, all right, they're figuring out their problems in the comms. I'm not worried about taking a tack timeout. It is just interesting because you'd think this might be a position where it happens, but maybe we might just see a comeback from Wolves and an adaptation of them figuring this out in the comms, not needing to hit that pause button. We will go to the tertiary bomb site now, though. We've tried out basement. We've tried out dorms. I imagine if this site doesn't go well, maybe that's when we see it. And if this site really does not go well, man, we're in rough shape for Wolves.
Yeah, we're already kind of sitting in that stink as Mowgli and Bibu are both 0-3 right now. Not what you want to see, especially through 3 rounds. Just really not considering anything to the board, minus their utility that they're placing at the very beginning. So, Virtus Pro been on a war path so far here on Oregon. Honestly, to be expected when it comes to this team. As we were talking about at the very beginning, Oregon's one of those mainline maps that's all about your fundamentals, and this is one of the most fundamentally sound teams in the world.
Speaking of fundamentals, this is about as basic as a meeting take as you can get. It's actually not VP's split take. Instead, they were going for the normal stage plant with the Osa shield, and, oh, there's a Valkyrie cam. relaying exactly what take Wolves are going for. And this is one of those executes and one of those bomb sites that once you see that OSA, you know what's going to happen. You know where the execute's coming from. So this information relayed to Wolves so early on is really powerful. P4 also shooting those drones to allow Deadshot to get into position, but more importantly, maybe be unknown on this aggressive angle. Will he try to peek around the breach? Impact goes out. Oh, tries to destroy the OSA shield, but Deadshot gets a kill instead. That is intel gained, an immediate follow-up from Wolves to take down the key operator that VP needed to make this execute work.
Love the synergy there from Wolves, and something we've been desperately looking for. They finally get one kill, and no response to this either. Pasha still has a nade here, but it's going to be Deadshot that gets another kill. It's going to be on the joystick on the tower stairs. Frag grenade out here. Is there any more Midas to catch us? There is. Deadshot now dead to rights, but it's a 2 versus 4 now, as Wolves be able to pick up another one. That's going to be Mowgli's first kill here. Bibu hasn't had to consider anything just yet, as he's just been chilling out in the site, waiting the arrival of these last 2 players.
With the recovery achieved by Wolves, this is what we were hoping for if you wanted a close game, or if you're just a Wolves fan. You know, they had a shot in this matchup, and now you've got the 4v2. You just need to keep it. Need to not start taking 1v1s. You need to start throwing it, and right now everyone from Wolves is staying in their positions. Mowgli and Deadshot, usually the 2 people on this team that can sometimes get too aggressive, but Deadshot, well, he's not a factor anymore, and Mowgli on low HP. I think that's reason enough to think Wolves will play this 4v2 passively and not throw it away. Shepard just pre-firing everything, hoping that pre-aiming an angle, firing 1 bullet will get it. Bomb now going down, but there's the recovery from Mowgli. Able to watch split. Pasha, not able to watch enough. I mean, he's just one guy with a gun. What is he to do? He knows someone's close around that corner. He's got one of the correct reads, but now he's a little too late on the one onto Mowgli. Is he gonna pre-fire this angle? Sees someone kitchen. Oh, sees another, but from Wolves beginning to end, that was the round they needed to get back in this game.
And it all starts with that clear from Virtus Pro up top for Attic as they try and set things up for a stage plant, but well thwarted from Wolves, and well played, especially from Deadshot, as the synergy comes through with the impact grenades to try and clear out the Osa shield, but it's really Deadshot that makes the highlight reel out of the moment, as he's able to get 2 or 3 kills in that situation there, standing on top of the 2x4s, and finally able to get a round over on Virtus Pro.
And that really was excellent coordination. I mean, seeing entirely the Valk cam to the impact lineup, and even though it landed, having somebody mechanically talented like Deadshot to still get the kill, even though the OSHA shield there, really great stuff from Wolves. And on the off-site, too. Now, if we can see those on dorms, on basement, Wolves are in a good spot to end this 3-3. It's not a great half, but it is doable if they can make this recovery and win the next 2 rounds in a row. VP seem to be going with their same lineup, and I doubt we'll see too many changes by the end. We'll see the Valkyrie once again from Mowgli, and if those cameras stay alive, we've seen just by that round how Wolves can react when they have the intel to counter certain plays. If there's no IQ on the board or anything like that, and Wolves are able to keep those cams alive, they have a really good shot at making some great heads-up plays again.
Most definitely. And it's rounds like that that start to power the engine, right? You want to have something under your belt, give you a little bit of confidence going into the later rounds, and this could be the kickstarter for Wolves. And able to pick up that very first offensive round. As you said, though, I'm going to go back to better waters, I would say. A little less choppy over here as we're going to head up top towards dorms. Obviously, we're not going to have the Azami. She has been banned out by Virtus Pro, but still a lot of good ops, all things considered, especially the Fenrir coming out to play for P4.
Slapping mags! Always a problem when you want to try to move into a very tight linear map, and Oregon certainly is one of those. A lot of doorways you need to push through, and not a lot of options to clear them, and that's probably part of the reason why VP have been so consistently running at least 4 to 6 nades. You just need so much explosive utility to clear out those Fenrirs, or could bring a Twitch, could bring a Brava, but might as well bring the nades, especially if Finka and Gridlock are so powerful operators right now. Dan weaving his way through the basement. Down below that freezer hatch, Wolves have been running this defense 2 times now, and he knows there's somebody inside security. The plan now from VP, pressure P4, push him down that hatch into Dan's waiting arms.
Now, all this VP pressure built up on the kitchen side here.
Tracks released!
Want to try and boil this over with this hold around Z as well as security. As Carter said, Dan waiting downstairs for anybody to try and drop off of this. Joystick's going to try and apply some frag grenade potential towards the hallway. All he's going to get is one of his own drones, so unfortunate for that regard, but they know that there has to be a player in here. Pasha's got the skeleton key out. He'll pressure in, and easy as pie. Very well done. And Joystick with 2, actually, as he'll clean up the entirety of White Stairs. I don't know if he got the flick towards Freezer, but no, he got it towards Z as well as top White. And I mean, what else do you expect out of this guy?
Just a ridiculous player, has been for 4 or 5 years now, and he might have fallen out of the limelight, but he's never fallen off. Bibu, Shinka, the only 2 remaining. 2 players from Wolves that have not really been showing up so far. We're only 4 rounds in, but Shinka has his impact late, and he's got the first pick for Wolves as we reach 45 seconds left. Finka will get some of the attackers back to full HP, but it's got to be headshots if Wolves want to make this secure. They know at this point it's a big window White take. They can start focusing on these angles. Shinka's got big window, and I imagine Bibu will watch White Stairs. Those are the 2 positions that you can bring this round back. There's also no frag grenades down below anymore. The only secondary utility you have to worry about are the flashes that'll blind you, and also, besides some utility, the position's now being taken by VP. A 3rd player now on the Dorms window, trying to make that player in Dorms as uncomfortable as possible. Shepard repels in, catches Shinka off guard, but the pinch finally works. The reset, the setup, the follow-through. VP likely the winner of this half.
Most definitely. And, I mean, just goes to show you Virtus.pro's mentality. Their ability to reset things, get everyone set up for the execute, and then attack as a whole unit is paramount to their success. And it's showcased fully on that Dorms offense, especially with the swing in from the Dokkaebi. That's something that you don't really see all that often, but it's such a distracting factor. And that's why I love it so much for a situation like this. You drop the logic bomb, you start pressuring everything from every angle. Got people flying in double window, people coming up White Stairs, people flying in the Dorms window. It's just such a solid game plan for moving into a situation like
and timed with those flashes too. I mean, sometimes when you think of that repel and you're thinking, oh, he's just distracting so the big window guy can hop in, but because of the flashes, either could be the distracting play, either could be the killer. It doesn't matter. VP coordinated so well that they're basically winning no matter where Shinka ends up peeking, if he can even peek because of the flashes. So great execute from VP. 5-1 half, very realistic now as this point. His basement has gone their way twice now, but so often on this half, it has been close for VP. The first time, it actually went better than their second attempt because there at least they got the first pick, but the second time always had to overperform to make it a 3v2. So this is Wolves' most workable defense aside from meeting so far.
Okay, so roam game here from the Wolves, and I think that's why we've seen always shift gears here, because it is a basement offense. We know that they've really been liking the Habana shotgun for this situation here, but with all of this roaming potential coming out from the Wolves right now, this means that they could get some very, very big kills, all things considered, in the early portions of round 6. Especially with Lion and Dokkaebi, it's going to make the clear so easy. Shepard's just going to focus his fire downstairs and trying to get rid of some of this utility, especially some things high like the dreadnoughts here. The fear gas thingies that I can't remember the name of right now.
I got you. Dread Mines.
Dread Mines. Thank you. Thank you. Either way, though, those things definitely going to want to be removed from the door, so they don't have to worry about swinging in and being blinded. And for the rest of Virtus.pro, just trying to get a read as to where the remaining bodies of the Wolves are across this map. I mean, look at them as they're sprinkled across the entire mid-floor.
I mean, all 5 either on a stairwell that can go back to the bomb site or on the middle floor or the top floor in the case of the Solus. As the Dokkaebi call goes out, always got a beat on Mowgli's position. Can't capitalize off of it. Does a 50 damage, but then always able to finish him off while taking some damage himself. Virtus.pro so far dismantling this roam game as Deadshot tries his luck at the trade. Does roll up good numbers. 4v4 and kitchen control retaken. It's also the Solus on the top floor, but Pasha looking to succeed with a Lion failed. Oh, a huge pickup from Deadshot. Now Wolves can start falling back. This roam game's worked. They've wasted 1 minute 40 seconds. They've got a 4v3. Bibu might be on the top floor playing his life, but at this point, even if he loses, it's a 3v3 with no time for VP.
This is such a solid round from the Wolves. Big distracting measure here from Virtus.pro. They had to address this entire take. Rather hold from Wolves. They know that at least around here somewhere, Joystick going to take some very serious damage, but immediately decapitated by Joystick right when he swings the door. It's a 3 versus 3, and there is a realm of reality where Virtus.pro still has a chance to win this.
But There's not a lot of hard breaching though, so whatever angles that aren't opened up on the roam or were opened up to allow rotations back to the site, they can't be opened up by VP, but Freezer's open and Laundry seems to be as well, and this might be enough to make the attack work. 30 seconds remaining too. Getting that pickup onto Bibu up above so quick might end up saving this round for Virtus Pro. Another nade goes out. Joystick's got one more in pocket, likely going into that small office. P4, is he gonna contest? Yes, he will. VP have clawed the man count back. There's intel on Joystick, but it might not matter. They've got control of the Laundry bomb site. Deadshot's gotta go big. Deadshot shut down. Shinka, they're all on him. They've all got the angles lined up. Bibu dies just a little too quick, and VP storm to a 5-1 half.
Just not using the full noggin at the tail end of that, man. Wolves really needed to consider what Virtus Pro still had in pocket. And they're just kind of waiting to get shot at, really. I mean, especially with the frag grenades rolling in there from our good friend Joystick. That's just not a situation that you want to see the Wolves get themselves into. Oh. And then they just start losing bodies left and right. Nothing's really tradable. They can't play off of each other in a moment like that. Virtus Pro fully exploiting that site when it came to the most critical moment.
And ultimately, I don't think it's entirely Bibu's fault. I think VP reacted to the Solus.
No, definitely not. Bibu did a great job.
No, it's just one of those situations where, like, if you're gonna play your life and the attack ends up finding you, there was so much more potential time that could have been wasted. That just because of VP played really well, it wasn't wasted nearly to the same extent. So it's not like Bibu did a bad job. It's just because VP reacted so quick. I mean, look at that transfer onto where Bibu was playing. You can't account for that as the Solus. It just ends up being where VP end up winning a round that they had no business winning. And 5-1 now. Wolves moving to the attacking side. I mean, what else is there to say?
Yeah,
this is looking like
hard,
a difficult game to come back from.
It's difficult. And like even with that, like that roam that we saw from Bibu, I'm not even mad at that because he existed until 58 seconds left on the clock.
No, I'm not mad either.
Did a great job, you know what I mean? But like you were saying, just that little extra piece, maybe if he's able to get some, considerable damage or maybe a kill, something like that, could have been the big deciding factor for the Wolves, but they trust the site setup, and the site setup fails, unfortunately enough, as Virtus Pro are inevitable, and it's to be expected with this roster when it comes to things like this. Yesterday was definitely a warm-up match. This looks a hell of a lot more like Virtus Pro.
And Wolves in a very dire position. I mean, they've obviously had a rough tournament so far. It's been very difficult. They could come back from this, but it would require, if they want to win this in regulation, 6 rounds in a row. But if they lose here, if VP just get 2 more, Wolves' problem, or at least that has been talked about for years now, has been the best of 3s. Best of 1s have been their stronger point in previous tournaments, and now, even if they lose...
Oh, there you go.
Just has it. But even if they lose from here on out, Wolves are going to best of 3s, which historically, at least, has been their weaker strong point. It's just not looking good for Wolves at this point.
No. The case is most definitely getting built up for the Wolves to be sent home to France quite soon. We'll have to see, though. That's the beauty of tournaments like this. You never know what's really going to happen. They could wake up tomorrow in their GK clothes and decide that they're a fresh-faced squad. Virtus Pro, though, looking as solid as ever. And we're starting things out on this defensive side. Wolves will get the hatches open and start droning things up down low. A lot of solid utility coming in here from Virtus Pro. I especially like that they have Jaeger and Wamai in play here. I think this is a fantastic setup for down the stairs because it makes it to where they have to clear out a whole plethora of things. A lot of the throwables and launchables like the crossbow here for Deadshot are all going to get soaked up, at least if the utility can persist. Obviously, we saw that Twitch doing a pretty good job of clearing things out, but now Wolves, they've delayed quite some time. We're down into the last minute, and this execute needs to go off without a hitch.
Always in particular will be a big threat for this backside take. He can look towards the back tower stairs or the E-box hatch, and likely the person playing in bunker as well. That's Joystick on the Wamai. Both these two players can be the primary undoing for this execute from Wolves. Time getting lower. Mowgli now down. Shepard going huge. Nice C4 from Dan. It's neither of the players I mentioned until one of the last few kills appear. Joystick gets 1. Everyone on Virtus Pro getting a piece of the action. Pasha's the only one who overperforms. 6-1 now for VP. And it's not happening for
Wolves. They look
Wolves.
perfect, man. Well, and here's the problem. How do you fight Virtus Pro when they're on their game? People have had this issue for years, Carter. Literal years. And once again, Wolves running into that same exact brick wall that has claimed name after name after name throughout the last 5 or so. So, kids' dorms, potentially our last sight here as Virtus Pro are making this easy breezy beautiful so far. A 6-1 score line for them. Joystick double-digit kills right now as he's 10-3-3.
Saw always like react very.
Should have had a V8.
I looked at him. He looked very flustered for a second. That was weird. Oh, that's
Dan still has the same Bionicle that he did all the way back in Milan, dude.
That's the boy right there.
I might cry right now.
Boy, Dan.
Oh, dude, that's so cool. I love that.
Yeah. Well, also speaking of not Milan. There's a complete non sequitur, actually, so not speaking of anything. Wolves now also want to talk about some poor performers. Obviously, that execute not great for Wolves as the entire setup from VP stays intact. Mowgli 2-7 right now. Deadshot the only one positive, but everyone else from Wolves aren't able to find these frags. And credit where credit's due for Deadshot on that defensive side. He was finding some important kills to try and keep the man advantage, but even then, I think it's been important, but the rest of the team, in terms of the frag department, has really not been showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been the key issue, is that Virtus Pro have found pressure points across the setups of the Wolves and has been able to exploit them to a very high degree. A lot of these fights seem completely unwinnable for the Wolves. Really, the best set of kills that we saw was Deadshot taking those peeks inside of Attic, Carter. That's really been it. Past that, it's been Virtus Pro all the time.
There's good coordination here, there's good gunfights there, but for Wolves, it's been too far in between. Virtus Pro just have to win the Dorm's defense. Win this 7-1. We've not had, I don't think, a 7-0 inside of Phase 2 so far. Had it inside the tournament, but yesterday we had plenty of 7-1s, plenty of 7-2s. VP might just add one more tally to that score line. I do have the Grim on the board, finally. Talked about at the beginning that VP do like to run that Grim, but it's actually Wolves in round 8. Team to bring that out first on Dorms, maybe to try to just completely flood. Honestly, either of the sides. You could flood Big Window with Bees and go for a hop-in. You could flood Trophy and kind of Concrete, go for a plant there. A lot of different options for where they could go.
Yeah, no, it's so good. And if you guys have been watching any of Dark Zero's games for the last, couple of months here, you will fully see why Grim is a very solid operator.
Especially on this map.
Yeah, so annoying. Yeah, exactly. It's very condensed in certain areas, especially around like dorms and stuff like that. And the Bees will, plume in such a way that it makes it practically unplayable unless you want somebody to know exactly where you are for the majority of the time that you exist there.
Minute 50 in, Sam.
Not too much happening, buddy.
Thankfully.
Wolves are keeping it a little bit slower pace, which you can't exactly fault them. They're trying to make sure they know exactly what's happening with this VP setup.
They finally found Always, too. Always, if he gets a kill here, this is just going to be brutal for Wolves, but they thankfully down him. But 50 seconds to go. You got to start picking up the pace. They barely got even time to down him, but... Oh, there we go. Deadshot cooking the nade. Will it bank off? Pasha's got to fall off. Always gone. Oh, somebody flanking behind now. This is a very easy 5v3. Are they going to check? No, he hops back out, actually. Pasha now able to stay alive inside of showers. Those rotations cut off. Goes for the hop out. A major misplay by Wolves. They leave the Fenrir to his own devices. They think it's secure. But VP don't do the most damage possible. It's a 3v3, it's even, but now we might say sayonara to Wolves inside of the 0-1 bracket. Shinka stuck outside a Big Window. It might be best of 3 city here on out for Wolves. Unless the man of the hour, ice in his veins, can win it. It's just not gonna happen. Another 7-1 in Phase 2. VP recover from yesterday, but Wolves' downward descent still cratering to the bottom.
What a showcasing of Virtus Pro's play style and their ability to completely shut down their opponent. The Wolves come just in a tizzy, really, and really highlighted by that last moment there in the hallway. They think that Pasha's just not going to try and make a play. Nobody's even considering him trying to kill them outside. Pasha's like, I'll hop a window. I don't really mind, especially if you don't want to try and watch it. Gets 2 huge kills and then caps it off with another 2 for a quad in the very last round. Insult to injury up against the Wolves, who have a lot of things to think about this evening.
And not a lot of time to do it with. I mean, when you get to tomorrow, you have this one night of peace, this one night of not relaxation, but of work, before you have your last life tomorrow, a best of 3, Sam. And it's do or die here for Wolves. Not much more they can do.
No, they are pushed up against the wall right now, and I mean, they're going feral. They got to get this figured out, because there is a lot of things for this squad right now that are not looking solid.
Well, Wolves will need to win every single match here on out if they want to have a chance at main stage, but VP recover, and we have Joystick to talk about their first win of Phase 2.
Well, that bad boy was over before it really had the chance to get started. VP actually stands for very powerful, as Joystick and the rest of the crew evidenced in that game. Dude, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Much different from yesterday, obviously. How did it feel going into Oregon against this Wolves team? Because you've played these guys on that map before.
Yeah, and before the match, we are not sure that we want to play Oregon, but we understand our mistakes from the previous day. That we were a really different team yesterday. No communication, nothing. Just I don't know, something goes wrong. We just lost on this map actually, and right now we just understand that we need to, from the start, just make pressure. Just everyone need to call out something. Like if you see the gap, you need to use it, and that's all. That's how it works for us today, and it was pretty good.
Well, clearly we saw great improvement from you guys here today. You in particular had a really great game today. Great to see that coming through from you. You come into, as Jacob said, a very familiar map. You know, you've played Oregon so many times. You played against Wolves so many times. After a rough game yesterday, is that something that you guys wanted to do? Were you thinking, you know what, let's play something a little bit more comfortable just because we had maybe a rougher start, or did that really not play into it?
Actually, it was fun for us because we are playing our European opponent, so we just know everything what they do.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Simple.
Basic, yeah, sure.
That's not bad. Listen, a lot of those basement defense or attacks went really good for you guys. You always loved going through the back. You had the Habana shotgun, but then sometimes the very last round they switched it up. They started to roam against you. You handled both well. Were there either of those defenses more challenging than the others? Were you expecting them both, I assume?
I think roam for us is always hard to clear because we are struggling a lot when we are playing versus roam. And the last round was really, really tough. We almost lose it, but they just, I think, choose wrong positions because they just don't understand, I think, where we're going from back and from main. So Rome was harder, but we didn't expect that they will play Clash, I mean, on the defense, on the basement. And I think, again, it's a mistake by them because on defense, in my opinion, you just need to hold a lot of angles. And when you have Clash, you just can stay and said, there is one guy and can do nothing. You can just exchange your teammate if he picks them. So I think that's it.
Yeah, and the one thing that maybe did catch you off guard, maybe it didn't, the guy in Attic, when you were attacking meeting, you tried to go in with the Osa shield. Was that something that you had predicted coming, or was that total out of the blue?
Actually, we don't think that he will push because Attic hatch was closed and we think that there is nothing there.
Yeah.
Why he did push if there is no point to push there. We didn't expect it at all. That's why we lost this round completely. Like, it destroyed us. And he was on the boost on blue and he killed me. And like he do a lot of stuff really. It was important kills from him.
Yeah.
What do you think about people that say or that have criticisms about VP's map pool? Because sometimes it feels like there's a couple that you guys go to a lot or some that you ban super frequently. Is that something that you think about at all, or do you have a couple of other maps that you think you might actually bring out for this event?
I think as the other teams, we just love some maps more than the others. So that's all. We can play almost every map. So, but for example, sometimes we just struggle. Like yesterday, Cafe. It was our good map. We were playing versus BDS online. It was pretty good. We were pretty sure that we can play this Cafe. But yesterday, we just, I don't know, something happens. And that's
Fair enough.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, you still got the victory today. Hard-fought win. Congratulations on that. Anything else you want to say to the fans before we let you go?
Thank you all guys for support. We love you as always, and cheer for us and for the other teams, and we love you.
All right, sounds good. Congratulations again, Joystick. Obviously, we will see you guys tomorrow when you figure out who your 1-1 opponent is. We'll give it back to Laxing. You can go ahead and step out. That was a fun game. I like the fact that it's a very quick bounce back, seemingly, from a VP team that, like he said, it didn't seem like they were calming yesterday, and then today, everyone on that team is talking.
Yeah, a great bounce back. It's what we needed to see from Virtus Pro. This is a team come into this, European champions, back-to-back stages. We wanted to see a strong showing here in Atlanta, and finally we're getting that. 7-1, domination over their opponents, and I think the key thing we hit on the pregame, we hit on that interview, familiarity. They know Wolves, they know Oregon. Some of the things that NIP ran maybe caught them off guard a little bit. NIP, super deep map pool back on Cafe. They also weren't playing to their strengths. This was a masterclass from Virtus Pro. I think we no longer have any worries for this team. I expect them to dominate the rest of the tournament too.
Yeah, and what I think what Joystick said, talking about the communication, I talked about in the beginning of the game, I mean, that 3v2 in that round, there was no communication. And then, like you were saying, familiarity, they are familiar with Wolves. They are clearly familiar with Oregon. Oregon does force a lot more team play because it's a lot more tight. It's a lot more congested. So it's no doubt to me to see them play that way, and that's how I want to see them. That's what you want to see from these teams that don't have that great start, don't have that great of a showing, to come in the next day and absolutely dominate like they did, regardless if it was their best map or their worst map. The fact is, you see the improvement, you see the chemistry aligned. That's beautiful.
All right, we're certainly hoping everybody on VP is going to be able to keep that same momentum going from today into the future. Meanwhile, for Wolves, that's a really tough situation to be in, now down 0-2, and you're best of threes all the way here if you actually want to qualify for playoffs. That's it for us for this first half. Obviously, Space Station and W7M is our Game 5 coming up, but before we do that, it'll be Jackie Jing with the halftime show. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's time to make history. One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4. But Souls does not care! One kill away, and it's Volks to die! A new generation pick up where legends left off!
I can be supreme, but not lose.
Supreme Brazilian.
Yeah, the Supreme Brazilian. We are the Supreme Stunning.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major. It is time for the halftime show. I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm going to be taking over hosting for the rest of the day, but very, very excited because I am joined by two very special guests. I have Ashen and Noodle. Ashen, last minute decided you want to go with the box?
I'm only 5'5", it's all good.
You're only 5'5"?
Yeah.
You have a bigger presence than that.
Yeah.
Noodle didn't need no box, though. What, are you 6'2" as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, then you don't need a box at all, but I do have some very fun questions for you all. I don't know if you're aware, but sub-only chat is on right now, so subs, drop your questions for our lovely guests, and we may ask it. But again, I have some questions for you both. Honestly, Noodle, I think I'm going to put you in the hot seat first.
Okay.
Wild. You two have defeated two world-class teams. This has just been a very intense Atlanta Major for you.
Yep.
I'd like to get your reflections on it.
I mean, there's not much to say apart from just shush to the doubters.
Shush to the doubters. I love that. Can you talk to me about how you're feeling? Are you confident? Are you feeling a little bit nervous? I mean, you know, when you rise to this level of greatness, then everyone's kind of aiming for you.
Yeah, everyone's expecting us to, beat everyone now, but obviously just keep the expectations as we wanted to come into the major and stuff.
Okay, Ashen, did you expect this from GK?
I did not. You know, they're like a wild card type of team, so you know anything could happen with them. They've done pretty good so far. So
I think that in Siege, you never know, right?
Anyone can beat anyone.
What do you think that they're doing correctly?
They have a lot of good gun skill. They win a lot of ones, so you know that's something that they got going for them. So
Okay,
they shoot
fantastic.
it pretty good.
Ashen, I definitely need to talk to you about your journey, Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 1. I mean, you're one of the top rookies in the world. Do you want to chat with me a little bit about that?
Yeah, you know, it's been a long time coming. I'm still in high school, so, you know, missed 3 weeks of school for this. So, yeah.
That's a remarkable
Just, you know, just
story.
keep it going, you know, I don't even listen to the doubters. I don't even open Twitter. I honestly don't care. So, I don't even open that. I just keep it going.
You really don't open Twitter?
No. Whether bad game or, like, doesn't matter who we're playing, you know, my performance or anything, I don't care. I'm him, so.
You have a lot of discipline if you don't open Twitter. You're going to have to give me some tips later. We do have a lot of people in chat right now who look up to both of you. So you've had this incredible, immense journey. So what do you want to say to them? I mean, is it possible for these people who are in chat right now?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you just got to, you know, just put your foot forward and just grind, you know. I've been up a lot for this. I've played hockey, you know, sports and stuff like that in high school. I gave those up. And I just, like, believed in myself, you know, knew I could do it. And, you know, I got here. So you just got to put a lot of time and dedication into it. And, you know, you'll get wherever you want to be. So.
Can you take me back A to Z? How did your whole Siege journey begin? And can you believe that you're here now?
Well, it started in like tier 3 tournaments, like small regional tournaments, and then I got the offer to go to Mexico, which was kind of like a last-minute thing as well. And then after that, I became a free agent, joined Heroic, played that invite, and then it all spiraled into this now.
Did you ever think you'd be in this position?
I mean, I did because of the work I put in, but it's kind of like unexpected at the same time, because obviously I want to achieve like major wins and stuff like that, but at the same time, I didn't expect to get like that far as well.
Do you believe it's possible now?
Yeah, of course.
I love that. Is there anything that you want to say to chat about if anyone's like, hey, how do I do what y'all are doing?
The amount of work you put in will give you the result that you deserve. So you just stay true to yourself, put in as much effort as you can, and then I'm sure everyone that tries to go pro will make it.
Hard work. Ashen, what about you? What's Ashen's advice?
I mean, there will always be haters and all that stuff. You just got to shut out the signs. I know it's hard for people to do that, but like you just got to train yourself, turn in the storm, as we say, just block it out, just keep your head down, work, and then, you'll get wherever you want to be as long as, you believe in yourself. So,
do you think in the future you two could possibly play together?
I could see it.
I could see it.
You coming at NA?
Y'all are precious. Usually I get two players up here and they're talking so much trash. You're like,
we're boys.
together.
We're boys.
Yeah, we are. We're
Yeah, they told me y'all are friends, so I love that. You know what, though? We got some questions for you from the chat. Okay. Why is Hisham such a GOAT?
I mean, his mechanical skill is just through the roof, so...
One-on-one, I'm shutting him down, so it doesn't matter.
There's the trash talk we were looking for.
He's lying.
Okay. Why do you think the biggest surprise has been so far in the major? What's been the biggest surprise so far?
Well, probably
he's right here.
Yeah,
Probably
that's
us,
what I was
yeah.
thinking too. Do you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. You agree? Okay, easy answer there.
I mean, loads of people had us, going 0-2 in the
For
phase 1,
sure.
so...
Yeah. Doubters, we said whatever. Okay, so do you fear the G2 match?
No, don't care.
Nope.
They're great faces.
Okay, I'm liking that. We went from being very friendly to being fierce. But okay, how do you practice before playing? That's a fun one.
Play FIFA.
Stop. No, you don't. Really?
No, play some T-Hunt.
Okay, there we
Play some
go.
T-Hunt.
What about you?
Work out, then some T-Hunt.
Okay, a little workout before. Okay, Noodle, how did the change between regions feel, and are you feeling strong going forward in your current team?
The change is kind of like, it's sudden, but like once you actually get used to it, it's fine. And yeah, of course, I'm confident in my boys. I'm sure we'll keep going strong.
Okay, Ashen, what are your favorite operators in general?
Play a lot of Ashe, Iana, defense, Solus, Velk, anything rat, anything fast.
Is there one that you kind of
respect
like
that.
that you're like, this is atypical, but kind of love them?
Solus.
Okay, what about you?
Atypical. I'd say Oryx. Oryx is kind of fun to just dash around the entire map.
You're a warding guy.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore?
Not anymore.
Okay.
He's too slow.
Here's an interesting one. What kind of ability would you like to see in the game?
Ability.
That's very open-ended.
That is,
Yeah, I know.
that
It's like
is.
I'm giving you a lot to work with there.
I don't know. Like maybe.
Here. Let us
That is
fly above
so
the map.
open, yeah.
Okay.
Let us fly above the map and get in the building so fast I can't react. There. We'll do that.
Just fly in.
Yeah, let's just fly in the map.
Teleportation, something
Yeah.
like that.
Flying
that.
and teleportation. Chad, I'd love to hear what y'all think about that. Okay, how does it feel to be at your first major?
Did miss 3 weeks of school for this. I've been doing my homework and stuff at night. So, I've just been taking it all in. We did a boot camp in Utah before this, so it's been great with the guys. Just hanging around, just chilling. Just taking it all in. It's been great. So,
Candidly, both of you here, are you feeling nerves at all, or just describe your emotions?
I don't get nervous.
Period. Never felt that emotion.
No, I don't get
ever.
nervous. No.
No, it feels like playing at home.
Oh,
Such is
okay. All right. Well, I did have some other questions for y'all. Which players did you look up to when you were coming up in the scene?
In NA, not gonna lie, because I was always a big Astralis fan. Like, not gonna lie, like Forrest. Like, and now I'm teaming with him. There's even a DM on Twitter saying one day I'll be teaming with you, because like me and him were just like talking one time, and like it came true. So probably Forrest, because I loved Astralis and stuff like that, but it came true. So.
Okay, 2 more questions have come down from the sub chat. What do you do when not playing Siege?
What do I do?
What do you do besides Siege?
Watch VODs of other teams.
Are you a TikTok swiper?
No, I actually don't have TikTok installed on my
You
phone.
don't have TikTok?
No. I got a new phone and I didn't install TikTok.
You said you don't do Twitter, but I mean, not having TikTok.
I don't spam my dopamine. I don't spam my dopamine or anything like that. Just like
Okay, what about you?
play Siege. There's never not playing Siege.
We said outside of Siege.
There's no not.
There's nothing?
It's just a grind. Oh, the gym. There. The gym.
Okay.
The gym are
solid.
screaming noises with the team.
Okay, this is a long one, and I haven't read it yet, so I'm just going to go for it. Do you review or prepare for each team one day at a time in a tournament like this? Or do you look forward to specific teams and prepare in advance for them? That was a very long question. Did you get all that?
I mean, before the tournament, you prepare for like most teams as well that you think you could face. But then, like, obviously, as soon as you get the matchup, you start just focusing on that one single team that you're going to play against.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually, like, you'll get, like, yesterday we got who we're going to play at night. So it's like the coaches start doing prep, and then, you know, we do the analysis, stuff like that. So it's usually like the day of, you know, we're focusing on the prep, stuff like that. You don't, like, majors like this, you don't really have time to, like, work in advance on who you're going to play. So.
Okay, this is a special question from my producer. What's your favorite hype song? Pre-game hype song?
Walking into the event today, we played Black and Yellow, full blasting.
Okay.
Walking in, so you know, we'll say that, and you know it's the colors, so.
Okay.
We gotta go with those.
Can't Relax by Yeet.
A lot of Yeet too. I agree. A lot of Yeet.
All right, there you go. Subchat, thank you so much for participating. I do want to ask one quick question. So looking ahead, what are you feeling? What's kind of going through your head? What's the game plan? And then also anything that you want to say to the fans?
I mean, you know, we're playing W7M. We're just going to crank. That's all it's going to come down to. So there's a bunch of, you know, great faces. Doesn't matter who we're playing. You know, we're just looking to keep going in this major. You know, just take it one game at a time. Doesn't matter who we're playing. As long as we play our game, you know, win or lose, we're satisfied as long as, you know, how we're playing. So
Keep the confidence high. Take it to the next team. And we'll see what happens at the main stage, hopefully.
Okay, Ashton and Noodle, good luck. And thank you so much for that fantastic interview. Subchat, you're awesome as always. Thank you so much for participating. And we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a flash.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into a bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
Probably not.
How about you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, it's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sound I hear, I think it's like, could be chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... This is not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme Park. Oh, Theme Park is not on the... No, Theme Park is out! Ah, man. Where is this? Café. Spawn Café. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's Consulate.
Maybe Clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be Consulate, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say Consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's Consulate.
Okay, but you've got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Atlanta Major, Day 2 of Phase 2 underway, and no shortage of surprises. The biggest upset of the tournament, Copenhagen Major champions W7M losing to GK. Today they take on SSG, who lost yesterday to BDS. Can either of them pull out a win today? We shall see. I'm Jackie Jing with Fresh and Laxine. And honestly, I think a lot of people talking about W7M's loss, it really reminds everyone that they're not invincible and anything can happen in Siege, right, Gabe?
Yeah, and I actually spoke with W7M's coach about why they had lost yesterday specifically, and what I was told is the communication on their defense wasn't as strong as they wanted it to be, and they also did give GK a lot of benefit of the doubt of saying that they did cancel them on those trade games, whereas before, like, that's what W7M really focuses on heavy, is that trade game, and GK shut that down.
I think especially for the Phase 2 teams that came in and it was their first game yesterday and they took a loss, I'm willing, I'm a very reasonable guy. Yeah. I'm very willing to say, hey, this is just, the first game, getting warmed up into the tournament. And if it is just a case that communication wasn't on point, made a few mistakes, that was the difference, then I'll take W7M on face value with that one.
For sure.
I got to chat with Ashen. Lovely. I do think that a lot of people are watching Ashen. There's a lot of eyes on him. I think might be targeted possibly. Will the rest of the team be able to compensate if that's the case?
I mean, yeah, they should. I mean, you shouldn't rely on your new player to be the star player. If he does end up being so, great, awesome. But that still leaves the 4 other players that need to be stepping up, need to be giving a reason why they picked this rookie and also teaching him the ways. So again, you just can't put everything on Ashen. And also to Ashen's credit, you want all eyes on you. It gives you way more opportunity, gives you to really showcase your talent, and then also playing with the roster that he is, that alone gives him a lot of reason and a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm looking over my right shoulder here and I'm seeing some of NA's best players. I'm seeing world champions. If the new Wonder Kid is targeted, they definitely should have enough. And especially with their play style, it's very all at once. It's very gung ho. Yeah. So you would imagine that they would still have enough, even if he does get targeted.
Okay, so do you think that SSG will be able to pick up the slack though, if they are not able to perform? If Ashen's not able to perform?
Yeah, I think so. I think they got it wrong yesterday. I think for the most part when they played yesterday, I think they got the wrong approach in terms of their map bans. I think they got the wrong approach in terms of the game strategy and trying to counter BDS. I just wanted to see SSG play their style, the kind of iconic brand of SSG that we know and love, and we've seen them play and try and implement. I want to see them go back to that and just trust their own gameplay and don't worry too much about what their opponents are doing, at least before the game starts.
For sure, and I love that you touched up on that they did try to play that counter game against BDS, because I did actually talk to Call Out and ask him, what were the problems in that Skyscraper game, and he said that, they had the prep, they had the idea, the vision that they wanted to, but they got thrown off how BDS actually played and they sped up their pace. So going in today, he said that's going to completely change. They're going to speed up their pace from the slow pace that they had against BDS.
Because we've both been there before as well, where you've done counter prep on a team and you get in the server. I've never actually been in the server, you have, but as a coach,
it's easy to see.
Yeah, and you just get in the game and these guys are doing nothing that we expected, and you get a bit head lost, and that's what can happen.
Definitely.
And that's why I want to see them go back to their roots.
Okay, we got to talk about W7M a little bit, and I think the big question is, how do they bounce back now? What are they mentally telling themselves?
Well, like I said, their coach said it was the communication errors were the biggest thing here, and that's where he said they're going to heavily focus into this. And then, what me and Fresh have said, with these teams that have lost, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. It is their first loss. They do have more chances, but that if you keep that trend of not improving, that's where the issues are. So again, I have no doubt, and I'll take at face value what the coach has said, that they're going to fix that communication, they're going to fix that trade game, and play the W7M that we all know and love.
And Clubhouse yesterday played a huge part of that, right? Because if your communication's off, what's probably the worst map to be on? I would say Clubhouse. Because it forces you to play so much as a team, and in terms of default siege, there's very little individualism that you can have on that map. So again, we'll take it at face value. There was on a tough map that would really expose that flaw if that was their one, kind of mistake that they felt cost them.
And that's the problem with those default maps, is you can't really pull out a lot out of your hat. Regardless of all regions playing it differently, it's still ultimately the same map, so you aren't going to do anything that's going to throw a lot of people off. You need the communication to be there, and if it's not there, that is the result that you're going to see. You're not going to see that success.
And speaking about maps, we are ready to move into the map selection process. We are bringing up the map ban info up on the screen. Okay, that reaction.
So we're in a very weird situation where SSG and W7M are going to Clubhouse, and we would normally say these are two of the best teams in the world. However, SSG went very close with Bliss, only just beating them 8-7, and W7M lost it yesterday up against GK. So it's a map both teams are comfortable on, but have had very, very close all losses in recent history.
I mean, how I see this map being played with how both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed, this is going to be an in-your-face sort of game. It's going to be a lot of trades. It's going to be a lot of gunfights. It's going to be a lot of trash talk. Even before this even started, before we were even talking, they were chirping at each other. So I have no doubt between these rounds, you're going to hear a lot of chirping.
All right, well, let's get to predictions, and we have a little bit of time, so we can deep dive here.
Oh.
Your face is making me nervous.
I wasn't expecting a prediction.
Neither was I.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
I always ask predictions. Be ready.
I'll let you go first.
Okay.
Look, so the strengths that I have for W7M, and I'm going to choose W7M, the strengths that I have is their communication, coordination, and execution.
Okay.
We see them almost in rounds sometimes when they're on really hot form. We see them kind of toy with teams because they've got the patience and then the communications go not even 3-1, just split second and they go. Now, that got shown up on Clubhouse yesterday, and they're aware of that. The fact they're aware of that has given me confidence they will have fixed that. So I'm going to say, because of the map and because they're saying they're aware of that issue, I'm going to go with W7M.
Okay.
All right, I just gotta say this. I'm not an NA hater.
I was convincing
guys.
myself,
I'm not,
by the way.
right. And also, you saying that you making all the points is like making me like it makes me feel a little better about what I'm about to say. But I'm not an NA hater. But I do have to go with W7M. I do believe that they are going to fix those mistakes. Not to say that SSG isn't going to fix their mistakes either. I think it's still going to be a relatively close game, but I am going to have to say W7M does run away with this.
Okay, both locking it in for W7M. All right, well, we are ready to get this one started. Our teams are ready and in place, so I'm going to hand it over to the lovely duo, Dez and Ace. That kind of rhymed.
That was good.
Did it?
The
lovely duo
Dez and Ace.
Jackie, stick to hosting. Don't write poetry. That's my best advice for you that I can possibly give to you today, my love.
Maybe she said something before.
Did she?
Maybe it was a sentence before.
Maybe. But at that point, you're kind of extending it a bit far, and I don't know. It's like when people write like a massive poem, and it's about 20 lines long, and only the first and last line.
She must have ended the last sentence with like place or face or something.
Stephanie didn't say
I'm trying,
like that,
Jackie.
did she?
I'm trying.
He's trying to save you. I'm just like, just don't write poetry. What a game we got coming up between us, though. This one is going to be a good un club. Again, it seems to be the fortress of W7M that everyone keeps talking about. The truth is, for both of these teams, it's their second highest rated map in terms of map preference. So with how things stack up, this could be a real slog. And I don't think anyone can get away from SSG being the SSG Rome innovators, the ones who brought that strategy to the fore all those years ago. Very different team, but still a lot of story on this map. Really hard to call which way it goes. I'm excited to see how it boils down, Tim.
Yeah, 100%.
Are you still thinking about that poetry?
I was just trying to wrap my head around the rhyme. We know how good W7M have been in the past, like you said. For me, this is two teams that have been great on Clubhouse. Now I want to see if one of them still is. You know, W7M got beaten yesterday, I believe it was, on Clubhouse, if I'm remembering correctly. And yeah, I think it was yesterday. There's been a lot of siege in a short space of time.
What Jackie said you don't remember yesterday,
Very confusing. But yeah, you know, I want to see which one is still great, if either. Capitao will be our first ban, so makes perfect sense. SSG just trying to keep that catwalk safe.
I'll tell you what, Herds is already in the chat giving a bit of beef. Good luck, you'll need it.
You'll need it.
Who are you? Alamau, is this what all the Brazilian players are doing in this competition?
Yeah.
Just saying you good luck, you'll need it.
He had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie.
All right, Capitao, DKB taken away. We spoke about DKB an awful lot across the first few days of this competition. Banned seemingly every single game, and whenever it wasn't, it was picked almost every single attacking round. In fact, I'd love, Fresh, if you're listening, I'd love to hear the presence percentage for DKB. So, a combination of rounds banned and rounds picked when available. What does that currently look like? Last two bans, Valk and the Bandit. Bandit, an interesting one coming out here. Will deny away some of that tricking option that teams like to employ when trying to keep Church Wall electrified, CC Wall electrified, Jacuzzi Wall electrified, or even single construction wall electrified. Time will tell how the teams adapt to that one. It's SSG starting on the defense and W7M on the attack. Nice, thanks.
Looks like a fish of some sort.
What on earth is that?
I love that this is turning into like the sort of fishing major. We just seem to have fish cropping up everywhere.
It was Bleed, wasn't it, with the massive fish they found on the base shop.
Now we've got pictures of fish.
Brilliant.
Yeah, we just need maybe a little content piece.
I love it. You know what I love? I love that our analyst desk is actually in the middle of all the players. If you go and look around the side of it,
I do like that.
It's like a corridor, and down either side of the corridor, there's like two sets of like tables, and there's two sets of tables where different teams play. 4 teams at once. You can have 2 setting up and 2 playing, but it just feels like you're walking onto like a workshop floor where all the chaos is going off. You get mad stuff like fish being dragged in there, halftime shows getting set up while the team's doing their pre-game talk. It's absolutely delightful. It really feels like Siege is alive while she stood out there. But Tim, we're into our first round. Here we go. As said, SSG starting off on the defensive side, and Forest is feeling a little bit cheeky up against Adam Window here, daring someone to get close to start that rappel sound, and fair chances you will see him out of this window in no time at all.
More than likely. Bandit ban came in as well. Second time that we've seen a Bandit ban here at the Major. Obviously, again, just playing into more than likely towards that CCTV and the gym bedroom side. Forest has a little luck, but not
JB was ready for him.
Defending downstairs. SSG fairly set down towards getting across that clearance. SSG, fairly set, down towards side.
Got it.
There we go.
Do that
Words are hard. Words are hard. And W7M are recognising that. They're getting themselves inside of the map quickly. Within a minute, they're already peppering them from above.
That is pain. Ouch. I mean, there were 3 of them stacked up around Adam initially when we had Forest looking at getting out that window just to make sure there was apt support. But with that now over and done with, it is for the attackers just to get themselves fully set up on clearing out the entirety of this kitchen hall, getting all the vertical angles they need, and starting to think about what an execute may look like. They've got plenty of hard breach to play with here, not just in the back pocket of the Ying, but also in the form of the Thermite and the Scarz of the Hibana. So all these hatches should be opened up, and any walls they want opened up, pretty much guaranteed to be just that, Tim. Starting with the tunnel being opened up by Nate.
Yeah, Nate's going to give that that option. If the defenders know that dirt's open, it obviously becomes a little bit of a focal point as well, which they will, because Forest is right on the breach. I tell you what, though, I'll bet the W7M aren't ready for this. If Forest can just bide his time and be patient here, there's a real opportunity for him to potentially spring a little bit of a trap here. He's just going to wait and wait, and to be honest with you, for the time being, he can wait there. They don't really need him back inside of sight. They've got 4 others down there, and until that final blood path, it's not the end of the world. And even if Forest is still out at the top of dirt, he can just run his way back on into sight. So he may well just stick at that one for a while. He's still there as I speak.
Well, here we go, charging straight in as well.
However,
Candelas came out, and that was the charge on in, and Nade fully capitalising on the chaos off the Candelas, coming on through as found 2. KZ's found 1 as well, but Hot and Cold is shutting things up at the other end of the map. Not that it matters, because KZ has then walked to 2K to close things out. Pretty cozy first round. I mean, I can't even hear myself think over that screaming, Tim, but I imagine this game is going to be full of a lot of that, to be honest with you.
High energy, I think you'd call it.
Yeah, that's one way of describing it.
Yeah,
what a neutral way of putting it.
High energy game. Yeah, I mean, I like what Forest was doing. There was no problem with him being up there. At the end of the day, the W7M just rushed in from bar hatch, just dropped straight in. Boom, Nade gets a double kill. There's nothing really that you can do about that. It's just one of those gunfights that you've got to win, really. So SSG trying to turtle up on site. I think it just gave W7M a little bit of too much freedom. So this time from SSG, and in future rounds, I'd like to see them maybe just with a little bit more presence out there in the map, because W7M obviously recognising where that space is available very, very quickly and taking advantage of it. So the more that SSG sit in sight, I think the more quickly W7M will work, the quicker the pressure will build, the more they'll get themselves into those positions to isolate people and take gunfights. So for me, SSG have a couple of players out there in the map, force W7M to clear a little bit, and just make sure that you burn in a bit more of that time, because I think W7M certainly thrived with how much time they had available.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a dry run for them in a sense. We've got our strat, we know how you want to approach this attack, let's go and execute it, and with SSG being relatively static downstairs, felt a little bit too easy for the Brazilians to get their march on. Well, now we're up to Cash and CC, so the other end of the map entirely. I'm looking on this attack inside, Tim. One, I'm seeing the Monty, already a bit of a headache towards Catwalk, but maybe even more importantly is the Lion and the Grim combo. In the game earlier on, we had things like the Grim joined up with the Lion, joined up with the Dakabi, that just made life absolute hell for the defenders. So even having 2 of those 3 in combo here, going to make things really difficult if SSG do choose to try and get out around the map, or to anchor on site. If you sit still, then Bs are going to detect you anyway. The only way I can really put this, Tim, is you are screwed.
Yeah, Forest is out and about a little bit, out in logistics at the minute, so that's something W7M have to be aware of, joined by Fultz as well, who is going to pick up that opener onto JV92 as he tries to come in through the wall. I'm also interested to keep an eye on Catwalk. Nade is pretty much abandoning it at the minute by the looks of it. That's why you bring the Monties to try and pressure Catwalk. But let's not forget, SSG banned out Capitao, so it makes it difficult to clear out that Catwalk. What do you bring instead? They don't have any nades on site, so how exactly do you clear those 2 operators from Catwalk? And at the minute, it looks like W7M don't have an answer. They do, however, have an answer to Forest.
I like this when you've been given so much time and around, and you're quite a quick team anyway. You can move this Monty in from the west side. It's very rare that we see this. Ashen did not expect Tough Philippox charging in behind him from Secret there, but he's managed to get away with it. A bit of ring around the roses, I'm afraid. Will say though, Tim, look to your top right corner of the screen. Drone-wise, only 2 halfway through the round remain standing for W7M. They have put a lot of effort into trying to get this west side of the map. This Monty is going to be critical to keep alive, because he will be their primary source of information as they line up for an execute inside of Cash and CC.
I like that SSG are using this hold against W7M, so there you go, that's exactly what I was about to talk about. J9O steps out and manages to get a nice kill through the soft wall there of construction. The first time that I ever saw that setup with construction wall being opened was actually done inside of the LATAM region. We're talking back to about 2021 from memory. I think I'm right in saying it was Julio and NIP that I first saw using it, and you just basically open up that construction wall rather than reinforcing, and you get a line of sight all the way across the bedroom. J9O has just played that position absolutely beautifully. I mentioned Julio because it was usually his position in behind that bomb chassis, peeking through the long angle into bedroom, stepping out into construction, and J9O has just done it absolutely beautifully. SSG using what I would... pretty sure memory serves me right, was something I saw first crop up in LATAM against the LATAM team and making it pay dividends. Really well played, SSG.
Absolutely beautiful. Just very calm and collected, at least in that round. J9O in particular, the one that I'm looking at when I make that statement. Happy to just spin on his heels a little bit and collect kills across the map. At long range, at short range, it didn't really seem to matter. Wasn't really phased by seemingly anything. There's the one literally steps one step to his right-hand side and gets one, pokes one out and towards the window and then gets out of dodge, starts looking back in towards construction and swings in for another. All too easy for him there, meaning his team really had a bit of a round off, to be completely honest with you, Tim. Gives us a one-on-one, a very dominant first round coming out from W7M, a very dominant one in the second one from J9O in particular. Now I'm going to head back down to that basement again and try and make this one stick for the defenders this time around.
Yeah, it was great. Great for J9O. Really commanded that area, and that's what you're looking for on defense. You know, you're looking for players to sort of have those areas where they can just be like, look, I've got this on lock. You guys worry about everything else. You know, and when you get that within a team like SSG, no doubt, with J9O there, they can focus on everything else. They can think about the catwalk. They can think about the cash wall. They can think about everything else that they need to. So, round 3. Here we go. Ashen is out on the roam this time. So, Church and Arsenal was where I said last time around that W7M would given a little bit too much, maybe respect, maybe just time, but SSG didn't play out into the map. They turtled up on site and it just really didn't work for them. W7M had far too much time to get on the drones, spot the space, drop down the hatch and just charge on into site and start getting kills. So for me, SSG need to create them some more problems. They need to give them something else to think about.
The march begins. But again, knowing how quick W7M have been, as you say, it's a case of wanting to try and match them, but the oppression they bring is when you start trying to roam against them, unless you're willing to stack at 2-3 players out on a roam against them, they will very happily close you down with Herds, for example, or have someone just drive by Ferrari peek you like, I don't know, probably Herds in this case, or KZ, and just absolutely dome you wherever you may stand. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation for them. It's probably the fear for SSG. So trying to get smart about their defense is going to be a big part of winning this round. But here we are, what, 75 seconds in? Got our hatch opened up inside the kitchen. Already got a lot of the work done in opening up kitchen hallway as well. It's going well for W7M.
JV92 just needing to be cautious there. Fultz was watching that spot, but he's not going to get the angle that he needs. However, he will find a down and the Toxic Babe canister, and I believe that has come from Dirt Tunnel onto kitchen window. Absolutely beautiful play from Fultz. I don't know if JV92 had maybe moved to relocate to Dirt or something, but one way or another, Fultz gets it done. Yes, he had, so he was just moving away from kitchen. Fultz was there ready. The position that Forrest played last time around, and I commented that, you know, there's no problem playing that aggressive up Dirt Tunnel. You can just hold on to that position for a while. It looks like W7M are going to be going for the same that they did last time, which is the drop of bar hatch and straight into sight.
Nice drop as well. They were relying so much on the Fenrir Dreadmine that with it being disabled by that EMP, well, look at what's happened. It's caught them out entirely. Candelas can now rain on through. They need to get rid, really, of the Fenrir gadget, though, at the same time. They have just left it there disabled. Only last 9 seconds with those micro EMPs. Hurts in for 1, not quite in for a second, but it's still a big numbers advantage for W7M, Tim.
39 seconds left to go. Ashen needs to find this kill and will do. Keys gets put down and it manages to find the trade, though. 1 versus 1 as J9. Oh, cannot pick up the last. And W7M managed to close things out. Big finish. Church and Arsenal certainly not proving to be SSG's sight. I think they'll probably head up to the top floor again next time around.
Imagine so, yes. They look very comfortable attacking downstairs.
I think they're just giving them too much time. Like I say, yes, Fultz got that opening kill, but again, SSG didn't play out into the map, and W7M just had plenty of time to stack up and say, right, yep, we've got the drones, we've got the info, this is where we're going to go, and there's just, they're not forcing them to think about enough. Like, W7M aren't worrying, for example, about a flank. They just stood in bar waiting to drop that hatch, 3 of them, for 20 seconds. No concern that they're going to get flanked from upstairs, no concern that there's anybody else in the map that can do anything to them. So, yeah, for that bottom floor, SSG, I think, just needs to pay attention to everywhere else as well.
I think really, it reminds me a lot of BDS from 2 years ago, when BDS used to be the sort of team that would be executing on site downstairs with 70 seconds still left on the clock. Is they'd be so quick at getting themselves in position around hatches to go for an execute and not really having to deal with any roamers around the map. I'd be like, right, well, we haven't got to wait another like 30 seconds. Why don't we just go now? And if things go awry, then we've got a whole minute to course correct and figure something out. And it feels the same watching W7M here, is they're being so quick and effective about clearing a map that SSG is largely giving up for free that it's really hard to see much more coming back for them. I think this round will be a bit of a teller as well with the extended hold out towards Cash and CC that we so often see. There's a few lines of defense here that SSG have drawn up. You've got a mirror window inside logistics looking down through all into construction. You've got an actual shield on the south side of construction watching up towards the north side, the single VIP wall, the cash exit, for example, and they've got an extended hold set up. There's 2 or 3 lines here that SSG can fall back to, but it does mean getting aggressive to start with, and this could be the kind of aggression I'm talking about, assuming Ashen can find someone.
Not looking good for him at the minute as players have repositioned, and it's going to be a bit of a risk standing underneath this. Herds has already got the angle. Ashen does manage to move away, but not too far. It's such a gamble of a play. I'm not going to criticise it. You know, sometimes you've got to take those risks and give it a go. If Ashen gets a kill there, we're saying how fantastic it is. You know, but realistically, what you're hoping for is basically somebody stood in exactly the right place for you. And when they're not, and you've got to move away, you're moving into that line of sight, and he gets punished for it. But to be fair, SSG, they don't come away too badly. They're still a man up at 4 versus 3.
Not the end of the world, I think. Like you say, if he gets that kill, he's a hero. If he fails it, then it looks a bit silly, but at least he's trying, and that's
you got to give it a go.
Absolutely. And that one was out towards main breach as well. As you can see, the blood splattered across the table. And as I said, there are still these lines of defense that they can work with here, and really it's about anyone who's out on the roam, i.e. Fultz, now starting to look to strike anyone playing below. And Felipox may well be that identified target that they want to hunt down.
JV92 going to open up the soft garage wall and move in. I don't think that they're aware of Fultz's position. Now then, if his teammates can create a little noise potentially, he might be able to clear out these track stingers without giving too much away. Felipox is just going to double down on that, which is going to make their life a lot more difficult, but he's certainly thinking about how far he can push up here, and I don't think they're aware whatsoever. If he goes for this peak, Felipox will get picked up, but he manages to scurry away to safety through stock. But the bigger problem is that they still have a Solis potentially on their flank without really being able to lock him down at the minute.
A real example there of how the gridlock gadget is just so valuable. For those of you aren't aware, why are we seeing so much gridlock? It's because we've now got nades, but that gadget has also had some buffs over the last year or so, to a point it's now pretty ridiculous. And Felipox down below making good use of those frag grenades that we spoke about to do some work. So really stopping them maybe once here. Hold shots first. I was going to say really good at stopping these roamers from doing anything, but they've done just that. Last one left standing now. It's JV92 trying to push into both Fultz and Hot and Cold. For now, at least the site only has 1 person on it, because we had Fultz retreating back up the main stairs towards site, and JV's using that to make quite an aggressive move here. He's got himself a 3K, but only 10 seconds to go, and he's got the diffuser in back pocket.
It's just going to be that ring around the roses as Fultz tries to keep himself out of the line of sight for as long as possible. Catches JV in no man's land in the middle of bedroom there as he rotates himself into Jim. Beautiful use of the rotation. Fultz has had a big round for SSG there. Not only does he pick up the kill when moving back from the roam up main stairs, which was really well done, kept himself off the radar. You know, how many players would have been tempted to go for Felipox in lounge and just maybe push through those track stingers and have a go or shoot a couple of them out and just think that they could move quicker and shoot better? But no, he just bided his time, just waited for what he knew would be a better opportunity coming, and keeping himself alive late into the round proved to pay dividends for Fultz. Really well played. SSG level things up. It's 2-2.
They do. Almost in March this time around. It's going to be down in that basement once again. Clearly the go-to sites here, wherever available. My only real concern here for SSG is this is the only site that they find themselves falling short on. Everything else they've done pretty well on. Maybe they're out of options at this point, having played those sites and thinking, well, we've got to make basement work at some point here. It's essentially their offsite, if you want to look at it that way. W7M probably feeling quite confident knowing coming into it. They've won it twice so far in this half. Really, the onus turns to SSG to be the ones that have to change something. And Tim, given the lineup in this round, I'd say they are definitely trying that with the Azami, the Alibi, the Solus. They do want to get out around the map. They do want to cause a little bit of trouble. But like I mentioned earlier on, there's every opportunity for W7M to really just hunt them down and isolate these roamers. Given how quick they are at moving through the map, it's not going to be the end of the world if they have to take 60 seconds to go and kill a roamer or two.
Probably not, but it'll be interesting at least to see if what I've been asking for a couple of rounds ends up paying off or not. We'll see whether SSG managed to get it done this time. Hotton's just waiting down in the oil pit there, Nitro in hand, ripped and ready so he doesn't give it away with an audio cue. Ashen it will be to kick things off though, and look at that, Des. He's out in the map and he finds himself a kill, managing to put at least the best foot forward for SSG here, taking nade off the board, and it's the Thermite. They've still got the Hibana and the Ace, plenty of hard breach utility for them to use, but they've yet to deal with Ashen, and we're nearly a minute in. This is well played so far from SSG.
Well, are they going to pinch him? There's a Lion working in from one side. You've also got the Hibana looking in to join here as well. So Ashen should be dead to rights, and sure enough, KZ finds him. They make it a 1-for-1. He's still done a good bit of damage though. He got rid of the Thermite. There's the hard breach being taken offline. Not really the end of the world for this site, because you've got the Hibana on side. She's the queen of hatches. Her job is to get open these 3 hatches that you sorely need opened up. Jane, I know, with a wonderful shot onto KZ at further distance, mind you. And it's, again, not the end of the world with the operators they're finding. I'm pretty sure all the EE1Ds were down, but it's still a gun that is being taken away from W7M, so they don't have this flooding execute that we saw the last 2 times we were on this site.
Yeah, it's much better, and as I say, by getting out in the map, SSG have given them a headache. They've given them more to think about. They've wasted half of the round, they've taken 2 bodies with them, and all of a sudden, W7M cannot play their primary game plan for attacking this site. It's not to say they won't go on and win it. They're trying to open up long angles, they're adapting, they're using plan B, they're going to hassle Church Wall instead. They've got other ideas, but right now, they're not paying off, as Fultz manages to find a headshot onto for Leapox. SSG now in a 4v2 can sort of just sit back and wait for W7M to make a move.
Just keep on catching them out one at a time here as well. Now JV's all alone pushing down. It's these Kiva barriers all round have been such a headache. He's managed to drag one back over. Oh, what a shot at range from JV. Sees the literal clipper faults his head and gets his man. JV's down to his lasso at this point. Got 2 to try and find down. And again, those keeper barriers are just getting in the way. Flashes them out a little bit deeper on. Can't quite find his man. There's one inside blue, one actually still waiting inside of Church here. With 30 seconds to play, Tim, it's not looking too good.
No, not at all. Hotton and J9 just need to hold on in these positions. They know that there's no real way for JV92 to be able to rotate here and take a different angle, but they're going to keep peeking out, and he's going to punish them. Beautiful headshot. Can he complete this 1v2? He's going to get the diffuser in hand. 10 seconds left to go. He sees the movement. He knows exactly where they're going. JV92 is going to try and get the diffuser down here. J9 just looks for the angle around. Don't get too aggressive, but he knows, and JV somehow comes away with a 1v2. And I think the celebration says it all. W7M winning a round that they had absolutely no right to get anywhere near.
That's going to be a kicker for SSG. They were in such a commanding position, Tim. And they still managed to let it go. I did really want to come out at the end of this round talking about their use of keeper barriers in that round being really impressive, but JV has stole the show. But to come onto those keeper barriers, you saw a couple of times that once they dropped back through doorways, they were placing them quite high up on the wall. So it was kind of like, well, someone could probably crouch underneath this. And the goal around bottom of main stairs, for example, wasn't to stop someone getting through. It's so that when he steps across to round out the widest part of this keeper barrier, you see his legs first, and you have probably a good 4 or 5 shots that you can get off at the attacking player's feet before they've got anywhere near being able to take a shot back at you. So they were really smart uses, I think, out of J9 in general. But as we always say, Tim, as much as this is a wonderful game of tactics and strategy, at its heart, Siege is still an FPS, and JV has just absolutely domed SSG.
I think JV had plenty of information coming in from his teammates as well there. On the replay, it was clear to see the red ping in behind the keeper barricade, but then there was a yellow ping that came up to the right-hand side, and I think that was the bit of information that JV needed really to say, this is the way that he's going to swing you. J9, it's always a difficult situation. You sort of look at it and, you know, it's easy to sit here and say, well, you know, it's 5 seconds left to go, he just needs to play on the diffuser. But at that point, if that diffuser goes down, you're in a 1v1 gunfight, and J9 J90 was just trying to give himself that little bit of an advantage and maybe catch JV92 without the gun in his hand and without the ability to challenge. But either way, W7M come away with a nice round for them. It looked against them all the way. 3-2, they're going to be looking for a 4-2 attacking half.
Casey's got the right idea. There is someone sat on catwalk waiting and not quite holding the angle, but being willing to challenge it. Like J90 literally a matter of pixels away from taking this gunfight, and the yellow ping is there. Maybe there's a default cam still up. Not that they care. Going to keep a barrier in that window and just get it locked off.
Just going to open up with the upside down rappel. Does leave a little vault at the bottom. That's one thing to consider when you're thinking about opening those reinforcements up. We're going to have Nade take down J90 with a pistol kill to kick things off. SSG, I'm a little bit concerned, might be on a slippery slope here as W7M just seem to be taking it up a gear, just gaining a little bit of momentum. Forest is playing that position that J90 was in and played so skillfully previously. Nitro is going to stick, and that's unfortunate. Reinforcement does catch that explosive, and that's going to be some wasted utility.
Well, still with the Grim on side and looking towards that alongside, I was going to say the last E1D and what they can force with this, but that E1D ringing out and not really giving anything on the side of W7M to gain, to be honest. If nothing else, Fultz is still left here, and this is why comboing these two gadgets together can be so powerful, or getting them working alongside drones. But as we're seeing yet again, W7M's drone count is just whittled down so aggressively by the side of SSG that they are having to go in blind in a couple of cases. That's where things like the Lion and the Grim stacking up can be so effective. And as much as they're trying to force this player off catwalk, SSG are capitalizing big time. They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim.
Fultz has had a fantastic round there. Once again, it's exactly the same as I've said for him previously on the Solace. Get Fultz out in the map on the Solace, and he generally has a very good time of it, and those have been the rounds where SSG have been better. Finish the half 3-3, not the end of the world for either side. I feel like W7M, if anything, may have felt like they could go better than that. Attack on Clubhouse isn't always the end of the world, so it could be a good start for SSG.
It very well could be. Well, we've got Mango on the line, assistant coach for SSG. Mango, thank you very much for joining us for this brief amount of time. Quick question for you. It feels like a big bet coming into W7M's Fortress map in the form of Clubhouse. Obviously, you guys are good on it as well, but what was the thought processing in taking them to such a key map in their arsenal?
You know, we really just looking at the map pool, considering some of the other maps, it was kind of a pick or poison moment, and we felt really good on Clubhouse compared to some of the other maps, and we feel pretty strong on it ourselves, so we weren't really too swayed by the fact that they're also good at it. Knew it was going to be a slugfest either way, so pretty confident regardless.
Mango, we've just seen a couple of rounds there where W7M flexing the mechanical skills a little bit. How much can that impact the team round to round? Do you just sort of brush it off when you lose a round like that to JV92, or does it hurt a bit more than that?
You know, I mean, we could have definitely played that 3v1 definitely a bit better, but, you know, at the end of the day, we just say good, move on to the next round, and take it step by step.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Mango. Really appreciate you tuning in for a few. Catch you next time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Tim, onwards in March then, basement where things are going to kick off in this second half then. SSG onto the attacking side, and as you heard there a second ago, it's kind of a picky poison, and I remember speaking to Fresh about this a few days ago, and for W7M, their map pool just keeps on getting wider and wider. You know, 5 or 6 maps they claim to be extremely proficient at these days. What do you do when they can ban away most of them?
This is it, and you know, that's the reason Hertz just comes in and picks up hot and cold there to kick things off for W7M.
But JV's just so like, yeah, you guys just drop the ceiling above me, you drop the ground, I'm going to keep watching this window, not even budging an inch.
Nope. And this is why I ask about the mechanical skill side of things from W7M. You know, it always fascinates me how much of an impact does that have. You know, there's plenty of skill on the side of SSG, of course, but when you're going to get yourself into those positions and you're winning in a round and it just gets spun on its head because, well, JV92, it's kind of like playing against Shaiko or any of these other, like, really high skill players when it comes to the aim. It must just be so, you know, taxing over an entire game for a team to get into those winning positions and then book, kill, and the round's over, and there's just seemingly little that you can do about it sometimes.
Absolutely. Well, here we're getting SSG getting to work on the kitchen hallway. Opening up, as we always see, restricting the ability for defenders to move around through long or through short or through pipes and long, whatever you want to call it. And the same sort of story inside a kitchen to stop them playing in back arsenal. So very much trying to force the defenders over towards the east side of the downstairs, which opens up things like a moto drop, a kitchen hatch drop, or pushing down main stairs, or potentially all of those things, including a backstab from oil or blue. So keep a close eye on where it is that SSG start gathering up. Right now you've got 2 or 3 players around bar and kitchen hallway, because again, they're trying to force these defenders away from the west side of the ground floor, or the basement, sorry, over towards the east side. And that is where J90 will strike. And hopefully, fingers crossed with SSG, take out a couple of players.
Ashen just being held back by the Toxic Babe canister at the minute, suggesting W7M know exactly where this push is mounting up from. It's not too much of a surprise. We get a lot of attention from attackers down at the bottom of main stairs. Ashen's just going to rotate as well onto the hatch, which is just above blue. Sends out a couple of EMPs. I think that's a little bit of a decoy there, just to try and get a bit of attention in that opposite direction as he moves back to the bar hatch, ready to drop into Motor potentially. Fultz is going to open Church Wall. Just concerned about explosives over the top, but it should be the headshots they're worrying about. As Nade, he picks up 2. Hurge joins the party as well, and Ashen finds himself all alone. The explosive finishes off the round. W7M go 5-2.
Great read from Nade as well, just realising again that off the back of utility or certain things happening around him, that there was going to be a push of some kind coming through. Either they've read that the pillar plant was the intended action there for SSG and has just swung at the perfect time to catch them, or again, there was some kind of trigger. Either way, W7M have read SSG's game plan like a book there and taken a very convincing first round down in the basement. Let's not forget, W7M won that downstairs attack a couple of times. Like, even in the third time, they absolutely crushed SSG, whereas in the first attack there, SSG have been completely shut out. 4 players left alive for W7M. Complete and a different story to what we saw in those first 6 rounds.
Going to be heading into round 8 then. W7M, sorry, I called it as 5-2. It's actually 4-3. I've mistakenly written down 4-2 at the half, but it was 3-3. So SSG, I know, can you imagine? Rookie mistake. SSG still plenty in this. They're going to be attacking onto CCTV this time around. It's, again, you know, it comes back, and this is why I asked the question. You're going up against a team, and it must be so taxing. You know, Herds is just going to step out, headshot, and within a breath, you know, you're 2 men down and the round starts to swing. So W7M giving themselves a little bit of an advantage on the defense there, but this time going to be taking CCTV as the next site. SSG, I'm interested to see, you know, do they just go for the straight CCTV open and push, or is there going to be some attention onto construction side as well?
Onwards we step then. Let's see how this one plays forward. Just to begin with, looking out for any potential C4s lurking underneath, any Valk cams that might be scattered around. Well, I'll say Valk cams, Valk's banned away. So can't find any of those, I'm afraid, hot and cold. But would have been searching skywards to find whatever else that he might have dangling underneath in case any drops into logistics hatch came a little bit later on. Ashen, inside the bar, has already got himself in pretty quickly and comfortably, and Herds has been caught completely unawares 40 seconds into the round.
Keys just setting himself
Sorry, just saw that drone behind him and ignored it. There is a drone on him inside of gym, so they know that he's there is now the only concern.
Yeah, certainly needs to be aware of that. I don't think he's seen this. Taking pot shots at... No, he's just going to be attacked from the window, trying to play in behind the Kiva barricade, but KZ seems to just be unaware of that drone in behind him, holding on for the time being, gets himself into bathroom. Philippok's just trying to push down these stairs, gets an absolute freebie onto Ashen there, who's sat drawn in 4 versus 4, and W7M holding on to this entire top floor at the minute, not just the site.
That's the worst thing, where Ashen's moved forward with a nade and said, yeah, that nade will give me a bit of room to get on drone and see where this guy is. Am I being pushed? Am I not? By the time he probably actually loads up the drone is when he's being swung and he's guaranteed dead. So really good response there by W7M to keep things at 4 and 4.
Hot and cold just using those angles opened up in the garage wall. We're hoping for a rotate on catwalk, hoping for any sort of movement, but as you can see, W7M, it looks a little bit like hands are off keyboards at the minute. We're comfortable with where we are. We've got a minute left to go, so we're just going to wait this one out. There is one on blue stairs at the minute. JV92 on catwalk does manage to pick up Hot and Cold, who was watching for that angle, but gets hit in reverse. Fultz just trying to open up that CCTV wall a little bit more, but with 50 seconds left to go, SSG not really established inside of the map anywhere. They don't have too much control. Forrest is sort of lurking around on the bottom floor, looking to get up into garage, I think, to support the attack, but there you go. He's just trying to deal with the mirror. He has to win this fight and does. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds though. Time is going to be the problem.
So hard to play against that Vector at close range, highest rate defender gun in the game. It's just horrific to face off against, but he gets it done. 3 versus 3, Tim. At this point, 20 seconds on the clock. They've really got to get a shifty on. They're barely even looking inside a garage at the moment, and JV92 is still sat up on high. He's still got goo mines to play behind. They're going to run out of the clock here, Tim.
J9 gets up, gets one kill and an important one at that, taking control of Garage. KZ manages to get the trade, but here comes Forest on into sight. It's going to be a 1v1 between him and KZ. 3 seconds left to go. KZ has the run and manages to find the shot, takes down Forest, and that is W7M now going 5-3 and looking comfortable on defense.
And a couple of clutches along the way, Tim. You know, KZ there in that 1 versus 2, JB92 earlier on. Without those, this could have been a 5-3 to SSG. It could have been a 4-4, somewhere split down the middle. It's just one of those games where it's quite neck and neck between the two and hard to see which way it's going to fall. Gym, bedroom, going to be the next site we head into. Will be that 3rd site before I imagine we go through the same 3-site rotation. If W7M win this round, do anticipate we'll see a tack timeout coming in for SSG. I say it all the time, if a team goes down 0-3 at the start of a half, chances are they'll take that pause just to reset momentum, look back over those last 3 sites they've played, knowing they're going to play all 3 of them again, and just try and get things amended so they don't have another 0-3 coming into the following 3 rounds.
5 seconds left.
So well played by Casey here as well. Just
it was
cool, calm, collected, a step back, step in.
Yeah, nice and sort of gentle, not too aggressive, keeping his cover, just waiting for Forest to make the move, really. And I think given the time on the clock, I don't know, maybe KZ has a little check of the clock, sees that there's only a couple of seconds. He knows that Forest doesn't really have time to circle all the way around those shelves, so there's only one side that he needs to concern himself with, pre-fires it and ends the round pretty well. W7M 5-3 up then, and going pretty well on defense. SSG yet to find a round, and you feel like this is the one that they really need.
Early EE1D in case there are any cheap small peaks coming out or jump outs or anything else. The madness that we saw from, I think it was Ashen back in the first half, running out of strip, for example, and finding one for himself. Just trying to counter exactly the same. Seeing the Lion more and more, to be fair, I think with the KB being banned away so much, you're just going to see Lion be quite a staple for a lot of attacking lineups, just so they have something on side to help out with shutting down their own game, given how slippery some teams can be, especially with the Solis now currently in the meta, obviously not being played too much in this game, but I think for most teams, Solis has been, as I say, a staple.
Forest is just getting that drawn across the mid-floor. Plenty of information flying into them. It's going to be a bedroom attack this time. A lot of utility that they'll have to play for if they want to work their way up those main stairs. They've got barbed wire and other elements to come across. Hot and cold on the knock is going to be looking potentially then to get up red stairs, but there's a clash that he's going to come face to face with. Nade in hand ready though. Going to send it up to the top. The stairs does a lot of damage to Nade, but not enough. Nade's back was turned for a fraction of a second, but he just managed to get it facing the right way.
Oh no! It's not the first time we've seen that this tournament, to be fair. A couple of players have whipped it with the nades and ended up downing themselves off the back of it. At the very least, he didn't kill himself, though. Tim was able to get res back up by Forest on the Finker.
Fultz is making some good progress. Going to get inside a cache here. It suggests, I'm just having a look how many drones they've got left. They've got 6 drones left, but just the movement there from SSG suggesting they don't know exactly what's ahead of them. They're not confident that cache was clear, just going in and having to face check it at the same time, but all's well that ends well.
Cheeky.
Ooh, trying that vertical angle. Do manage to pop the mirror out so they won't get overly aggressive on there. Nitro does get shot out as Herds tries to put it out of the window. Now then, Herds is in a bad position here. J9 going to take full advantage and finds a beautiful shot. SSG saying, you might have some shots, but guess what? We've plenty stacked up too. And that leaves them now 5 versus 3 and looking good in round 9.
Very precarious, as he was really one of their main lines of defense there, looking out towards the west. With that now gone, they're going to have to pull the clash back in, as you're seeing, from construction side back in towards site. Just got to tighten everything up. So, yeah, Herds again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. He really had to try and play that challenge, but he was massively disadvantaged. No mirror window, holes in the floor below him, a player outside and Jacuzzi to challenge at the same time. Just so much for him to try and take on there. SSG still running around with this one, but they have got 3 players that have taken a fair chunk of damage in the round, and here comes the plant attempt.
Yeah, Fultz is going to try and stick this. He has to come off it as his cover dies, and he is going to be taken down as well. That puts the diffuser down in the middle of sight. Not ideal, and as they try to come in through the windows, they're going to get taken down, but J9 makes a real attempt of it. Gets a 1v3, I think it was, back to a 1v1, but is unable to close it out at the final battle.
It's just one of those again where I think it's a a difficult situation with another, I won't say a clutch, it was a 1v1 being won out here by W7M, but it is another one of those situations, unfortunately. We have got Fresh here again, and during a timeout, we have a good chat with him, Tim, as we've got a good couple of minutes or so. Hello there, Mr. Fresh.
Hi, boys. Just checking you can hear me this time.
Well, I can indeed hear you, my man.
All good.
Look, mate, I want to ask you about, first and foremost, I'll ask you a question. It's like you're a coach now.
Oh.
I want to pose you a question, because W7M we saw moving at extreme pace in the first half. SSG just don't really seem to have that same bite.
Yeah, this was the point I was going to bring up. So sometimes you've got a team where it's quite stylistically, they want to play a little bit gung-ho, they want to get fast, they want to get in the faces of their opponent, and that's what SSG like to do. But the map sometimes doesn't allow for it, and that's what Clubhouse is like. So I think that's why SSG, are really costing themselves in these attack rounds, because that's 3 attack rounds lost now, is because it has come down to so late on time, particularly that CCTV attack, where 2 guys are walking in garage, both getting hit by a goo mine with, 15 seconds left, and you're forced basically to just carry on pushing through the goo mine, and eventually, obviously got downed on the garage stairs. So I want to see them really try and take some more risks and increase that tempo in their attack.
Anything from you, Tim Tam?
I don't think so. He's covered it extremely well there.
Can I just say, Fresh,
the man's
I
a professional.
love your outfit today.
Ah, thank you. I saw what Laxon was wearing and I had to kind of match it. He's got a black jacket and a grey t-shirt, so I've got a black t-shirt and a grey jacket.
Not too bad, mate. I guess really the good question then, you spoke a little bit around the kind of timing piece there.
Yeah.
We're going into a basement site for this potential last round. What do you really want to see SSG get right in the first 60 seconds?
I think in terms of, you've got to win, each part of the round,
I was
right?
about to say, yeah, they've got to win, Fresh, yeah.
Yeah, no, obviously they've got to win, but they've got to win each phase of the round. So I think it starts off with those drones. Make sure you can, even if you just put in drones in zones that you can clear from prep phase, have somebody just holding them, clear the top floor, clear the mid floor, whatever it is. Try and get that information, try and get good information at the start of the prep phase, and then play off that. Because if you can remove some of the times, SSG would have won some of these rounds if they had 30 more seconds. It's just that they didn't. So the early round's got to be really, really hot, and that relies basically all on their drone work.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Fresh, thank you very much, Mr. Professor.
you.
We'll catch up a bit later on, mate.
See you soon.
There we go, the fadeaway. See you soon.
Woo. 3-pointer.
It's all about that drone work. Let's see how they get on then, Tim, with the start of the round.
30 seconds in then. We haven't got SSG inside of the building just yet. So as we would expect, the droning is continuing. We've got Forest is... Forest is going to be joined by Fulton J9 still on the drone work. KZ nearly loses his life there. Hot and Cold certainly coming away the better to begin with at least, but takes a few bullets of damage just as he's trying to escape from that and keep himself alive to fight into the later round. Out comes the nade, going to send that one down towards main stairs. Won't get any joy with it though, as KZ is long gone.
I'm not sure who it was on main stairs, probably for Leapox. I imagine just up an extra layer on these main stairs, who was in a good spot to swing there and to support the castle and taking that firefight. Could have been an easy 2v1, but I think actually it was a good read by Hot and Cold to just get out of there, not carry on that firefight and extend it any further. Just opted to rotate out as we've seen now. May have to try and work his way back in though, as really his task is control of main stairs.
Fultz just working his way across that top floor. W7M really looking to defend the entire map to begin with, but have got themselves back, and there's just sort of a lot of almost sort of phantom pressure then because of that presence out in the map. SSG feel a need to get it cleared out completely, and as Fresh said, they like to play aggressive, like to play in the faces, and this is just going to burn a lot of that time that SSG have, and it's potentially going to deny them that opportunity when they do get onto the attack at the end.
Well, slowly working their way down here in a spot, I was going to say, looking okay so far as they were starting to work on hatches, but it has been that little bit slower. And they've also lost out on the entry with Hot and Cold being the one to fall away, and they've got the re-electrification come on through. Hatch stays closed. It's a couple more kills coming in for W7M, and it looks like actually, Tim, Clubhouse is going to remain a fortress for the Brazilians.
Almost certainly. JV92, he's been fantastic so far. 10-6 on the game, has hit some absolute beauties and continues to do so on main stairs. J9 has had a game himself, to be fair, 11-8. He's going to move down and try to rescue SSG's hopes here as he moves in through blue. The Pox arm gives him away, but I tell you what, doesn't matter if you get given away, if you're going to hit headshots like that. Hurts gets taken down, but for Leapox once again there for the trade, and that's something W7M have done so well through this game, is keep on top of the trades, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, cut themselves up a win, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Drone game may have been alright at the start of that round, as Fresh was talking about, but when it came round to the firefights, W7M, well, they brought a whole arsenal to this party. Now, they're moving forward, up and getting another one for SSG. things start looking a bit precarious, Tim.
They do. Of course, you know, the way we look at Swiss is you've got 3 lives, 3 losses, and you will be out. So SSG now 0 and 2. They are going to be looking at a tough decider match tomorrow.
They will. And we'll find out, of course, who they play against a bit later on today once all the games are concluded, because Swiss is all based on seeding. But obviously, I think we know at this point that we're starting to see the clear separation. The teams all falling into these brackets of being 2 and 0, 1 and 1, obviously 0 and 2 in some of these cases as well. So in case you are wondering, tomorrow we do get the best of 3s underway to see who starts going home, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. Decisions start getting made from tomorrow onwards. We'll have the answers to at least some of the questions, not all of them. But W7M, for the time being, they keep themselves fighting for one of those FaZe 3 spots. They've got themselves now 1 loss, 1 win. And I've got to say, W7M look much better than they did yesterday. Really comfortable, really confident. As I say, I'd love to go back through and see how many of their kills were headshots in that match, because they were just hitting them left, right and centre. Very difficult to play against today.
More of the old school ferocity I felt on the attacking side. The kind of like ruthless efficiency is probably the best way I can describe how they used to play some maps, is they'd just be so good at getting control of the map and focusing around the execute and, most critically, winning those gunfights. Anyway, okay, we're about to go to death, but we aren't just yet. An interview will be ready with Felipox in just a couple of minutes, so we can look forward to that one. But again, for me, it's seeing them warming back into it. Things are looking good, Tim.
Yeah, I think those 1-on-1 teams who play each other tomorrow, we're going to have some really great matchups come that point. You know, there is some big names in there. You've got, BDS now 1-on-1, W7M 1-on-1. There's some really big names falling into that mid group, and I can't wait for the draw later on, because I think there's going to be some real classics tomorrow.
You're calling W7M and BDS mid, Tim?
The results are calling them mid, Des, not me. They're 1-on-1.
You're the one describing it that way, Tim. Anyway, let's get over to the desk, where there's an interview awaiting with Felipox.
W7M victorious. Congratulations, Felipox. Man, tell me, are you relieved? Are you excited? I'm sure coming off of the loss and then getting this victory.
Yeah, we are very relieved. Like yesterday was not our day. Like we didn't play like we play. We are making a lot of mistakes. So today we played the same map, and because we knew we had a good map. So yeah, we're happy.
Do you feel like you were a little bit more nervous coming into today? And lots of passion. Like JV was hooting and hollering the whole time.
Yeah. We talked, and we saw that yesterday we were too passive, not playing our game. So we talked today and said that we were going to scream and shout and do everything to play like we play, like smiling and everything. So yeah, today we could play our game.
So the last time I spoke to you was in Copenhagen after you've won, and you won the major. You said at that point in time that you knew that you would have a target on your backs, and that everybody would want to beat W7M, and that you had to work as hard as you've ever worked. How's that gone? And are you expecting, big things from this major?
Yeah, like I said before, it's very hard when you win, because you have a target on your back. Everyone knows how you play. Everyone wants to copy you, want to see how your team plays. And this season we worked as hard as last season, maybe even more. But it's really hard. And I think we are in a good shape this tournament. Like I think, like I said yesterday, we wasn't ourselves.
Yeah.
So I think today we had a good game.
And is that the reason that you went back to the same map? Because you lost Clubhouse yesterday, but then you went and chose it again today.
Yeah. We knew we had a good map, and we didn't play like ourselves. Like,
right. Okay.
We didn't do anything right yesterday. Like GK played really well too, and they surprised ourselves like with their play style. So today we could play better.
Okay, so looking back at this game and yesterday, what were the big takeaways? You were like, this needs to change.
Like I said, the scream and shouting, like we were too passive yesterday. Like I think we came into the game like with high heels, like thinking we will win easily because it was a good map for us. And so today we came to win, like to do everything to win.
Did you tweak anything in your pre-game preparation?
Yeah, we changed a little things, but not so much. But mainly like ourselves, like our, how can I say,
mentality.
Yeah,
maybe?
mentality. Mentality. Yeah.
Okay, well, Folly Pox, thank you so much for that
Thank you.
fantastic interview. Great
Thank you.
speaking with you, and congratulations again on that victory.
Thank you very much.
Oh man, I can only imagine the enthusiasm that they're feeling right now. Fresh, we've been talking a lot about W7M, and that was a jarring loss, certainly, but to get that win, I'm sure they're feeling fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to be saying it a lot about the teams that went 0-1 yesterday but managed to get a win today. Is the result is so much more important than the performance. I thought the result, obviously, a win is great, but the performance also for W7M. They've clearly turned around. They've backed themselves up on the same map, and they've won on it again. So it's a big confidence boost as well as getting the result. And, that kudos to them.
It was interesting when we were chatting earlier. You were telling me both these teams are playing really well.
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of mistakes. They were just being very proactive.
Yeah, I genuinely thought that was a very high quality map of Clubhouse. I think, SSG can take positives away despite the fact that they've lost, and they're going to have to really buck it up because they're facing elimination. But both teams managed to fix some of their mistakes coming in from yesterday. I would say W7M much more, and they looked like the champions.
Okay, well, we're going to hand it over to Laxine. He's going to be breaking down a W7M round. Can't wait to hear it. Hey, Laxine.
Hello. All right, guys. So I'm brand new to this, so bear with me, all right? Just follow me along. I'm not a savant like Jesse. I'm not a savant like everyone else that has been doing this. So I want to talk about this round in specific. So the beginning of this round is the SSG W7M 3-4 round playing Garage. So in this round specifically, something that I noticed is Forrest is playing below here. And when you look here, he still has a lot of the util left over with the smoke grenades. And how I see this, that he could have possibly played with his team here, is if he then takes Fult's spot, he can possibly smoke off that rotate hole, well, that drone hole that typically is right here. Obviously, you can't see it. Bad POV on my end trying to grab something. But he could smoke this off that essentially blocks off, he could essentially just block off that line of sight and make it more of a 2v2 or a 2v1 over here on this side of the map, depending whether or not KZ continues to play that. But as you'll see here, SSG actually, as we go forward, SSG makes the heads-up call here of deciding, okay, we need to make something happen here. You see these two players here of J9 and Fultz making the decision to try to force this guy out of Garage. This is a power position for JV, and something that you will see in this round particularly is you will see the heads-up play from Nade. Oh, my fault. Again, you'll see the heads-up play from Nade. I don't know whether this was communicated or not from JV, but as you'll see going on here, JV actually, I'm assuming, makes the call to him to then throw out a smoke grenade all the way to this staircase to block off all of SSG's push, to deny as much time to help JV as much as possible. So take a look at this. I thought it was beautiful here. So they get the call. They're hesitating here because this is a tough angle to be versing against. Anyone that knows this, it's tough. You get the heads up play from Nade here, throws the smoke. Personally, I would have much rather had JV play a lot safer in this situation, whether he's laying prone here, delaying as much time as possible, making J90 go through all those ticks of smoke damage. But regardless, that huge heads-up smoke play from Nade and JV working together works beautifully here, as you'll continue to see. J90 grabs a kill, gets down from KZ, or I believe from that smoke. KZ takes his power position. Here you see Forrest coming from the flank. This is, again, where I was saying I would have much rather had Forrest out here on the breach, because that ultimately, if Forrest, let's say, for example, Forrest is here, right? He then cuts off this entire angle instead of where he is now. KZ can no longer cross. Then that sets up Fultz for a good position here to possibly get the bomb down, to possibly make the round work in their favor. But again, Forrest is on the other side going for a flank, which does work out well. He does end up grabbing this pick, making it a 2v1, but this is where KZ plays this beautifully, and as you'll see, he takes this 1v1 engagement on Garage, which is so imperative on that Raptor, gets that. Wouldn't say he has to peek Forrest here, but he does peek him, ends up getting the kill, securing the round, and that alone is what I loved mostly about that round specifically, is the teamwork that W7M was working, especially in that Garage round, of throwing that smoke across, stopping J90 and them, trying to get that Garage push, KZ taking the power position behind that bomb, ending the guy in Garage, and then killing Forrest as he came to push him from cash. That's all from me. I hope you guys appreciate the work that I just tried to do and stumbled and messed up, but there's a lot more games. Sending you to this break.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem.
I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This box on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of them.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Tellers on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said?
Yeah? I said border, big room, Tellers.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caribes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. It's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet Trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet Trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes!
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
FaZe versus NIP, Brazil versus Brazil. Regional rivals, they've played each other dozens of times, but this time it's at a major, and the stakes are higher than ever. Both teams coming off strong wins, FaZe defeating SSG in a barn burner last night, and NIP stomping Virtus Pro. But who will be victorious today? I'm Jackie Jing with Fresh and Jesse, and these teams very well acquainted with each other, both legacy teams from Brazil, and Jesse, the coach has got a little history.
Absolutely, Jackie. Obviously, being Brazil, this is a rematch of the qualifying game that got FaZe to this major, and of course, NIP came through a little bit later on, but you're absolutely right. The coaches have so much experience as we saw FaZe lose their coach at the start of this stage. G2 came by and they went, what?
That was kind of my fault somehow.
What?
Well, I took Fabian.
Okay, you're right.
You took Ronaldo.
Okay.
Stop.
There we go.
And what we end up is with FaZe Clan needing a new coach. They go for Rafadel, their new coach jumping in this stage, and he's been somebody who has worked very closely with Ninjas in Pajamas and with Chubbs in the past. He has been the analyst alongside Chubbs through the last 3-ish years. Way back on Furia, he was helping out. He was the analyst for the team at Team 1 when they won the Mexico Major. He was the analyst for them last year on Double O Nation as well, and he was helping out with NIP a little bit throughout stage 1 as well as their analyst. But I had a conversation with Chubbs about this kind of rivalry, with him going up against his own analyst, and they talked about how he really believes that Rafadel is experienced enough as a coach to lead a team, to be the main person in charge. And when the opportunity came up for FaZe Clan, when they came knocking, they were sad to see him go, but they thought it's finally his chance. He deserves this opportunity.
Friendship and a little rivalry as well. We'd love to hear that in Siege. I want to talk about NIP a little bit. So frankly, stomping VP, I think that was kind of shocking. We had a lot of doubters, some of us included in that.
Yeah.
But what was interesting was Pino told me in the interview that the Crest match was actually one of the hardest in his life. I had to double check that. Hardest in his life. What's your reaction to that?
I think that just shows how Asia Pacific generally has turned up at this tournament.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't get through, they've been giving people hell of a good games. And I think NIP like to make it hard for themselves at times. And I think a lot of people like to doubt NIP on the back of it. There was quite a few people who, saw NIP VP as a very close game. And there was a lot of people who thought that it would be a whitewash to VP yesterday. And obviously NIP ended up winning it out. They're a very smart team, and if you cast your mind back all the way to Copenhagen, they kind of started like this in Copenhagen, where they struggled through groups and they get into the Swiss stage and they evolve through the tournament. So, was I surprised to see NIP beat VP yesterday? No, but I can certainly see why people thought VP would come out of the gates quick.
Yeah. I think that NIP, a lot of people are doubting the squad just because they did have a bit of a rough playing stage. They did play some rough games. But all in all, these are two really top teams, VP, FaZe, and NIP. And so it's not a surprise to me that we did get that upset. NIP, they're very competent.
Okay, and I believe that you have a clip for us. And I know yesterday when we were talking with the team, they were saying that they wanted to see some improvements on defense. What do you think they're really going to be focusing on today?
In terms of the clip that I've got.
Well,
I'm just going to
surprise us. Tell us what's happening.
The clip should be FaZe. Yeah, here it is. So the clip for FaZe, and now what I want to talk about is FaZe, is how they create phantom pressure and how they can understand and adapt to their opponent's playstyle. So this is on Nighthaven. This is a basement defense. I know we're showing a lot of the top floor, but one thing that they do is they create the phantom pressure. They open walls upstairs. You saw the Buck, you're now seeing the Finker. Now, when those walls are created upstairs, that engages the defenders upstairs. But FaZe have got an instantaneous reaction, and I'm saying instantaneous. As soon as those walls are open, right, we now hit sight. And you can see this is the Ram that's hitting sight. This is Souls. So their original plan was to go above. But however, they've spotted the opportunity. They've spotted that gap. They've had a great read into their opponent. Souls walks in, gets a kill. Vita King manages to get the plant down, and then Handy takes an opportunity to lurk his way in the midst of the chaos and hold a long angle onto a plant spot. And this is what I think FaZe's biggest strength is as a team, is having the read into their opponent and understanding instantly and communicating that instantly of how to adapt and beat that setup. And it's all on the fly. This was not predetermined, because you can see by the operator lineup that they were expected to clear top floor and then breach. Predetermined. goes out the window once they see something, and bam, they've hit sight and they've won the round. And that's one of their biggest strengths.
Yeah, I think FaZe are an extremely scary team on attack. You know, the way that they get in, they had a 100% conversion rate against Dark Zero yesterday on their opening picks. They can be very, very explosive when they act, but they also are all over the place. They really do create that phantom pressure. I think it's a great point that you made. They're a very top team for sure.
So strong on attack, but then defense again. Do you think that that's a concern for them, or you're like, nah, they got that in the bag?
I think FaZe are the real deal. I think they proved that through Brazil. And I do like what they've got going. They seem to understand every way of playing Siege. They understand how teams are going to play against them when they're playing very default. They understand how teams are going to play them when they're playing very split. And they understand when teams might try to rush or do something a little bit funky. And they seem to have an instantaneous answer and understanding of it. And it makes them all round a very solid teams where, you know, you see some other teams where when they're presented with a problem where it's quite different, they can't overcome it. FaZe don't have that problem, and that's what makes them a strong team.
Yeah, I picked FaZe to go 3-0 in this group, right? We had the predictions at the start, or, you know, in the Swiss stage in general.
How are you doing with that?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, FaZe are doing well. All right, D+, yeah, overcame. But listen, I think FaZe are a very strong team. Yeah. I think going up against a team that they're so familiar with here, what we saw in Europe were when these two teams went up against each other, Virtus Pro, we had Wolves going up against each other earlier. That familiarity really favored the better team, the team that has historically done better in the region. I think we're going to see something similar, right? FaZe Clan have historically been a stronger, more consistent team than FaZe or than NIP, and I think we're going to see these two teams again go into somewhere where they're familiar, and I think FaZe Clan, they will have the edge here.
Okay, gentlemen, I believe that we are ready to move into the map ban, and we're working to get that information up on the screen right now. Thoughts?
So, Skyscraper is expected, sorry. We expected, you know, one of two maps. We thought it might be Cafe or Skyscraper. You see it go very late on into the map veto. It's in, when you get teams that have very high preference and two maps are both in the team's high preference, it's very likely that you will end up going there.
Yeah, Cafe was kind of the real big question mark because it's the map that NIP are 10-1 on throughout the season. They're extremely good. That one loss, though, was against FaZe Clan. It was earlier this stage, an 8-7 close game. I asked Chubbs this morning, are we going to see it again? We get the rematch? And he said, who knows? No.
All right. Well, I believe that we're very close to getting this started. The countdown, 10 seconds, 7, 6, 5. I'll let you all do the rest, but let's hand it over to Dez and Ace. No rhymes this time, okay, gentlemen? No rhymes. I messed up. I didn't rhyme last time. Anyway.
But you did rhyme this time, Jackie.
You just actually did a rhyme,
no
though,
rhymes
Jackie.
this time. Honestly, I give up. We love you, Jackie.
You are a walking red flag, Jackie. I tell you that much. We've got a great game coming up. Skyscraper, one of my favourite maps until Nighthaven came along. Sorry, Skyscraper. But it's still a wonderful map to watch as well, Tim. We've seen some...
I enjoy Skyscraper.
I do. It's one of my top 3 maps. Still really enjoy casting it. Still really enjoy seeing teams playing. And I feel like a LATAM showdown on this map. Little bit of a dream. Can't wait to see how the region approached it as well. Truthfully, haven't seen too much of LATAM on this map. Well, I guess Brazil are more specifically now that we're a 9-region esports is the way of looking at it. The chat very split, Tim. Basically 50-50, but most leaning in towards FaZe, and I guess understandable on the up and down form that we've seen out of NIP so far.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We're going to get things kicked off with our operator bands coming in, and he said, I'll tell you what I have enjoyed at this major. I've commented on it. We've had quite a few different bands, particularly in the attackers. We've seen Capite, we've seen Bandit bands. I know he's not an attacker, but we've seen Bandit bands, we've seen Thermite bands, we've seen, you know, different stuff creeping in as well. You know, aside from Dokkaebi's rate has gone through the roof, but then...
the KB and Ying, I think, have been our most two popular bands.
But there you go. Ying probably followed by Dokkaebi. But generally speaking, I've really enjoyed it because we went through a big period of time where you came into the ban phase and you could, you know, with probably 80-90% accuracy, we could pick who the bands were going to be. Monty is another one that's crept in a couple of times. So yeah, it's been interesting stuff.
And on the defensive side, we had like an 18-month window. I've only ever seen like the trifecta of bands. It was like Mira, Maestro, Valkyrie. They were the only. In fact, no, it was Echo. Sorry, in the mix with that one. You just see them banned out all the time, and it was like, okay, which two of the three is it going to be this time round? Can't wait. Whereas at least now you do tend to see a little bit more diversity in the bands. Azami taken away. My question is, as always, will Solus be let through here? Quite frustrating. Again, you don't always see the immediate impact of the Solus, but in the later round, my God, do you feel the lack of those drones? Fourth and final ban is going to be the Valkyrie, taken away by NIP.
Yeah, so once again, I think, you know, pretty much as I touched on earlier, with the Soulless, teams will ban them out sometimes, but I think just much prefer to have them available to use rather than trying to deal with them, although not getting picked in the initial operator lineup for the defenders of NIP. They will kick us off with an office and exhibition defense, so it tends to be one of the top 2 floor sites. It's Karaoke Tea, I think, does edge it a little bit as the favourite, but instead they're going to be heading over to that other side.
They shall. Alrighty, let's get into this and see how the LATAM showdown goes here on Skyscraper. As I said, starting out on that east side of the map. Does mean you're going to see an extension of some kind up towards Shrine and out towards the west-hand side, or west side, west-hand, that's not really a thing, the west side of the map. And that'll be the goal is to try and slow down FaZe on their push in. No doubt they will start looking in towards Geisha, for example, coming through Shrine. There'll be some pressure in towards Terrace and around Dragon itself, and probably even a little bit through the display window around site itself. But the main focus for NIP, again, is running that clock down and seeing FaZe really stall out. Not that I think they'll be able to do that, as really between these two teams, NIP are that slower team. We see this sometimes as well, the bar as well being run down. We've seen it a couple of times historically.
Yeah, it just, I think, gives a little bit of a signal for the defenders. Obviously, they're aware then if anybody's getting particularly close.
If someone punches it, the sound effect is there, and it's like, well, if I swing on you now, where can you go? And the answer is nowhere.
No,
you can lie down, and that is about it. You are guaranteed dead if they get the chance. So you'll see some teams burn things like frag grenades just to clear that barbed wire away.
Cyber just going to take out the default cam, nothing more than that, before he heads up to the upper balcony just outside of Shrine, drawn immediately into a mute jammer. Going to be hoping probably that it landed just outside of the door and not inside, otherwise that one might be lost. Handy instead will be checking out Meeting before potentially going in, just going to open the wall into Geisha as well. I think they've recognised that there's a little bit of utility and attention being applied over there. Souls is going to open the external wall as well, so good early progress here from FaZe, looking to get themselves established inside of the map. Wizard on the Frost though, playing inside a drum, has the holes open as on the right as we see there, looking through into Geisha, so not going to be an easy push in for FaZe.
I think the Scarz coming in onto the Geisha box was just to scare anyone away that's playing there. Same reason where you can't play Shaiko on Oregon Basement, for example, just north of E-Box in the basement, is once that wall is opened up, suddenly it becomes extremely dangerous to play it. There are angles onto you from the window, players from Geisha can come and challenge you. It's just not a safe place to be. So it has ensured that, at least for now, the west side is in control of FaZe. That said, there is still one player side Karaoke and T, and one around Drum as well. So don't count them out just yet. That mute's in there, and he's got a shotgun to swing coming on through. Cyber just very comfortably collects that one.
Yep, picks up cons. Psycho is there for the trade though, so 4 versus 4 now. As NIP still holding the line here for the time being. They haven't let FaZe get themselves established anywhere beyond Geisha, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Wizard as well, despite the phone call coming in from the Dokkaebi. He's going looking for more. Not too worried about stopping that phone ringing whatsoever. At the end of the day, they know where Wizard is. He's confident in the backup he's got from Pino and holds on to that position. Well played, NIP.
This now looks a bit strange because Vida King is out here entirely by himself, and he's the one with the diffuser. The other two members of of FaZe are off elsewhere by the looks of it. So Vida King has got to do this basically all alone to bring the diffuser in with 30 seconds on the clock. He really needs backing up, and sure enough, now you can see Handy joining him up towards Shrine Balcony. You've got the Thermite of Soul stepping in back where we just saw Vida King push through a couple of seconds ago. But it's still looking a bit ropey. There are 20 seconds left, and they haven't yet got out of Karaoke and T-side.
No, Wizard, I think, knew that Vita King was pushing through that side, but didn't know exactly where. But as you say, it doesn't really matter too much. 15 seconds left to go. Wizard's job was more than done, holding onto that position. Handy just able to find the angle onto the Dreadmine, but every couple of seconds in order to take utility out like that is going to add up. Psycho's going to have a field day here as they move around the corner. Manages to get one. There's a second if he goes for it, but he won't need to. The time runs out, and that's going to be NIP taking the first round.
Extremely slow, really, from FaZe there. I mentioned that it's normally NIP you see associated with slowness in the LATAM region, but FaZe there just didn't really look to get a whole lot done. As mentioned, once we had the initial kind of first minute and a half pass by, it was just Vida King by himself hanging out towards that west side of the top floor. And it took another 20 seconds to 30 seconds or so for the last two players in Souls and Handy to rejoin him, which really indicates that at about that 90-second mark, there was no doubt a call from the team to regroup on the west side of the map after they'd lost a couple of players on that side. But really by then, it was just too little, too late. Still had so much to clear around Terrace, around Dragon, for example, and you saw them paying the price in the dying seconds of the round.
FaZe, of course, had a tough game yesterday against Dark Zero, the only game of the day that went to overtime. And, you know, that could take its toll, of course. It means it was a later night for them than anybody else. It wasn't exceedingly late, but still, you know, by the time you've got packed up, got yourself back, it reduces the amount of time that you can prepare for today's match. NIP notoriously good at those sort of quick turnarounds and rapid preparation. So it could be a tough prospect for them today. NIP starting off well. Going to head across then to the other side. It's going to be Karaoke and T for them. So they're going to try for more of the same, I would imagine, just in reverse, essentially. They just want a mirror image of what they had last time, which is going to be holding on to Shrine, holding on to Drum, and just preventing that movement across the top floor.
And probably a wider extension out towards Exhibition Office as well. It's having a couple of players in VIP and Exhibition just looking to challenge onto the soft wall that leads out towards the balcony on the south side, at least to begin with, just to put a bit of pressure onto the attack inside. And it's about these layered defenses that you fall back through as you lose the kind of like most weakly defended outer line. You have a mid line you fall back to that's a bit more stacked up, then you're falling back in towards site that's quite heavily stacked up. That's the sort of thing you're looking for here. And again, given how FaZe completely ran out of time in the previous round, for NIP, I would just keep on playing that playstyle at this point.
Muzi going to be the one out in that extension. Going to drop back now. 50 seconds done. Obviously deciding no more is required. Going to play up behind the shield. As you say, drop backs to that second line. Plenty of Wamai magnets out there as well to protect that shield. It's going to take at least 3 pieces of utility, plus the nade that would try to remove the shield. So they need to definitely think about that defense.
A couple of C4s to play behind. Impacts on side as well. The clash, you know, with Fenrir. Lots of denial that they can sit behind here. So again, this is why you've got this extended hold going on, was really to burn that clock down, force FaZe into the final 30 seconds where they've got to push forward aggressively without really too much consideration behind the push itself. I just feel that could well be the end of the round if they don't get the move on pretty soon. A good nade almost catches out Wizard, put down to just 5 HP, if not a little bit less.
KDS just trying for that vertical nade, not going to have any joy. Actually puts it back in pocket, which did him a favour. We can see from the silhouettes above that there was nobody there. Cyber involved in the opening battle once again, but this time will come away with the kill, taking down Muzi, and importantly, Des clearing out Shrine. It gives them the opportunity to work up and get in behind this clash. It could be dangerous times for Pino if he tries to move back too far.
He's got to be really careful, because if he backs into Cyber at the wrong angle, he's going to die. And I think he knows it's here like he's doing now, but this really is where you want the call to come in for Handy, to be pushing him from the other side and shooting the clash in the back. So you can't look both ways at once, but that's why there was a great response from Psycho to get the shutdown on the other side, to free the clash up, to keep on moving back. Overall, really, really smart stuff coming out from NIP on the hold, and Handy has got to make this work on the push on through. Sees the clash, and suddenly there's the Fenrir kicking in.
Pino being taken down by Souls, who manages to find 2 in quick succession, closes out the round, and FaZe, they level things up at 1-1.
Yeah, Geisha push just completely caught
it was much better from FaZe this time than last, particularly the kill onto Muzi as well from Cyber. You know, that was the sticking point really last time in the first round, was getting across the top of the map. They got themselves in, but were unable to ever really approach site. But with about a minute left on the clock, Cyber took out what could have been a difficult position behind the shield, behind the Wamai magnets, everything that Muzi had going on for him. A bullet still found his head, and Cyber got the job done, and that really opened things up, because it, again, as we said at the time, it makes it difficult for the clash, it weakens other positions, and NIP were always sort of fighting on the back foot from that point.
You probably see it here in some of the outlines, but it was a real heavy push coming in from the east side of things for the attackers. And I think it's when NIP read a bit heavily into that, you over-indexed for it, and this is the position that Souls got into in Geisha box, and just got 2 of them basically shot in the back there. No real big contest coming through at all. So a bit too much attention being focused on drum side, and, well, they pay the price for it. 1-1.
10 seconds remaining.
Going to be moving on to Kitchen and Barbecue then, NIP, rather than going back to Office and Exhibition, which is available for them, but it's the site that they lost in the first round. So they're going to mix it up, do it a bit differently. The defense here will be largely the same, or at least similar to the one that we saw last round. They're still going to try to keep hold of Karaoke, Meeting, Geisha for the beginning of the round at least, prevent those verticals being used against them. You don't want to give up that superiority to the attackers. So for now, that's where the initial meetings will be, I think, as NIP will try to hold on.
Well, for sure. We saw a brilliant clutch around Barbecue Kitchen the other day from Lycolis. A wonderful 1v2 that he won out with the Kite sniper pistol, and a great C4 to close things out at the very end as well. One of my favourite moments of the competition that we've had so far. Can't imagine we'll be requiring a clutch of that caliber in this game, admittedly, given how proficient these two teams are across the board, nor do I expect rounds will necessarily come down to that sort of situation, the same spot again, but you never know. As we start things out, top floor, at this point, you know how this goes. Defending the downstairs, if you can't defend it laterally, you move upstairs and hold that area and look to play vertically. So it's not all that different to attacking in towards a karaoke and T defense here for the side of FaZe. It's why you've got things like these castle barricades on the upstairs, why you've got barbed wire around. No doubt why there are things like magnets and potentially Fenrir dread mines. You can see one above the door, also locked in place. So for FaZe, who again back in round one struggled a bit with the clock and we're starting to get towards that point in round two, there is a lot to get done in this round.
Yeah, there is. They're still moving across. Handy and Vitaking are still trying to push across the top floor from the exhibition office side. They haven't really got themselves established inside of Shrine yet. They're halfway through the round. And let's not forget, Karaoke and T are not the target. They're not the site. You've got to clear this out to then have that next step to do. So getting into Karaoke T and, having a minute left on the clock like they're going to do any second now is not really quick enough, because you're then going to have to go another step if you want to put that diffuser on the ground. And so for me, FaZe really need to speed up a bit here.
Down to that last 60 now as well, and in a spot where at least some pressure is coming through, but no one really on the defensive side has been forced to get to, fall back to defensive position right now. Sure, they've let go of the shield. Now they've lost gold bars. The Cyber's found another. That's the kind of opening they were looking for, but now they've got to start the march on forward. Psycho missing a couple of shots there that could have been absolutely massive. Challenge from both sides. Full white flash, and most definitely being taken out by Cyber, who's found his way inside of the site. Makes it a 3K for himself, and it's a flawless round coming in for the attacking side. Great stuff by FaZe. It looks a bit slow, but once they pull the trigger, as soon as someone finds that opening, in this case it was Cyber downstairs, the rest of the team just kicks into action off the back of it.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I know I said I was a little bit concerned about how much time they had left. 60 seconds left to go. They still didn't have top floor control, didn't have a kill, didn't have anything else, and 10 seconds later they've won the round. And that was, pretty much the positioning was, lined up face to face with NIP. So they've done great there to get in and win those gunfights and turn it around so quickly. That must send a message to NIP here, really, that, they need to be very, very cautious about what sort of appears comfortable to them. Cyber just managing
Cyber's
to...
the problem.
Yeah, he is. How many times have we said that over the years? Cyber just being able to walk on into sight like that. NIP, I think, had taken their eyes off the ball. They were too concentrated on that top side, potentially. Think about the fact they've got the verticals upstairs. They could fight Cyber from there, but the rest of FaZe was keeping them busy up there. So just really smart play.
I think really it's the second of 3 rounds though for FaZe now that we have seen a player get backstabs in some form. It was Souls coming in through Geisha and then Geisha box in the prior round. In this one, it was Cyber working his way in downstairs. And whether it's a lack of attentiveness or they're just flat out losing these gunfights, because Cyber was down on half HP, they're still letting these backstabs really dictate what goes on, because these backstabs are removing the backline. Oddly enough, it's why it's called a backstab, removing the backline out from the defensive side. So all they've got left are these players out in slightly more aggressive spots, like the Clash are in drum, or in that round, 2 or 3 players still hanging around up on the top floor as 2 or 3 players all pushing towards them. Now, I've seen that Clash run out. This also brings me back to another memory. We used to see this back in APAC, I believe it was Sandbox used to do it all the time. Would just frustrate the living hell out of people, because you tried to get anywhere near the balcony, you'd get zapped out, you threw a nade, they'd just back away. Normally there'd be an ADS or 2 placed out here as well to support this. It can be infuriating to deal with as the attackers.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get an angle on, like you say, particularly if there's a little bit of protection from that throwable. It's not the case for the Clash here, but I don't think that's really going to matter too much. But certainly one to give a try if you've never done that one before. You can frustrate an awful lot of time out there, take an awful lot of attention away from the attackers. But FaZe, they're not going to take their eye off the ball here. They're straight in, they're underneath, they're going to work up house stairs and look to challenge from that angle instead.
Obviously, the big frustration with that Clash is you don't know if a second player is going to swing out behind them. There's no fresh notification of enemy defenders being outside the building. They'll just swing behind the shield and collect a kill quite comfortably. That's why you have to force them away. At this point, Pina, though, has gone searching for something else in life. Clearly a little bit bored with staring at a very bland grey balcony. Wants something a little bit more colourful, and has worked his way back in towards hallway here, dug inside, trying to find information on what's going on the window itself, looking in towards sights. And at this point, I think we're probably also starting to feel the pressure as we've got attacks from all angles starting to bubble in.
Cyber's going to come head-to-head around this corner, but he's just quicker. Cons getting taken down. Cyber's going for more. He's going to take out the Clash as well. Cyber is absolutely unstoppable. unstoppable so far today. Make that 4. This could be a real quick ace if he manages to find Muzi. He's hunting, he's searching, he's seeking. He secures the 4th. Can he find the last, Des?
Where is Muzi?
I don't know.
Muzi's off towards Shrine, so he's working his way back across here. They don't really seem to know where he is right now, and Cyber could get shot in the back.
Gonna get
His turn for him. He's gone for it, but Muzi has denied him the ace. It's simply not going to happen. But in a 4 versus 1, I think it's pretty fair to say Cyber has done his job, Tim.
What a round from Cyber. What a game so far. If we have a quick look at his stats, 9-3 so far inside of effectively 4 rounds for him now. So going fantastically well. He's one of those players, once he gets going, you know, he's been like that for the longest time when he was on MIBR, when he's been on FaZe. If he just gets momentum, he's practically impossible to stop. He's an absolute nightmare. Muzi for the time being, I think, just looking for some stats here. He'll see whether he can get a kill or 2. He knows that the time is gone. He can't disable the diffusers anymore, so he's just playing for a little bit of target practice.
I think they all are at this point, a little bit of stat padding, but it's only Muzi to walk away with the 1 at the very end. I wouldn't quite call that one a backstab, but it was the flank coming from underneath by Cyber that again opened that round up. I mentioned that the Clash was starting to feel a little bit threatened, and I think once they realised that, hey, there's someone potentially playing on Karaoke Window, we've got the KB coming in through Shrine Balk, and there's someone coming up below. I need to take a firefight on one of those angles, just so happened to choose the one that Cyber was on, and not too many have come off too well against Cyber in this game so far. Really dragging his team through a couple of rounds that, although could very have easily been won anyway, he certainly made it far easier for FaZe.
Yeah, they need to find a way to deal with Cyber, is the top and bottom of it. It's difficult when Cyber's on the attack. It's always difficult to sort of target attackers, really. You know, when you move on to the defense, obviously, you know, you're going in against a team that you've done a lot of odd reviews on. You know roughly what the defensive setups are going to be. So you have a good idea where players are going to start or which operators they're going to use. So you can say, right, Cyber's having a great game. You know, years and years ago, in the sort of G2 heyday, we saw it done to Kanto, you know, absolutely relentlessly for a while after he came on to G2 and did you know, fantastically well. Teams would just go in 2 or 3 at a time, exactly you know where he was going to be playing, and they'd just swamp him and get the kill. And it's again something that, you know, maybe NIP will be able to pull out on the defense if this keeps happening and Cyber keeps himself going at the rate he is at the minute. But whilst he's on the attack, it's very difficult because you don't know where he's going to pop up. You don't know where he's going to move in from. I mean, at the minute, my guess would be Cyber's going to walk into sight. That'd be the place to start if I were NIP.
Pretty fair to assume he'll be behind you at any given time. It's like punching shadows sometimes. It's not always going to be able to catch them. Here we go, the side of things off. Patch being brought along with that respect piece. You know, some teams turning towards the impact EMPs and saying, nah, that'll be enough for us. And so often, time and time again, has it proven not to be. But the wall being blocked away by the Kaid, who almost gets caught out, actually by the nade that just came flying on through. This time around, it will most certainly be disabled, and off should go the wall.
Yep, 50 seconds in, wall open. So FaZe can start that push across the side of the site, getting themselves into VIP if they wish. So it's again just that phantom pressure. They will look to no doubt clear off this second wall as well. Just having a look, they've got no more exothermics, but they do have the 3 Selma chargers. Wizard is playing right up against there. He's just gonna, no, he's actually playing on a separate wall, trying to keep that safe. It's the mute jammer at the minute that's present, just to deny the double wall there. So we will see whether they manage to get that site wall open or not, but as long as it stays closed, then IP are feeling pretty comfortable, I think.
I think so. With a couple, well, 3 C4s, not even just a couple, but 3 C4s to play behind him. There's a lot to love, I think, in this setup coming out from NIP. Lots of denial. That is, of course, assuming, again, they don't get stabbed in the back by a member of FaZe just walking up a set of stairs somewhere or somehow managing to work their way into the middle of sight. For the most part, FaZe still focusing by the looks of it, though. At least the 3 of them out towards the west side. A couple of them, though, are gathered up around display, around VIP, and are just waiting for the call more than anything else to say, now it's go time, go and make it happen.
Wizard just waiting for that push that he thinks might come through drum door, but isn't going to at the time being. As you say, Cyber just working underneath, whether he's going to push up house stairs or come to try and challenge from behind, we will see. KDS manages to get one, Handy another, and yet again it's another round that's going in the favour of FaZe. 45 seconds left to go, and it feels like they've pushed that go button again, Des. They're pushing in, they're finding kills. Handy manages to get Muzi. There's a couple for NIP, but it's not going to be enough because knock, guess who's there? It's Cyber again, taken down by Wizard this time, but the Bandit has got a lot to do, leaves himself exposed to KDS, who picks up the final kill, and FaZe are starting to run away with things.
It reminds me a little bit of old Wolves, and that sounds weird to say, but Wolves used to have a thing on Clubhouse, especially when attacking in towards gym and bedroom, and even executing in towards the basement sometimes, where there'd be this very obvious 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then everybody starts moving. And you saw that there, really, when the first 2 kills came through, immediately, Cyber is up through house stairs, is in through VIP, is joined by someone behind him to play for trades as well, and they were pushing so aggressively in towards Exhibition. And what that's really doing is soaking the attention of any players that are on the north side of those 2 sites, drawing them to look north rather than towards the south where the initial push started off. And so you've got a team in NIP then being pulled upwards, downwards, left, right, seemingly everywhere, really being stretched there. Comms are no doubt getting really stressful as well because everyone's calling out different things at different parts of the map all at the same time. And it's a really good overwhelm tactic that FaZe are employing here. And so far, it's got them 4 rounds on the attack of Skyscraper. That's not an easy feat.
Not at all. You've got to really worry for NIP at this point, to be honest. You know, get FaZe onto the defense, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle because not only are they just on top of things, they're just hitting shots at the minute. The Brazilian teams, W7M, we saw it against SSG in the last game as well, certainly on point today when it comes to the aim, and just showing why they've got some of those, you know, some of the most sort of high-skill players in the world, really, as many of the teams at the major do here. But boy, oh boy, are the Brazilians putting it on show today.
Frustrating, no doubt, as well, because Wizard just walked to 3K in that round. I didn't really clock in all the madness of it, but he did indeed find himself a triple kill. Just one of those ones where it's kind of a meaningless kill, as they call them, where it's a case of you've got the kill, sure, but your team still lost the round, and it was more just kind of the show than anything else. Potentially could have brought it back for his team, but at the end of the day, those kills are worth nothing, unfortunately, outside of some stats for him on CGG. On we go, they're up 4-on-1 for FaZe, and NIP, they need something here, Tim. I feel like you cannot be going into the attacking side of this map, knowing that NIP can be quite a slow team sometimes, down 5-1.
Well, the problem with 5-1 is that FaZe only need to find one site that they can defend. You know, they can lose every other site that they go to. They can win that single site 2 times over, and that's it, they've won the matchup. Sure, they don't want it to go to 7-5, but they're not really going to care. At the end of the day, if they get the win and go on to 2-0 in the Swiss, that's all they're going to be interested in, because one more win tomorrow would see them then going through, and they also get that additional chance. Anybody on 2-0 at the end of today gets 2 chances to get that final best of 1 win that they need. So there's a lot at stake here, particularly. So NIP really needing to hold on to this final defensive opportunity, I'd say.
He was fishing out Psycho from below there, which is why he's now got himself up on the display case. A fine piece himself, but in a spot where he doesn't want to get caught by any more of those nades, so already being restricted from below, from to the south, to the north, to the KV calls coming on through. NIP really starting to feel the squeeze already, Tim.
Yeah, exactly that. The breach is open. Muzi keeps fighting here inside of Exhibition. Needs to be careful. If he peeks around that corner, he might just lose his head. This has been the problem. NIP have sort of been in the right places for defending, but they've just lost the gunfights. He hears the barbed wire going on the stairs, though. Pino finds Cyber. Going to be a big kill. Can Muzi double up and get a second? It's KDS at the bottom of the stairs. They know that he's there. Is he going to get the opportunity for the fight? He has to drop away. He's challenged from both sides. Muzi manages to get handy. Muzi manages to get KDS 5 versus 2, and this is the best that NIP have looked so far.
Really just dug in on site here as well. 3 of them with a couple playing off-site, really in support on the other side of the map, just to keep, again, FaZe divided and chasing 2 ends of the same stick, it felt like. Not quite over just yet. Has been a king with the 1. Still 4 more to find, and I can't imagine that he will. He surely will not. Wizard with that closeout. So finally, even though he got that 3K in the previous round, rewarded in this round with the closing kill. It's going to be 4-2 to FaZe at the half.
Yeah, much better finish for NIP there. You know, perfectly timed to have a decent round performance to push them into that second half. FaZe going to be moving on to the defense. Cyber certainly one to watch. You know, we quite often see that players will have a good half on a certain side. So, you know, they might come in and have a good attack and then just completely go quiet on defense, or vice versa. We'll see whether that happens for Cyber. The games where players have a 20 kill game or more, you know, they're rare because they've got to put that performance in on both sides of the half. So going to kick things off. FaZe on defense. It's going to be Exhibition and Office. We just have a look at the casual double from Muzi there, as he managed to get one in Exhibition and then one over the stairs. He'd been waiting the longest time for that KDS kill as well. NIP showing good patience.
Hopefully we see that build something in the second half. Again, I always say it, Tim, 2 halves to a game of Siege. I want to see what NIP do on their attacking side here for the first couple of rounds, just to see if this is going to be competitive or if maybe FaZe just really run away with things on the defensive half. Spicy first pick coming out there. Tim cannot ignore the lovely bright green icon in the bottom left corner of your screen. It's Cyber running around on the Caveira. On the other side, though, you've also got the Amaru. So 2 spicy operators being picked up in round 1.
Yeah, Cyber's certainly feeling it. He's going to keep himself off the radar, or attempt to, inside of the bathtub. Will likely come out once the round gets underway. It's 20 seconds in, but give him another 10, 20 seconds, and I think we'll see him. He's waiting for this. He's waiting for Muzi to try and push in through the little closet window there, I think, but I'm not sure he's going to get any joy with it. KDS is trying to keep those drones away from his Caveira. You've got to ask the question, do they know of Cyber's existence yet or not?
You'd surely hope not. I mean, now drones will probably be chasing him up. You can see there's still one more down there. And you can kind of see how it increases the proficiency of the Caveira when you can really give a notice as to whether or not she's been spotted. And as you say, that really is what KDS is looking to do here.
Pino going to be getting back onto the drones. It just looks like NIP, we've mentioned, you know, the speed of NIP's attacks being a little bit limited sometimes. Opening kill is going to be found by FaZe, 5 versus 4, and NIP still sort of outside of things at the minute. Cons does not want to go and collect that diffuser because he knows where the kill has come from. It's not a kill, actually. It's going to be a drop out of the server. I think, as you say, we're going to get a rehouse. It did baffle me for a second as to why there was nobody on the kill feed, but there we go.
It's like a rehost coming into me, so we'll get that one sorted and get back into things as soon as possible. Keep you guys in the loop as we hear more. Didn't really get a chance to see too much because it was all about really the Caveira there and seeing what she was going to be able to achieve, but maybe it's the fact that FaZe just, more that NIP saw that there was a cav and we're just like, we don't want to play this round anymore. Get us out. We're done.
They've had enough. We don't want to go face to face with that. We're not going in through closet window while Cyber's on the cav.
No, that's what many of us feel really going into a ranked game when we find this Caveira on the other side.
Any ranked game.
It's like one of them, like, their Caveira and your Caveira are 2 very different things.
Completely different things.
Your Caveira is, I'm going to go to a window and try and shoot someone, a spawn people with a pistol. Yes. Yeah. And then on the other side, it's a sneakiest bugger in the world, kills all 4 of you.
5 interrogations.
Interrogates the last one. You're just like, yeah, brilliant. Thanks, nice. Love this.
We'll get you back in as soon as we can. Quick technical pause then, whilst we just sort out whatever that issue was. 4-2 at the half then for FaZe. In all honesty, I think NIP can count themselves a little bit lucky there that it's not 5-1, to be honest, because FaZe were certainly the more dominant of the 2 teams in that matchup so far. So coming away with 2 rounds, not a bad effort from NIP, but they're going to have to definitely get on top of FaZe a little bit more. I think the problem is FaZe having a little bit too much time on the attack, you know, a little bit too much freedom for players like Cyber.
I think that's it. I mean, again, this attacking side we haven't really had a chance to see too much of, but we'll do once we get back into 2 or 3 more rounds of it. I imagine there's some deliberation going on at the minute around at what point in the round that disconnect came on through. We'll obviously give you more as we hear more about it. For now, we are as blind as you are.
Yeah, as soon as we know, you will too. But as soon as we can do as well, I'm sure these players will get themselves back in. But, you know, what a day that we've had so far, Des. We've had some absolutely cracking Siege. We've had some surprise results again. I think it's, you know, it's GK definitely worth a mention at this point.
God, yeah.
You know, coming in 2-0. I thought about it this morning. I thought, at what point, because there always comes a point where you've got to stop saying it's an upset. There always comes a point where you've got to stop saying it's a surprise. And I'm sort of feeling like GK have maybe reached that point now. Their expectation levels are starting to go up.
Well, nothing is locked in, but I'm pretty sure there is a very, very high probability outside. Like the stars have to align with other results. They'll be playing G2 tomorrow.
Could be.
Imagine GK versus G2 would be one hell of a game.
Honestly, I think it'd be, from what we've seen performance-wise, it's 2 of the best teams that we've had at the Atlanta Major so far coming together. So yeah, it'll definitely be an enjoyable one. But yeah, it's
production. We're all good. We're just waiting for it to get back into lobby, as said. We'll get that sorted real soon.
Yeah, as I say, you know, GK coming along, and you just think there comes a point where you have to stop saying that it's a surprise. You've got to stop.
Yeah, I mean, really being honest, I think part of a surprise coming into the competition has been G2 themselves. I think many, again, with the way they had to battle their way back in, we were a little bit like, are we really going to see them deliver to the way that we thought they would? Well, they did back at SI, for example. Had a couple of roster changes, for example. Obviously, Uno in now. Stage play wasn't the absolute best for them. It's one of those. And so far, they've been, probably for my money, the best team at the competition.
Yeah. They've been very, very good so far. The thing is, when teams come in and are sort of very good from the beginning, I said this the other day, I'm not, wishing it on anybody, but inevitably, it is at least very, very rare that teams go for the entire tournament, just win every single game without a blip, no problems. And so I kind of put G2 in that bracket at the minute. There's always one or two teams for me that fall into that bracket, and I look and I think, oh, you haven't had a blip yet. Is it going to come? Is it going to come at an inopportune moment? Is it going to be a problem?
In a funny way, it's like it's not a running joke, but it's a running conversation I seem to have with Leland at most events, coach of Wolves that is, and she's always like, Des, when are you going to start supporting us? And I'm always like, when do you guys start consistently winning? Because they're one of those teams that get to like a knockout stage, they'll come to quarters, and they will just fall off the face of the earth. So honestly, I think they're big braining it. If they play like crap early on, they'll absolutely fly later and win the whole thing.
Honestly, that's what NIP have done a couple of times over the years.
Exactly, mate.
Just hit form at the right time.
It's a tactic.
It's so important. You don't want to burn yourself out and waste those good results. We just a minute ago saw Cyber giving us the ice-cold stare that he's been giving NIP so far. I certainly wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that in the server, put it that way.
Not quite sure what's going on the NIP side there. Just like rubbing things around in circles. Like,
I'm
pretending I'm still in game. Just rubbing it around as if
maybe it's
mouse.
another picture of a fish.
So we are going to throw out to a quick break. Back in about a minute or so. See you in a second.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Cade, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and Solus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello. Literal deep freeze. Get it? We are coming back into game in just a second. Now, to give you the update, the game is going to resume at 5 and 2. So, as you would have seen before the break, we were at 4 and 2. But because the players left the lobby without permission, they have then forfeited the round. So, we come back in at a 5 and 2 scoreline. Goes to show, don't leave without permission. That's the rule in competitive. So, at 5 and 2, there is still a lot of work ready to do here to keep on racing on through for NIP. Up that uphill slope now suddenly gets that little bit steeper. It's a bigger challenge to fight their way through. We'll see if they can do it once we get back into game, hopefully in a minute or two.
Yeah, it's tough. It's...
You know what I've realised?
FaZe...
I kicked my box away, you kept yours. Which is why, for the first time ever, Tim is taller than me. This never happens.
Loving life. This has been the best bit of the tournament for me.
Piss off.
I didn't know what it felt like, to be honest.
You know what? Let's drag my box back.
I had absolutely no idea.
Enjoying life up there. Now, the thing is, that's what I should have said to you then. How's the weather up there, Tim?
Never been asked that in my life.
Just said to Jackie like every single day, I don't do it enough.
I think if you never do it, I think you are doing it enough.
Nah. I've got to do it at least once because it's the most cliche thing in the world to do.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's why it's funny. And that's why you've got to do it. We shall do at some point. As you can see, players almost ready to get back into things. But I imagine a bit of deliberation about the 5-2 thing, but it is what it is. That's the rules. Or them the rules. You can read it in the rule book if you so insist. So we'll get back underway with Skyscraper in just a moment. Sorry for the delay, and thanks for sticking with us for what has turned into a little bit of a silly, typical Des and Ace major podcast. It happens. We did have the 30-minute
It's not a major
one.
without, to be fair.
Yeah, it does need it at some point. We had the 30-minute one back in Mexico with Jackie. That was chaos. Came back
that
with
was
saucepans on our heads and all sorts.
That was with no saucepans to hand, unfortunately, or obviously it could have happened. Yeah, that was an interesting one.
We were talking about like glue and ladders and DIY and all sorts. It was just one of them. So bizarre. That B stream was unhinged. It was. That's the only way I can describe it. That was also the tournament we had the craziness of needing the eventual champions Team 1 when Alamar was back on that team, needing to win a 7-2 on Consular, old Consular this was as well, against CAG, to then have to go and face them in a tie-break game on Chalet, which they then went on to win 7-4.
Absolute classic.
But it was just
2:30 in the morning for us.
Oh, 2:30 in the morning. It was absolute bonkers. They had to get a 7-2. And that was after Anderton hit that mad drop shot on the Monty.
Yep.
And Monty players around the world, even pros, looked at that like, wait, you can do that?
What?
The man's got some mad tech. Just one of those players, absolutely bonkers. Well, I have just had another update. We're going to go out to a quick break while we get this fully resolved. Sorry about the wait, guys. Back with you in just a few.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason to choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference. I like 4.384 for me. 4.384, and then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area and then 94 menu display area with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. And that's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled, then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, joint deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim, on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk, toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons. And then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons. And then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least, that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see, so up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes one kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volps against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
I'm known a lot for like speaking my mouth. We always shout at the enemy team, try and make people feel awkward. It's pretty evil when you think about it. Every team at this event fear us.
Tactics of their own to get into other people's heads, saying that they fear them, and making people know that they're still strong and ready to win another event.
I try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
Definitely don't fear any teams, and I really don't see why G2 would be any different.
Don't we rightfully have an ego? You're coming into the most achieved team that this game has ever seen. Yeah, you should have an ego.
You gotta respect your opponents. Everyone up here is really good. I'm definitely not gonna let that change the way I'm thinking and the way I'm playing.
I'm trying to get people to have a good time, keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
This is my first international event, and it's my first time being outside of Australia, purely because of Siege.
It's going to be a lot of mental work and focus put into keep on pushing forward.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of. We have no doubt that we can win again. We just have to prove to everyone else.
It's more about bringing in the right culture than it is me telling them how to play the game. I don't tell them what to do in that way because they know it better than I do.
I've been working on myself, I've been working on my mental every day. Win or lose, we're still going to be there, we're still going to play for fun.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us, like without a doubt in my mind. So I would probably be more worried if I wasn't nervous.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss. And of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new M80 roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M80 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, There's no one in Norway.
It's time to make history. One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7M. Eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12-12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, é claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our mind to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into the bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Welcome back. We are about to get into game proper for this time, for real, I promise. FaZe, NIP, Skyscraper, score stands at 5-2 to FaZe. Now, just so you're aware, it is going in at 5-2. You did see the game at 4-2. We are going in at 5-2 due to improper conduct from NIP ahead of the rehost that we had. So, in we go then, Tim. We're going to get things back underway and see how things play out from here.
This is it. It's one of those you've just got to, I think now as players, just get back in, get involved, and just, you know, crack on with what's ahead of you. So it's going to be, I think we're looking at FaZe on the defence. Just to remind everybody, it was a 4-2 half with FaZe on the attack. FaZe were, to be honest, looking pretty good. Cyber's having a fantastic game so far. They're going to head on to the defence. It's going to be down in bathroom and bedroom, I think.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
Yes, it is. We're down on the bottom floor. And NIP, I mean, FaZe were pretty aggressive on the attack. There were 2 rounds that they won by Cyber just kind of walking in and killing everybody. So I feel like maybe NIP, you know, bring a little bit of that back in reverse, you know, get themselves in the mix, get in there and find some kills and really send a message to FaZe, because, you know, we've seen over the years that NIP can struggle with time issues and leaving things to the end of the round. And I feel like that's where FaZe are going to hurt them. If they get into that final sort of 30 seconds and still have work to do, and still having to push on, you know, into sight and things like that, that's when FaZe are going to hit them on the flanks and make life difficult for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this one's a fun one because, as we speak about every time we come to these ground floor sites, when there's a lot of soft flooring above them, vertical play becomes the name of the game, and that is exactly why you have the defenders setting up on the upstairs, and the attackers, no doubt, starting things out up on this second floor and looking to assault their way in, trying to keep those defenders busy, at the very least force them away back down to sites so they can take over the top floor themselves and make use of those verticals to their own means, namely getting the diffuser down, Tim.
I talk about NIP getting aggressive. Look at Cyber, he's right here, ready for the run out. He's absolutely itching for it, just standing on the threshold at the minute, taking the peek around. He better not, because the man's watching him from the upside down. Repel! I warned you, Cyber! Wizard, he's going to take him down. Beautiful play from NIP to kick things off.
Good start, because Cyber's been the man that's been absolutely on fire prior to the rehost that we just had come on through. He was over double digits in kills, had got himself a 4K in one round, walked to 3K in another. Not quite single-handedly, but had done a large part in FaZe's success to date after that 4-2.5. So to start things off this way, getting him off the board is probably the best thing really that NIP could have hoped for.
Certainly is. Psycho's going to be holding a very tight angle in there. Needs to be careful though, just expose himself a little bit as he turns around. Pre-place Nitro. KDS is just maybe waiting for a little bit of info once they've tried to push into office upstairs. As soon as they get through that breach, they could be in mortal danger. Handy is going to take out Pino to level things up at 4 versus 4. Muzi very aware of a potential run out. I don't think it's the Solus of Handy who's on that doorway. I'm not sure he's going to be looking to get quite so aggressive. Now he's got his kill. It's sort of issues him forward. Vita King's going to be the one to find it on the long range. KDS it is to actually finish things with the Nitro. Handy onto Wizard, and it's all falling apart for NIP in 5 or 10 seconds. Man was down, Psycho picked up, FaZe take themselves another, and that's going to be 6-2.
No Cyber, no problem. Other 4 players can step up when they need to as well. And made that round really look pretty easy, even despite losing again the star fragger of the game so far. Round 9 we move into, it is match point to FaZe. It's a very tall hill for NIP to climb. It's 6-2. That's a lot of glasses, Tim. Looks like you when you take your glasses off and just stand there with like them littered around.
Just to be fair, I've usually got my sunglasses, my normal glasses. Because the funny thing is, it's probably not that funny.
It's not funny, but go on.
My sunglasses are prescription sunglasses. And the thing with sunglasses is, I don't know, for anybody who's ever worn glasses, when you're wearing normal glasses, you're like really aware that you've got glasses on. The lenses are sort of small, you can see around the sides of them and stuff. You're really aware of them. For sunglasses, generally, they tend to be a bit bigger. Yeah. And mine completely cover all my vision and darken it out. So you sort of forget that you're wearing them. You forget that you've got sunglasses on. It's just that things are a bit darker.
Why have the lights gone out?
Exactly.
Why is the sun not so strong anymore?
It's not that I like come inside and forget I've got them on or anything. What happens is I forget that I can't see properly. So I'm just like living my life in my sunglasses, enjoying my day, and then 2 hours later I take my glasses off. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't read that sign anymore. I forgot that I'm half blind, and I just completely forget because the prescription. Yeah, sunglasses that are prescription are life changing.
I feel like you've really resonated with the hearts of some people in production there, because you had someone who's come down the line saying, "I love it, please keep it up." They're just like, please. They got a tear rolling down their cheek, just like this speaks to me so deeply.
It's true. It's true. If you wear glasses, you know exactly what I mean. If you've got sunglasses on, it's easy to forget the prescription, and then you get a little bit of disappointment when you take them off and you realise you can't see.
Well, life stories with Tim. On we march then into this next.
Shall we watch some Siege?
Should we watch some Siege?
Let me take my sunglasses off. I can't see it anymore.
You got your glasses on, you can see fine. That's because you're half blind, Tim.
That's a different problem.
Geisha has been opened up here, NIP getting started in the round. Handy's holding off onto red stairs. Just keep an eye on Geisha with the small little rotation he's got through, more for visibility and taking a few pot shots than anything else. However, the Glaz and the Officer, really the two driving forces on this attacking lineup here, and already Cons is in, Window is inside, smokes are out. Look at it, it's absolute chaos inside of karaoke. Not really the kind of party anyone imagined, and certainly not the one that FaZe intended either. NIP have the diffuser down, 2 kills have come on through, but now they've got to try and get this diffuse off at 4 versus 2. There's still one more out on the window, it is Psycho. If they get rid of Muzi, it's all they've got to worry about. But Tim, you don't just get rid of Muzi, he gets at least one. There's going to have to be a double jump out here, Tim, to make this work.
Exactly that. Muzi didn't just bank on there being a second, and Psycho is ready. He's played this game for long enough. He knows exactly where the pressure's going to come from. 14 seconds. They're going to have to start on this diffuser before long, and it's going to be an easy job for Psycho. Honestly, I can't see them doing anything about this.
Look up! He had so long outside that building and still couldn't find his man. Will get killed off, but not enough time. Handy finds a 3K, but NIP keep themselves in this for at least one more round.
Well played from NIP. I like the choice. They saw the opportunity, and sometimes you just got to take it. You can get in there and get the diffuser down, especially when you've got an Ossa on side as well. Yeah, we can get the Talon shield down. We can get the job done. There was only really one way that plant was going to be stopped, and that was with a Nitro from below. And they just weren't in position, FaZe, to do that. So, well played, NIP.
You know what, Tim? Actually, an apology thinking about it. Do you? About 2 years ago, I picked up glasses, didn't I?
I think you owe me a few, to be honest. You know, I don't think you should start picking at that particular thread.
Turn a mountain, a molehill into a mountain with there. But no, like when I first got glasses, actually, and I was like really excited about it. Got a couple of pairs, like look really cool. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm wearing these now because at distance I can't see things as well. Like it looks blurry. When I put them on and look outside my front window and look at trees, I'm like, oh, the trees are in HD now. Is how I described it best. But I was really into it. I got like glasses cleaner and a little cloth. And I
remember this conversation.
I can't take it. And you're like, oh, you won't do that for long. You'll use your t-shirt.
You'll be using your t-shirt in about a week.
I was like, no, the spray's really good. The t-shirt's not as good. I'll carry the spray everywhere. And you're like, Des, you won't. I'm like, no, Tim, I will. Because me being stubborn, me was like, no, screw you, Tim. You're not going to tell me I'm going to live my life.
Where's that spray, Des?
It's not here, Tim.
How's your t-shirt doing, Des?
It's definitely been used a lot for cleaning them glasses, Tim.
I thought it might.
Brilliant. So yeah, that's the one apology I think you get from me this whole event.
Excellent. Whole event, whole life, whatever.
You get an apology per major.
Excellent. Is that it? I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to start stacking them up.
Oh, for God's sake. All right, we'll roll it.
We'll make me some coupons.
We can do one per round if you want, as long as NIP keep a comeback going. You get more and more apologies. So it becomes a love letter to Tim Lever after this game's done. Right, Psycho working his way in towards Terrace. At least as a starting point. That Amaro is on side once again, so whether or not NIP are trying to make a similar play just elsewhere is a different question. Not really the kind of site to make that kind of play, but doesn't mean you can't spring in and make some magic happen elsewhere around the map. Although, as I've remarked before, sometimes it's just nice to bring the IQ when you need flashes on side to burn through magnets or ADSs, and you want a decent gun. Amaru still generally a pretty good pick for that.
Was it going to send the drone in? But more importantly than a drone going in or a Frostmark getting spotted out is Cyber picking up Muzi for a kill. 4 versus 4 though, as Psycho manages to get the trade. Psycho going big over the last couple of rounds. That's what NIP need at this point, is somebody to really step up and start leading from the front. Handy KDS are going to make that more difficult though, as Psycho and Cons go down. That's another. It looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout blow as Wizard comes in. They will find it and FaZe will lock it down, and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format at the Atlanta Major.
Reho's put to one side. That was just overall dominant game by FaZe. That first half really got things rolling, and those last couple of rounds that they've won as well, doing so in pretty dominant fashion overall. NIP not really getting too into that game. I thought, sure, a couple of rounds we saw them stepping up and shining at points, but never quite to the standard that we saw coming out of the other side. Cyber and Handy especially. Since the rehost, Handy picked up 7 kills, which is ludicrous, but really prior to that, it was Cyber again, dragging them through with multi-kill after multi-kill.
Yeah, it was. I think anybody looking at this FaZe team are going to be a little bit concerned about playing them, you know, further down the line. They are becoming that team that another one of them, I put them up there with G2, where they just seem to be going strength to strength. They seem to have that bit extra. You know, they are sort of meeting these challenges with a bit to spare at the minute of FaZe.
Well, all I'm going to say is I'm really grateful that NIP FaZe closed things out there, so I didn't have to do any more apologies to you, Tim. But the desk ready for us here, so let's throw it back over there. Over to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Dev and Dez and Ace. I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to. I literally talked to Dev Marta, and I was like, I'm like, oh, Dev, Dez. Anyway, moving on. Fearsome FaZe, now 2-0. Jesse, you predicted 3-0 for them, right?
I did, and it's looking pretty good for FaZe. Obviously, tomorrow will be their toughest opponent, at least in theory, because they'll be facing another 2-0 team. But FaZe played great today. You know, really strong attacks coming through on the top floor of Skyscraper. They were really good at pushing through, winning those swings, even though the utility was stacked against them, right? And NIP do a great job of that. They love stacking up on utility. There were F-Not mines, there were beepers, there were shields. There was so much that they had to go through. But FaZe did an excellent job of going patient, never jumping coming in and, you know, losing bodies for nothing, waiting for that opportunity, grabbing the pick, and then using that to turn it into an execute. I think FaZe Clan played extremely well, especially on those attacks. They played a great game today.
And I think whenever you see a team and they are so comfortable attacking Skyscraper, you know that you're dealing with a top team. It's a map where it really does differentiate the top teams from just the good teams. And FaZe been just so comfortable on the attack there, getting that 4-2 split. And then you're always going to be able to kick on from there. And FaZe, you know, it's a Skyscraper. I did the pre-game clip about FaZe and about how they can read their opponent and pivot. Skyscraper's a map for that particularly. You know, if you're attacking Karaoke T, for example, you can take control of Office, but then you've got to pivot to Black or to Geisha, and the converse way around if you're attacking onto Office. And that's the type of thing that FaZe is excellent at.
Yeah, and Cyber, undoubtedly MVP of this matchup, obviously played so well. Critical player going through on those pushes. We saw the 4K walking up black stairs. We were hoping for the ace. Didn't quite get it, unfortunately, but still, he played insane today.
And we're going to have some highlights of Cyber coming up in a little bit, and we can deep dive some more into that. I do want to talk about them as a collective, though. They just seem so coordinated, so cohesive, Fresh.
Yeah, and it's just one of their greatest strengths. And if you look at any great team, they're always a unit. They've got the unit, they've got the fundamentals on lock, and then they've got the explosive individual players like Cyber on top of that to kick on. And I think that's what we're dealing with, FaZe. There's a reason that they're the BR6 champions, you know, in terms of Brazil. There's a reason that they're coming in here and they're looking very, very hot going into the, you know, the winners match tomorrow to compete for main stage.
I think that it's interesting. We actually are pulling up the Cyber clips right now.
Yeah.
All eyes are on Cyber. He's just such a dominant player when it comes to Siege.
He was the MVP when they won the Jönköping Major, right? He was so good. Gävle. So many cities in Sweden,
We've
man.
been to Sweden loads.
Listen, this Cyber is such a great player. This is his 4K. You know, Pino on the Clash, putting the shield down at that point. You're playing top black stairs. I get what he's thinking, right? His bottom black stairs player just fell. He knew that push was coming from Cyber, but unfortunately, he just didn't quite have the time to react to that. And I think the speed of these plays from Cyber, how fast he's able to get in and find those picks, convert it into another, keep on pushing, really is one of the things that sets him apart from other great players in the world. He's an extremely scary player to go up against, and he performed today for FaZe.
All right, and you know, FaZe just off to a great start here. I do want to look ahead a little bit. So defeating Dark Zero, it was a tight battle. They pushed through. Now they've defeated their regional rival. How are we feeling?
I think we're feeling very good.
Yes.
Yeah, even the close game that we saw.
The big thing is that they were unproven, I think, to so many of us. When I was talking to you all about predictions, everyone was a little bit shaky about it.
They kind of fly under the radar. I think that's probably because of the existence of W7M, right?
Sure,
In terms of the predictions for the tournament. But you've got to... You know, you've got to take into account that they are the Brazil champions, but also the fact that they've gone up against two quality teams. Dark Zero are a quality outfit. NiP are a quality outfit as well. When I don't want to be disrespectful here, but you're not going up against a big underdog there. That's two teams that you're expecting a very close game, and FaZe have just come through those games, sailed through them, and are looking very good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that amazing analysis as always, but some incredible matchups still ahead, so thanks for sticking with us, folks. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Hello guys, Team Wolf there, and we are going to play Siege Snacks.
Hey.
Hello.
Is anything that you're hoping for?
Chocolate bear. Bar. Chocolate bear bar.
Anyone?
A candy. A candy?
Haribo Dragibus. Lift, cousin.
Lift. Ok, samouraï sauce, nice.
C'est de la crème solaire,
It's cheddar.
Du cheddar à tartiner.
Non.
On doit grailler là?
You should. Let's go.
Attendez, prenez tout. On marche tout en même temps. C'est vrai.
On est tout en entier.
Dis 1, 2, 3, on est déjà l'entier. Tout l'entier. Tout l'entier. Ouais, tout l'entier.
3, 2, 1. She said it was a vache qui pleure. It's a crying cow now. Compared to what we know, because we're expert as French people, so that's not good. Thumbs down. No. Overall thumbs down, yeah. Because we like the cheese in French.
Yeah, overall sometimes. C'est trop chiant.
Overall.
Bismillah.
Ça a l'air éclaté.
Ah, ça j'ai déjà vu. Ah, ça j'ai déjà vu. I don't like the white on it. It's,
the white thing, yeah. It's not. We are not used to have that in France on our snacks. So.
Yes.
Allez, sérieux, bien joué ça.
On prend en entier, ça peut pas.
On fait en entier.
Maintenant,
il y a un truc à l'intérieur.
Ouais. Ça va, moi.
Ok.
Un peu sec. Pas comme le désert, mais. It's good. The taste is good. I like it. I think it's strawberry, but kinda a bit dry.
C'est middle.
Can we say middle? Okay.
Ah, c'est de la pisse, frère.
Attends, faut sentir. Ça pue sa mère.
C'est du bleu de javel. Non, ça
c'est un détergent.
Ça va être un truc au raisin ou quoi?
Non, c'est au melon.
Oh. Ah. Et il y a des bulles. C'est quel bulles?
Ouais.
Oh, j'avoue.
Vous dry?
Ça pue sa grand-mère. J'en bois. Y a pas de goût.
C'est l'Amérique. When you drink that, it's like in your mouth, it's America. You know? It's like sugar, a little bit of sugar.
Comment on dit chemical? C'est fort.
I think it's grape. I think it's grape. I think there's a lot of things in it. C'est du raisin pétillant.
Ouais, mais bien raisin. Je sais pas trop.
So did you have fun, guys, trying to this American snacks?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Thanks for having us, and see you at the major.
Bye.
Bye.
Dark Zero and M80 fighting to stave off elimination. Whoever loses this game will need to win 3 in a row to stay alive. M80 should be raising trophies, but they failed to make main stage at Copenhagen. This is Iconic's hometown. Failure is not an option here, but Dark Zero will do everything in their power to stop them today, fighting tooth and nail. The pressure rising for both these teams. Ooh, the pressure is on, Jesse and Laxing. Can you feel it, Jesse? You're just grinning at me.
It's the All-American. How can I not be grinning? We got two NA teams head-to-head. Neither of them having great days yesterday. They're going to be looking for some redemption, obviously, for both of these squads. They also didn't really have the greatest first stage major either. So a lot of them have lots to prove here on the line, and it should be a great game.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I was talking to both these teams about kind of like what they're feeling, and it kind of reminds you of that SpongeBob meme where the guy's like, oh, brother, just that moment, because these guys are so familiar with playing each other, and then to meet, there's nothing, like I'll say this from personal experience, there's nothing worse than meeting an NA team early on after you've already been playing them the entire season. So I feel for these guys.
Yeah, actually, speaking about them playing each other, M80 has defeated DZ the last 3 times that they've played. So I was chatting with you earlier. Do they just have their number? What do you think?
I'm gonna be honest. There's sometimes there's rivalries in any league, and sometimes your how you play just counters how that other team plays. It's not to say that that team can't win or turn it on its head, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. You just play better than the other team.
I will also say, though, the last time these two teams did play each other was at the very start of Stage 2. It's been a while since these two squads went up against one another.
How did that game go?
It went horrible for Dark Zero. It was real bad, but I do think DZ have improved a lot since that moment.
Sure.
That was the very first play day of Stage number 2. Dark Zero were not playing like themselves. I'm expecting the matchup that we initially wanted back on that first play day to really come to fruition today.
Okay, Jesse, I do kind of want to see a comparison here. We're hearing a lot about Kino and Rice.
Yeah.
Both receiving some criticism online. You kind of wanted to do a deep dive on these two characters. I was going to say, that works, right? Yeah.
Listen, I mean, obviously, players have bad tournaments, they have bad games, and we've seen a lot of stuff coming through from both Kino and Rice. You know, Rice, the brand new guy coming through from Dark Zero, he's had a tough time. The roles they put on him have not been big fragging roles. He's not been put into a position where he's really supposed to be popping off and getting the greatest of numbers. Through a lot of Stage 2, he played the Dokkaebi, right? As a very tough operator, the DMR, not everybody's favorite gun. Didn't really find the greatest success with it. Throughout this tournament, DZ have shifted gears a little bit. They've been banning Dokkaebi every single map coming through for Atlanta, except for one so far. So they're trying to move him, I think, a little bit off of that operator, flex him around a little bit more. On the side of DZ for Kino, we know him to be a great player. We've seen him at LAN before. We've seen him through the North American League. Yeah, maybe the Monty plays weren't the greatest. Yeah, maybe there were some rough moments yesterday, but he can bounce back. And I fully believe that with enough pressure coming through, you know, when things really get the toughest, we are going to see that pressure make diamonds.
And I'll say this to that, you talking to make those points where Rice is different from Kino in those positions of him coming into a pro league spot like Kino did with my roster back then is Kino was allowed on a team that had a little more freedom in how he wanted to play, and he could be a little more loose in what he wanted to do. A team like DZ and Rice going into it, that's an intense environment. That is a very structured team that they don't like to get flaws. They don't like a wrench being thrown in their setup. So him being in that position is definitely a lot harder of a spot than what Kino was originally in. And I think Rice is slotting in. They're still just, like you were saying, trying to like move him around, see where he's going to fit the best, see what they can do with that, and that's what you got to do. It's all about trial and error.
I think if there's one thing I do want to see both players step up on a little bit, it has to be the opening engagements.
Okay.
Kino 0-5 yesterday in their match to start off the tournament on entry, really struggling in those early rounds. A lot of the times, again, on kind of operators like the Monty, where you're obviously not going to get an opening pick, but falling in really crucial moments. And then Rice as well, really not been so hot on the entry. 15 opening deaths, 2 opening picks through the major so far. That's a really rough ratio, and it's starting DZ off on the wrong foot in far too many rounds. I want to see that getting fixed from both these players. I believe they can both do it, but we got to see it today.
Definitely.
I'm sorry, I'm just giggling over here. M80's singing songs, they're just like shaking. Their attitude right now, they just seem like they're raring to go, but also a little cavalier. But anyway, we do have a very special report for you all, and Fresh showed this to Jesse and I, and all I can say is it's very, very serious. Fresh, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jackie. So we're over here at the screen now. In the pre-show this morning, we did the good, we did the bad, and we did the ugly. Now, M80, they came in under that ugly category. Now, they made 4, I think, key mistakes, individual mistakes yesterday, mistakes we're not used to seeing from M80 players. So I'm going to roll the very first one. Now, the first person who is having a big face palm moment, that is going to be Mr. Diaz over here, because in the very first round, right towards the end, he's trying to cover the plant going down. And what does he do? He plays a little bit too scared. He allows Mentalist to make the play onto the planter, which you know you never do. Time is low. There's 2 people alive on the attack, 1 person alive on the defense. Mentalist has to make a play for the planter to win the round. What does DS do? He backs away ever so slightly. That allows Mentalist to make that play and win the round. So he's our very first player that has had a facepalm moment in this game. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Do you know why? Because Turdster, well, he's living his best life. He's prone under a window. And there's about to be 2 very disappointed people outside of that window because Turdster's been misdroned. What's happened? They've misdroned. They've booked past him. They've not seen his leg. The sled just coming in and started doing vertical. Turd pops up, gets a kill onto the Hibana, gets a kill onto the Dokkaebi, and leaves the diffuser cold outside. That's absolutely criminal. And M80 as a team, they're so much better than this. Third moment. Now, this is going to be Kino on the Monty, and I'm sorry, I know that he was defending his Monty plays, but we've got to go in on it. Kino wants to plant behind the bomb chassis here. Great plant spot, but when you do that, you need your Ace to be covering anybody that's inside of the kitchen. What's the Ace doing? Face palming. He's on his drone. He's not covering. Kino still takes that initiative to try and make that play. Makes 2 crucial mistakes over on the Monty. What did he do? He crouched and he de-shielded, and it allowed the Azami that was playing above him to just get an angle onto his head. Dropped the diffuser, called into sight. That was within 1 minute, by the way. And that's the diffuser. That's the round gone. And then we're going to talk about the very final play. This will be Kino on the Monty. Post-plan, 1 versus 1. Diffuser is down. And at this moment in time, Kino, he's a happy guy. Reaps, he's a sad guy. However, Kino plays this very badly, and I know there's a lot of discussion about where the Monty should go. In my opinion, Monty goes out the door, forces the castle with him, going outside, wait for the castle to try and bait Kino back, waste that time. What does Kino do instead? He goes down the stairs, makes a height differential. This is the key bit, is that as soon as he goes onto the stairs, there's a height differential. Reaps is always going to find the kill because he can jink dive around and have the height above him. Gets the kill onto Kino, and Reaps wins the round from there. Now, M80, quality team. Please stop making these individual mistakes. I'm going to throw it back to you on the desk, Jackie.
Fresh. Real talk there. The emotes. Lovely touch. Okay. Well, we're ready to move into the map bans, and that is going to be coming up on our screen right now. And all right, what are our thoughts?
Wow. So Consulate, we never saw Consulate in this stage, well, last stage for M80. So this is a huge surprise. DZ did recently play it. Well, not recently, but they played it against Sonics during the regular NAL stage. They lost, I believe it was 7-5 to Sonics. Yep. So M80 should have the map advantage here, knowing exactly what Dark Zero does, unless they do scrim. They are the same region. They could have scrimmed each other a few times and know still what each other does, but let's go off on a whim here that they don't know. That's going to put DZ in a tough spot when M80 has already had their card multiple times playing against one another.
Curveball, for sure. From M80, 7 out of 9 bans throughout the NAL. They didn't really want to play this map back in regional play. Now against the regional opponent, they're looking to throw that curveball and get a win over DZ.
All right, well, we've heard them singing, we've heard them yelling, so these teams are ready to go. But I'm really excited because I've never tossed to Lynx and Stokes before. I was going to call them Stinks, but they weren't a fan of it. But Lynx and Stokes, take it away.
You know, I had this feeling when you and I started casting together that somebody was going to make that joke. Of course, it's got to be Jackie Jing. Hi, guys. How's it going? Stokes, Lynx. Buddy, what's up, man? We got Dark Zero. It's our region. Our region, honestly, has been looking kind of...
Dude, let me tell you, you know what stinks? 3/4 of our teams being in the lower bracket and 2 of them playing each other. I think that stinks pretty badly. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you and I have the unfortunate duty of sending one of our teams, one of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the 0-2 best of 3s. And for M80, they found themselves in that same spot at Copenhagen, being down 0-2 very early on. And let me tell you, it didn't end well.
Well, you know, it's darkest before the dawn. That's what they say, darkest Carter.
Before the zero.
Before the zero, exactly. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board. We'll have to just find out. M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. A little worrisome, but when it comes down to it, Dark Zero definitely has a great game plan when it comes to the game of Rainbow Six Siege. So let's jump in here and see what this ban phase is going to look like. Dark Zero is going to be leading us off as they have the defensive bans, and obviously it's going to be the offense we're getting rid of first. Dokkaebi, a huge operator when it comes down to it, something we've been highlighting throughout this tournament in the last handful of months, as she's got so much utility, you can't even shake a stick at it. Gonna have Monty banned out as well, and I mean, that is a great set. A great set. Yeah, I know. They M80 banded away from Kino. They're like,
well,
no way.
Listen, like, I think Parker and Nick have talked about it quite a bit.
Well, Nick especially, because Nick is such a Monty crutch.
The Monty from both DZ and M80 this stage it's been consistent, but that doesn't mean it's been good. It's been very hit or miss for both of these teams. Even ignoring Kino's play yesterday, Monty as a whole in North America, a lot of people like to play it. In NA, I can't say a lot of people play him very well. So him being banned will remove a comfort pick for both of these teams, but that doesn't necessarily mean that...
I mean, him shaking in his little boots, I guess, dude. I don't know.
Literally, bro. Nick's in the hotel room right now like, yes!
Yeah, Nick's giggling, bro. He's laughing straight to the bank with this. He's preying on your downfall, Kino, so let's hope that you can turn up today. Don't have to worry about the Monty. The Blitz is still available, but we'll just have to see. Both of these teams have their respective ideas, and I'm just excited to get into it. Dokkaebi off the board, so we're more than likely going to be seeing some other things like Lion to try and assist with this. Plenty of hard breach abound right now, too, but Gomez is going to change it up for the Buck. I'm a lot more awake now.
You are?
Yeah, I am.
You're a lot more awake. What time is it?
I was telling you earlier,
6:35?
I don't know what's happening to me. I don't. Those first games, it felt like a fever dream to me. But now,
what do you mean?
I'm here.
I thought GK'd be BDS. I'm an X-Key stan.
You're a key stand, bro? I'm all about Hasham over here.
Dude, X-Key's so much better. You're kidding.
Well, first of all, Hasham...
Did you see his play against
Yeah, but Hasham's hot, so now what? Now what do you have to say?
All right.
Huh? That's what I thought.
My fault.
Yeah, you stay over there.
All right. First round, of course, it will be the basement bomb site. This used to be, I would say, like the first bomb site on Consulate. Maybe you disagree. CEO is also very well liked, but I would say since the rework, it's definitely not maybe played as much, but I don't really feel like there is a primary bomb site just yet, as teams are just now figuring it out. But what we can say is the defense needs to deny some map control for the attack. It's a consistent thing on many maps, but on a map that is so difficult to entry and to acquire map control on, like Consulate, you're basically defeating yourself if you're not at least holding part of the map, because you're forcing the defense or forcing the attack to take fights against you that, just because of the way the map's designed, are inherently so disadvantageous.
Yeah, Consulate and Cafe share this in common. Can you clear? And if you can't, you're probably going to lose a lot of your offensive set.
I mean, that's why they banned the Fenrir. It makes taking those fights inside of the building so much easier. No dread mines on those single doorways. Don't need to clear them either. Frees up some utility in the lineup. And in the case of M80, they feel so bold. They're not bringing a single set of frag grenades, but the ops are almost entirely built around acquiring that control. I was about to say the Jackal, but may he rest in peace. But you also have the Buck creating these skeleton keyholes that find Rice and trade the man advantage back 4-4. And you still have the EE1Ds, the Amaru, all of this kit, even down to the secondary utility, is meant to make taking this control that much easier. And do they get it flawlessly? No, but hey, at least even it out.
And the good news is that they did get rid of Jackal, so the info game leading into the actual site execute, somebody won't be singled out and kind of be forced into a bad gunfight. Canadian is going to discover one player on Spiral. This is his camera that he's stolen with the pest of Mozzie. He's going to put it inside of grass here at the bottom of Spiral. Rest of Dark Zero, though, going to trickle across the entirety of this basement floor. Seeing if M80 can continue to push things forward here as they're clearing things out. Kino using the Supernova right now to try and open up a few lines of sight of his own. Beauty of Amaru, she does have that secondary SMG-11, so the shotgun, never really a bad gig.
Not a bad gig at all. Fortunately, M80 down to only 3 drones, so they're going to have to make a decision what they want to allocate to the flank or what they want to actively use. Diaz thankfully has both hit in his pocket, so there are some options there, but M80 are using as much time as they can, still opening holes up above Garage, but where they're going to push from is yet to be decided. Could be down Spiral, could be down Yellow Stairs. Kino certainly has moved down Spiral at the moment, but he finds Panbazoo. But now M80 or Dark Zero, I should say, know where somebody's pushing from. But in the disadvantage, Kino is just keeping him off guard. Gomez able to find Canadian as he rotates inside of the site, but suddenly the man count evens. Kino's got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz is taken down one. Huge first round for M80 as they take a long time to get there, but once they're set up, can't be stopped. I can't.
Fight that shit, bro. Fight it. Fight it. Don't give him any respect.
Well, I got one part of it, but I can't repeat it.
Is he talking to Rexon? Or did we got the whole NA squad in here?
Dude, do we? Oh man, this is North American after North American, right?
This is. I mean, we got SQ Bleed after this, and I would not be shocked if they're like maybe setting out or just like chilling out or something. But like,
they're standing right behind their desk.
Literally, just Richie's got the mouse pad just sitting there, just like, yeah, good job, guys, let's go. He's just enjoying the showdown.
Well, for all intents and purposes, actually a very solid round from M80. I was a little worried once the floor was starting to get ripped up at like 40 seconds, and I was like, all right, guys, what are we doing here? This is taking a little while, but fortunately enough, they were able to convert that pretty quickly. A nice little pickup onto Pamba, especially opening the door, made it to where Canadian kind of had to do double duty there. Ends up shifting over deeper into Garage, and that opened up that space there at the bottom of Spiral for Kino to slip right in and use that Supernova to its fullest effect.
And the SMG-11 needed double duty. Got the secondary, got the primary, got 2 kills for his troubles. Lovely stuff from Kino in that round. All not with a shield in hand. You love to see it from Kino. But of course,
we found the problem. I'm just kidding.
But we found the problem. Here's the thing. Kino on Amaru just might be the solution, because if you thought his basement play was good, check this out. We're on CEO now, and what teams love to do here is send it up through one of those windows, specifically the projector one, because to really counter that window inside a projector, you got to swing around the corner. It's very easy to counter, especially if you have Ascends on the board. Of course, there's none here, but we do have Diaz on the Grim, who can fill up the entirety of the top floor, or at least the projector bomb side almost, with those bees to stop anybody from swinging close.
Yeah, things are going to get pretty hot to trot once they hit the big red button, because you have Ying, you have Grim, you got Finga on top of that. Exactly. There's going to be so much utility flying in here. This is all meant to be a pretty surprising feat that M80 are trying to pull off, especially with Kino here, right? He's going to have that case. They're going to try and dump everything in on Dark Zero and see if they can thwart their game plans. The big thing here is Rice. Rice really needs to hit his marks. If he doesn't and that warden goes to the wayside, then M80 are more than likely picking up round 2.
It's good, though, because they got NJR on one side, Rice on the other. So if anybody pushes through that wall or goes through that window, there are 2 different players who could pick up that kill. So that DZ have accounted for it, they're anticipating it. We still got half the round to go. We're talking about executes, everything like that, but it seems to be that DZ or M80 have got everything set up. Candelas go out, Iconics, Kino's got a Z-ping as he flies on in. There goes Spoit in the window, but no one's dealt with Rice. The Gar hook's a bit late. Great nade from Iconic to take down Canadian, but again, because Kino's a little late to the mark, it ends up resulting in Spoit's death, but he lands his shots, gets the advantage. Gomez widens it further. Might be a little sloppy on the initial kill, but everything afterward has been flawless for M80. Pamba hears one inside a printer, but it's just too late. As Gomez picks up one more, and Gavin, with a nice little kill on the player playing tucked on the console window. He's got intel on one more. Nice little pick right there. Intel on a third, too. This is winnable. One player on yellow as well.
All right, Gavini. There's a time to put that up in the rafters. It'd be now 1 versus 2. But Gomez, M80's just so slick with the mechanics, man. I mean, you're trying to fight practical pixels right there off that peak from Gomez. Incredible stuff. M80 will line up 2 rounds, but a beautiful execution. They don't get the case down immediately, but Kino wasn't really trying to gun for that all too much. He was kind of playing his zone there for a while, and it did just lead into that factor where Gav was able to use his impacts to the fullest extent of the law, but obviously M80 had the things in place to be able to pull it back across the line. That's the beauty of man advantage, isn't it, Card?
It is the beauty of man advantage, especially when you have that strat, that specifically the coordination on that CEO window, right? Because sure, they lose the guy moving into the projector window, but because they timed that nade so well, and Kino's able to fly into that window, he still gets the kill, and it ends up being a 4v3. So overall, it could have been a 5v3 if you really think about it. But hey, you're going to have some moments sometimes, some gaps are going to be left, some kills are going to be had by the other team, but as long as you can recover from that, that is what matters. DZ now moving to their 3rd bomb site so far, having no success on any of them, and it's a nice little equal. Had the bottom floor first, top floor second, now down to the middle. Still going to see plenty of vertical play because we got the Solus and the Pulse.
There it is. Welcome to Master Chef, folks. Let's see what Canadian's cooking on the Pulse. He's all the way downstairs. This is the bread and butter strategy. In fact, we have somebody actually going home to our hotel right now on a bus that really likes playing like this. His name just so happens to be Foxe. I don't know if you know that. Him and Canadian, 2 peas in a pod when it comes to Pulse on this map. In fact, I would argue that this is probably Foxe's best map for Pulse. Same with Canadian, just because this op is so influential across all floors of this map.
You just sit in the basement, scan people on the 2nd floor. It's beautiful. It's great stuff from that Pulse, if Canadian can make it work. But it's always the same risk when you have a Canadian or a Canadian, when you have a Pulse or a Solus, but honestly with Canadian as well. Sometimes they find themselves in a bit of a solo position, can be pinched out, so how are Dark Zero making sure that if somebody decides to push Canadian down below, that they have someone who can trade him out? Or specifically, Diaz with this IQ sees a C4 has been placed, but more importantly sees that Pulse. He's really thinking about what to do with this, because they're looking at each other right now. They're both aware of it. So he's just thinking to himself, all right, how can I turn this to my advantage?
Hilarious interaction here. He's just staring at the Nitro cell and he's like, well, I can't move forward. I'll die. So he's just going to stand here, kind of just call out Canadian and make sure that they know that he's on this side of the map. This is kind of a distracting factor from DS as well. He's going to transition this up towards the top floor. They also got the Jackal Clear coming in from Spoit on the far side, so we'll get those marks working their way through. This entire top floor is going to be vacated by the defense. Dark Zero just rounding things off to home. That's what you want to do about the halfway mark here. Consulate, though, can get volatile if you do that a little bit too quickly. You'll give over a little bit too much map control. So that's what we're looking to try and fix up here. So DZ's more than likely just going to maintain control of the highlight areas, try and keep them away from M80's hands. But Gomez, once again, showcasing the beauty of Consulate and the Skeleton Key here. You can go through all of the floors and try and combat things from all the way upstairs.
Gomez also just having a great event. Great stage of the NAL so far. 5-1 at this point, and with that buck, as you said, he can create angles through floors wherever he so pleases. Again, the bomb site's on the first floor, but given the fact that you have Canadian and NJR on the board who are going to be playing verticality to deny that plant, it's perfect to basically make sure that once you actually move in to put the diffuser on the floor, you'll do it safely. There's one player currently lurking by yellow stairs. It's Iconic. Just almost misses somebody inside of the site. There's also a 2-man team, Panba and NJR, who are looking to rotate up the yellow stairs and go for a flank later on. A lot of pieces on the board. It's the curse of a 5v5 execute. But who will come out on top? Will the retake work? Will the plant go down? Kino certainly trying, attempting a second time now. Dodging C4s left and right. The first kill goes the way of M80. Gavini trades it back very quickly. It's all still a stalemate at this point. But that favors the defense if they can keep case control in their hands. NJR goes for the retake, but with the shotgun, these engagements are not favorable for him. He ends up letting Gomez and Spoit slip away entirely, losing control of the diffuser, but it's 0-0 now. If he just finds Spoit through the floor, he doesn't even need to. Canadian just rotates around, downs the diffuser in the face. First round for Dark Zero.
Way to keep the info game alive for the defense and just let M80 lose due to time. Hide everybody. You don't have to try and go for this big sweeping fight. We saw them kind of build up for something around yellow stairs, but Pambazoo decided against it, and that was a great decision. You don't want to just send 2 people up that stairwell. M80 have been locking things down that top floor for quite some time. It's just not a risk you're willing to take, and you see exactly why. M80 are forced into the building on a pretty harsh execute. Iconics instantaneously traded out on that window, and things really start to fall apart. On top of that, I really like that last second rotation there from the Solus, because that's when things have reached critical mass, right? You can retake the top floor, a lot of M80 bodies are going down, and you can try and reclaim that verticality to shut down the round.
Honestly, that round probably ends in a far more explosive fashion if he's just got like a fully automatic weapon there instead of a shotgun. He had 2 people lined up.
Oh, the P90 kills both of them.
Exactly, but hey, sometimes you pick the wrong loadout, but that's why you have the IGL to bail you out. So excellent job from Canadian. Dark Zero able to pick up their first defense, but M80 on a very solid trend to end this half of the 4-2. 2, assuming no adjustments from Dark Zero. The lineup's pretty similar overall. And M80, well, no Amaru this go-around, so no Supernova flank down Spiral Stairs at least.
Yeah, they're looking around for some other options. They're going to keep the IQ in play, and why wouldn't you? I mean, there's a very major risk that you're going to see Solus, you're going to see Pulse, Valkyrie, Pests. There's a lot of different things that IQ can deal with here.
And the 4 C4s as well. I mean, everyone except Panbazoo's got explosive secondary utility, and he even decided to bring the BP instead. He just, big fan of side intel, this man. No Brav on the board, so it wouldn't get hacked either. Just got to be sure it doesn't get shot. Got to be sure if you're Spoit, you don't get C4'd from below. Kino, I imagine, him and the Jackal will be a tag team throughout that roam clear, making sure that if anybody's moving around that middle floor, there's not a pre-placed C4 completely lined up to take down Spoit, or anybody who tries to move through the second floor.
What we got up here? It's going to be Canadian on the roam.
Who else would it be?
People. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That's my favorite thing about Canadians IGL. And he's like, all right, you guys are going to sit in sight. I'm going to run upstairs and try some stuff. Okay, it's fantastic. He sets himself up for success, but he can find some incredible things, just like Rice right here. You know, we've been talking about how Rice's openers have not been great. That's a beautiful one as he takes down the Buck.
Defense has definitely been Rice's stronger side so far this tournament. It's the attack where he's having some issues, but on defense, when he's able to get a little aggressive, able to make some more individual...
What? He was in CEO 20 seconds ago. Homie's all the way down in server.
Listen.
Put on the Lamborghinis for that one, dude. He was full sprint.
Sometimes got to hit the full world tour to make the rotation, and he's still got a C4 in pocket, so he can play for it later in the round. Rice, the only one that used his, and it took down the soft destruction from up above. Thankfully, there's multiple breach charges and likely a secondary shotgun in the hands of Spoit. But we've seen how efficient and destructive Gomez has been so far, so taking down that Buck skeleton key, that's still a huge win.
Kino will continue to soul search throughout this site for any of the electronics, as well as some verticality being added in. But Gavini, as well as the majority of Dark Zero here, NJR, also swinging through. They thought that they could just get that one kill on the garage player and then hightail it out of there, but clearly not. They're going to lose NJR, but the man advantage still going the way of the defense.
2 C4s to deny plant once the bomb inevitably attempts to go down. DZ looking primed and ready to pick up their second defense, assuming there's no big overperformance from M80. The loss of Gomez is definitely still hurting them with the lack of vertical angles. But with 30 seconds left, what's really hurting them is the lack of kills or entry points on the site. Spoit and Kino both trying to be the tip of the spear down 2 separate stairwells. Spoit spots one, but he's damaged first and foremost. Trying to move on in. Kino shut down on the yellow stairs. Spoit easily converted upon. Iconic. Nothing you can do at that point. Nothing you can do with all the angles for DZ alive on the site.
Really difficult. And what I like there is that the entire mentality for the roam game from Canadian was to delay time and force them into just bad happenings on that mid floor. Once again, we run into the same issue, Carter. They're clearing things out, trying to find these angles to influence their fights downstairs. Just this time, it didn't work out. They really didn't have the, ability to clear things out in the same way. It's just IQ with breaching charges. They don't have a Buck. There's no RAM on the board. There's a lot of different things that they could look over to if they want to try and patch up these holes for this in the future. But as of right now, just not going to work out due to that man advantage going the way of DZ. Oh, Kino. Please don't.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, you got to risk it for the biscuit eventually, right?
Let's chill out. It's a different op.
It's an even more risky op, actually.
All right. Well, let's see what happens. He might switch away. They don't even know what we're talking about yet, so let's give it a second. It is the split bomb site, by the way.
Oh, Ram. I really like Ram for this spot. She's just fantastic on console, period.
Hit the rappel, throw the boogie in outside the window. You're chilling.
All right, so it's locked in. So you want to talk about the fact that NJR is playing Ella into that, or that Panbazoo is playing Legion?
I think the beauty of an American major is the framers of the Constitution put freedom of choice and association as a core tenet of our liberal democracy. And I think that ultimately means that sometimes you got to make your own decisions. Sometimes they bite you, sometimes they don't. In this case, maybe there's some utility that might make a blitz push a little awkward.
Freedom isn't free.
Exactly.
It costs a hefty fee. And Kino might be charged at the door for this one. We'll just have to see. I will not continue this rhyme scheme, don't worry. Some of the floor is going to be broken up here. We're going to have Gav over inside of Secret, whatever you guys call it nowadays. Who knows? But Iconic and the rest of the gang are looking towards Tellers. I'm going to try and break a couple things up. We're going to have Kino on this top floor clearing with his team. They have full breadth over this entire thing, so you shouldn't have to worry about this too much. We just want to make sure that they transition in good timing.
Attackers have recovered.
They have full cleared out that second floor. Now the primary issue is just clearing out the middle, as you often, well, in Consulate's history, normally teams would go for the plant down in that middle floor, then just bait out the C4s from below. But we do see a lot of teams go for actually that movement down secret to plant inside of the bomb site from below. But at this point, with how much utility Gomez is dedicating to the second floor, and again, creating those numerous angles through the second floor, through the first floor, into the bottom. M80 looking at the moment to get that bomb down inside of the Teller's position. Big rotation, a lot of rotation so far from M80. They are really indecisive about what angle they want to push.
That was actually a perfect time to bring that up because you could see the split decision making there. They just didn't really know what the call was just yet. Kino's going to shift on over to yellow. The key thing is right now is that Squid still has the EMPs in pockets. It just doesn't really seem like they know what they want to try and breach. They're going to rotate all the way around to Big Garage right now, Carter, and they can go for the full clear downstairs. But, I mean, you're really banking on the fact of Kino here. I really want to see somebody back him up on this clear, because if he goes this solo, things could definitely run amok here for M80.
But the late rotate might just catch some Dark Zero defenders off guard with how much pressure is up above, how many angles are being created. Kino will push on forward. Will he run into any of those goo mines or those Grzmots? Flash goes out. Kino trying to stop it, but there goes one. He'll break down the barbed wire. 2 kills, 1 split between each team. He's moved into the bomb site now. There he spots the Ella. Can he get the kill? There we go. Manage acquired.
He got him.
Pamazu through the wall. Gavini with a quick trade. Canadian on the follow-up has made this a stalemate. Again, neither team able to gain ground in what is a very hectic and uncoordinated execute for M80 as they leave a gap. Gavini exploits in no time at all. Tries to pick the final one up. Both a little sloppy in that engagement, but 4 seconds left, and the Solus up above. Spoit knows his fate. He drops the diffuser for the bait, but Canadian, he's got the benefit of wisdom. He just waits it out.
Yeah, most definitely. Solid decision-making from him. And you can see how difficult of a setup that was for M80 to try and work around. And the key thing being that they really only have those 2 pocket EMPs for Lion. There's nothing for them to try and do, especially with Gavini sitting there playing Bandit. He's just going to Bandit trick that panel every single time you try and get rid of it. So they have to try and adjust. They throw things over to Big Garage with a minute remaining. And honestly, I think Kino did a very bang-up job. It's just the fact that M80 didn't have the full haymaker loaded up to be able to try and solve all the problems that Dark Zero presented. They had so many people, so many bodies inside at that point, Carter. I mean, it's practically a clown car.
M80 just definitely beyond indecisive in that round as to what angle they wanted to push from. The calling just all over the place. I mean, you even saw DS Lucas run over to that garage wall, and he reacted on his player cam like, crap, what do I do? Like, we don't have enough time, not the utility, anything like that. So, if M80 want this even half, a little bit more decisiveness needs to be the play, and unfortunately for them, they're going back to the round where they first dropped an attack. Dark Zero got to go back down to that middle floor. And if we saw a little bit of hecticness there, it was a lot more coordinated for M80 on this projector, or this exposition attack, excuse me, but still a lot of gaps left, allowing defenders to rotate out through the top floor, rotate around the bomb site, and one that still took a lot of time to leave those gaps in the first place.
Here we go. I'm really liking this a lot. This entire offensive lineup from M80 making a lot of sense from what we've seen. And, you know, although it is the last round of the half, I'd rather them make this big sweeping adjustment now. We're going to have Spoit back in the Jackal. He's got that secondary shotgun, so he can help with a little bit of soft destruction. We have Gomez here with the secondary hard breach too. So that means we got our 2 hard breachers as well as Iconic with EMPs. This is looking a lot more like the lineup you would want to use up against Dark Zero, given the, you know, the circumstances that we've seen.
C4 is going to be an ever-present threat. But then IQ Deuce was able to spot Canadian very early on the previous exposition attack. Have a little bit of a Cold War over by the Visa doorway, but not much was done beyond that. It's been fairly slow and fairly late for all of these executes from M80. Sometimes tends to happen on Consulate, but with Dark Zero, at least in the early round, not throwing any curveballs M80's way, even with this pulse on the board. Will they be able to speed it up? Who knows for certain. The verticality will always be important, as they need to get Gomez in a position to use these skeleton keys. But it's pretty much exactly what we've just seen so far. I mean, even down to the rotations, down to the positions from the defense, but maybe Gomez will have a bit more of an impact this time as he's worked his way into the CEO office. Just half the round to go.
Good timing, too. And again, the beauty of... Ooh! Oh, okay, cool. Gomez is going to stay alive. And again, the beauty of the skeleton key when it comes to Consulate, your ability to just sit up top, break up all of the flooring without having too much of a threat, unless obviously the defense wants to play that mid floor a little bit aggressive, which makes quite a bit of sense from what we've seen earlier, especially with Canadian on that pulse, able to line things up and make an attempt for Gavini there. Just only a sliver's worth of HP being left by Gomez. But with all that being said, not a lot being done until Iconic is able to take down Rice. A nice find from him. Good patience play over towards the lobby side will gift the smoke over to the offense.
NGR now moving up the yellow stairs position. This and Canadian down below are both going to be problems for M80 if they decide to go for a plant. 2 vertical angles, or at least 1 potential vertical angle if NGR does hit the rotate or the retake up to the top floor. What are you going to do, M80? You've got the advantage, but you're letting these Dark Zero defenders get what they want. Iconic, the only one really to stop anybody in this position. The reason M80 has a managed advantage twice over now, but Gomez stops the retake, and that's what they needed. Spoit in position to get the bomb down once the C4 from Canadian goes wide. They'll just have to move to a defensible position. Now Gavini cut down. Even with this intel through the floor, Canadian knows he's got to go for the retake up top, but move into 4 different attackers, both falling off, all a bunch of chaos. 2 very quickly go his way. A UMP clutch on Consulate. We've seen this one before, but still, 1 player up above. But DS on low HP. Are they in position? No, Canadian just sticking. Iconic just barely gets into position in time. Ooh, a little bit of a close one there, but Iconic opening and closing round 6.
3 big kills from Dave there. Patience, a huge virtue in that one as he's constantly maintaining things around, you know, the main door, shifts on over towards that far window, and is able to close things up finally as Canadian swings back through the angle during the post plant there. So very well done from M80. Get things tied up here, get it to be palatable on this defense. I really liked how they were able to transition quickly into that top floor, allow Buck to break up a lot of that flooring, make it super difficult for the defense to try and exist inside of that downstairs area. And right when Iconic lights off that powder keg, the kills just start pouring in.
And really just big too, Iconic, just getting all 3 of those kills just from holding angles outside main door, outside the white hallway.
A little old Consulate showing up,
yeah,
right?
Just holding exterior angles, and obviously having a vault in the building on the last one, but still, just basically playing Consulate what used to be its strengths. Now a little bit more difficult. Dark Zero, between these 2 teams, they've at least played Consulate 1 time, and they are a little bit more of a known quantity, and in this case, it's a strat, or at least one similar to one we've seen before. When they attack this 2nd floor bomb site, they usually like to get the bomb down inside of Projector, throw all those bees in, completely cover the bomb site, then have someone plant on the doorway, separating Visa stairs and the bomb site itself. But the addition of the Amaru might add a new dimension to it. Maybe send it in through kind of the normal single window we see, maybe even through the CEO window later on. That's a new dimension that DZ haven't really run before.
No, and honestly, it could work extremely well, especially because Gavini's got the air jabs too, so they can lock up a whole metric load of different positions around that top floor. You know, you can use the bees for some time, but the air jab persists, and that's the beauty of that right there. So we'll see what Dark Zero want to do. This is more than likely going to require a lot of window play, and what do you know? We're going to be repelled over on the south side here, the traditional area in which to take. Comes over to administration office, working things in from the east, rather. And overall, so far, so good for Dark Zero. They'll get their foothold here. This is always the most worrisome thing when you start swinging in on this side. It's like, okay, is somebody going to be aggressive and try and swing me on one of these doors, or exactly what's going to take place?
Raising our defense, reloading, cover me.
There's so much utility also stacked on all these doorways. I mean, if there was a Fenrir here, it'd be even worse, but thankfully it's been banned out. You just instead have to worry about, you know, magnets, ADSs, deployable shields, goo mines, barbed wire, Gomez in general. The unfortunate thing about Consulate is, for this kind of take, DZ have a lot of utility they need to clear, but Pambazoo,
he doesn't have bomb, so...
That's what I was going to say. Well, right here, going through the CEO window, he's just meant to cause chaos, either distract from the players going into Projector, or get a kill and then just be someone on the back line. But he's waiting for the call to come in. NJR is also in his position for when this bomb goes down. This is where he normally sends the bees in. Here we go. Everything flying in. Pambazoo sends it in through the window, and the player's back is turned. Kino can't turn around in time. Dark Zero have the advantage they need. Gavini now shuts down the rotations from Gomez. A long line of sight. cuts the bomb side in half. Everyone falling on the side of M80. This basically has gone off without a hitch for Dark Zero. Do they lose Canadian? Maybe. But they've got DS Lucas nailed down. Not before he cuts down Pamazoo.
Plan going off without a hitch here for NJR.
Attackers activating diffuser.
Has to worry about these rotations too. You can hear those air jobs beeping in the background. Gavini is going to go down, but still a long road ahead of him. Rice and NJR still up, and Pamazoo going to join the ranks now too. Low HP and definitely a solvable problem for DS, but it's still going to be quite difficult. You can see the angle play coming in here, especially from these two inside the office, the window player as well. This is not what you want to be peeking into. Let's see how it goes for DS, and he's dead as you can get. A little tabletop action in between those two. I'll at least get one for his troubles, but NJR will quickly nip that in the bud. Dark Zero take the lead once again here off the back of that beautiful Amaru play.
And the addition of the Amaru really makes that execute that much better, because when you're going for those B placements inside a projector and the normal bomb plant, the Amaru, you win either way. Either you distract the main guy who could counter the plant in the first place, or you kill him, and now you're just holding the angle to stop the defense from rotating. You really don't lose so long as you have a coordinated team. And you can say a lot of things about Dark Zero. Maybe they're slow, maybe they have some role issues, but you can't say they're not coordinated. You can't say they're not structured or they know their strats to a T. So when you have Pamazoo get that kill, it's just not going to go your way for M80 unless someone goes big with performances, just because Dark Zero have practiced this so many times and they get the best scenario possible.
Yeah, and just to provide this as well, I mean, you can think about it this way. M80 more than likely knew what the strategy was going to be, and they still couldn't stop it.
Yep.
They had everything built up over on the vending hall for Gomez, and that made it to where they were able to kind of play across that top floor in a pretty solid way, I would say. But the big thing is, and what you touched on there with the Amaru, is the distracting factor. The main thing about execution isn't, I mean, it is about, killing your opponent, right? But that distracting factor, being able to pull pressure to different portions of the map and make it to where they had to take fights with these different windows, and all of a sudden you go, wait, did a window just break? But I'm dead. Oh, okay. Yes, and that's just perfectly played out there from Dark Zero on how you can even thwart people that are as good as M80. These people are not slouches. It's just those little micro decisions, Carter.
Big decision from Panba. He's sprinting through that basement floor.
Oh.
Recall Dark Zero's defense is the amount of vertical control they had contesting any plant going through the first floor. Well, Vigil might not have a lot of post-plant utility, but he's a sitting duck right now inside of Archives below. A drone allowing Panba to give some intel, and EE1D as well, pushing on in. They've got this roamer, at least in theory, nailed down, but Iconic manages to get out and move back up to the second floor where... Is that all 5 defenders on the top floor?
Yeah. Unless Diaz is through the floor, and I just can't tell. But
let's make sure we got our
no, they're all up top, and it's all vertical play. I actually really like this. I also like the fact that Iconic picked Vigil. Vigil isn't exactly in the greatest spot right now, but he counters out one key operator that everybody is using currently because Dokubi's not in play. It's Lion. He's the only one that can move around unless you're standing on a mute jammer.
Benefit of that ERC. But we saw M80 play a lot of retake strats yesterday against Bleed, and they were able to find the holes in it, specifically no C4 in Red Hall. Here, though, I mean, M80 might not be leaving any gaps just by the sheer amount of vertical angles through the floor. And even if there is some angle that isn't watching this diffuser, that's why you have Kino on the Solus to spot where that diffuser is going down. 2 minutes into the round now. Dark Zero barely even entered the building aside from Pamazoo moving through the basement.
I really can't blame them, because this is a strategy that when you drone up the site, you're like, okay, there's got to be something fishy going on. And if we don't figure it out quick enough, then we're more than likely losing this round just based off of strategy. You can see Rice flirting with the spiral staircase, but decides against it. The real question is, do they just try and find a place to plant, or...
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to push on in. Rice is found spoilt, but you still have the Solus up above. Surely they're going to find Canadian. Maybe they got an angle on it. Surely they're going to find Canadian. Surely they're going to find Canadian. There we go. Kino finally downs him, but so many kills go Dark Zero's way. We've somehow devolved into a 2v2, but diffuser control effectively in the hands of the defense, and with Rice on low HP, that's an easy pickup for DS Lucas. Getting the bomb down is likely just not going to happen for Pamazoo at this point, and he's on a completely different floor from the rest of the defense. defense. M80 very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazoo with a very, very heavy retake strat.
That was very well thought out. Although some of the kills did not go M80's way, that is such a difficult clear for Dark Zero, especially because they didn't start on the top floor. You know, if they start with something like administration office and then clear across, that strategy probably not nearly as effective.
Yes.
But since they had that huge roam downstairs, and Iconic just taking a victory lap with the Vigil, turns that ERC-7 on and sprints all the way upstairs. They have to re-drone everything, Carter, because they have no idea where the guy is. And he is upstairs with his merry band of friends, just chilling out, waiting for Dark Zero to try and clamber into sight.
That's probably almost the one-to-one equivalent of what DZ did for their first attacking execute. They have the Omaru with the misdirection, who, if he gets a kill, great. If he doesn't, at least he distracts him. That's basically what the defense just did with the Vigil. They put him in the basement, forced DZ to drone him, forced them to reconsider, and they clearly want to kill that Vigil by putting Pamazoo in so quickly. But whether Iconic dies or not, his point is just to say, all right, we're going to force them to start in basement. I'll waste a minute 15 seconds, minute 30 seconds. Even if I don't die, they don't have time to rotate up to admin and clear across the map like they would have otherwise had they started up top or been more focused on that extension on the top floor. So excellent strategy from M80. Clearly caught Dark Zero off guard, and now we move back to that split bomb site, which is likely going to be a bit more of a traditional focus.
Well, we say that, but we never really know what's going to happen.
We got the Solus, we got the C4s and the Valk. Like, come on, it's got to be.
It's got to be. You'd think so. Iconic's going to be on the pulse for this one. You're reading things out for Gomez inside of Secret for now. Dark Zero will be starting things off on the east side here, at least for Rice's sake, as he'll start droning things out. And speaking of Rice, he's been having a heck of a game, although, you know, obviously 5 and 6, but looking quite good in comparison to what was happening to him throughout this tournament thus far. So definitely have to be happy with that. As for the rest of the gang, though, Gavini really at the top of the heap right now, trying to pull Dark Zero to victory. M80 are going to use their initial portion of a utility here. I think there was an impact coming out from Kino, and it will keep that hatch locked up for now.
DS and his impact lineups. Got the one on Theme Park that Pangu made sure to correct me. I misattributed to DS Lucas, and it was actually Pangu thinking of it in the moment in a matchup. I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't mean to offend you that one time. But right there, got a nice little impact lineup for the garage doorway. Doesn't work out. They're still able to open the wall. Good work to NJR. He'll back off as a result. You never really want to contest garage immediately by having someone in the area unless they've got a deployable shield. M80 are all backing off and just playing passive angles, because now they can retreat, even though Canadian, NJR, Gavini are all starting to open up angles onto this position. They can very easily retreat back to the bomb site and be happy that they've wasted half the round.
And this is looking quite similar to what we saw out of M80. They just made the decision a little bit later on to come in from this side. Kino able to get quite a bit done with the blitz. Let's give him a little bit of grief about that, but obviously he proved me wrong. That shield play still well within his right to garner. Either way, though, Iconic will use his Nitro here. Candela out will stun him entirely, and that's going to be 2 big pickups for Dark Zeros for clearing things through. This boy's going to get discovered on the back end here by an air jab, and has to make a crucial decision here. Does he rotate back across the map, or does he try and keep the pressure here on the back end of Dark Zero? You really don't want to give over any more bodies in a situation like this, especially with 2 already down the river. With 45 seconds remaining, though, Dark Zero have to continue to try and propel forward and clear out DS/Kino to make sure they got a place to plant this.
1 Candela remaining, 1 HP remaining for Spoit. A flank very difficult to rationalize at this point. DS Lucas just barely holding on, but somebody's got to go big, and it's got to be Spoit, and it simply will not. Back and forth at the side swap, and Dark Zero, who got that first round, take their lead back.
Great patience there from NJR as well. He's just holding that main hallway downstairs at the bottom of Spiral for an eternity. He's playing things out from the yellow pillar. Dark Zero take the lead again here, 5-4. No attack timeouts just yet. M80, solid discussion back and forth on what the next strategy is. Not too concerned with what just happened to them on the split site. And, I mean, honestly, it was just a very strong setup from Dark Zero. Some of the more forward positions from M80 immediately taking influence from Canadian as well as Pamba as they just cleared out that entire frontal assault that they had built up. Starting here with Canadian, and a nice find from Pamba right here on to Gomez. And from that moment on, M80 never really having a candle to hold to Dark Zero's light.
Now for Dark Zero, if their executes so far have gotten in place, if they've set up their positions, it's been very difficult for M80 to fight back. In both attacks they've won so far, that has been the case. The first of which being on the CEO bomb site. But I don't think they'll be able to get away with that Amaru play anymore. I mean, Iconic has the Frost now. If you Gar hook into that window, you simply cannot react to that Frost mat unless you clear it earlier in the round, and that probably explains why there's simply no Frost, or simply no Amaru. But Dark Zero, they're still committing to this Grim. They're very likely just going to fall back on their original take, which is clear from admin over, use the gridlocks and the nomads now to lock down different rotations surrounding the A bomb site, but still keep the core intact, which is flood the bomb site with bees, get the bomb down somewhere and project.
It's so funny because when these two operators came out, you know, and we finally had them both in the game, we're like, oh, this could be really annoying. But it's only in the modern day now where you can work it in the majority of the time because Gridlock has soft destruction with that super shorty and frag grenades. So making a heck of a lot of sense, especially on a map like Consulate where the roam game has so much influence.
Well, both teams just biding their time. Dark Zero, of course, trying to get active, but as is the nature of Consulate, you have to drone out these rooms first. As most of these engagements, if you were to go on drone, would be a 50-50 and so many rooms to clear, so many different corners. It's going to take a lot of time, but it does mean now that Dark Zero are pushing into the bulk of M80's setup. That deployable shield, the magnets, the ADSs, all of it. They were able to evade a little bit last time by going for a bit of a bait and switch and rappelling into windows inside a projector, but now a lot is still placed admin side from M80, and Dark Zero are, at the end of the day, just going to have to clear it out. Half the round about to go. Not much progress done on clearing out that setup just yet, so these next 45 seconds will be crucial for Dark Zero's success.
And it's going to be all about this vending hallway right here, right? You can see the amount of utility that's built up. Look at all of the WMI discs. Every ADS also in position to try and keep this locked down for Spoit and Gomez as they will try and battle from this prime spot. And the suicide balcony opened up here as well, as we're going to be able to at least use the can opener and make that a little bit easier on themselves. Nice EMP application here to be able to make things a little bit more difficult for the defense, as that's going to be all of that utility in the hallway completely demolished, all off of some frag grenades.
Destroying that deployable shield means Dark Zero can now push up and they'll be able to acquire the minimum amount of control they need. What they do now is they lay those air jabs on doorways. Of course, one caught by a magnet, since you didn't destroy it, you just disabled it with an EMP. You gotta be careful you don't end up dropping track stingers or air jabs to them. NJR always plays this balcony, and Spoit tries to get aggressive. That's a big pickup for NJR, as now he can continue holding that close swing on the A-bomb. Smoke canisters denying a little bit more time, and Gomez might just be the pivotal player here. Can he push up that long bar, harry Dark Zero's backline, and make it too difficult to plant a bomb? As long as those guns from Dark Zero work, though, they've got the advantage to fall back on. B's going out, but smoke canisters as well. Kino's now down. Dark Zero have one shot and one shot alone at this point to put that case on the floor. Kino downs NJR despite being blinded. Canadian also on the floor. Panbo picks up the bomb. He's just not able to get it down. M80 just brute forced their way back onto the retake and eventually win on time.
I especially love the play there from Kino. He's like, I don't care if you're going to blind me. I'm just going to keep sending the pump, and we're going to see what happens. Works out for him, and Dark Zero not able to brute force their way onto Projector in the way that they wanted to. It took them a while to solve the equation there inside of vending. The EMPs were a great idea, but eventually the air jab getting soaked up there, they're able to reapply and try and reinsert, but M80 know that the jig is up. They start to immediately get hostile, and Dark Zero don't have the other things in place to deal with the ramifications.
No, for Spiral, like how they space you guys on top, like so it was one Spiral, one Pro, there was one guy yellow. No, yeah, right. All right, so we just kill that guy, and then we go down Spiral at the end. Yeah. While Kiki denies the plan, the same way. Yeah. Bro, another thing, bro, there was smoking. So why did you play more than he played like
Split shaking. This guy
M80 clearly perfectly fine with running back the same strategy.
You say that, but we're going to cafe.
That is true. But
they lied to you.
They did. But at least thinking about similar methodology, right? Because we still have that Solus to play for that verticality, still have C4s to deny the vertical from up above. I mean, to be fair, I mean, that's been pretty much the same for both of these teams, their methodologies for defending these bomb sites on Skyscraper. The sites may change, they may be looking up instead of down, but they've brought Solus pretty much every round, had at least a couple C4s almost every single time for, in this case, for M80. That's not even unique either, as DZ did on, to be fair, not the basement bomb site, but still another one of the technically basement bomb sites.
Yeah, and get used to this, folks, because the more and more we see console in this tournament, the more and more you're going to see this. This is just how this map works. There's so much verticality to it, a lot of soft destructions for the flooring. So it just makes it to where, you know, you get that unique gameplay that is Rainbow Six Siege. You know, you're not just clearing on a horizontal level. There's a lot of things going on directly above you and directly below you, Carter. You have to think on a three-dimensional level. It's really difficult. There's, you know, I've had quite a few people ask me how the heck you even think in that way. And it's just like, well, I mean, I guess some got it and some don't, man.
Well, one of these teams has to get it. No matter who wins, they'll find themselves on match point. Remember, this is 0-1, so no matter who wins, who loses, an NA team is going down to the 0-2.
Let's see.
Can he?
Oh, unlucky.
Sometimes you can get them higher above the mute jammer's radius, but the width can still get you sometimes. Someone will need to destroy this at some point if they want to open up that garage wall with the Capital bolts as well. Seems this will be a bit more of a direct take to try to shut off angles inside the bomb site, then push on in. But this is really tripping Dark Zero up in the first minute and a half.
Well, you have EMPs, but it's on Rice. Gonna have some Valkyrie camera work here on Pambazoo, and this can get really scary really quick for him just due to all of the wood flooring he's standing on. There's 4 nitro cells down the stairs, and not only that, but I mean, Spoit could get a little frisky with it too if he wanted to. Just throw those impacts up and try and take an angle. We'll just have to see, but it's gonna be Pambazoo with the nitro cells first out of Diaz's hands. That'll knock him down to about half HP.
Iconic upstairs, not for long. And the fadeaway from Pambazoo as he hops out of the art window. Man advantage now acquired for Dark Zero, but still some progress to be made on the execute down below. They've got the vertical. They've got what they need. There's still plenty of C4s to worry about. Kino specifically, he's got the only one remaining. But Spoit, oh, he's still on that top floor. He's sending intel the rest of M80. Look, they've got 4 different people all stacked on that garage side. Pambazoo just hops back in, hoping that Spoit will get aggressive through one of these holes, but Dark Zero, even with the advantage, they know the utility stacked against them, and that pushing into this garage wall is likely not going to end well for them.
The good news is that they've at least gotten the garage wall, so they have the ability to work their way in. The Osa shield will go down, but this is going to get absolutely terrifying, folks. Nitro cells abound, and that was the answer from Kino. Exactly what Boo Boo said. Get that nitro cell out there, get this plant denied, get this reset in. Hopefully they can get the kills to try and fix up this ship. Canadian working his way forward. Gav is going to be the one with the case. It's 3 versus 4. No more nitro cells for anyone, but some good gun work can definitely solve this problem for M80. They got it down to the 2 versus 2, make it the 1 versus 2 for DS.
Yes, Ood able to find one, but not the second. Dark Zero moved to match point. I mean, M80 had the read right there. They threw out the C4, denied the initial bomb plant, but then it's a great counter read from Dark Zero. Canadian just pushes on through, knows that with that Osa shield gone, getting that bomb down is not going to end well.
Not possible.
It's just not going to happen. But if we can push up to that rotate, get the kill on the player playing inside, maybe we can get the bomb down, but more importantly, we are applying pressure to the defense that is denying them the safety of those angles that they were able to deny the plant that Rice attempted initially.
He is one of the most dangerous men in the world when it comes to calling things on the ball like that, and that's just another huge showcase of why Canadian is worth the value of, you know, anybody on a team. He's so damn good when it comes to moments like this and just being like, okay, there's really no chance that we put this down. We must fight M80. And they solve this entire problem in a 2 versus 3. They trust their gun skill, they trust their teamwork, and they completely work it out. You can see the frustration on Diaz's face because that round was not supposed to go that way.
And this game has been back and forth ever since we swapped sides, put M80 on the defense and put DZ on the attack. But because Dark Zero were the ones that started it out right, they're the ones on match point, and M80 now just 1 round away from moving down back to the best of threes, the 0-2, just like in Copenhagen, where they were inevitably eliminated 1-2, going out very early in the tournament at an event that many thought they had a shot at winning it all. Getting back to that spot, M80 want to be as far away from it as they can. They want to live up to those expectations. They might have only got second in the NAL, but this is still a team with enough star power to make your head spin. But winning this final defense in regulation, moving it into overtime, now you need to show up like we all know they can.
Yeah. Well, and that was the wildest thing about their Charlotte run, too, is all the way through groups and Swiss. They looked like a good team, but did they look like the team that was going to win the entire tournament? No, that's the key thing. You never really know what the actual heights of these squads are. Yeah, you might be currently 0-1, looking to be 1-1, but could be a change of fate for either one of these squads. Even M80, they still have another game to play if they end up losing this. You know, same could be said for Dark Zero. So we'll see what we get here. Is Dark Zero going to win this out in regulation? Only time will tell. We're going to have NJR back onto the Lion. Good info here to try and assist them with this clear, especially of this top floor, as M80 have dedicated themselves to this vertical strat yet again.
Dedicating themselves to it, but Spoid has been pretty decently counted on the defense. 3 and 10 so far, and on a key operator like Solus, who's meant to find that plant through the floor, meant to deny it entirely. It's worked okay for M80, but same exact strat from Canadian. Hops in the same window, has the diffuser, moves into the same room. How are M80 going to account for it? Have they found the hole in this retake? He just drops it inside the site. He's waiting for somebody from M80 to take the fight on that angle, but he doesn't need to. NJR's found 2 big kills, but M80 still equalized. Oh, he's got the right read, but Spoid gets a kill exactly when he needed to. 1000 IQ from Canadian. But just one bullet does him in, as now M80 have control of the case down below.
It's looking like potential overtime right now for Dark Zero. You have a player on this top floor trying to sneak through. Rice thinks he hears something over on Spiral, and he would be correct. Iconic's tucked into the tight right here, but he's going to jump down, misses him by a literal millisecond. Gomez still dedicated up here with Spoit too. It's going to be Spoit first here for Gabini. He should be having some assistance rear end from the back end, but it's going to be Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
It's just down to Iconic. Dark Zero don't have the diffuser yet, so Iconic's got to rotate up and then get 2 big gunfights. Rice the only one covering. Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. Does he know about Iconic? He baits out the engagement, hits the retake, and takes the L! 7-5 for Dark Zero as M80 move down to the lower bracket and recreate a run in Copenhagen that only ended in misery.
Sad result for our M80 fans at home, but if you're a DZ fan, you got to be pretty excited about that one. M80 walking in with their heads held pretty high, pretty confident about this matchup, and they're going to lose it in regulation, especially after having a 3-2. You really expect them to clutch that out on the top floor, but they get thwarted. They get beat, and it's all down to Iconic to try and clutch things up, but it's too difficult, especially up against such a dynamic squad like Dark Zero.
And I think the best thing for Dark Zero that we saw in that matchup was a lot of the micro adjustments led by Canadian or called by Canadian or by the team overall. I mean, obviously, the addition of the Amaru with that strategy in round 7 to change up that strategy that we've seen in the NAL so far, and M80 likely had tape on. But even then, Canadian pushing up through Garage, able to make a bad situation far better and turn it into a round win. But even in that round, did he end up dying to the Solus? Yeah. But how often do you see such smart play like that? Walk into site, drop the diffuser because you know they're relying on the Solus, and then try and bait out the engagement. It didn't work out, unfortunately, but there's so much IQ, game IQ on this team, it's ridiculous.
He's, especially like you were saying, just highlighting Canadian there, he's so intelligent when it comes to making adjustments and things like that. But I mean, it has to be said, man, Spoit was definitely missed on M80's side. I think that's a 3-11 game from him, 4-11 game. Just very, very poor, unfortunately.
Well, Dark Zero survive another day. M80 0-2 now. We have Canadian on the desk to break it all down.
Links and Stokes, thank you so much. That is correct, Mr. Canadian. Congratulations. What a fantastic win there. That was so back and forth. Honestly, are you feeling grateful right now? You're in a much better position.
I mean, I guess grateful. Honestly, just, I don't know. I think we've been playing good Siege. Just small mistakes like the G2 game. one less mistake in regulation, we win that, go 2-0 out in groups. And same with the FaZe game, like one less mistake in regulation. And there was like, in both those games, there was multiple rounds where it was just a small mistake decided the round. So that's just kind of how the game is at this level. Like at the end of the day, I literally can't count how many good teams are here. And that's just what decides the games here, is just these tiny, tiny communication, timing mistakes, and you just can't let those slip.
Certainly tight battles. I do want to tout your leadership. I could hear you. You were staying very calm. It just seemed like such a collective effort today. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think every time we play, we try to play the team game. That's just how we kind of play. I don't think we put too much pressure on any one person's shoulders. We just all have to do our specific job and what we want to do. We all have to contribute, in terms of the communication, in terms of generating ideas, and that's just kind of how it has to be at this level. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, you definitely saw it in the scoreboard during this map or this game in general. Everyone was very close in terms of frag potential and everything. Yep. Gavini did run away with it. Leading a little ahead of you guys, but nonetheless, everyone, I mean, that was definitely a team effort. So for you, like, seeing Rice now, this being his, third game on... No. I
think
fourth. Fifth game doing LAN. Are you happy with the performance that he's been doing, or do you think there's still some areas that you guys got to like kind of run him through, teach him a little bit? Like what's kind of what's the info on that?
I think more than anything, it's just like at the end of the day, his first LAN is a major.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think kind of having to shake that off. And the thing is there's nothing that can be done to shake that off other than
outside getting reps.
Get reps. Yeah, play some games, play maybe worse than you would like to a couple games, and then you have a good game, and then all of a sudden you feel comfortable
and
again.
You're no stranger to difficult problems and then fixing it and adjusting, doing what you need to do. Another question that I had specifically with these games being so close and them just coming in those small minute details that you were talking about, that's just one little hiccup that didn't happen fixed. Do you then try to fix that going into the next game, or is it just more so it's kind of in those moment situations?
I mean, you kind of have to talk about some of those situations because similar situations could pop up in the map.
Yeah.
You don't dwell on it though, right? Like at the end of the day, you have to play the next round. No one can be emotionally hung up on it or anything like that. And no one can be perfect. You're going to make mistakes every game.
Definitely.
So yeah, I just think you mention what you have to mention. Next time do this, next time do that. It's all good. Next round.
For sure.
That's it.
For sure.
Canadian, anything that you want to say to the doubters, also to your fans?
I mean, I think there's nothing to say to the doubters. I mean, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. I love what I do. I love competing, and it's as simple as that.
How can anyone doubt you? You've been going for as long as you have, and all the accolades that you have. So
at the end of the day, it's going to happen.
Has success.
You can. I mean, you can.
But realistically, you look stupid. You look stupid doing it.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, and then anything to say to the fans?
The fans, just thank you for all the support.
Stop giving them heart attacks.
Like, I mean, I don't know if that's going to stop happening. Honestly. If it wasn't close, I don't know if I'd enjoy it as much. So
no,
I think that's part of what I love about it is the thrill of those close games. So yeah, but thank you, the fans, as always. As I play more and more, I continue to get more and more grateful for you guys because I love what I do. I love competing. I love this game. I love being on this team, and you guys allow it to happen for me. So, yeah, it means a lot to me, and we appreciate all your support.
What about your skins? Just saying.
Oh, yeah, we got a Finka skin.
We got a
Finka skin. We do have a Finka skin, and Finka is the new nade op that everyone runs. Buy your Finka skin.
You got to support them.
That's true. That's a great way to support.
Yeah,
but also, I think from the community, we're very grateful for you as well.
I'm grateful for you.
Laxine particularly thankful for you.
I have a picture of you holding two hammers. It was photoshopped.
Yeah.
And I go to bed. It's like the Tachanka, like when he's on the chair. He's the king. Like that's kind of how I got you. Just
you guys
above my
bedside. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And my producer is telling me to wrap it. Thanks, Laxine, for that wonderful
I love Troy.
insight per usual. And Canadian, thank you so much again. But we have Jesse on deck, and he's going to be breaking down a strat from M80. Take it away.
Yes, Jackie, we had a fantastic match from Dark Zero. They win an extremely great game against M80, but it started off a little bit weak for them. And I have one of the most incredible rounds, the most interesting rounds from M80 to showcase you. Now, this is going to be an attack on the top floor bomb site of Consulate. And I just want to showcase and walk you through this attack, understand how it works. So let's start with defender positions. We got Canadian, the man you were just listening to, in the bomb site. He's going to be target number 1. We got Rice just outside of the bomb site, target number 2, equally important. And the other 3 players are a bit farther away. We've got NJR, who's in A site, not where the execute's going to be going down, but close-ish. Then all the way up here, we got Gaveni, who's playing on the shield over by the vending machine. And then way over inside of admin, we got Pambazoo, who he's not going to be super relevant to the most of this push. Over for the attack, on the other hand, we got Kino with the fuse kit playing Amari, ready to jump on in. We got Iconic playing that Finka, which DZ do have a skin for, ready to come up the yellow stairs if needed and contribute to the push. We got Spoit outside of the window, ready to throw in Candelas and make some impact there. Outside the main breach, we got Diaz, who's playing the Grim, can play those Bs, going to be coming through the single wall breach. And way off in admin, once again, we got Gomez. Don't worry about him too much yet. Now, as we play through, the big thing Dark Zero really want to do with this push, they want to execute these 2 players, make sure they're not a problem, and then they want to push on through, divide the map, so that those Eastern players aren't actually going to have any ability to stop this plant from coming through. Let's clear it and watch initially how they do that. The first step is simple. Spoit gets on a drone. Very, very shortly, goes on in, doesn't have to drive it far, and he spots Canadian. This bit of intel is exactly what they needed to start the push. Let's clear the screen. What they're going to do with this is, instead of sending Iconic upstairs through yellow like they were initially planning to, they're going to send him downstairs, and he's going to go below the bomb site and nade out Canadian with a frag grenade. Then we're going to see a ton of utility coming through from M80. They're going to spam out these players in the A bomb site with both Candelas and Bs to make sure they can't have any impact. And when we play on through, we'll see that perfectly work out for them. Initially, we see the drone go through. Watch Spoit down at the bottom, throws in his Candelas. Then we see some smoke grenades, some big Yings going through, the Bs coming through as well. And as we push forward here, you'll kind of see what happens. Iconic, he gets that nade in, and Kino jumps in the building. Now, this has gone perfectly to plan so far. At this moment, Kino kind of realizes there's nobody else in the bomb site with Canadian dead. Kino's going to jump in, and he's looking at the Warden. The Warden, he's not looking at Kino because Warden's so focused on all this smoke. Even the Toxic Babes coming through from NJR have gone towards the single breach because they think this is where the pressure's coming in. These are the Candelas, these are the Bs. This is what we have to be worried about. But instead, that's not what they got to be worried about at all. Kino comes on in, grabs the pick onto Rice, wins that gunfight, takes a bunch of damage, but is in a great spot to plant. But then something weird happens. He jumps outside of the building. He was in the plant spot. He could have just gone through. And as we can see, there's nobody else on Dark Zero able to deny the plants. But Kino doesn't know that. Kino actually has the information that, listen, there's a minute 17 on the clock. My teammates one's died inside the other site. One is still outside the breach, completely caught off by the smoke. One is way off inside of admin, not able to help. And Iconic is below the site. Nobody is actually in a position to help him with this plant. So he's really in the position where, well, I don't know if I can plant. I'm going to jump out. And it's a smart decision. So he gets on out. We see some more frags going through. Keep in mind, Gomez over by admin side. He takes out NJR, who's able to fall in the A bomb site. Again, distracted. Gomez is able to keep on pushing. Keep in mind, Pamba's over there as well. He takes out Pambazoo. And at this point, it's a 1v4. And at this moment, we start to get a little bit sloppy. Kino makes the call to jump in, start planting once again. Not the right call. He still doesn't have teammates here, but he figures it's a 4v1. What's the harm? I'll tell you the harm. The harm is going to be Gomez coming on through. He's got the angle in the Kino. Nobody is stopping him, and he really does play this round well. Coming on through, Gaveni, excuse me, I believe I said Gomez. Gaveni comes through, stops the plant, and now has Diffuse Kit all alone in a power position. He grabs a second kill onto Diaz, and things have gotten a little out of hand. So what do M80 do after this? Well, they slow things down. They recognize, listen, we had an amazing position. We just lost it because we got a little bit too fast. Iconic says, I'm a drone. I'm going to find this guy out. They've still got Gomez all the way up here, who's got 2 separate angles to attack. And they say, let's figure this out. Let's plan this. Let's play a smart 2v1. And after a brief moment of chaos, M80, they get their heads back on their shoulders. They drone out this last player, Gaveni. They work together as a team. They push 2 separate angles, and it's a 3K from Gomez to end out the round. It's beautifully executed by M80. A little bit of sloppiness in the mid-round, but they do clean it up right there at the end. These are the really creative, interesting attacks that win you rounds. Maybe not games in this instance, but still a really impressive attack coming through from M80. Now, folks, we got one more matchup to watch here on the stream for day number 2 of the Swiss stage of the Atlanta Major. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, the final match of the day will begin.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into a bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
Oh, hello guys, my name is Salemao and I play for G2 Esports and I'm so ready to play Siege Sounds.
How I know the game? Perfectly, I'm professional guys. We are not here to have fun, it's just the job.
You think you're going to beat the other teams?
Probably not.
How well do you know the maps?
I mean, I don't think I know them perfectly, to be honest. I mean,
if I hear something about maps, every maps, all the game, I will. It's easy for me, like this.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
I was born ready.
Yeah. Let me vibes on it. I need to feel the sounds.
So I want to say it's bank.
It's border. In the sky, it's a helicopter, easy.
And I think it's helicopters in border. Oh.
What? Tank? You're kidding me.
There! It's border.
I want to say it's border.
Must be border again. It's border again. Can't fool me. Knew it.
Because of the sound I hear, I think it's like, could be Chalet.
It's fucking Jason, the guy with the... This is not Siege.
If I had to go with a map, I'd probably say Oregon.
Theme park.
Oh, theme park is not on the... No, theme park is out!
Ah, man. Where is this? Cafe, spawn cafe. On the police cars. Must be.
I'm thinking it's consulate.
Maybe clubhouse.
I think it's Oregon, outside lobby door. I changed my answer. Yeah, I cheated.
Clubhouse. I see. I forgot about Clubhouse. That's another map.
Must be Oregon. Must be Oregon outside main door, for sure.
Could be consulates, but I'm not sure.
See, I want to say consulate again. I mean, I don't think it's front door spawn, but it's consulate.
Okay, but you got 1 out of 5. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, 1 out of 5. Could be 0, right? You have to think. You have to see the glass half full, not half empty.
Half full with 1 out of 5?
Kind of like 20% full.
Thanks for watching. See you at the major. Support Wolves because we are the best. And if you don't, we don't like you very much. Thank you.
Bleed still battling for SI qualification as they get ready to play the Sonics. They just need one more game to 100% get in. They got a big fish yesterday with their win over M80, but they have bigger fish to fry today. Sonics, Laxine fresh. The little fish in the pond ain't looking so little. And what is going on? We have a additional analyst.
I like that. Did you write all that?
I did. Did you like it? I got a little help. You know, I'm always asking you all for like, is this funny or is it terrible?
Way too many fish jokes.
I like that.
Oh, stop.
That was solid.
There was only
I
like
liked
3
it.
fish
I liked
jokes.
Like 3.
Okay, talking about fish jokes, you're the one who brought this giant fish on here.
Yeah, we've got the giant fish going on the desk. I managed to steal it.
And
Bleed,
obviously going
very,
to give us a
thankful.
ton of great analysis.
We've got a headset on the fish.
He's kind of dead fish right now, though. We need a little more from you, okay? A little more enthusiasm, some excitement.
Very little energy.
Look at those eyes.
Not looking down the camera. Like,
Yeah.
It's not getting the basics.
Okay,
right.
we'll give them some tips a little bit later. Okay,
Yeah, we can definitely
but,
give a little bit of tips.
Yes. Also, you had a thrilling interview earlier. I was hearing you comparing American accents with some of the players.
Yeah, I mean, I was
They interviewed you with a banana.
Yes, and the banana actually got put in my mouth
Okay,
while
so-
I was
whoa,
mid-talking.
whoa.
No, they literally stopped me. I couldn't even get a word out at that point.
Bleeder taking a career in media. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Literally.
Yes.
Quite
Oh,
literally.
Slightly a media risk, but speaking about Bleed, obviously we need to talk about SI qualification. Fresh, so close. They're basically in, right?
Yeah, they're basically, and obviously that win yesterday, that unexpected win yesterday, got them so close. So the percentage is about 99%. If they lose, it goes down to 97%. If they win, they are confirmed. They are all but confirmed for 6 Invitational. It would have to be an absolute miracle for them not to be there. And I've got to say, that's testament to those guys, because before this tournament, it was not looking very likely that they would be there at all.
No, the percentage definitely jumped up pretty high from what it originally was. And that 97, I really view that as 100%.
Yeah.
Also, I just love the atmosphere in here. I mean, Bleed just kind of coming into these matches with absolutely nothing to lose. I don't sense any nerves, or maybe they're just doing a great job of hiding it. And then also the Sonics, they're just like all smiles. They just had that incredible inspirational speech, Laxton, that you highly enjoyed.
That was interesting. I think Gunnar could be a motivational speaker after what I just heard. So, I mean, if he ever decides to retire, he has that going for him.
Yeah, definitely. He could definitely do a circuit, make some big money.
For sure.
Filling out
For
the
sure.
fields,
For
yeah.
sure.
Both teams seem in very, very good vibes in terms of, you know, their internals. Obviously, why wouldn't they be? They both got pretty good wins yesterday. Sonic's very convincing, and then Bleed with a massive upset yesterday.
Okay, talking about mind games, apparently we want to pull up some tweets, Mr. Fresh.
Oh, yeah. We've got them pulled up. I'm loving the mind games that Tadster, but also Bleed in particular, are taking. Sonics are looking like the best team at this event and are likely to win. They will 100% beat us and send us home. Now, that's Tad just having a lot of fun, but that's showing the mentality. He's trying to play the mind games with these guys. He's trying to get inside the heads of these guys. And also what he's doing there, which is very clever. And you see it in spots. You see Fabian did it with G2. You see Canadian does it with DZ. He's trying to take the pressure off of his team onto himself. He did this with M80, where he said game day versus M80. Their players, staff, map pool, org, region are all better than us, probably going to lose, and are playing emoji back to New Zealand. What did? They went and won. And what I'm saying with this is he's having a lot of fun with this, but again, taking that pressure off of his team, putting all the pressure onto his opponents, and I think it's very, very clever from him.
A little bit of reverse psychology. You got to like the tactical warfare that they're playing here.
For sure. Lax, I want to talk about the Sonics a little bit. They were the only NA team that won a game yesterday, actually. What do you think sets them apart from the other teams in their region?
Personality-wise, definitely sets them apart. That is a given. Second, I would have to say they are a team that can adapt on the fly very quickly. I think with the added addition of Gunnar coming into an IGL role to help Geo in those mid to late rounds has definitely significantly ramped up their gameplay and pushing them back to their status, what they were at that last Copenhagen major. So to me, all those factors alone have played a significant role into their success and why they stick out a lot more than the other NA teams, outside of even just playing better than them currently in this right now.
And Fresh, Lax and I were actually talking about this a little bit off camera, but I do want to get your perspective. So Bleed's play style, it worked yesterday.
Yes.
But will it work today?
So that's very important, because the way that Bleed played yesterday, and when you watch, you know, in the post-match desk, we talked about Bleed forcing mistakes. And that's exactly what they did. They played in a way that forces mistakes by trying to wrap, by trying to hide. If an error is going to be made, Bleed were then going to expose it. But if proper and sufficient siege was played, Bleed would succumb to it. Now, Sonics will have seen that game and will have seen that threat. And if Bleed play the same way, I do worry for them because Sonics will punish it. And therefore, what that means, if Bleed are smart, is it will change a playstyle slightly. They won't try it as much because I would expect, and I'm guessing you would expect, is that Sonics will be ready for it and will punish it.
And that's the thing. When you do see those things from those teams that they're doing and you see those little idiosyncrasies of some trying to hide here or there, the biggest thing to take away from that is even if you already do that, you're going to do it even more. You are going to reinforce it through the round. You're going to be giving that information to your team. Make sure this person is there. Make sure this is clear to confirm and cover all of your bases. So like you were saying, Bleed is really going to have to switch up that sort of play stuff. You maybe want to pull it out one round. Maybe you do that in the late round, not the early round.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about how Sonics are going to counter this then. What are they planning? How are they going to combat this mercurial play style?
I think just understand that there's a threat. I think, teams that Bleed have gone up against have taken... I don't think M80 took them seriously, in all honesty. I don't think they took them seriously at all. I don't think Sonics make that mistake. They will be aware of the threats, and they will make sure that they play their game with 100% conviction.
No, and I think Sonics want to keep their streak going of being the best team in North America currently and coming here and trying to win it all. So you have to take every team serious because this is still a best of one. You still can lose. So why do you want to not take a team serious? Why do you not want to give them the benefit of the doubt? Even if you are better than them statistically, whatever, you should treat everyone with that same amount of respect, and I have no doubt that Sonics is going to do that.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to move into the map ban selection process, and that information will be coming up. Thoughts?
Interesting.
So Skyscraper for me is a map that both teams like. Both teams enjoy playing it. I know I've seen Sonics quite a lot on this map. And I also know that Bleed have been unbeaten in all of Stage 2 on this map. However, we do have to dial that back in, given the relative strength of their league. So it's a map that they like in terms of Bleed, and they will be confident on, but they're going up against an opponent who is more than comfortable playing this map.
And Sonics love Skyscraper. It's one of their best maps. So how I look at this map selection is similar to a SSG BDS situation. SSG liked the map, BDS were far better on it. Sure, you might have had that prep, but this is a situation again where are you just basing your performance in your league off of the others and not taking that into account?
Yes.
So it's going to be a situation here where I do think Sonics are in favor of getting this map as the last one to be played.
Okay. Gentlemen, predictions time. Really fast,
I knew we'd get
though.
that. Sonics, yeah. We're both going to say Sonics. I'm going to quantify this. I think Sonics have got probably the highest ceiling out of any NA team. I don't think they're yet to realize it, but they're still operating at a significantly higher level than what Bleed have operated at. But best of one.
Okay, and your thoughts? Bleed. Okay, we got all of our analyst predictions in. Well, these teams are out for blood. So let's have Lynx and Stokes take it away.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I got real worried we would not consult the Catfish for their thoughts on the matchup. So I'm very glad we did that before we decided to get into the game. But I also do have to say, just want to get this out of the way. Will we have a round where Reeps' mousepad falls off his desk?
I can see that being a realm of possibility. I don't know if we have a photo of how close that thing is to falling off his desk, but it's just about how close I am to losing my mental health. You know, it's like, it's right there. But yeah, no, that's actually a reoccurring thing that Reeps has talked about, is that there is some rounds where, he gets very excited and it just flops on the ground. So maybe that happens. It's pretty insane. And yeah, I mean, Bleed has been repping throughout this tournament, so I can expect this. Twitter gets very excited about
45, 55?
All that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, dude, especially with Reeps, and then you got Mentalists sitting in the back there too. There's so many solid people on Bleed. I can kind of see the little bit of bias coming in for Siege Twitter, but Sonics are still going to take the cake. They got it 55-45. So in we go now. Sonics are going to be leading us off with the offensive bans. And folks, it's Skyscraper. This map, not exactly that great to attack. That's why Sonics will be starting things out on defense, since Bleed was the team that chose the map.
Sonics, and of course, being from North America, likely thinking they've got the benefit of that. Typically a defender-sided map. This is also very much in Southeast Asia a Bleed-sided map. So Sonics need to not make the mistake of M80. They need to respect their opponents, but more importantly, not let them just get away with ego-peaking everything. Make sure they're getting punished for overstepping their bounds. Literally, I just want to say, the text chat before and during this game, it's been giving, like, every 3 messages have been very funny. It's been quite a good time so far.
Gio said you can go, we need the rounds. I mean, hey, fair enough. Mentalist has to play out for a couple of rounds. Maybe the coach steps in. Just a little quick bathroom break.
Like, we've all had it. You know, you're in the middle of a presentation. I'm in the middle of a debate round before, and I'm like mid-speech, and I'm like, oh, I need to end this quick. Like, it's just... It's not the time for speaking right now.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like being halfway through a map of Siege casting and then being like, dude, I really got to use the bathroom. This is
brutal.
Yeah, this is going to be an iron-like will moment. So Karaoke Tea Room is going to be the selection off rip here for the Sonics defense. And there's that mouse pad, folks. Look at that damn thing. And the craziest thing on top of that is he's playing with a wired mouse. Like, this isn't even like, there's so many things in his way. Like, what? What? Dude, I can't. We touched on this earlier. I can't handle that kind of stuff, dude. I can't do it.
Can't. No, it's you
My stuff's gotta be picture perfect.
You got a problem. I mean, you got the Yuzu's tape measure. Like, it's a problem for you.
I'm an addict.
You are.
I really am.
It works out for me though, because we have a tech pause this game. I'll just say like Shindekai mousepad or whatever the hell you got. It's called. And it's just you're off for 5 minutes.
There it is, dude. I'm good on covering stuff with random gamer fun facts, I guess.
I guess not fun for me because I don't know what you're talking about. I just show up and play the game. I don't.
That's why you're bad.
I don't use a wired mouse. At least we can at least be happy about that.
That's good. That's good. In the modern day, it used to be that wired mouse were the go-to because wireless just couldn't really keep up. But in the modern day, you're good to go. You can use a wireless mouse. Ain't no biggie. But let's jump into this. Let's see if both of these teams are wired for sound. It is quite late here. They had to wait all day to play this series. Both of them more than likely just warming up, probably playing a little ranked or something like that, just to keep the blood flowing. And now, here we go, folks. Bleed out and about on the boat on this version, the very top of the skyscraper, as they will be working through this map. Gonna have the gridlock in, as well as a couple other tidbits. I really like Turd here on the Osa, as he'll more than likely be working in from Black Stairs.
Love this quick entry by Reaps down below into Barbecue. One of the main ways that the attack tries to bring rounds back on Skyscraper or make the attacks a little bit better is by abusing those vertical nades from below. Instead of just getting stuck clearing over from Exhibition and full clearing the top floor, go a bit more direct and use those nades to take down anybody playing inside of Karaoke or on Black Stairs. In this case, Gio does have a little bit of the unfortunate duty of being the recipient of those grenades if Asphy or Reaps decides to throw them, but he's got the shotgun close quarters to punish them if they get too aggressive on close quarters. At this point, it's pretty obvious Bleed are going for that direct take. They got the Osa up top, the nades on the bottom. All that matters is how long Gio can survive, and well, not very long, as Reaps immediately breaks the barbed wire, takes down the smoke close on the stairway, and now has created an entry point up to the second floor.
Yeah, you could see that turning pretty sour, especially with a lack of utility on that stairwell to try and assist Gio. It's really just up to the cards of Bleed. Do they actually use a frag grenade? If they do, he probably dies. If they don't, he might get a kill, but obviously it's the prior. So Bleed are able to get their at least lead-off pick, start clearing things out here in some of the more hot-to-trot locations that we've seen in recent history here on Skyscraper. These grenades are able to get one. Reaps will get his second through firepower instead. Rexon will go down, and that'll be quite a nice assist here as Mentalist Smoke can go off without a hitch.
One of the big fraggers on Bleed. Well, a big fragger amongst many, but Reaps so far standing head shoulders above the rest. 3K so far. I don't think we have had an ace yet at the major, but even if we have, Reaps is making a big case for one of the standout plays. Turd desperately trying to push on in behind that Talon shield. Will eventually make it in. Grixer just barely survives that nade, but thanks to the stim pistols, he's got a new lease on life. No Son might be pushing up the main stairs. A 4K now for Reaps. Oh, but Hoven steals it away. Reaps happy nonetheless as he opens that round entirely.
Well, the mouse pad stayed still that time.
He did.
And he killed 4 people. By the way, we got his sense earlier. I can tell it to you guys at home. And this is not lying. There's no Kickstarter multiplier, nothing. It's the straight up normal multiplier. I hope your socks are off. 1600 DPI, 53 horizontal, 53 vertical, which is just absolutely bonkers. Like, I have never heard of somebody playing that high of a sensitivity in my life. One of my old friends, and actually somebody I can reference because he played for TSM one time at USN, Tim Z had 1200 DPI, I want to say, and he was like 40-40, something like that. Reaps is even faster than that. Reaps is at a sensitivity where, like, if you, like, slightly move incorrectly, you're probably doing like 3 circles.
I used to play on 400 DPI. I think it was like 409.9, and then I somehow actually got switched to 800 DPI, but now I'm like in too deep, and I realized too late, so now I'm just used to it. So I think it's like 800.55.
Okay, that's not too bad. I'm playing, man, I haven't played Siege in a minute, but I think I'm on like 400 DPI 8.8. Mine is like right next door to Nadian's because I saw his on the setup, and I was like, oh, very nice. But still, what an insane just case of events for Reaps, especially with that sensitivity. Like, human beings are so cool, man. Like, there's not another person at this entire land that can play that guy's setup.
Nah, it's ridiculous. And with the 4K to entirely open up that round, it's a good omen for the rest of Bleed's attack. Should they be able to work themselves in similar positions? The frag grenade is basically the important part of that, because even if Reaps doesn't dome 3 people, the fact that they were able to get Black Stairs control so early, it gives them so much time to then coordinate and clear positions later on in the round. Right now, we've only got 1 set of frag grenades, but Reaps is the one holding it, so I'd keep an eye on that. But Bleed just opening up exterior angles right now. The house wall opened up within 30 seconds, and then 15 seconds later, the exhibition wall, the part that's soft, is also opened up as well. There's utility from Sonics at a late time. You got these castle barricades, of course, and unfortunately for exhibition and office, you can't really just direct take it like T. You often have to add another dimension.
E1D out here for Mentalist. Frag grenade intended for the castle door. By their best means of dislodging that piece of utility, as there is no sledge here for them. Going 6 for Mentalist on the outside, as he'll be able to break things open towards Terrace, and another EU1D will follow. Bleed so far have been able to get some solid damage off onto Citizen and get a better understanding of what this setup is looking like. Reaps has one right on the other side of the door here. It's going to be Rexen. Sent a couple of shots, but nothing to be had with it just yet. He'll be able to at least stave off his own elimination, as he'll fall back to safer pastures.
And there's so much setup for these fallback positions. I mean, they lose the castle barricade, but they've got 2 obs blockers, ADSs, and an unactivated F-Naught. So you have to clear that with explosive utility. And if Citizen still has some codes, you can activate that later on in the round. And of course, he's still alive, so should still have codes aplenty. Reaps needs to push forward. He's got 1 frag grenade left, but no utilities to deal with those ADSs, and nobody really near him to throw those flashes and burn them. Grixer with a big pickup in the site, but Reaps finds Rexen as the Jaeger decides to get aggressive, but he can't push up just yet. Grixer holding a very tight angle. With that player on house stairs, his position is more than precarious. A very bad tightrope he's got to walk, but more likely, he just has to play this one safe.
Solid joining here from Reaps. Got that earlier kill onto Rexen. Grixer tagged up a tad bit, but Citizen really going to be the player that needs to stay alive, keep that utility up, try and maintain himself here for the time being. But with 25 seconds remaining, Bleed have got to get this ball rolling. They've got some players over on the Dragon side, a couple on the short haul here too, to try and hop in on the back of Museum. He's going to have to see if they can get this to go off without a hitch.
And the flashbangs go in. Hoven very good at initiating. Geo with a good counter, but Bleed maintained their lead. Reaps a 3K now in round 2. 7-0 at this point, but Grixer's just worked his way around the corner, but he shuts it down in time. No, 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 my friend. Back-to-back 4Ks on the demon from China.
8 kills, 2 rounds. Bleed making the Sonics bleed their own blood. No tack timeout just yet from the Sonics. They want to try this yet again here. Gotta's going to keep that one in her back pocket for a later date, and why not? These rounds haven't necessarily dictated a big, sweeping audible from them. It's really been Bleed just having a very solid game plan walking into this. Might as well just let the team try and make their adjustments.
How did they need you? Jeez, back-to-back 4Ks, man.
He's on top of it, man. He really is, and he's doing all of the intangibles as well. He's redroning things. He's able to really use his patience to its fullest extent and have that solid oversight on the bomb planter there.
You heard SQ right before we got back into the game, trying to retool their setup. Very curious at how Geo got naded, because that is the point that they have to worry about. If they can force Bleed to go for that full clear and deny them gunfights early on and force them to maybe take from exhibition side, or just keep them down below on the first floor for a longer period of time, Sonics would be in a better position where those hero plays that Reaps has been making, or those huge, big, sweeping multi-kills, will be much more difficult to achieve. Gunner with those magnets should make that a little bit easier, and maybe Geo will play a little bit more passively on Black Stairs now. Maybe instead even on the railing instead of actually on the stairwell itself.
Indeed. Rexon more than likely just reaching that point where he thought that there was something that was abusable in that moment. Maybe we can try and catch Reaps off guard, but the guy's got a hair trigger. And it seems like if you give him an inch, he's more than likely going to take a mile. So, see what Sonic's adjustment is here. Because honestly, it seems like they can kind of leave Bleed to their own devices initially for this clock. It's just, how do you solve that last minute?
Gio might just try to nip this in the bud, pushing down with the barbed wire, gives away his current location. But Citizen also adding a second dimension to this in Barbecue. So once Reaps goes for that nade, there's of course the shotgun in front with the UMP in back. Might also catch him off guard. Gunner even getting in on the action. Dedicating one of his impact grenades to creating a new angle. But there we go. Gio does back up. They've got a few pocket reinforcements, I believe. Yup, 2 or 3 in pocket. At least to barricade off that rotate hole.
Be quite useful to them. Very solid mindset here from Bleed. I love how they're not over-addressing things. They're taking their time, using their angles to their fullest extent. They're going to get Gunner because of that. A big pickup, too, because that's 1 Mai. That means his discs, although the ones that are currently down will persist, he can't get more. We're only halfway through the round. That's what, 2, 3 discs out right now? And now Reeves with some big pressure here onto the ticket player. Fakes a grenade, tries to flip back through. Fantastic control right now. Perfect nade, too. And Rexon just not ready for that at all. And obviously those discs not there to try and assist. Gio steps into Reaps' angle. Reaps is just sending shots. That's it. Amazing moment here. Possibility of a triple for him. And the Sonics cannot do really anything at all at the moment.
Grixer will try to go for the res, but Reaps might just break double digits before losing his life a single time. No, finally he's finished off. Reaps' first death in the game still comes after a huge momentum play. Fire lands on the ground. Grixer just pushed out to revive Gio, though, and it comes at an oh-so-necessary time. The last 2 defenders alive. They spot 1 player moving into T, but that's control of one of the bomb sites achieved for Bleed. Grixer cuts down Mentalist, but Turd's got that diffuser. The team captain has let one of the rookies do the talking, get that bomb on the floor. There's active intel. Smoke canister goes out and pushes Asphy off, but Turd is planting a world away. No angle given to the defense. Nice. Grixer finds one to a 2v2 now, and they're on separate positions. Hoven spots him, though. Grixer's got to win this fight. Hoven is isolated from the rest of his team. This gunshot needs to land, or he's got to cross the hallway, one of the 2. Which one will it be? And will Hoven even let it happen? Turd's now backed off outside of T as well. Grixer spots him. Hoven playing casual. Oh, Grixer just does somehow make it in. There's Turd on the retreat. 3-0 up on Sky Attack, and Bleed are looking merciless.
I mean, this is brutal right now. Bleed is all over the Sonic setup. But, I mean, let's be real. It's Reaps making the most out of these situations and having these moments where it's practically like he's clairvoyant. He's seen directly through their setup. He knows what they're going to do before they even do it. I mean, that peek there from Gio was something that is just out of pure random, but Reaps is still ready for that. He's just sending pre-fire shots down range, and he completely takes Gio out of the game for an extended period of time. It allows Bleed to wrap around the site and fully exploit things when it comes to trying to get that plant down.
Bleed have forced an early tack timeout from Sonics. It's good to see Goddess getting into the team comms, trying to correct the situation.
We just let's fight him and just have fun, bro. Like we said, just pick whatever guns you want. No. Let's just go crazy, bro. Just pick.
Okay. All right, Ben. All right, Big Ben. Let's see it.
That's a ballsy call. You're trying
to go bold strategy, Cotton.
You're trying to go frag for frag with Reaps 96, 9-1 right now.
Bar.
I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. We got so much talent on the Sonics roster. We got one of the best underage pickups when he turned 18, Gunner. We've got Rexon and Grixer. Incredible, talented fraggers. Gio, of course, not necessarily the most mechanically talented, but he's a good support, good for when it counts. And Citizen, of course, a huge import from Europe. We have a lot of mechanical skill here. But Reaps is 9-1. And is he the only one with kills? Yes, but, well, Hoven too, actually, 5-1.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the craziest thing is like when Reaps dies, Hoven's actually just there to sweep up everything. And he's been playing ace for the majority of this. A lot of supporting angles, but that AK-12 is a dastardly weapon.
We'll have to see if this works, but you can see the complete tonal shift from Sonics. It's a different bomb site, to be fair. They're doing barbecue, and that requires a more aggressive stance to be taken.
We got guns on guns now.
Yeah, you got to extend up to that top floor, but in terms of the guns, we're really living up to what Citizen was talked about. We got T5s, we got P90s, we got 9mm. we're basically bringing the full defensive arsenal at this point. I mean, some of the best guns in terms of fire rate, recoil, damage combination, the optimized guns in the defense, they're pretty much all in this lineup right here.
Yeah, an eagle just screeched in the background from the firepower that the Sonics are bringing right now. So, we'll see. This is possibly the fixing strat. Sonic's bringing some traps here as well. I really like that. I also enjoy that Geo's brought the Solus, able to get rid of a few of these drones and things like that. And this is a completely different look from the Sonics. Look at the way the Gunner's holding this right now. Wow.
I'm sitting down after that.
So's Gunner.
I gotta take a seat.
Nothing like riding the bench for the rest of the round after that one. That's unfortunate.
Like, what do we even do there? Like, what do you do?
Well, I know it's nitpicky, but like, dude, if you want to do the extension, just bring a couple reinforcements, you know? If you have one panel in the middle of that wood wall back there, you're probably fine, but it is what it is. I can't knock him for it. Gunner did have an opportunity there if Bleed did overstep on the single panel window from Museum, but I mean, it's just insult to injury from Bleed. Sonic's really the only ones bleeding here, as they haven't had a single answer to anything this offense has been doing so far.
Geo now in the uncomfortable position where he's got to get aggressive. Dokubi call ringing out, and two different attackers on the side of this window, and they just read into it. I mean, they know. Mentalist has been around the block. I mean, this guy's from the glory days of Fnatic. A run out from Geisha window. This dude's like, this is older than the oldest trick in the book. Like, I've known this one since the game came out. Just read into it completely. 5v3 now achieved for Bleed. And a minute left. Have they cleared out the extension entirely? No, but a two-body lead, and Reap's still alive. This is great shape for Bleed.
A bomb has been located.
Well, I guess the real question is, are you having fun, boys?
I am.
I think Bleed are.
If you were like Consulate followed by Skyscraper, what a snoozer for these last two games. Well, this game is certainly living up to it.
The joke's
not the snoozer,
you. But indeed. No more logic bombs for SV here. Doesn't really need him. Rexham with a nice find onto Reaps up top as he'll drop in down low, but is immediately traded by Turd as he'll hop in on the front desk area. Hoven starts the plant. Don't think anybody knows where this is going down right now. Grixer's gonna step up. He gets one. Off the bomb comes the ace. He'll actually end up going down two. 2 versus 2. The best opportunity for the Sonics right now. Mentalist though, inside the clutch. Can he get it done? No, he can't. The Sonics, but let's be real, mostly Grixer is the one that's finally able to pull something over the eyes of Bleed.
Get this shit. Let's run our office. I'm gonna run mirror here. Can we get a Walden out? Can we get a bandit?
I can do it. I can go.
All right.
I can go bandit. I can go bandit. No, let me go.
Sonics.
We just had 3 people go, no, let me go, Bandit. And then Citizen was the last damn one to call it, Ben. Come on, bro. Oh my God.
You just snatched
it. Him. He just robbed him blind.
Brutal.
Everybody's fighting for the damn MP7, dude. That's what it is. I'm telling you.
But to your point, Grixer the one bringing it over the line. Let's read the stat line real quick. We got Citizen, 1-3. Gunner, 0-4. Geometrics, 1-4. Rexen also 1-4. Grixer, 8-3. Obviously, a lot of those kills impactless from the failed T and karaoke retake, but in that round, all impactful. If you could add multiple ones to the cost column, he would have done it in that round if it was possible. But Grixer is the guy on the Sonics defense so far that is going bar for bar with the players on Bleed. Well, the 2 players on Bleed.
Attackers are moving to defuse a
Famous
bomb.
man once said, you know, at the top it isn't lonely, but for Grixer, it's looking like it is right now. So, hopefully, fingers crossed for the North Americans at home and you and I, as we stand here and represent our region as well. We get something going here because Bleed is looking so solid and they're really showcasing why they've been giving so many teams such a big problem. And it's because they truly do have skill and ability across this entire roster. And it all starts at the helm with Reaps.
But Sonics will try their best to hold on now. Geo back on that Solus down below. Meanwhile, the rest of the defense is generally on that top floor. Some roamers, some anchors, a lot of different positions currently held by the Sonics. All to make sure, again, Bleeder denied certain bits of control for certain portions of the round. But my worry right now is Bleed are a team, they drive off momentum, they thrive off personality. And they've got Geo all alone on that bottom floor. I'm curious if how long they will wait to deal with that Solus if they find him. Will they deal with him early or will they deal with him late? But I feel like this team, when they see what they think is a free pick, they just can't resist sometimes.
We'll see if this metaphorical piece of chocolate downstairs gets eaten up by Bleed. Have to make sure they don't have too big of a sweet tooth, otherwise this could go awry. Sonic's dedicating the majority of their forces towards site, though. Reaps walking in, and he knows exactly where this Jaeger was the last time. Cool, calm, collected. Oh! Wondering how difficult it is to hear, folks, and also how the hitboxes work in Siege. Carter, just because you can see the helmet doesn't mean that it's actually their head.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think he shot the wall on that one.
He shot the very top pixel of his helmet for the first bullet, but yeah, the rest of the bullets did not go anywhere near him. I think panic immediately set in when the Jaeger did not die.
And let me tell you, on 1600 DPI, panic turns into craziness real quick. But unfortunately for Bleed, an opening lost. Reap's taken down, no opportunity for a trade. And Sonic's setup still completely intact. They quickly moved into that bottom floor, but now Turret taken down as Geo is rotated up top and now rotated back down to move in for a plant denial later on in the round. Aspie's got to push up house stairs just because of the man disadvantage. He's quickly becoming the only one left. Mentalist the only one with a frag at this point. Sonic's completely shutting out Bleed off the back of a little bit of a whiff by Reaps, unfortunately. But beyond that, the setup was solid, the hold was clear, and the strategy panning out for SQ. Mentalist not finding anything. Has intel on one. It won't even matter. 2-3 now for Sonics. But even then, a lot of work's been done by Bleed.
I think we're fine for T. You guys can do it. Like, you just gotta calm, bro. Like, don't overthink it, bro. Do not overthink it. I want someone to bandit trick Geo. When you take Solus, you're gonna go below, okay? And you're gonna do the room. Bandit trick the geisha wall.
Okay.
What do you take? I go warden here. Oh yeah, keep the wooden.
I'm loving this communication here between this squad. You heard the ideas presented from Gunner the last time in their previous round. Entire bench talking about how they want this setup to go. That's what you want, Carter. Just because you're an IGL doesn't mean that you have all the ideas. You don't know everything. And also, that doesn't mean that your teammates like to play things the way that you do, you know? So, Sonic's having that team discussion, and that's really what you want when it comes to moments like this.
Honestly, even then from the Sonics, when they had that deployable shield on Reaps, even if he gets the kill there, I think trading the Jaeger but taking Reaps, that was a pretty good setup just to anticipate that play from the Finka. But also, as you heard with the T setup, still considering not Reaps directly, but his specific position in this strat, where to place that deployable shield, where to play Black Stairs. And they've just given it at this point. I mean, they're like, you can have it. They've double reinforced the top of Black Stairs wall, as we'll see later on in the round. Sonics are playing, at least on that part of the map, way more conservatively.
Yeah, absolutely. You really can't blame them either. I mean, they were moments away from losing Rexton in a very serious blow from Reaps. Again, it's a game of inches, a game of pixels sometimes, and that's what we see. So, it just goes to show you how difficult it is to hear on LAN. I mean, there's a lot going on, and those in-ears sometimes just do not do the due diligence of a true downright headset. See the same thing happen in CS. Crowd starts getting loud or anything, everybody on the map just starts sprinting everywhere because nobody can hear anything.
Yeah.
So, the same effects here between these two. So Bleed's next offense goes. Got the cameras in here for Mentalist, actually.
Bandit trick doesn't work. They're able to force Gunner off the Geisha wall, and now make progress down below. Geo in a difficult spot. A mountain of attackers stacked around his position, and he is very, very alone. Citizen was playing here on a previous iteration of their T karaoke defense, but right now it might just be Geo. Here's the sledge. Excellent reaction, cuts down, Reaps through that wall. Might be playing his life now at this point, but with the advantage gained, Geo will be a persistent threat for Bleed's attack.
Great drone work here. Frag grenade goes up the restaurant stairs. Gio going to take quite a bit of damage from that F90, and has to be trying to do his damnedest to hunt him down. Gio has to try and elongate this as long as possible. He knows that other bodies around the area, and he'll find him. Great read from Gio, but what else do you expect out of the veteran? He knows exactly what he's doing on this roam, and he might over-address the far side, but that was a fantastic angle adopted by Mentalist.
Oh, Gunnar, don't throw away the lead here. Gio somehow pulled a rabbit out of the hat down below by finding not just one, but 2 players before being felled. Now down to 1 HP, Gunnar will move a little bit out of Geisha as the attack has all the angles they want with that wall open and the window solid. Turdsta also now moving onto the black stairs behind that Osa shield. With Gio gone, they are safe to move into that position, but they have not acquired the advantage they have on previous defenses. Gunnar still playing aggressively inside of Geisha. He's got the wall, Turdsta. Every attacker has an angle on his position, it feels like. And just 1 bullet away from death. He could go at any moment.
He just has to sit on this box. They don't have any nades. They have nothing to dislodge him from this location. They have to jump in to address this. I think Mentalist might actually have it. He will. That's the only portion of the map that they didn't have an angle for to try and deal with. They have that central hallway being watched by Turd here, but he's the one with the case as well. With 15 seconds remaining, they have to find a place to put this plant.
Yeah, and I mean, with Mentalist inside of the site, I mean, what are you going to do? Unfortunately, if the Bravas got that case, I think maybe they've got around, but with the execute they wanted to go for, which was the stereotypical Black Stairs take, I don't think they anticipated the Black Wall to be double reinforced. They were so focused on Geisha and so focused on then applying pressure from Black Hole. By putting Turdsta with that diffuser and the plays they ended up needing to make, it was just all too misallocated for Bleed. Very well could have been a 4-2 if you just give Mentalist that diffuser, but adaptations come too late from Bleed, and we end up having a 3-3 half for Sonics, down 3-0. Just a few rounds ago, able to make the full comeback and tie the half. But now they just have to meet Bleed's defenses with a similar mobility that Bleed showed on their attacks.
Similar gusto, and we're more than likely going to be looking towards Grixer/Citizen for this, I would assume. But a little highlight moment there from Gio downstairs to elongate Bleed's efforts, able to take out 2 bodies and make things really difficult for their eventual execution. Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. The case being in Turd's hands there, the biggest detriment to them in that moment, and didn't really have the ability to call it on the ball. If they wanted to try and do something a little bit earlier on, maybe they have the room to do so.
It's just too late.
Exactly, too little, too late. But, I mean, they're more than likely happy with this score line. The Sonics able to get things tied up. They can try and have some influence on this offensive side, but Bleed probably has their head held pretty high given the circumstances.
They do, but Bleed is a very momentum-based team. They thrive off that energy. They egg each other on, but they were up 3-0 at dominant heights, it seemed to start. And Reaps has been quiet. Not to say the rest of the team has also fallen off. Mentalist has started to put up some numbers, but by Sonics tying this half, Reaps, yeah, but I mean, Bleed on their overall defenses like to get aggressive, like to take fights, but Sonics now have a game of how M80 reacted or failed to react yesterday to that very play style, and if they anticipate it and shut down some of these aggressive positions held by Bleed or these individual plays by players like Reaps, they'll keep the momentum away from a team that thrives on it and wins games off of it.
Nice feet. Okay, opening up some new angles for himself. The drone work pouring through for Geisha. Gio does have a mark here, but I don't know if he's going to want to try and overstep and swing into this. He's the only one on this side as of right now, but could be in good timing too. We'll just have to see. As he gets another drone, knows one's out there. Oh, Nitro Cell won't be able to get him. He tagged it up on the window. Just didn't take his time to hit that lineup, but you can't really blame him. Never really know when that swing is going to come through. Could get caught with utility in hand. Has to be very close for removing the head of the ace as well of Rexon, but Reaps already fell to that demise as he hasn't gotten a kill in 3 rounds.
He's not. He's fallen off since that insane beginning to this match. And Sonics, with that, shut down, get the advantage, but most importantly, take down one of the most aggressive players on Bleed. Now at this point, especially once they've droned out, acquired a lot of this intel, they know they can start coordinating around these positions. They don't have the Geisha wall open, and, well, the ace will suffer for it. He ends up falling, and, oh no, there is a slight angle in it, actually. My bad. My apologies, but still, with that nade flying up, they can coordinate around these positions with these exterior angles, these nades from below. Asfi seems to be the guy that Sonics want to make this 4v3 with, but no, it's actually Hoven to take down Gio.
When they've needed it the most, Hoven has shown up. say the same about Citizen in a multitude of different situations in the past, but they need him right now. It's a 3 versus 4, and they love this gun to get hot. Gunnar has not had the easiest life, and, well, he won't have much more life to live in round 7. 0-7 as well. Fortunately, won't have the assist to go along with that, so we won't have James Bond here, but we're right next door. Citizen getting tagged up. Has one more adrenal surge, but it's on cooldown, and he's dead to rights. A triple kill for Hoven. When Reaps is gone, Hoven is here. He's 9-4. He could get this last kill to have the first set of double digits, but it's Aspie instead. Bleed all over the Sonics offense. Get a kill, Gunnar! Oh. Bleed talking their mess. One of my favorite parts about esports.
Is he good?
Turd, more like tired.
Trying to stay awake. I mean, based on their play, Bleed are clearly awake. I mean, Reaps might die early on, but Hoven just able to beam people left, right, and center. Every which way he looked, somebody was eager to take a gunfight and lose it. Sonic seem to have a good start and seem to have the right setup, but a lot of 1v1s just go Hoven's way. I mean, what do you even do there? Just Gunnar smoked outside the window. I mean, that's 2 times now, 2 kills, where Gunnar just didn't get a chance to play the game. Just did not get a chance to even have an impact in that round.
Yep. Listen, sometimes it's just the decision to not stand in the angle, Carter. That's really it. But here's the thing, right? Eventually you have to. That's the timing of Siege. Every once in a while, you're going to get clipped. And just so happens that Gunnar is having one of those days. He probably feels like the entire world is against him right now because 9 times out of 10, Gunnar is the one doing the reaping. You know, he's the one at the very forefront. The Sonics that can really deal some serious damage, but right now they are definitely missing him.
I think this next round is definitely going to be important, not even for Sonics, but for a lot of the teams watching Bleed. If they can get Sonics to basically need all 12 rounds to win, this kind of takes Skyscraper from, oh, maybe you're good regionally, but not good internationally, to, all right, we just need to ban Skyscraper against this team and not ego challenge them. Bleed have so far shown to be very comfortable on it, and for a team that relies on those frags, comfort is the name of the game. If you're a player like Hoven who wants to hit those quick peeks, hit those jiggles to try to win gunfights like that, I mean, Gunnar, already on low HP, 45 seconds in. We're just hitting the basics. We're just opening house wall, opening up the exhibition wall. He's already taken some damage, and Bleed trying to do damage to Sonic's drone economy as well. Sonics just need to do these basics first. We can all agree on that, but afterwards, that is when Bleeds seem to be the most dangerous.
Most definitely. Single panel's open on the far side here, rather the left-hand panel, the double when it comes to the office.
Looking out.
Some good info here. Geo especially.
On the Solus
that cam as well. Yeah, the Solus spinning around. He's got to really watch himself because Hoven is indeed on his utility here. So if he checks out the wrong time,
just skip over it.
Could be problematic. Geo constantly reading him out, but it's been solid delay so far. Still a lot to be said in this round by both of these teams. Citizen's going to pocket the frag grenade again. Try and use it one more time, but he's not going to find anything with that. The first one would have been more than accurate. Probably gets the kill with that one, but decision-making just not there.
No, Hoven was dead to rights, but the timing just a little off, and he'll be able to back off. The nade from below not working. Sonic still have 2 more to try to go for those verticals or clear out the house stairs position. You can see the Finka moving in through the main door down below, looking to clear a pathway in through the museum area. Finally cooks it, but he's just fishing. No intel right now. The Solus just passes by, but no damage done. Not even a centimeter of HP taken away. Bleed holding on to the site setup, and it seems unpierceable at the moment.
So desperately wanted these frag grenades to work out from down low, Carter, but they can't find the kill. This might be it right here. Solus, a lot of damage dealt to Hoven, but not enough to actually kill him. Continues to try and play things out in Gunnar. He swings right back into the angle. He goes down to Hoven, who is on such low HP as well. Only 2 bullets were separating him from death. He practically had to breathe on him, but now Bleed get to run amok yet again because the Sonics aren't able to make progress and actually build up to anything. Now they just have to throw themselves at the site, and it's a flawless defense from Bleed.
Man, oh man. 5-3, now turns board!
You still don't have a kill!
That's true, technically. I mean, he's not.
I would have stopped him if he was lying.
Our karaoke blacks.
Did we really have to? Did we have to put that in the replay too?
Dude, even Blast is out to get Gunner right now, dude. The whole world is fighting Gunner.
I mean, it's just. I mean, what do you say at this point for Sonics? I mean, they're doing all the basics, right? They're going for these nades from below. They're not finding them. And then Bleed just peeked them. They're simply just peeking them. Maybe some players in Sonics aren't going about these gunfights in the best way, but a lot of them are just taking 1v1s and losing them to a team that is playing on one of their most comfortable maps in the pool. And that's what Bleed look like right now.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're being challenged. They don't look like they're feeling pressured. And part of that is just, you know, they're playing the comfort map. They're all feeling the momentum behind them. Part of it's also, I mean, Sonics are just falling to some of the trappings of Skyscraper attack that Bleed simply just bypassed in their first 3 attacks.
Yeah, and it was strictly because Reaps was so adamant about clearing things. Unlike other teams that will stop and stall and not really move forward, Reaps is like, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And he'll walk through the map at like a minute 45 and kill people.
He throws a nade on Black Stairs, gets the kill, which Sonics have not been able to do so far. The nades have almost completely missed every time they've gone, and once he gets that kill, immediately takes the control. There's no pause.
Nope.
There's no, what are the implications of this? He just says, all right, I'll take it. Now, sometimes they get killed, but in a best of 1, that might very well get you the round, and it got him 4 kills afterwards. Now, we might be looking back at this game and thinking, wow, maybe Sonics come back and those 2 rounds acquired almost entirely by Reeves' individual skill end up mattering a whole lot. But right now, it certainly made this lead dominant from Bleed up until this point.
Yeah, Bleed have 2-round lead, and that's all off the back of Reeps' efforts. 8 kills in 2 rounds. Truly impressive stuff, especially when it comes to doing that up against the Sonics. You know, I mean, like this team has so much talent across this entire roster. The fact that they have Gunner at 0-8 right now, just truly a testament to how solid of a roster this is.
They win Kitchen here as well. That's a flawless rotation. And Sonics, I mean, they won 3 rounds in a row after being down 0-3. This would effectively be the same thing if Bleed win this bomb site. But there's no tack timeout to get things back on the rails. There's no pause to be hit.
A lot of verticality here from Bleed. I think I'm Mentalist inside his sight, though, to try and hold things down for now.
What are they going to do? I mean, half the round gone. They're trying to make this clear work. Using the smoke canisters for burn. These nades certainly need to land, but Gio just downed on Black Stairs.
Swung it.
I think he thought he saw an opening, but clearly he was mistaken. Black Stairs gone unread by Sonics. They lose their hard support. Do you have Case as well? I'm not sure. No, it doesn't seem it's down just yet.
But Citizen and Gunner both been tagged up. Rexon has one.
No, he does have it.
And that is going to be the case down. They didn't check Black Stairs. That's literally the only way this could have happened. Frag Grenade goes out. This is what we expected to happen off rip. But an aggressive Geo gives the case over. They'll have an Adrenal Surge out, but now Rexon's already lost all of that additional HP, and he's dead. Bleed. They are all over this Sonics offense. It doesn't even look like they can exist inside of Skyscraper right now.
I mean, Sonics playing sloppy, leaving gaps that Bleed are exploiting. And if that wasn't a problem before, it's certainly a problem in round 9. 2 Sonics attackers, Gunner, Citizen. Low HP, easy pickings for a team that simply is not missing shots at the moment. Bleed hitting and winning every single gunfight that seems to be given to them. Even Asfi, Turd, these players who were not showing up, they're doing what they need to.
Yep.
Asfi 5-5 from dropping a donut earlier in the half. Mentalist, the team captain, positive 5-4. He might be down, but Gunner gets his first pick in likely an impactless situation. 6-3 for Bleed. At this point, any team in the future, hello, it's me, Lynx, talking, ban Skyscraper, because you want this to be done to you?
Personally, no. I really don't. I really don't. My exact feeling was Gunner's face right there. Just gobsmacked as to what is going on. Hubbin said, congratulations, Gunner, and Mentalist said, my bad for dying to him. That is, man,
Look at
they are giving them the business right now, dude. Walking the walk, talking the talk, and no responses from the Sonics. They didn't ring up the chat. They didn't do anything. They're trying to focus up right now because, I mean, this is more than falling off the wagon. The wagon is on fire.
I mean, and you look at Sonic's faces. I mean, I know he got attacker repick. I know you can do a lot of the strategy here, but no talking, no calming, no thinking. I mean, surely thinking, but nothing out loud. I mean, 6-3 when you're just getting smoked. Reeps has only got 3 kills since this half, but Hovens picked up the pace. The rest of the team has certainly started picking up the slack. We're a far cry from Reeps having 9 kills and the rest of the team having like 3 combined. Bleed have shown up to play. Bleed certainly have.
And they get to shut it out on T Karaoke. What more could you want?
Really wishing you had that second tack timeout right now. I mean, Goddess just has to sit here and watch the team just not solve some of these problems, struggle to figure out how they counter this, and finally, we see Bleed channeling their former glory, Hoven going for that spawn peak, and thankfully for SQ, the early round has generally been fine, finding the information on these early positions, making their way into the map, clearing the exterior angles. That is what has been going fine for SQ. It is everything after that. It is when they actually need to take these Bleed defenders to task, is when they have completely biffed it at every single opportunity.
They can just not conceptually find an exploitative move to use up against Bleed. It seems like whenever it is a gunfight, it's something like this, something a little coin flippy, where one of the members might take a little bit of extra damage that you really wouldn't expect. Something like what just happened to Citizen here. Constantly Bleed are willing to fight back, and I think that that is the thing that is catching the Sonics off guard. Is a lot of defenses, especially in North America, we're a little passive, especially in the early round, right? We try and elongate things, try and use our utility and do these kind of things. Bleed is more than willing to don your doorstep and completely clean house.
There's so many defenders in Exhibition. They're not trying to deal with Reaps. He gets aggressive. He doesn't care. He doesn't find a single engagement. As Citizen just ducks at the exact right time to miss the shotgun shells flying over his head. Gunnar gets a big first pick, but Reaps quickly trades. Rexon cut down. He's holding on to this position. He's not falling back. Hoven dismantles Gunnar as well, so Sonics are back to stuck outside the building. Citizen takes a 1v1, and Reaps makes sure he regrets that for what is likely the final round in regulation. GG's coming out. We got a minute 15 left.
Hoven's still alive, by the way, just to let all of you know.
And on low HP, too. He could very well die depending on what happens.
And he was actually in a hot area, too.
If we're being objective, Reaps and Hoven, both low HP. He's in a hot area, as you said, and Gio's able to down one. It costs a lot of his HP. Grex are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this clutch.
Oh, man. I mean, if there was a man to do it, right? But I'm so happy that we talked about what Bleed's aggression looks like with these defenses, because what other team do you know that will just try and fight for every inch of map control like their life depends on it and find success in it time and time again up against some incredibly mechanically gifted players? These are not slouches.
No.
These are people that, Carter, if this popped up in a ranked game, I would just start crying right there.
No.
Like, I'm getting smacked. There's nothing that's going to really, I'm going to be capable of doing. And Bleed are taking them to town in every sense of the term.
And you had Reaps on attack, basically winning every gunfight that went his way, and now you have Hoven winning every gunfight that goes his way. 3K now in round 10. Grixer now has to clutch that 1v3 as Gio was 1 HP. What do you do? Case the world away. 7 seconds left. GK beating BDS earlier, and there is something in the air in Atlanta as teams you would have never thought possible of achieving the heights they have done so at this tournament. GK 2-0, Bleed 2-0. No one is safe from an upset.
Well, their name might be Bleed. There was only one bleeding in this matchup, and it's the Sonics, and more specifically, it was Gunnar. Not able to get the ball rolling at all. Him and Rexon combining for 5 and 18. Not something you really see out of those two ever, but Bleed were so very consistent in their gunfights, so consistent in their aggression and their willingness to take it to this team. It was nigh impossible for the Sonics to get a grip on the situation.
And I think something we all got to accept, something we got to learn. They let Bleed go to a comfort map, a skyscraper, thinking we're the better team, our fundamentals are better, we're the champions of the NAL. Surely we can beat them on this. But Bleed were comfortable. Bleed simply did not care. And with the power of the carp, the fish hit their back.
Fish are friends, not food.
There's always a bigger fish in the ocean, and it seems Bleed might be one of the biggest in this tournament, as we're in a spot where GK and Bleed are up 2-0. Just a ridiculous situation all around. I mean, can you even believe this?
I genuinely can't. I was walking into this, even though it was on Skyscraper, I was thinking maybe like a little overtime action, maybe a regulation win here, just going max rounds, but I did not see Bleed taking it to Sonics to this full of an extent.
Reaps, Hoven, Asfi, Mentalist,
I'm
and
so happy
Turd.
for Mentalist, man. I'm so happy for him.
I mean,
what an incredible tale for that guy.
I mean, he has the tools to make the upsets happen, and now we have a hell of a set of games tomorrow. We have the interview lined up, our final one of the day. We have the fish, but I'm sure a player as well, to speak on this amazing win.
Lynx and Stokes, that is right. We are joined by the fish and Asfi. Asfi, y'all keep upsetting people here. I mean, we know the key to all this is the fish, but truly, what is the secret?
I don't know. I feel like every time we get into the game, we're like, guys, these guys are so good. I think they practice like way more than us. I think it's over. Well, at least we probably qualify for SI. Good luck, guys. Let's play for fun. Let's play for fun. And then we get into the game, and then we just start doing our thing, and then somehow we just win round after round after round. I guess that's thanks to my teammates.
Genuinely, though, not feeling any nerves. I mean, you guys do seem to be coming in here just kind of like cavalier, having fun, dancing around with the fish. Doing interviews with a banana.
Personally, I was so nervous. I was so nervous. I don't think my teammates were nervous. You know, I got confidence in them. They got confidence in themselves. But when we got into the game, when we got here, I think all of us just, you know, our brain just turned on its game day mode. It's time to get them, you know? Don't feel it anymore.
Tell me a little bit about this team, because like this team kind of came together, I would say, as like a South Asian kind of super team, right? How did that all come about? Because there'll be a lot of viewers who aren't aware of who Bleed are and what you guys are about.
Right, so personally, I think we all know each other from just playing ranked. Like, we were a rank stack. We've been playing with each other for years. Like, absolutely.
So who's in the rank stack? Like the whole team?
It's me, Turd, Reaps, Hoven, and then we usually play with some of our other friends, but we didn't play with Mentalist up until the trials came about.
Yeah.
So when you take a rank stack that's been so closely knit together, playing for so long, we're just dominating the leaderboards. You mix that together with such a seasoned IGL, boom.
Boom,
Magic.
Apparently. My producer was like, what's the story behind the fish? I mean, I think I saw y'all were at a store. Was this an impulse buy? Like, how did this all come to be?
Right, so we were doing the laundry, me and Mentalist, I'm gonna call Pat. We were doing the laundry, and then I was like, oh my god, I didn't realize we were gonna have to sit here and wait. So we went on a walk, right? We went past the we were walking, we were supposed to go to Chick-fil-A, then on the way to Chick-fil-A, I was like, isn't there a mall over there? And then Pat was like, yeah, there's a mall over there, and then we just ended up walking past the Chick-fil-A for like an hour, and then we got to the mall, we walked around, ate some Dairy Queen, you know, some pretzels, and we ended up at the Bass Pro Shops. I really wanted to get to the Bass Pro Shops as soon as I got to the United States. I don't know why. It's just such an attractive location, you know. And then we were walking around, and then.
Okay.
What else can I say?
So I know that earlier you told us that there is no name attributed to the fish. I did want to let you know that the chat has decided to name the fish Joel. Do you approve? Joel, yes.
Joel?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, chat.
You guys do what you want.
Why that name was selected?
You guys do what you want. This is our fish, you know.
Aww.
He can be Joel if he wants, but
Joel the fish. We crowned him.
Joel the fish. Okay, there we go. I can only imagine the emotions that you all are feeling. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans? I know that we're joking around a lot here and we're focusing on the fish, but this is a dream come true, I feel like.
Yeah, we're all here. Like, we didn't make it last stage, as you know. That was absolutely heartbreaking. But now that we're here, I'm so glad that we have a lot of fans cheering for us. You know, we're here to play for fun, and we hope you have a lot of fun watching us as well.
Can I ask one very last question?
Of course, go for it.
Because I saw you in this very last round. Like, the viewers won't have seen this because obviously the game was going. But 4v2, and you've gone GG and looked at a camera and done that. So do you have anything to say for your opponents, whoever they may be, tomorrow?
Please don't destroy us. That wasn't me. That was just like, that was some nerves. That was some nerves.
Okay. Well, you go hug that fish, get rid of the nerves. That's like your comfort fish, I feel like. Also, I saw you have a bunch of other goodies, but go enjoy yourself with the team. I see that they're all packing up. Also, I'm gonna ask one more question. Y'all won, and it was so quiet. I didn't even know that it was over. Were you all just a little bit shocked, or just, I don't know. Can you tell me why it was met with silence a little bit?
You know, I've been watching Siege for a long time. Like, when I was underage and everything, you watch these big names like Citizen, you know, they're just tearing it up on the stage. And then, like, you come here and then, like, the game is, like, so easy. Like, I don't know. It felt like it wasn't over. You know, it felt like we didn't deserve, like we didn't do enough to take down like such a big name. You know, like what's going on? Like, is the game over? Like, I still don't feel like the game's over.
Well, it is over and you won. Congratulations, Asfi and Joel, the fish, I guess. So thank you so much. Go join your team. Go have some fun. And good luck with the rest of the Atlanta Major. Laxton's coming in here. He's going to steal your headset. You know, my big question now is how was the interview with Asfi earlier? I mean, you were starting to bring that up a little bit, but obviously a very good interviewee, but he was also a very good interviewer, you're telling me.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't want to touch.
He was asking the hard-hitting questions.
I don't want to touch too much on it.
Okay.
But no, I thought it was funny to just.
Why are you holding the fish? What?
He gave it to me.
We can just share it. We can just have shared custody of the fish. Fish
But
corner.
anyways, I did want to talk about.
My producer's like, bring up the SI stats. You cut. We're not hearing about the Aspi interview. Okay. All right. Talk to me, one of you, please.
Well, Bleeder qualified for SI.
Sleeping on the fish. Come on.
They were 97% before this. Bleeder now officially qualified.
This fish is at 100% going to Brazil. This fish is going to Brazil.
Go, Joel.
Wait, what's the name of this fish?
Joel.
Apparently the chat named it Joel.
Okay, well, Joel's going to Brazil, and so are the rest of the squad behind us. That is amazing.
Really excited for this. I think this goes without saying, but I don't think many people had this written down in their predictions. And I just want to go over everything that we saw today. I mean, it's just been such a wild tournament so far. What has stuck out to you the most?
So the biggest takeaway that I've got in terms of the whole tournament is genuinely that the Asian Pacific teams, even the ones that didn't make Phase 2, but the ones that are in Phase 2, are giving it a real good go. Especially this team that stood behind us. And I think they're doing themselves proud, regardless of where they go. I hope, we've seen GK cause another upset. We've seen Bleed cause another upset. I hope we see one of them main stage. I hope we see both of them main stage because it'll be proven, the upper echelon, the established teams, that there are competitors and there are competition.
Yeah, and to touch up on what you were saying, I don't want to make any more excuses for any team saying maybe they were sleeping on people. Sorry, I'm so used to it's a fishing technique.
Joel.
But anyways, so what I was saying is I'm done making excuses or having teams say excuses of, we slept on them. No, don't sleep on these guys. They are showing you why they deserve to be here. They're showing you why they just qualified for an invite. You do not sleep on these teams. They are going to push you to the limit, and they keep doing it. They keep improving. I can't wait to see how this goes. They might have messed up my bracket, and that's okay. I'm cool with that. I like being wrong.
And speaking of the bracket, we've got GK going up against G2, Bleed against FaZe. That's the reward. They get a matchup against FaZe to try and make the main stage. If you'd have said the teams that are 3-0, would you have put GK in that or Bleed? Wow.
No.
Look at them elimination games as well. Scarz, SSG, M80, all Wolves. One of them two teams will be going home tomorrow.
Yes, it's crazy for me as an NA boy seeing two of my NA teams on the brink of going home.
Yeah.
Like they just landed and now they're going to be going home. Near airport. Near airport.
I can't believe that Laxine said near
airport.
If
M80 happen, doesn't Iconic just have to drive home?
Near airport and walking home.
That's true.
Near airport and walking home.
Okay, moving on. Obviously, want to focus on tomorrow a little bit. We're going to bring up the schedule here. What are you all looking forward to the most? Tomorrow, any big match?
I want to see the GK versus G2.
Yes.
They've been looking the most consistent, in my opinion. Oh my God. GK has definitely been showing everyone around the world why they deserve to be here, why they're in that spot to be potentially now going to the main stage. And then G2 on top of it, they had to climb their way all the way through the open quals, LCQs, then push themselves here, go through all those games, and still showing complete dominance on their end. So I think that is by far going to be the game of the day tomorrow.
Not just because these guys are stood behind me, but I want to see Bleed qualify to main stage tomorrow. That is exactly what I want to see. I think, refreshing faces, refreshing teams, refreshing Siege. Other than that, I think that Sonic's Dark Zero game again, seeing Dark Zero looked like they felt good against an NA opponent today. They've got Sonics who have just come off the back of an upset. So I'm thinking for Dark Zero, this is maybe where their coin starts to turn and they can actually start a run formulation.
They could get another revenge as well. They got the revenge on M80. They can get it on Sonics. Then it's those last two games of the day, the ones that are going to be deciding for some teams going home.
And also talking about the last two games of the day, best of 3.
Yeah.
We're changing it up. I'm excited for that. I do want to point out out for predictions. You two are wrong. And our third analyst, our extremely talkative, verbose, loquacious analyst,
Joel.
apparently named Joel the Fish, was correct.
Yeah.
So nice job, Joel.
It's okay. It's
Well done, Joel.
like I said, I like to be wrong.
Good
I like
fish.
to be proven wrong. It gives me more talking points. And honestly, how do you know that I'm
You want this
actually-
fish back now? Yeah, there he is.
Bye,
Whatever.
I was just
Joel.
looking to give him it back.
Bye,
Bye, Joel.
Asfi.
Bye, Asfi.
Bye, Bleed.
How do you know that I'm actually not playing into what they're doing and playing the reverse psychology?
Oh, was that it?
I just
Oh.
put them at my bottom because I want to see them succeed.
That was what it was.
Yeah,
He
me
was like,
too.
I'm gonna
I'll
do
say
the
that.
opposite.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We're
We talked
really
about this.
giga-brained.
I'm
over here.
on to your tricks, your mind
we
games.
didn't sync this together. We did this in our sleep.
Oh, your white shirt?
Yes.
That is an inside joke, everybody. Actually, you know what, chat? What color is Gabe's shirt? It is beige.
No, it's white.
It's white.
It is beige.
It's white.
It is
White.
a light beige.
White. Yep. They're all saying it's white.
Chat is saying Joel. Okay, we're going off the rails here. This last match, I don't
Jackie
even know where
really
we're going.
needed 10,000, 20,000 people to tell her it's
Okay.
white.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On that note, GG everybody. Always a big pleasure to be working with both of you. Thank you so much for your amazing work. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes. You rock. You're amazing. You've been working so hard, and obviously so much love for the Rainbow Six Siege community. Y'all are the best. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.